Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The man in red glasses folded his arms majestically and said that the hero would never become a magician. He sadly lowered his head, nodding. The bars of the gate quickly rose. The protagonist slowly walked into the arena. A ring sphere circled above him. It was the final of the student tournament. He straightened his jacket. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of him. She lowered the staff while he was throwing off his jacket. The guy began to create flames in his hands. Then he squeezed it. There was a large-scale explosion. At that moment, a lagging student and a rising star were fighting in the arena. The black-haired man crouched in the dust. He covered his face with his hand and looked menacingly. The smoke began to dissipate. In front of him were many water snakes. While drops were flying at him, Theodore looked up with alarm. Many streams rushed towards him. The guy tried to jump back and covered himself with his hands. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Then the black-haired man flew out of the water barrier. Water streams flew at him again. The gray-eyed man looked at this and ordered Mitra to appear. She appeared with her hands outstretched and exhaled. The stone walls immediately blocked him from the attack. The blonde raised her staff again, seeing the flash. The light grew brighter. The white-haired woman was surprised to notice this. The guy folded his fingers, preparing to use a spell on her. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up. A stream of mana flew out with great pressure. A pointed arrow flew towards the girl. The blue-eyed woman tried to cover herself with her staff. But still, the spell managed to make a hole in the defense. She looked at the attacker with a sad look. The gray-eyed man looked at her with furrowed brows. Fog spread around the arena. The people in the stand sat in complete bewilderment. The blonde leaned forward, closing her eyes. The hero looked at her with displeasure and exhaled. But then he was surprised by the blue light. The beauty created a constellation of swords above herself and surrounded herself with an aura. She pointed her staff at him and her eyes were burning. The guy pulled his hand back and released a flame. The white-haired girl looked at him arrogantly. He put his hand in front of him at high speed. Their two streams of magic collided. The professor, when he was sitting in the office, turned to the student, asking why he wanted to participate in the tournament despite this. The protagonist turned his head and said that it was because he wanted to become a magician. In the night, there was a sign for a laboratory. Theodore entered there, in front of the professor. He was leafing through papers and called his name, asking if he knew why he was called. The gray-eyed man looked away and answered in the affirmative. The man in red glasses looked at the sheet and said that only 3 points were deducted from all subjects, and without taking them into account, this is almost an ideal indicator. The hero, listening to this, was depressed when he was hinted. He stood with his hands behind his back while they told him that writing the test was not the most important thing in their academy, and considering his magical abilities in the remaining time, if he did not pass the practical tests. A gloomy rain hung over the academy. The guy clenched his teeth after he was told that he could not count on graduating from the academy. The blonde folded his hands and asked about what circle he was on. The black-haired looked down and said that he was on the second and he had not yet managed to fully master it. Then the green-eyed one put his hand to his face and told him that 3 long years had already passed, and after spending so much time here, he still had not mastered the skill of the second circle. Theodore closed his eyes and lowered his head and agreed. Then the interlocutor removed his hand and said that this was a hopeless situation. And when he started to open the box, he thought about what he already knew about everything, and about the mockery and pity of the people around him and the harsh truth that he had no talent for magic. The professor handed him a letter and asked him to take it, saying that this was his last chance. He calmly apologized for bringing him only bad news every year. Looking at the letter, the man said that this year would be the last and asked him to take it. The guy took hold of the door handle and thought that the reality was that he was a loner in life. The gray-eyed man looked away sharply. There were many angry, arrogant faces standing there. He clutched his letter tightly and asked not to look at it. He walked through the crowd and heard everything: pity, mockery, sympathy, laughter, contempt, relief, sighs, insults. He clenched his teeth tightly and tried to break through. Fear and despair were visible in his eyes. As he walked up the spiral staircase, he thought that he had come too far to just cover his ears and ignore it, and it felt like he had been walking on broken glass all this time, but he couldn't turn off the designated path. The guy stuck his hands through the crack in the door. In front of him in the next moment, a majestic library appeared, and so he became the one who fights his destined fate. Starting to collect books from the shelves, he thought that all that was left for him was to continue studying, and so he went to the library to while away the time among the books. Reading one of them, the dark-haired man thought about how he had reread them thousands of times already. Getting ready to take another, he thought about how this was how he dealt with the accumulated stress. Having collected a whole stack, the hero thought about how there was almost no one in the library, because practice is more important than theory, and it was always quiet here, which contributes to reading. Suddenly, something confused him. Noticing a book sticking out of the wall, the guy wondered if it had always been there. Pulling it with his finger, he said that he was seeing it for the first time. Suddenly, his finger began to be enveloped in a dark cloth. He was immediately grabbed by a huge monster. He clenched his teeth and cursed. He was almost completely swallowed and interrupted by words about a request to save him. Suddenly, the gray-eyed man sat down on the floor and covered his face with his hands, hearing the appeal. He opened his eye and was asked if he could hear him. Theodore looked around and said that he heard something, but suddenly out of nowhere he was asked to look at his hand. The young magician looked down and heard words about what he heard and was asked to look at his hand again. He looked down. His hand was making strange sounds. He slowly picked it up from the floor. His face immediately showed horror and the protagonist asked what it was. On his hand was a round creature that was smiling and happy that it could finally breathe. The guy immediately screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw this, but he was told that it was too early to be surprised. He slowly opened his eyes after these words. Everything around him seemed red, and he wondered why this creature could talk, and what was this purple tentacle on his hand. The creature extended its tongue and said that it was hungry. The gray-eyed man looked at him with displeasure and asked how he could be hungry. Suddenly, his hand independently reached for the book along with his tongue. The young magician grabbed his hand and, gritting his teeth, tried to stop him, scolding him. Then he began to persuade him with a menacing look. The gray-haired man grabbed his tongue with his hand and asked him to listen. The kid felt pain and complained. Suddenly, he began to pull in his limb and demanded to let him go. Then the hero also felt pain and fell. He opened his eyes wide and thought that at that very moment an incredible amount of knowledge pierced his head and an epiphany came to him. He closed his eyes and emitted sparks, thinking that up until that day he had already lost count in his attempts to master magical abilities. But nothing worked, but only a voice in his head. The guy opened his eyes and saw lightning, thinking that he was ordered to stretch his hand forward. Then the protagonist became serious, collecting mana, and thought that what he was striving for finally happened. Having finished the spell, he called for a lightning strike. Then a long volley flew through the entire library. He sat in complete bewilderment and smoke. Many sheets of paper flew in front of him and the spell of the second circle was studied. He opened his eyes with difficulty and notifications came out that, having woken up from a long sleep, Gluttony is very hungry and he needs to hurry and satisfy his hunger with the help of books. Then the guy looked at his hand and asked if the voice belonged to him, to which he said that no one knew. But suddenly he was notified that there were 10 minutes left and 4 more books were needed to satisfy his hunger. The guy looked away and wondered what they were talking about. Looking at the monster, he thought that before thinking about that voice, he needed to understand what kind of nonsense was on his hand. The hero looked at it with alarm and thought that his hand was tingling a little, and apparently this was not a dream, but it was hard to believe, and before that he could not use magic and then wondered why it worked now. Remembering himself in the ranks of candidates, he thought that in addition, the spell, which never worked, instantly worked. Then the gray-eyed man held his hand in front of him and thought that perhaps this flash was nothing more than an accident and wondered whether he could even blow up a bookcase with one blow. Theodore looked at his hand with concern and wondered if it was possible with the hand that eats books. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face and he thought that this was his chance. He began to get up from the ground and thought that taking a deep breath, he began to reflect on the words spoken to him and if he absorbed 4 books in 10 minutes. Throwing his tie over his shoulder, the guy thought about whether the same thing would happen as with the lightning strike and thought that it turns out that he can absorb and use the abilities described in the books as his own. Looking at his hand, he asked about his name, accidentally calling him a grimoire, to which he said with a smile that he would tell after eating. Then he brought his hand up and asked what would happen if he didn't do this, and the black one said that he would eat the first one he came across. The gray-eyed one smiled and answered with interest. He approached the railing on the balcony in the library and said that he should believe that he would not remain hungry. The creature filled its mouth full, and he thought about what he had been feeding this baby. It opened its mouth again and the hero thought about how he had learned many interesting things from the mysterious voice. He imagined a book with tentacles and thought that gluttony was a grimoire, the roots of which originated in an era long erased from chronicles and reference books, and the grimoire increases its power and satisfies hunger by consuming magical items. After the guy imagined this artifact open and thought that the books absorbed by it give the owner power. However, if you neglect the desires of the grimoire, gluttony will begin to treat its owner as food. Feeding another book, he thought that the essence of feeding and gaining power is approximately the same after absorbing the book. The gray-haired man sat on a chair with shortness of breath, hiding his hand and thinking about how knowledge is instantly absorbed by the carrier and after that the magical power begins to spread throughout the body, originating in the heart and, through the blood vessels, gets to every part of the body. Feeding another book, he thought that, however, everything is not so simple and if the carrier's understanding of the book is low, the knowledge will be useless and barely noticeable. While he threw his head back, notifications came out that the book of the basics of elemental magic had been absorbed and harmony with the 4 main elements had increased and there were 3 books left until hunger was satisfied. He opened his eyes and thought that if such a notification sounded, Then the absorption of information was successful, and after that the abilities from the absorbed book become available to him. The hero took out another copy and thought that this is how it should be done until sunset, and he continued to absorb the spells that were difficult to use. A chain of 2 books hit his head and notifications came that the circulation of magical power had been absorbed, as well as the basics of creating a magic circle using magical defense, the basics of a flame strike, and the use and understanding of the elements of lightning strike and enhancement, to which he thought that excessive absorption of knowledge would lead to reciprocal pain. His head began to tear apart. The gray-eyed man looked ahead in horror and cursed, thinking that he almost passed out. Then he ran his hand through his hair and thought that he needed to absorb books in moderation. After all, the pain was worth it. He created a discharge between his 2 hands under the table. Lightning circulated in his hands, but the guy stopped after a notification that the grimoire's hunger had been satisfied. Looking at the remains of his mana, he stopped, and a notification came that the knowledge of the absorbed books had been successfully absorbed. He folded his hands with an incredibly satisfied face and thought that for the first time in 3 years, streams of magical power were flowing through his body. Theodore looked at his hand and asked if he was full, to which his new friend said that it didn't taste very good, but was bearable for now. Then the gray-eyed one looked at him seriously and said that he was picky and asked if he had forgotten his promise. Then the black one was happy and asked if he only needed his name. The hero put his fist under his cheek and said that this would be enough, to which he sarcastically said that it would be enough for him. Then the creature stuck out its tongue and said that it could be called gluttony. The protagonist calmly looked at it and said that he understood. The tongued one looked at him with a smile and with a smile suggested that he take a look at this sour face. Then the guy looked at him with slight anxiety and asked if he would answer if he asked one more question. The black one was happy again and asked if it would be a question about his voice or his abilities. Afterwards, he looked away and said that he knew a lot. He started wagging his tongue, irritating the hero, who was thinking that, as they said, he was interested in more than just the name, and if you believe the voice, he was in an unstable state and there was no clear answer about stabilization. Continuing to look at his hand, he thought that only the mention of the need to provide him with food in large quantities, and that was all that was known, and the rest would have to be found out himself. The guy looked at his hand with anxiety, and while it opened its mouth, he thought that after satisfying its hunger, gluttony falls into a deep sleep and immediately after saturation it can answer any question of the carrier. The protagonist stopped smiling and realized that there could be only one question. Stretching out his hand, he thought that the creature was a magical grimoire akin to a spell that had existed since ancient times, and therefore, he was not lying, saying that he would answer only one question. Then a question was heard from his hand about what he was thinking about, and they offered to ask him anything before he fell asleep. The guy looked down anxiously and a notification came out that before gluttony fell asleep. Continuing to look at his hand, he heard words that he could ask only one question. The hero exhaled heavily and lowered his hand. He grabbed his head and was about to ask. He frowned and thought that such a chance would not come soon, and first of all it was worth asking about the most important thing. The gray-haired raised his hand and asked to answer the question, asking about what his essence was, to which he stuck out his tongue and said that it was difficult to explain and asked if he could understand with his narrow view. Then the guy got angry and insulted him. He looked menacingly at the interlocutor while he was talking about how he turned out to be an idiot and said that he would help and that he would have to stoop to his level and visualize the information. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what it meant. Suddenly, something scared him. A pink veil appeared on the ceiling from which 2 hands crawled out and he wondered what was happening to him. The hero held onto the chair in horror. Suddenly, several tentacles enveloped him. The chair was torn apart. He had to stand up while more tendrils were flying at him. The guy was lifted into the air, and a 4-armed demon climbed out of the gap with a smile. Theodore began to be brought closer. He looked at it in horror. The creature began to pull a large tendril towards him. Suddenly, a mouth began to emerge from the flesh. A thin forked tongue crawled out of it. The protagonist's tongue was stuck into his forehead, causing him to lose consciousness. Streams spread in his brain. Saliva began to flow from his mouth along with blood. He rolled his eyes and said that knowledge was overwhelming. Suddenly, the chair began to fall. Theodore fell and hit his head. Then the new friend climbed out again with a sneer and said that he could understand and asked not to get carried away. The guy was wildly scared, and he continued and said that this was the limit of current capabilities and said that he thought that such an answer was enough. The gray-haired guy raised his hand and he, smiling, said that they would see each other again. Suddenly he clenched his hand into a fist and thought that the true nature of this creature was still unknown to him. Starting to rise, he thought that it was almost impossible to describe it, and that gluttony behaved so openly, apparently because he was not his first visitor. Leaning on a chair, the hero shook his head and thought that he still had many questions about this kid, but the voice still gave him an answer to some of them. Then he imagined his hand and thought that, firstly, gluttony was still in an incomplete state, and the voice that was heard was a kind of guide. The guy imagined his new friend sticking out his tongue and thought that secondly, gluttony would wake up once a day to satisfy his hunger. Immediately after saturation, you can hear the answer to one question. He imagined his hand reaching forward and thought that thirdly, gluttony sees the potential of the carrier and can reveal its power better than any other spell. The hero imagined a sphere appearing on his hand and thought that the last thing to note is that gluttony extracts the essence from the books or objects eaten, and the higher the carrier's understanding of the object, the higher its effectiveness. Suddenly, Theodore squeezed his hand with a smile. He brought his fist closer and thought about what was finally beginning to dawn on him. He imagined himself in the shadows and thought about how the student who studied all day long without any magical abilities, the outcast who was unable to become a mage, was a student no one believed in, but now all those years wasted studying magic had paid off. He raised his head with a satisfied smile and thought about how everything that had bothered him in the past no longer mattered. The gray-haired man looked at his hand with a smile and said that he would swallow everything in his path. The sun was shining above the tower. The students were just going to class. The guys were running along the corridor. Amidst the commotion, the bald man walked and clapped his hands and ordered them to stop running around the academy grounds because it was forbidden. At this time, Vince was standing not far from the mustachioed man. He looked forward and suggested that they take a look at the fuss they were making and wondered what there was to be so happy about, to which he said that watching them reminded him of his youth, which was the best time of his life. Then the short one looked up and said that his belly was already too big to frolic like that, and it seemed that another study of liches was not such a bad idea. Then the bespectacled one pulled the mug and said that he knew that liches had no joints, so they could not even stand normally, to which he was about to ask a question. The pot-bellied one looked at his interlocutor and asked why he had decided to stay at the academy again during the holidays. The yellow-haired one looked away and said that he had a lot of work, and because of the turmoil at the beginning of the year, he had not yet had time to sort everything out. Then the mustachioed one looked at him crookedly and grinned. He frowned and asked if he wanted to say that it was all because of that student. The green-eyed man cast a predatory glance at him, and when he got scared, he drank from the mug and said that he did not think that this was the right place for such conversations and asked if he agreed. One of the sad people present leaned his elbows on the table. He slowly removed his hand from the table. Then the guy went towards the professor and said that he had finally found him. The bespectacled man looked at him suspiciously. The shorty with a nasty smile approached him and asked why he was looking at him like that and said that it was getting awkward and said that he wanted to ask just a couple of questions. Then Vince took a sip and suggested to begin. The swamped bastard smiled again and said that it would only take a couple of minutes. He kept writhing and said that he needed to clarify something. Gigachad just looked at him and said nothing. Then he took another sip and suggested asking questions. The interviewer put his fingers to his chin and mentioned the hero with a smile, saying that he had not been expelled this year and asked if there had been any progress. Then the bespectacled man looked at him menacingly. He slowly removed the cup. Lowering his head, the man thought that he was talking about a boy from a noble family that had lost its influence. Magic was not given to him, so the guy studied hard. But all this was useless since he could not use his knowledge in practice. During exams he was nothing but a headache, and wondered what good this knowledge was and thought that he should moderate his ardor, and the first thing a student should understand is the limit of his capabilities. Afterwards, he decided to answer, alerting his interlocutor, saying that he allowed him to stay because he said that he wanted to study. He continued to stare at him and said that every teacher is obliged to guide the student on the true path and asked if he wanted to hint that he could not cope with this. Then the toad-faced man walked away anxiously and apologized because he just needed to make a staffing list. Then he raised his hands and with a smile apologized for bothering him because they made a mistake and decided to go double-check the lists and wished him all the best. Watching him leave, Vince thought that he did not believe that this man was a professor. Then he continued to look out the window. There was practically no emotion on his face, but suddenly the man smiled slightly. The bespectacled man watched the weather and thought that he believed in Theodore. The hero began to drag heavy books around the library. He put them down with a bang in a pile of others. The guy sat down on a chair and exhaled, getting ready to begin. He ran his hand over one of the books and used the assessment. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and thought that after receiving the appraisal magic, choosing books became much easier. He regretfully opened his eyes and thought that just by touching it, he gets all the information he needs. The protagonist looked around and thought that thanks to gluttony, he had acquired a skill that allowed him to identify food, or rather determine the benefits of the absorbed book, even if he had not read it. He took a whole stack and thought that, in addition, his memory had improved significantly, and all this became available to him. Looking at his hand, Theodore thought that it was all thanks to the baby, and it became much easier to sort and choose books and remembering the time spent with him. With a dissatisfied face, he tried to wake him up and said that it was time to eat. He woke up and, sticking out his tongue, demanded 3 books, to which he thought that such an appetite was amazing. The hero looked at him with an anxious look and thought that from time to time the voice expresses desires for gluttony, or the baby himself says how much he wants to eat. Reaching out his hand with the monster, the gray-eyed man thought that the biggest problem was his pickiness about food. When he refused to eat again, the guy thought that if he did not use the appraisal skill on the book, then he would not even look at it or even spit it out. He looked at the pet with concern and thought that, given the abilities he received thanks to him. Suddenly, the creature looked at him while he was thinking about how checking books had become a habit and called him a fool. The black one got angry, and he continued his thought and thought that this was already the 5th book, and he did not even lick it. Theodore got angry, and the tongue-tied one said that he was disappointed, and even after the power given to him, he was treated like this and asked to choose something tastier. Suddenly, the gray-haired man was surprised after he was asked about what kind of book was there, which was very valuable. The guy touched the red cover. He noticed that there was a strange pattern on it, which was the seal of the Balance family. The student carefully put his hand on it and used the evaluation. He closed his eyes and said that this book. The hero looked at it in surprise and realized that it was the original. He imagined a man sitting on a tree and thought that the author was none other than Alfred, the prince. The man in his imagination pulled back his hand with lightning, and he thought that before receiving the title of prince, he was the best magician. The man in the green cloak put his hands out creating sparks, and the protagonist thought that he was known as a master of magical battles and being the greatest magician more than 80 years ago. His name is still praised. The blonde pulled back his hand as if releasing an arrow, and he thought that all because of the special way of using magic. The ancient magician put out a finger directing the charge. He pulled the other end with his fingers. Suddenly the man put out 3 fingers. A volley burst out of his hands. The guards immediately noticed a huge surge of energy. Everyone looked at the sky in fascination and could not tear their eyes away. Magic arrows immediately flew at their heads. The archer was sitting on a tree at that moment, and his expression did not change. At that moment, panic began in the city, and they sounded the alarm because of a long-range attack that killed the general. Alfred pulled his hand away and said that the mission was accomplished. He brought his finger to his lips, and the hero thought that the magic he used was in the form of an arrow, and using the magic of the first circle, he was able to achieve the highest rank thanks to hard work, and he was a great man. The gray-haired man still looked at this book with anxiety and thought about why such a rarity was gathering dust on the shelves all this time, and he could be caught. Then he picked up a copy and thought about how incredibly valuable this book was and wondered what to do. He looked at it with horror and hoped that he had not made a mistake in his choice and offered to eat it. Black immediately began to eat. In a couple of seconds, the little rascal ate it. Without changing his gaze, he said that this book was worth synchronizing with it. Theodore looked at him with concern and asked about what he had just said. But before he could finish speaking, he began to slowly fall backwards. The guy looked away, trying to understand what was happening. The protagonist began to fall, and a notification appeared that the bearer of the grimoire was suitable for synchronization, and the merging with the author's memory began. Gluttony opened its mouth in a smile. Gray-eyed seemed to fall into his mouth, and a notification appeared that the world he would end up in belonged to the author of the book, and he needed to follow the memories. The student found himself in the pet's mouth. Suddenly, he was swallowed. A ball of smoke descended from the sky onto the evening city. The fair-haired man sat with his eyes closed. But suddenly he opened them, and information appeared about 45 years ago on the front line of the principality. A herd of horses galloped at great speed. The man sat with his eyes closed again. Suddenly he opened them. He was at the head of a cavalry detachment 45 years ago. The girl in the hat turned to the prince and said that there was an enemy detachment nearby. The man with the scar looked at the beauty and wondered if they were on the battlefield. Then he said with a smile that these scoundrels were moving faster than expected, and the hero inside him was thinking about what was happening here and where he had ended up. He looked at the horse's mane and thought that he couldn't even move, and it felt like he was just an observer, and apparently this ability borrows other people's memories and an ability called synchronization. Several warriors ran up to them, and he continued to think about the fact that it turns out that he is now in the body. The man in the bandana rode closer and turned to the prince, asking to let him command the detachment. He spurred his horse and said that they were strong, but in military affairs the word remains with the general, and if he is defeated, everything will come to an end, and then again asked him to stand at the forefront. Then the red-haired man thought with a smile and refused. He looked at him menacingly and said that the one who will lead the troops will be him and Alfred. The handsome man reached for the sword. He raised it above his head, calling on everyone to attack and follow him. The cavalry rushed to attack. The enemy flew to meet them. The battlefield turned into a bloody mess. The soldier in the hood raised his blade to attack. A white knight galloped towards him. The spearman was able to attack, but the armor could protect the rider. The infantry fought with all its might. One warrior rode over the whole field. A hand in leather gloves pulled the reins. Alfred introduced himself, sitting on the end of a horse, and naming his rank, said that he was right in front of them. He shouted with a menacing face that if there were any brave men among them who would decide to behead him, then they needed to fight him. Suddenly, a huge army rushed at him when he threw away his sword. A red horseman rode up to him. The unfinished D'Artagnan rode up, turning to the prince with a smile and asking if he was really so underestimated that he even threw away his weapon. The man with the two-handed sword rushed forward. He held the weapon out in front of him with a smile and asked if he was sure that he wanted to fight in such a getup, and said that he had completely lost his mind reading his books. But suddenly his eye lit up. The blonde shot him with his finger. The general fell to the ground. The black warriors stopped and froze, but suddenly they grabbed their weapons. The spearman immediately galloped towards him. Then Alfred loaded a shot from his finger again. Many volleys hit the target exactly. The hero sitting inside watched many deaths and thought that this was some kind of madness, and he was at a completely different level of mastery of magic, and it was possible to use spells so accurately only after many years of training. Watching another shot, he thought that he was sure that his magic missile had gone through many improvements and improvements. The scarred one closed one eye, and he continued his thought, thinking that he possessed such a powerful force, capable of piercing the enemy through and through in a simple but deadly technique, available only to the most persistent magicians. Suddenly, the mustachioed one, drooling, demanded that they take their hands off him. They dragged him to the throne where the prince sat, and he kept demanding that they let him go. The blonde pointed his finger at him and he continued to break free. Suddenly, while the fat man was being led, he introduced himself and said that he was not to be trifled with. He was forced to his knees and he called them all pathetic and said that his social status was not something to joke about. Alfred looked at him with disgust and asked if it was true. He began to rise from the throne and said that according to his information, this man was just. The greatest magician looked at him with contempt. Standing next to him called him a criminal and said that he was not considered a man. After a finger was brought to the mustachioed man's face and he said that it was just a misunderstanding. But suddenly, when magic began to gather at the end of the finger, the bald man said with horror that he was not the one who started this war. And just as he was about to beg for mercy, his head was blown off in one go. The blonde man, looking at the corpse, said that his blood had splattered everything. He wiped his face with displeasure and said that the blood of a man who did not care for his subordinates for a minute was disgusting. After that, the man began to leave and raised his hand, demanding that the body be burned, because he was not worthy of being buried. But then, turning his head away, he addressed the man who was watching what was happening, to which the hero immediately thought that they were addressing him and wondered how he felt his presence in the memories. The prince looked over his shoulder and said that he did not know why he was here, and suggested that he go back. Anger was visible in his eyes and he said that the answer to the question he was looking for was in a completely different place. The man began to leave and said that this was unknown to his gaze and suggested that he find the answer himself, when suddenly the synchronization was complete. The protagonist suddenly came to his senses. He grabbed his face and cursed, wondering why he needed to find the answer himself. The guy started to get up from the floor and thought about how he couldn't get rid of the inexplicable feeling, and it was a strange but useful experience for him. Suddenly, the student decided to lie back down and thought that at least now he knows. Smiling, holding out his hand with lightning, the hero thought about how he could use the prince's magic rocket, and it seems that when synchronizing, an understanding of the whole essence of spells appears and you can use them in the future. A spark formed at the end of his finger, and Theodore thought about how all the research notes he had worked on were now spinning in his head and wondered why the spell was still there. Suddenly, everything instantly turned white and he started sweating, after which there was a ringing sound and an explosion. The protagonist frowned and said, "Fuck your mother, a stream." Then he opened his eyes wide and added, "Does not stop." Suddenly he raised his hand up and there was an explosion. The stones made a hole. The guy looked up and said that the ceiling was pierced through, after which he turned his attention to his hand and thought that due to the strong recoil, his hand was now in a terrible state. The brunette raised himself, continuing to examine his hand, and thought that he managed to learn Alfred's unique magic, but his body could not keep up with it yet. He had already managed to master all the available magic of the second circle. Staring at his hand, he added that he critically lacked magical power, so what he should ask the glutton. Madozer woke up and said, finally he was going to ask something. The young man opened his mouth and said that his question. Frowning, he continued to say that he would like to know how to increase his magical power, then asked what he knew about it. The glutton narrowed one eye and asked again, magical power. The protagonist looked at the creature and asked what was the matter, why he was silent for so long, or he did not know. He opened his eyes in confusion and answered that in fact, he needed to say which of the methods he needed. The protagonist frowned and asked what he was talking about. The glutton sadly replied that he was a stupid slob. He said that his question was too vague. The guy rolled his eyes, looking at his hand when Madozer said that there were hundreds of ways to master magical power, but he could only teach one, then added that he needed to rephrase and ask one specific question. The brunette opened his mouth and said, then, after which he paused and asked what was the most effective way, to which the glutton responded with a shout that is expected from the boy. He knew that he would ask like that. The limitation in absorbing the essence was removed. The glutton is now able to satiate himself, even during sleep. Absorbing the essence will also lead to the extraction of part of the object's abilities. The plot narrated that each item containing magical particles will increase the magical power of the wearer. In addition, the glutton can now satiate himself with cursed items. The protagonist brought his hand closer and asked, that is, he wanted to say that the subject of saturation could be not only books. He got it right. The creature smiled and replied that he was a good boy. He grasped it on the fly. The guy grabbed his head and said that magical items, there were probably thousands of them in the academy, but they were all considered its property. Unlike books, which have no protection, each of the artifacts is protected by its keeper. Then he covered his face with his hand, after which he began to get up. The protagonist approached the open window. He looked out the window at the street and thought that perhaps he would find answers outside the academy. The professor adjusted his glasses and said that here was his permission to go outside. Then he handed it to the guy. The young man smiled and thanked the professor for his time. The serious man adjusted his glasses again and added, but the boy turned around when he asked if he still hadn't changed his mind about becoming a mage. Covering his face, the blonde continued to say that there were other professions in which he could shine, such as education. He then frowned and asked why he was trying so hard to become one. The brunette stood sideways, after which he turned his back and answered that it was simple because he wanted to. Heading towards the exit, the protagonist added that he understood that it sounded ironic, but he would still prove himself in this role. Leaning his forehead on his hands, the professor called him a brat and then asked if that meant. Suddenly he grinned and asked if that meant that he had found a way to become one. There were guards in front of the main gates of the academy. One of them said, "Okay," aloud, "everything is in order with the documents." Then he looked at the protagonist and asked him to come back exactly before 7 in the evening, to which he replied, "Of course." The guy walked forward. Leaving the academy, the protagonist thought that, as expected, this place had not changed in the last 3 years. Then he looked down and said that these guys, no, now all this is in the past. The brunette closed his eyes and added that they were just scum that turned their backs on him. Theodore stopped. In front of him was a door. Above it was a sign that said Buddy. The guy raised his head, then lowered it back. Then he took hold of the door handle and thought that enough of these stupid memories. The protagonist knocked on the door. Then he pulled the door handle. Opening the door, he apologized and asked the man sitting opposite if this door was open. The stranger was sitting on a chair with a large hat on her head and asked, who do they have here?" The girl opened her eyes, looked at the guy and said, "A young guest." Standing near the entrance, the brunette began to speak the item when the yellow-eyed girl interrupted him and told him to go through. She was too lazy to tell him what was here, so let him look around himself. After all, she knew little about these items. The protagonist tensed up, frowned and thought, yeah, he didn't have much expectation from the start. Looking at the girl smoking a pipe, he continued the thought that it was okay not to reveal the details of the items, especially in smuggling shops. He looked at the shelves and thought that, to put it simply, it was a matter of luck. If he was lucky enough to buy a good item for cheap, he was lucky, but if he was terribly unlucky, he might be cursed until his death. Then he looked at the glutton and added that of course it would have happened if he hadn't been ready for it. But now, with the glutton's abilities, for him it was like writing a test with a cheat sheet in hand. Madozer began to make an assessment. The glutton held out his hand to the sinner's iron sword, the drachma saber in the Arachne's eye, and made an assessment. A gleam appeared on his palm. Squeezing his hand, the protagonist thought, as he thought, the result is even better than he expected. In addition to the general description of the item, there are detailed details written here. He took a whole bag, went to the lady and asked her to count, and thought that most of the items in the shop were useless and shabby. But there were still good items lying around in the bins of this store. The yellow-eyed girl looked at the guy and said to the gentleman, he had taken a lot. For this mountain of items she would have to ask him for 2 gold coins. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked, for this junk? Yes, he would get the same amount for 20 silver coins in a junk shop. After these words, the girl grinned and replied that then he could go and have fun there. Why waste time arguing in such a place? The protagonist smiled and said that it was usually like that, to which the lady asked in surprise, usually, did that mean he was not an ordinary customer? Then she held out the wand and asked if in that case he could tell her what it was. If he guessed correctly, she would reconsider her price. The brunette opened his palm so that the glutton could look at the thing. Then he touched it and said, like 2 fingers. Then he pointed his finger at the object and replied that its name was a magic pipe, a kind of mana cigarette that can be used constantly, even without tobacco, and most likely in the entire store it is the only thing to which she is so attached. The blonde smiled and asked if he guessed by the remnants of mana in it. He is not an appraiser by any chance. Standing in front of the woman, the guy answered that yes, that is true. Then he paused and thought that he would have to confess otherwise the deal might fall through. Well, he has the ability to evaluate, so he guesses he can call himself an appraiser. The girl put her hand to her chin and said how intriguing, after so long, someone was able to interest her. She paid attention to the curtains, the door handle and the shelf with tools. Then she sat down on a chair, holding a pipe in her hands. Then she brought it to her lips, looked at Mr. Appraiser and asked why he visited her friend. The brunette raised his finger up, smiled and answered that he was interested in a simple deal. The blonde closed her eyes, smoking her pipe, and asked, let's say, and what kind of deal? The guy turned away and answered that he would evaluate the things from her shop, but in return he would ask for the defective items for his work. The lady was surprised and opened her eyes wide. Continuing to smoke, she told the young gentleman that he was just pulling her leg. The protagonist extended his hand and asked why, on such terms, it was a very good deal for her, to which she replied, no, then apologized and added that that was not the problem, let him look at it from her side. She looked down in confusion and said that he was offering such a strange condition. What was his benefit then? The guy closed his eyes and replied that he wanted to say what it was, but suddenly the lady interrupted him and said that there was no need to be saccharine here. Lowering her head, she added that none of the appraisers would agree to such terms of the deal. It seemed to her that he would fleece her, but to do so, wasn't it too noble a deed, a tempting condition? But he had gone too far, now he was simply trying to deceive her. Looking down, she added that if his intentions were serious, he should try to convince her with a more reasonable answer. Then the woman looked at the young man and said, to make sure of the reality of this deal, she wanted to hear a suitable reason. The guy frowned and thought, damn, reason. If he told her the truth, the existence of a glutton would inevitably be revealed. But if he lied, and it was found out, then their deal would be over. Suddenly he closed his eyes and said to himself, think. After which Theodore opened his eyes wide. Looking at him, the blonde asked what was the matter, how long would he stand in front of her in prostration, if he had nothing to say, then, but suddenly the guy interrupted her and said to wait. The lady adjusted her hat and asked if there was anything to say. The brunette came closer to the stranger and said, a coercive contract. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked what. Sitting on a chair, she looked at the guy and asked if he had one. The yellow-eyed woman opened her mouth in surprise and asked if he was joking. Then she stood up and said how depressing it all was. The protagonist looked at the woman while she was standing with her back to him. Then she opened the shelf. Approaching the protagonist and holding out a red package, she said that when she asked him to name his reason, he was not going to answer anything. Then she looked forward and added, well, let him forget it, since he is so sure, after which she asked his name. The brunette looked at her and introduced himself as Theodore Miller. You can just call him Tio. Looking at the sheet, the lady said that they, the nobles, try to hide their origin in any way. Her name is Canis, the manager of the buddy. Then said not to worry, his identity is not important to her. She wrote down the conditions in this contract, as they agreed. While reading the paper, she added that so be it. This was enough reason for submission, when suddenly the protagonist called out to her and asked her to add one more point. The lady looked up and asked what it was. Looking at her, the guy said that it was simple. He would like to ask for confidentiality in concluding this deal, to which she replied, no problem then. She smiled and added that if he wanted to keep it a secret so much, since her name was already written here, there would be no further questions. She then handed the contract to the young master and told him to extend his hand to him. All he had to do was leave a fingerprint and the contract would be concluded. Their fingers touched the document. The girl smiled and said, that's all, since the price of the contract was their lives, she would trust him. She then folded her arms across her chest and asked the young master if he was going to carry all these things himself. The guy tensed up, lifting the bag, and replied that he hadn't planned on taking a carriage, to which the girl asked if it was too heavy for him, maybe she should call a cart, he would definitely be able to carry everything that way. The protagonist smiled and replied that everything would be fine, that it would do, he would carry it himself. He started running, thinking that if the trip home was perceived as a short run, it would not be difficult to get back. He was very tense. When he approached the academy, the guard asked him if it was time to close the gates. The guy entered the territory and fell. The guard looked at him with fear and asked, he had a permit, right? Lying on the ground, the protagonist handed over the permit. The guard looked at him and said that it seemed there was no need for an inspection, to which he thanked him for his trust and asked if he could help him up. The male dormitory stood in the sun. The man was wiping his head with a towel. Then he got tired and sat down on a chair, after which he looked ahead and thought, good, he managed to get the necessary items and go back, now it's time to satisfy his hunger for gluttony. The protagonist opened his hand and told the glutton to wake up, time for a good meal. The creature opened its mouth wide and said, food, boy, that's nice to hear, he smells different today, didn't he wash himself? The boy got furious and shouted at the asshole, what was he even talking about? Whatever it was, tonight's dinner was going to be a little special. The glutton opened his eyes in surprise and asked, special? What was that? The brunette put his hand to his chest and pulled out a pendant. The glutton reached for it, after which it swelled. A notification came that he had absorbed the sneak's battered pendant. The magical power content is insignificant. 3 minutes until complete absorption. The guy looked at the glutton and thought, it turns out that the absorption will only take 3 minutes. Instead of the usual feeling of pain, a feeling as if knowledge was pouring into his head, which means those minutes. He waited and thought what would happen. The absorption was complete. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise when the notification came that the mastery of the first circle spell lubrication had increased. Gray-eyed paused and thought that the magic power was simply boiling inside him. His mana vessel was filled to the brim. Then he closed his eyes and continued the thought that in addition, he could not leave the feeling that something strange was penetrating him. This time he did not feel pain, rather, it was like absorption. It was completely different from when he devoured books. Sitting on a chair, he looked at the object. Then he smiled. Subsequently, the number of objects fed to gluttony reached 15. Everything he brought with him was absorbed without a trace. He felt that the number of skills in his body was steadily increasing, and the hunger of gluttony gradually subsided. Glowing geometric figures appeared. The amount of magic that the second circle could accommodate exceeded the permissible limit. The protagonist's heart was beating. Eventually, his heart began to expand smoothly. Even after he fell asleep, he was overcome by the desire to break through to the next circle. He drew a large circle around the second one, and began to carve the lines of the world tree to break the connection between the circles. Theodore frowned and said, "Damn, just a little more." Then he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying that he needed to carve this circle as soon as possible. The sun was shining all around. The long winter vacation was coming to an end. The chariot entered the gates as soon as it was time for classes. The students began to arrive at the academy. The boy walked through the snow. He was breathing heavily, talking about 40 circles. Then he stumbled, and with a heavy sigh, he sank to his knees. He began to do push-ups, counting the number out loud. Sweat was already running down his face. He was doing his 11th push-up. He gritted his teeth after the 199th time. He straightened his arms and said, 200. After which he fell to the floor, saying that he had succeeded. The guy was breathing heavily, thinking that 2 months had passed since then. He usually ignored the words of those around him, but synchronization with Alfred gave him a reason to train hard. The guy sat up and thought that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. This is the most primitive truth written in the preface of ballistic magic. He shook off the snow and thought that the first few days of training were excruciating, but gradually his body began to adapt to such loads. Water poured from the shower head. Theodore, standing under the streams of water, thought that the most important thing is that the third circle is clearly felt in his heart. This is the result of absorbing 40 items. He tied a towel around his hips, and then it dawned on him that after all these years, he had only now achieved the same as his classmates. He blew on his palms, after which he frowned and thought that he must have caught a cold because he was shivering. He rubbed his hands together, glad that the sofa was heated. He threw his head back and said that he was tired. Then he raised his head. Thanks to successful training, his senses had become so sharp that he could now hear sounds even at a long distance. And now a group of people was approaching the entrance. The guy took a step. The group of people stopped near the protagonist. The red-haired guy looked at him and asked if that wasn't their lagging senior. The guy frowned and said that he was sorry to say this, but the seat he was sitting in was occupied because this was no place for slowpokes. The protagonist closed one eye. The red-haired guy leaned over and asked if he realized that if he grew old without leaving the academy, its reputation would be shattered. The guy grinned, asking if he would leave. Theodore thought that the guy was a nasty bastard. This place was not for people like him. An electric shock passed through the guy's body. The redhead opened his mouth and wondered how he could reflect his magic. He fell to the floor, and they started shouting at him to wake up. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the guy had the same power as him, but he couldn't reflect him, a pathetic lazy brat. The protagonist left, leaving the guy lying on the floor, thinking that there was very little time left before he would see guys like this again. Only 1 week. A week later, in chemistry class, the teacher said that the combination they would learn today would be much higher than the ones they had previously learned. It was a reagent with a rather difficult recipe. It was impossible to create correctly without learning the basic formula of the full moon pill, which they already knew. To create it, they needed high-quality materials and a high level of control over magical power. The girl glanced at the audience and said that even if they made the slightest mistake, the mixture would become a deadly poison. Some people in the audience stood up and some listened. The teacher continued to say that this process also involved a very complex production method. Theodore opened one eye and glanced at everyone. The girl looked to the side and continued that this was precisely the influence of magical power. Then she smirked and said that it was time to ask a few questions. The protagonist looked surprised when his name was called. The girl looked at him, saying that as a student who had been attending her classes for years, he had to explain to his classmates why the preparation of full moon pills was so complex and why they turned into poison. The guy raised his head and said that everything was simple. He stood up from his seat and continued that it was because of the poisonous petals, the so-called purple ulcers. If they were not purified well enough, all the poisonous concentrate would be concentrated to the maximum and become lethal. The girl looked at him with disdain, asking if it was really so troublesome for him to answer her questions. He was so proud of the fact that he had given an answer to a question that everyone knew. She was sure that he had not changed in 2 years. The protagonist looked at her with malice. The teacher smirked and said that when he finished his explanation, he would come down here and show them how to create full moon pills. The guy opened his eyes wide. Then he closed his eyes, thinking that she was just making fun of him. He walked down the stairs. Everyone else in the audience was discussing that perhaps the new professor was even younger than him. How could they say that he was a loser and could not even finish his studies? He took one step at a time. Approaching the girl, he said that he would try to make them. He remembered that girl in his chemistry lecture 2 years ago and wondered why Professor Bernard Gemini hated him. In reality, she was just a narcissistic fool who got annoyed by his questions. The girl turned around when someone interrupted her. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if the term she had just mentioned hadn't been discontinued in the academy. The girl turned to him and asked what he had said and if there were any mistakes in her lectures. The chalk broke in her hands when the guy answered yes, and the thing is, they didn't use them anymore. Bernard Gemini frowned and interrupted him, surprised that some brat was trying to teach her in her own class. The guy walked past the girl and they stared at each other. The protagonist glanced to the side and thought that if he were the son of an earl, his relationship with the teachers would be different. He closed his eyes tiredly and thought that he was just a scion of a poor, albeit prosperous family. He was the easiest target here. He began to crush the petals in a mortar, after which he poured the resulting juice into a flask, which he shook for better mixing, and put it on the table. The rest of the people in the audience were surprised that it was just like in the picture in the textbook, and such a color is obtained only with ideal proportions. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked how he did it, to which the main character grinned and replied that it was as easy as pie. He extended his hand and said that he only followed the recipe that was revised by the magical community 2 years ago. All that remained was to focus on neutralizing the ingredients for an even distribution of energy and maximum efficiency. The teacher looked at him furiously. The guy turned to the exit and said, like this, rumors that he managed to make the perfect combination of full moon pills spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Other professors overwhelmed him with difficult tasks, wanting to test his abilities. He conducted tests of skills that were slightly more advanced than what they were given, but even though they were clearly doing it with mockery, he managed to easily complete all the tests. During the current semester, he managed to try out all kinds of magic, which he had only theoretical knowledge of before. Various tests stimulated the growth of magical power. He managed to reach the 4th circle, bypassing the 3rd. However, his sensitivity to mana was still mediocre, but the difference in magical skills between him and his classmates was like heaven and earth. The teacher smirked and said that Theodore had become much stronger. The opinion of others towards him had changed dramatically, although there were also more ill-wishers. The girls discussed among themselves that they, first years, had only heard rumors that he was famous for the story of the full moon pill. He definitely had an outstanding product. The man rubbed his chin and said that he did not even want to hear it. Magical depreciation wanted to investigate his case, but suddenly he had acquired all these skills. The guy frowned and asked if Theodore was the jerk who beat up his brother in the common room. Because of this, the number of people who wanted to make fun of him decreased. He was a real pain in the ass. His interlocutor smirked and said, that's exactly it. He looked furiously, saying that since then the family members have been walking around the school with their tails between their legs because of this brat. The brunette frowned and asked if there was any way to get even. The blonde looked at him and said that they could try. He smirked, saying that tomorrow at the magic battle, this bastard should choke on blood. The man wrote something on the board, asking why the subject of magic battles was so important. He turned to face the audience and answered his own question, saying that this subject was the key to raising battle mages. War always came uninvited, and the need for their colossal power was becoming greater. But their numbers were still small. As a result, all nations sponsored the government to establish and maintain educational institutions, increasingly raising battle mages. He turned his head and continued that, for example, if a veteran infantryman could defeat 10 people, then a 4th circle mage could defeat 100. The blonde looked into the distance and said that as such, a mage on the battlefield was a powerful strategic weapon, but still, few candidates could meet the necessary requirements to qualify. The students looked at him in horror, and he continued that they were all listening attentively to the lecture, but he did not know who was worthy of such an opportunity. The man looked up and said that if any of them became a battle mage, the army would provide him with the highest rank, and the king himself would grant him a special title. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. He held out his hand and said that even in their peaceful post-war days, there was a necessary evil. It was the necessary career guidance that the country provided before the competition. They should hammer it into their heads once and for all. He raised a finger and said that now he would explain the rules to them. The boys sat at their desks, and the man said that firstly, no magical items were allowed. He raised a second finger and said secondly, no one was allowed to attack before the match was announced. He raised another finger and said thirdly, it was forbidden to change the order of the match. Then he frowned and said that if anyone broke any of these rules, he would personally throw them out of the gate before sunset. He opened his mouth wide and asked if they understood. The blonde threw his hands behind his head. The protagonist rubbed his hands. Everyone in the audience answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Vince tilted his head and said that he liked their mood. He gritted his teeth and said that now they would begin the first training match. The students he would name should come forward. Then he adjusted his glasses, saying that it was fashionable to refuse even if he named them, but no one guaranteed a successful submission. He opened his mouth and prepared to name the contenders for the first round. Garcia Carter stood up when he heard his name. He quickly walked towards the professor. The professor looked down and chose Theodore Miller as his second number. He then pressed his lips together. The protagonist looked at his hand, and the guy asked if he was the bastard who beat up his brother. He stood up from his seat and walked towards his opponent. The blonde frowned and said that he had too pretty a face. He smirked and added, "For someone like him." The brunette stared at him intently, and his opponent finished, "A retarded loser." Raising his palm, Garcia said that he was one of the best students, right? Theodore adjusted his sleeve. He looked ahead with a frowning look and called him a name. The professor held a coin and told the boy to save his strength for the upcoming battle, or did he want to fly out? Turning around, Vince said that the purpose of the lesson was to get acquainted with offensive and defensive maneuvers. A regular fight is unacceptable. Their classes are educational in nature. He must respect the rules of magical battles, follow them in his classes, and also gain experience in offensive and defensive positions. The brunette snapped his fist, hearing that the start of the fight would be determined by a tossed coin. The blonde put his hands in his pocket and heard that as soon as it touched the ground and a side was chosen, they were allowed to cast a spell. The man put the coin on his finger and said that now he would determine the order. With a movement of his finger, he tossed the coin into the air. On the coin was an image of a monarch. The words Theodore were heard to get ready. The guy stretched out his hands forward. The coin showed tails. The man said that Garcia was starting. The blonde's jacket flew up. The man in red glasses looked down. There was a coin on his hand. He said that now. Bright lightning bolts rushed towards the guy from the use of a lightning strike. Theodore covered himself with his hands. He bent his knees, trying to stand. Looking gloomily forward, the guy thought that Garcia used the fastest lightning technique to ensure an easy victory, except for the lightning strike. The power of the shield has no analogs in its class. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that he was still calm. Before he thought that he could not even cast a simple spell. But now he seriously counts on victory. A deceptive maneuver will help only while he underestimates him. Looking down, the brunette thought that Garcia would continue to think in the same way and his defeat would be predetermined. Raising his palm, the blonde said that the worst students usually get injured in the first classes. The hero waved his hand and apologized, saying that he had not yet won, so he should not rush things. The enemy asked sullenly. The hero stretched out his arms, surrounded by bright rays. Resolutely looking forward, he said that now he would pay. Let him try to stop this. Bright lightning of a fire strike flew forward. The blonde raised his hand, wondering if this attack was too powerful compared to his. Breaking the barrier was a pathetic idea. Frowning, he thought that he would never repeat such a spell on the next move, and the gap between them would become even larger. The glow around became brighter. Garcia thought with displeasure that he concentrated all the fire strikes in one point to break through his barrier. Looking to the side, he said that this was madness. A bright flash appeared. It was so powerful that it threw the guy to the side. He flew back. Garcia frowned, thinking that something was clearly wrong here. His protective barrier was broken, and how could he break through his fire strike now? He saw the figure of the guy opposite him and thought that the difference was not only in the power limitations. He consistently hit the barrier. What was wrong with his spell? It was easy to mark the target, but to change the trajectory on the fly like that. The brunette put his hand forward. The opponent thought, how could he do it? He looked at him with a wild look and thought that since he had shown his skills, he would not play with him anymore. Clenching his fist, he continued that it was difficult to use, but as long as he concentrated, he would succeed. A flame appeared near his palm. Garcia thought that he needed to suppress it with force. A bright glow spread around. Swinging, the blonde used ignition. A huge flame was spreading from his hand from the use of a fireball. The flame flew forward. Putting out his palm, Theodore thought that the triangular barrier would help him to reflect it. He frowned, thinking that if the attack hit both sides of the triangular barrier, its power would decrease. Among the flame swirls, he used a triangular defensive formation. A blue barrier was visible in the smoke. The words of the audience were heard. What was happening? How did it end? Nothing was visible because of the smoke and the barrier. He did not die. Who would survive such an attack? A student at the table asked. Someone appeared from the fog. In the settling smoke, the image of a brunette appeared. He was standing in front of his opponent. Garcia opened his mouth, shocked, asking how he did not die after the fireball. Looking at him, the brunette calmly replied that now it was his turn. Bright swirls appeared around his palm. The guy said that he was finished, so let him do him a favor. He clenched his fist. The sitting blonde screamed in fear, trying to stop him. He needed time to recover. Did he say to wait? Theodore swung his fist, saying that you should never underestimate your opponent. Gritting his teeth, he sent bright lightning forward. The shocked blonde said that his barrier was again destroyed so easily only because of the difference in magic power. A bright lightning pierced his chest. Turning around, the professor watched this. The student opened his mouth in surprise, saying that the young master of the Carter family, Garcia, was beaten by Theodore. The guy touched his fist to his chest. His classmates rose to their feet, shouting that Theodore defeated Garcia. The blonde was lying on the ground. Blindly looking forward, he thought that there was no point in defending himself. Looking forward, he mentally called his opponent a name. A crack remained on the wall. Garcia frowned angrily and said that he would not accept defeat from a sudden attack, especially while he was out of mana. It was just a beating. Theodore crossed his arms. Holding his side, the opponent said that he, Garcia, in the name of the Carter family, challenges him to a duel. If the brunette manages to stop his attack, defeat is his. The hand touched the red stone. Someone called out to Theodore. Frowning, the blonde said that in the name of the honor of the Carter family, he demands a second duel. In his hand he held an object with a stone. The professor looked at the blonde. Frowning, he thought that Garcia's defeat was unexpected, but immediately issuing a second challenge is funny. A silhouette was reflected in his glasses. The man thought that if rumors of Garcia's defeat at the hands of this scum spread, the reputation of the Carter family would not be enviable. The guy held a red stone in his hand. Vince thought that now for him it was not just a duel, his reputation was at stake, and in his eyes the thirst for murder. The man in round glasses thought that now for the sake of victory he did not disdain and enhancement artifacts, he could stop the fight and punish him. The guy's silhouette was reflected in the glasses. He thought that Theodore's eyes were burning with rage. The brunette put his hand forward. He folded his palms in the right gesture, while the professor thought, will he withstand such an attack? Opening his mouth, the opponent said, fiery red claws of madness, the eyes of the abyss engulfed in anger. A glow spread from his fist, powerful energy ruffled his clothes. He ordered to appear before him now. The red form of the beast appeared behind. Looking forward in surprise, the brunette said that he had gone crazy. Embraced in flames, the guy used the transformation of the explosive flame wave, fiery embodiment. Looking wildly, he turned to Theodore. The brunette looked at him tensely. Hearing the question, will he be able to withstand his murderous attack? Narrowing his eyes, he asked, what kind of nonsense is this? Opening his mouth, Garcia screamed furiously, stop pretending. His barrier will not withstand the fiery embodiment. Let him give in. Slightly raising his chin, the guy asked, he says he can't handle it. Where does he get such confidence? He wants to win so much that he did not disdain to use even an artifact. He smiled a little, continuing that this is against a student who is inferior to him in everything. The blonde frowned and said that he will reason in the afterlife. Frowning, Theodore said that he is wasting his time here, listening to his chatter. Folding his arm at the elbow, he ordered to attack. The guy engulfed in flames clarified. He offered to shoot himself. Crazy, victory or defeat no longer mattered. The guy's eyes were very angry. He said that he did not care about the punishment. He would roast him and clear the name of his family. A glow appeared near the fist along with a wish for death. A fiery volley flew forward. A bright flash of an explosion hit everything. Crossing his arms, Theodore thought that he had used the magic of the fourth circle, fiery embodiment. Correctly noted, the barrier would not be enough. He closed his eyes, thinking that he had forgotten about the elemental nature of interaction and was to blame himself since he decided that he would erect one barrier. The hero opened his eyes and slapped his hand on the ground. He was surrounded by dust from the use of the earth barrier and the stone dome. His face was visible through the crack. A bright explosion flew into the stone barrier. Sparks spread everywhere. Dust surrounded the barrier. Vince's figure was hidden by the sand. The students looked at it in surprise. There was a pile of stones in front of them. Someone asked what kind of fool he was, why did he use a stone wall, decided to mock, and paid with his life. Garcia wiped his face, saying that it was hellishly hot inside, regardless of whether he repelled the blow or not. Looking with blue eyes, he said that his family's reputation was restored. He did not have time to finish, seeing a protruding fist. With a movement of his hand, Theodore threw the stones away. Looking at his opponent, he mockingly asked, did he sleep in class? They studied the nature of the elements in the first year. Opening his mouth, the blonde stared at him in shock, asking what he said. The professor grinned. The students looked forward in shock, hearing that the fight was over. Vince stood with his hands in his pockets. He looked at the blonde and ordered him to stand up. Garcia turned to him in fear and said what it was. The man picked him up by his clothes and hit him hard in the face. The blonde covered himself with his hands. Lying on the floor, he tried to say something. Vince picked him up by his clothes. The shadow hit his face. He asked what exactly to explain how he used the artifact in his class. Garcia turned his frightened gaze and asked what he was talking about. The professor's eyebrows were furrowed. He asked if he considered him a fool. There was a small red diamond on his palm. Garcia wiped the blood from his lips, telling the professor that he could explain everything. The man in glasses clenched his fist and asked, did he think well? Vince pulled the guy by the t-shirt. Frowning, he said that everything unfolded before his eyes, and now he speaks in justification with his broken mouth. Looking at the guy, he continued that in plain sight, or did he think that he would not notice how he used the artifact? The blood-stained boy said that there was no other way. His family's pride was at stake. Gritting his teeth, the man asked mockingly, did he defend the family honor? The student's eyebrows arched pitifully. He heard that he had not defended anything. With a movement of his hand, the man threw the student away. Towering over him, he ordered Garcia to come to his office after class. He would have to hold a teacher's council, discuss his actions, and punish him. Turning to the brunette, the professor said that Theodore too. The man in glasses with a stern look ordered him to come to his lab after class. Looking at him, the brunette agreed. Theodore walked up the steps of the Bergen Academy research building. Looking up, the guy said that it was time. He walked down the corridor. Touching his chin, Theodore thought that the reason why the professor called him was most likely because of his abnormal development, and he knows him very well. He will obviously start asking questions. Looking forward, the guy thought that such a sudden increase in skills would raise questions in anyone. After what happened, they began to treat him with suspicion. The guy stood with his back. The sign said laboratory. Wincing, he touched his head and thought that he would not find a solution, and he could not tell the truth. He imagined a black creature on his palm and thought that Madozer could be regarded as supernatural. There is a mistake for black magic. If he is found, it will not do without problems. Frowning, he thought that he still had a way out. Knocking on the door, the guy turned to the professor and asked if he would allow him to enter. Looking down, he heard permission to enter. The door opened slightly. The fair-haired professor sat at the table and said that he had just returned from a faculty meeting. He waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down comfortably. There was a jacket hanging on the chair. Vince said that it was not noticeable that he had been hurt in any way. He was glad. He was a little worried that he would get hurt. Snapping his knuckles, the professor said that he would be brief. The afternoon matter had been resolved with the cooperation of the parties involved. Earl Carter, the head of the family, his old friend, had personally come and apologized. For the academy, the matter was sensitive. Even the director was afraid to make a decision in light of the upcoming troubles, and he was not even allowed to say a word. As a result, the head of the family personally asked for forgiveness and conveyed his apologies to him. Reaching into his inside pocket, the blonde said that was all, and since that was the case, he would get straight to the point. He pulled out a red artifact. The guy looked at the red stone, saying that this was the artifact that Garcia used. It is known as the Roaring Flame. Leaning his head on his hand, the man said that he was a fool for using it. He imagined the image of the red spirit beast and said that the artifact contained the soul of Huorca, the fiery coyote. With it, the user gains the abilities of Huorca and turns magic into fire. Smiling, Vince said that this was some kind of apology from the Count. Such cases are rare. Well, what can you do? They have already sent their apologies, and all he has to do is accept them. The hero touched the stone with his fingers and heard that the artifact was now his. Smiling, he asked, is he kidding? The professor sitting at the table said that otherwise he will have to deal with the issue of expulsion. If the apology is not accepted, he will take care of Garcia's expulsion. Closing his eyes, the brunette said that it meant he had nothing to regret anymore. The man in pink glasses said that it was a wise choice. The student put the artifact in his pocket. Vince sat with his hands folded. He closed his eyes and turned to Theodore. The guy froze tensely, hearing the request to answer his question. Without looking up, the blonde continued that they had been together for 3 years, and he regretted the stagnation in his skills and abilities due to various restrictions. Looking down, the guy tensely heard that after the winter holidays he had changed. Not even that, he had become completely different. The brunette looked forward, hearing that if he wanted, he could not answer. He understood that he was not one of those who would start doing dirty deeds for the sake of improving his skills. Closing his eyes, the man said that since he considered him his mentor, there was something he could help with. The hero bit his lip. The man closed his mouth and then asked if he would tell him everything. The guy imagined the furious professor, thinking that here was the decisive choice, what to do, confess or lie about the missing books from the library. It was only a matter of time before they found out about them, and when they did, Madozer would be discovered and exposed. During the investigation, not to mention the academy, it would be impossible to show up on the street. The man in pink glasses opened his eyes. The guy looked at him and then closed his eyes, saying that let it be his way. Touching his hand, he asked to look at his left hand. A black spot appeared on the palm. A black smoke was spreading from the guy's palm. Vince frowned and asked what the hell was this. The surrounded guy asked not to worry and just watch. The black flashes spread further and further. The hero asked to leave. Madozer's mouth appeared on the palm. Surrounded by a pink glow, Theodore said that it was time for lunch and used the curse of gluttony. Vince opened his mouth in shock, hearing a voice ask, was it calling him? The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked, what's going on here? Theodore was surrounded by black flashes and told Madozer that it was time to eat. The black grimoire opened its mouth. The boy was reflected in the professor's glasses. He remembered standing in front of the table, hearing him ask if he was a slow student, and he answered in agreement. Closing his eyes, he said that it didn't matter what grades he got, because skills were what mattered. Leaning on his arm, Vince said no, that wasn't why he called him. The man smirked and continued that his learning ability was better than anyone else in this academy, but what did he think about it? If he supported him, he would stay in the academy. Theodore looked down, thinking that as soon as she heard those words, something flashed in her head in the Burgeon Academy, where everyone seemed like an enemy to him. Madozer's tongue wrapped around the stone. The hero thought that Professor Vince was someone he could trust without a doubt. Opening his mouth, the spirit approached the stone, heard about the artifact in front of him. He put the stone in his mouth. The professor looked ahead in shock, hearing the request to absorb it. A bright glow appeared near the palm. A notice said that the roaring flames were absorbed. This artifact is of precious high quality. Madozer's eyes widened. Theodore winced with tension. The notice said that this medallion was created using a special technique passed down in the Carter family. A contract will be made through a blood pact. When used, the artifact will temporarily increase the user's magical power and also convert it into flame magic. Smoke came out of the guy's body. The grimoire on his hand opened its mouth. Vince watched this in surprise. Looking from behind rose-colored glasses, he asked if he could explain everything to him. Sitting at the table, the man clarified that he wanted to say that in his left hand lies a grimoire that absorbs artifacts and books containing magic. The guy's face was covered in sweat. The teacher closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, he asked, so what he had in his hand was a greedy grimoire. Pointing a finger towards Vince, he said that the knowledge of the grimoire is unimaginable. The power of the absorbed object is absorbed after the bearer evaluates it. In addition, the bearer is able to master the magical abilities of the object itself. Is he right? Theodore guiltily raised his shoulders and apologized when he heard that as a professor of the academy, he cannot approve of the fact that he fed the grimoire with books from the library. Interlacing his fingers, the blonde replied that everything was fine. It seemed to be a matter of life and death for him, because if you stop feeding it, it will simply devour its bearer. Great, he completely satisfied his curiosity. The student sitting on the chair asked if he could ask him one question. The brunette closed his eyes. The man in pink glasses said that he thought, even knew what, why didn't he want to take the grimoire from him? Was that what he wanted to ask? Opening his mouth, he said that the answer was very simple. Looking forward, Vince explained that it would be difficult for him to understand this until he delved into archaeology, but if you were a higher level mage, it would not be difficult. The grimoire in his palm was just a trinket for high level mages. Looking forward in surprise, Theodore asked again, did he say a trinket? The man in pink glasses said that such a creature, even if it was called a grimoire, was not actually a book, which meant that it chose its owner and parasitized on him. Raising his finger up, the professor continued that if the owner was killed, he would instantly become a victim of the grimoire's revenge, like those fools in his memories. In addition, it seems impossible to transfer it to someone else, so the best option is to keep the owner close to you, studying him. The hero looked ahead and said nothing. Interlocking his fingers, the man continued that in any case, thank you for sharing this with him. He is his teacher, as well as his fellow mage will repay his trust. Closing his eyes, the hero turned to the professor. He grinned and asked if it was worth doing something to strengthen the trust between them. The guy's eyes became surprised. He asked again. Bright rays were spreading from the man's chest. He reported the measure of limitation elf. Opening his mouth, he exclaimed that he swears Vince to keep the strictest secret. A keyhole appeared on the man's body. He continued what Theodore will not allow him to share with anyone else. The hero's eyes were scared. Bright rays were spreading around. The glow emanated from the man's chest. When it went out, he said that he thought this would be enough. A bright mark appeared on his hand. The boy thought that he had carved the segment of the oath of his own free will just because of his secret. Theodore looked down, and then he began to cry. Tears fell on his palm. The man brought his hand up and placed it on the student's shoulder. Standing next to him, Vince said that he relied on Theodore. Wiping away his tears, the boy thanked him. A week had passed since then. The girl with the book told him that the reason they use magic circles is very simple, for stabilization. The success rate will be higher, especially compared to normal spell casting, and the most effective pushes. Theodore sat with his head on his hand and thought that nothing special had happened. His daily life was the same as before. He drew with a pen on the paper, thinking that the most that had changed was that now he had to report on the books that he had to feed to Madozer. He imagined the professor's silhouette, thinking that thanks to Vince's help he wouldn't have to worry about the consequences, but his expression changed when he brought up the topic of buying artifacts on the black market. He remembered the blonde in the hat, thinking that he had heard rumors, but he wouldn't have to go there anymore since Vince could provide him with everything he needed. Adjusting the strap on his shoulder, he thought that his classes were over anyway. It was time for him to go to the professor in the research building. The guy walked up the stairs, thinking that Madozer's condition hadn't stabilized yet, so he had to cooperate with the professor until graduation. He walked down the hallway, thinking that the minutes flew by one after another while he was thinking about it. Reaching the professor's office, he knocked on the door. Fingers tapped on the door. There was an answer to come in. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The man was standing behind the desk, saying that he had arrived. Looking ahead in surprise, the brunette asked if he was going to move. What was the matter? The man in glasses told him to sit down. He needed to show him something. The guy looked at the object and asked if this was the seal of the Melter Kingdom. Smiling, the professor asked if he even knew what was in there. It was a letter inviting him to the kingdom's magic tournament. Holding the mug, Vince asked what he thought. Why was he showing it to him? The guy frowned, saying that it couldn't be. The contents of the mug were smoking. The man said that everything was correct. The letter stated that he could take part in the accompaniment of one assistant. Standing with a white mug, the man asked what he thought about it. Would he like to go with him to the capital of magic? Theodore touched the letter with the seal and said that he really did. The professor smiled and asked what he thought. Would he like to go with him to the capital of magic? The brunette looked ahead in surprise. The hand was on the letter with the seal. He said of course. Looking at the document, Vince said that everything was fine now. Even with the slightest mistake in the document, they would hardly be allowed to compete. Sitting on the chair next to him, the guy asked, "Are they that picky?" The man answered that it was natural because there was a risk of spies or uninvited guests. The man looked through rose-colored glasses and turned to Theodore. Reaching into his pocket, he asked, did he know why he offered him to go to the tournament in the Kingdom of Melter? Theodore covered his face with his hand. Sitting at the table, the professor said that sometimes the proverb about ignorance being bliss can be true in the sense that there are things that are better forgotten. He took out a book with a green cover and said that he would explain now. Looking at it, the brunette asked, is this a set of rules for the Burgeon Academy? The man opened the book, saying Article 38 Paragraph 12 about additional assessments in addition to the basic qualification exam. He ran his finger along the lines, saying that if a student placed third or higher in a tournament led by the Magic Society, he would be eligible to graduate early from the academy. Pointing his finger at the book, Vince said that he was sure he should be interested in this, since after spending so much time within the walls of the academy, he was probably bored here and there was nothing else to learn. Touching his chin, the boy said that he was not sure. The man chuckled, saying that when he first entered here, he immediately realized that his knowledge was superior to that of any professor. The boy sat among the stacks of books and heard that, moreover, he must be going through hard times, since after reaching the third circle, he was unable to find books to move on to the fourth at the academy. His main problem of sensitivity to magic was happily solved thanks to the grimoire. The brunette looked down, hearing that because of this, his presence at the academy was a very controversial issue. He imagined the silhouettes of people, hearing the question, does he remember those who considered him a nuisance? They are the real beasts who only recognize fame and influence and never repent of their actions. Instead, they will despise their enemies even more. There was a skull on the table. Vince said that it was better for him to stay away from such people and finally leave this place. After all, he himself was planning to move to the capital. The sooner he finished his training, the sooner he could start practicing in a new place. Theodore put his palms together, saying that he understood what he meant. The man imagined a stone tower, saying that this is why he wants to take him with him to Melter. Looking ahead anxiously, the brunette said that he generally agreed, but would he be able to win? Putting his hands together, the blonde said that as a rule, it was impossible. He remembered the vortexes coming from his palm and continued that he was an exception. He was still far from Garcia, but he was sure that he could handle any fourth circle mage, and the fact that they were all students only made it easier. Touching his hand, the guy asked if this was by any chance the Battle Mage Division. Adjusting his glasses, the professor said that he was right, only assistants of invited mages could join it. Let him consider it a kind of warm-up match for professors. He imagined a blonde girl and said that assistants were students like him. Touching Theodore's face with his finger, he thought that there really was a chance to win. He imagined Madozer on his palm, thinking that he had received the ability to remember when he absorbed Garcia's relic a couple of days ago. This dishonorable ability allows you to accumulate mana and immediately use it at a certain moment. He imagined a warrior on horseback, Thinking that adding to this the ability Alfred had gained after synchronizing his experience and sensitivity, the professor probably made him an offer after seeing the result of his last sparring. Theodore clenched his fist and said that he thought it was worth a try. Touching his fist, Vince said that he would fill in some of the blanks in turn. He opened the drawer of the desk. Handing the student a book, he said that he bought it for 50 gold from a fool who collected original copies. The search process itself was not particularly difficult, but sorting took a lot of time. The man remembered how he had been holding 2 books in confusion, saying that it was quite easy to distinguish an original from a copy, because it was impossible to make the same copy from a copy. He had searched everywhere, checked everything carefully, and he had barely managed to get it, so he hoped he would like it. Looking down determinedly, the brunette asked if he could appraise it. The man waved his hand and said that of course, as he had promised. The guy swallowed and applied the appraisal. He touched the book, spreading a glow. He imagined a man lighting a cigarette with the fire in his palm. The notice said that this is an introduction to spirit magic. This book describes the characteristics of the 4 elements, the concept of summoning, and how to make a contract with a spirit. Meadle, the author of this book, was a famous elementalist of the century who managed to summon the ruler of spirits with magic. He imagined a man next to a fire spirit. The class of the book is rare. After absorbing it, the magic of spirits will increase significantly and also open the possibility of connecting with a spirit. This is an original copy written by the author himself. There is a small chance that you can make a contract with a spirit. Frowning, the brunette said that connecting with a spirit is an incredible chance for him. He thinks that he will never be able to do this. He cannot believe that he received such a wonderful gift from him. Vince smiled slightly, saying that this is the first book, and what about the class? Looking down, Theodore said its class is rare. The boy stood next to the table. The professor asked, so there were 2 books left, about the second one. Holding the handle, he said that he would do his best to get it as soon as possible, and that was all for today. He could go. Taking a sip, he remembered about their trip. The student standing next to him heard that they would leave for the capital in 3 days. Let him be ready. Looking together, Theodore repeated in 3 days and said that he understood. The boy quickly ran to the entrance. He ran along the corridor, touched the door handle, and exhaled, closing it behind him. In his fist, he heard Madozer's voice, which said that he was hungry. Grimoire opened his mouth, saying that if he did not feed him, in an hour he would feast on him. The boy winced when he licked him, and said that he understood that if he was caught because of him. Taking off his bag from his shoulder, he thought that the amount of food he ate was decreasing, but the way he demanded it remained the same. The standards of the food he demanded were increasing every time. Looking at his palm, Theodore thought that his demands and frequency of awakening were increasing. It bothered him, but first of all, he should take care of satisfying his hunger. Smiling slightly, the guy said that food was served. The tongue wrapped around the yellow book. The guy imagined the images of spirits. Seeing the notification that the introduction to spirit magic was absorbed, the level of mastery of spirit magic increased significantly. Looking at his palm, the guy thought that this was wonderful. He finally gained elemental magic. Such an ability is very difficult to obtain. The notification announced that the original book was absorbed. A request for connection to Meadle was sent. The hero's eyes widened. He repeated the connection in surprise. Many hands reached out to the guy. The system reported waiting for a connection. The connection was established. The connection with the elementalist Meadle was approved. The boy screamed as the hands pulled him down. Passing through them, he was falling. Looking down in shock, he wondered where he had landed. The hero was flying down in the sky above the colored space. The man with the eye patch was smiling a little. Theodore was lying on the ground next to him. Meadle glanced at him and said that it looked like he had a guest. The notification said that the connection had started. Theodore opened his eyes. He was looking at the ravine with red ropes and asked where he was. The boy touched his head, thinking that he had definitely heard something about the connection. He didn't think he had sunk like it usually did during the synchronization process. He covered his eye with his hand and said that besides, the hero was sitting in the blue space. Looking up, he noted how high it was. The man with the eye patch asked, did he finally wake up? The guy turned to the sitting man, who said that everything collapsed from above, and he thought that a star fell from the sky or something like that. What he sees, does that mean it was he who fell? Looking at him in surprise, the brunette asked again, did he fall from above? His eye widened in amazement. He said that it couldn't be. The man looked at him sternly, saying that it was clear from his appearance that he knew who he was, but he was clearly not an ordinary guest who came for some reason simple. The man held a bowl in his hand, saying that he still hadn't introduced himself. He was the spirit of Meadle, but he believed that this could not surprise him anymore. Leaning on his knee, Theodore said that he thought so, then this must be the place of his personal imprisonment. The man closed his eyes, saying that apparently this is what they call it now. He is absolutely right. Before, this place was called the territory of the disadvantaged. He imagined the red silhouettes and said that it was used during battles. When exhausted soldiers wanted to rest the souls of their fallen comrades, this is where their souls remain, isolating themselves from the rest of the world. There was a black bandage over his eye. He said that to think that a man found such a hidden place, this is something very unusual. Closing his eyes, Theodore said that he did not know if this place was special or not. He was called here by some unknown force and did not even expect to meet a spirit like him. Holding a red plate, Mädel repeated, "Spirit, called, speaks as if he was dragged here by force. They will return to the reason for his presence here. Is he saying all because of some force?" Looking at his hand, the brunette said yes, but he thinks this time it is not so simple, because it was the first time he was called. The man in the hood turned and asked, "He means that an unknown force appeared out of nowhere under unclear circumstances?" The boy replied that yes, approximately, but he would not say that there were none, but he was afraid that if he told him, he would not believe him anyway. The man looked at him calmly, saying that this was how it was. Smiling, the spirit said that he was sure that he had his own worries. Holding the plate, Mädel continued that to tell the truth, just before he appeared, he felt a response. Something must have been planning to come for him. Taking a sip, the man said that first of all he needed to make sure of something. Looking at him, Theodore asked again. A black monster appeared behind the spirit. Resolutely looking forward, Mädel demanded to look him straight in the eyes. Theodore looked at him fearfully. Approaching, the man said that there was definitely no fire in his gaze. He did not know how to rage like a flame. He avoided spontaneous combustion and did not enjoy reckless things. The spirit of fire did not suit him. Looking ahead, the boy heard that besides, he was not as free as the wind and not as flexible as water. The man with the eye patch said that therefore he was a completely uninteresting person. That's all. He smiled a little, saying that it was okay if he did not stand out in any way. The brunette asked what it meant. The huge spirit behind him laughed. The man smiled, asking if he could not guess by looking at the reaction of the boy behind him. Theodore lowered his head, hearing that he, like no one else, knew what perseverance was. One must endure the hot lava for the surface to harden and then be smoothed by the wind and rain. No matter whether it was fire, it could shake the stability of the earth. Mädel ran his finger along the ground. After drawing a few lines, he said that he was like the earth. He poured water from a red plate into it, saying that he was honest but tough. He could be called a strong man. Opening his eyes, the boy looked there. Rocks flew up around. A stone passage formed. A silhouette of a spirit with closed eyes appeared. Then the eyes opened. A blonde girl flew down, changing her appearance. A small girl with horns landed on the palm of his hand. Holding her, Theodore asked, "Is this little girl the one called the Spirit of the Earth?" The girl opened one eye. She rose, touching the guy's fingers. He blushed, thinking how cute she was. Looking at him, Mädel said that it seemed like she liked him too. The name of this spirit is Mitra. A silhouette of a girl appeared above the little girl. The man said that she was one of the forgotten ancient spirits of the earth. He believes that the response he heard earlier was from her. Looking ahead in fear, the hero asked if she was a little small. The man snorted and told him never to judge a spirit by his appearance. Holding a red plate, Mädel said that now as a guide he must awaken the true power of Mitra. If he manages to grow with her, he will be lucky enough to see her true nature. There was a pot on the fire. The spirit asked if he wanted to eat too. The guy replied that he needed to go back to where he came from. The man handed him a bowl, saying that nothing bad would happen if he ate one plate before leaving. Theodore held the dish, saying that it was not such a bad idea. There was liquid with small pieces in the plate. The branches thanked for the treat. Then he turned tensely to the side. Black shadows grabbed his clothes with their palms, grabbing his jacket. Mädel looked up. Then he closed his eyes, saying that he was looking forward to the coming events. The black hands pulled the boy back. The man said that the fact that he came looking for him was due to the power in his left hand that he met a long time ago. The notification said that the connection with Mädel was complete. Theodore lay with his hand covering his forehead. He lay on the bed, saying, "Why is it like this every time?" The boy opened his eyes. A little girl was sleeping on his body. He thought, Mitra is an ancient spirit of the earth, although she is now small as a child. When she called him, the power of her presence felt like the king of spirits in front of him. The boy buried his face in his hand and said that it became clear. He imagined the images of his opponents, thinking that he had a chance to win the tournament. Because now he made a contract with the spirit, let the kingdom of Melter await him. Under the clear sky stood a brown tower. The boy was carrying many backpacks. Stopping, Theodore exhaled. 3 days later at the gates of the academy. Gritting his teeth with effort, he dragged a bunch of backpacks. He remembered pushing books in, thinking how much trouble books were for Madozer. He wanted to take a few things, but because of the need to feed him, he had to carry all this. The guy was invisible behind the many bags. He said that he needed to hire a carriage, how hard it was for him. Vince approached and asked why he needed so many things. The hero, covered in sweat, answered that he took a little more than necessary, and there was not much of it, mainly food for Madozer. Holding the strap, the blonde said that he expected something like this, so he prepared in advance. Looking at him, Theodore asked how. Vince opened the bag, from which a blue glow appeared. Demonstrating the capacity, the teacher said that this was not just a bag, but an artifact, a spatial pocket. He decided that they would need it for a long journey, so he took it with him. Theodore stared ahead in shock, thinking that he remembered that the professor had something like this in his collection. He had heard of this artifact, but it looked a little strange. Vince smirked and asked him not to look at him with such a face. With one movement, he shoved a bunch of the guy's backpacks into the bag, saying that it was very convenient and now everything was inside. With a sharp movement, the man tightened the rope. He pointed with his finger, saying that his backpack should be put in there too, and that he should take it off and put it on the ground. There was a sign on the wall in the city of Bergen. The heroes were walking along a crowded street. The brunette turned around. Looking back, he asked if the professor minded if he asked him a question. Walking behind, he continued that there were only 9 days left until the start of the magic tournament, and there was still a month to go to Monteville. How would they get there in time? Vince turned around and smirked, telling him not to worry about it. They weren't the only ones heading to Monteville right now. Standing among the crowd, the man said that tourists, mages, foreigners, of all the people heading to the capital now, there were those who valued this season the most. Who did he think he was talking about? Turning to the side, the guy suggested maybe the merchants. The professor smirked, saying that that was exactly it. In addition to the main roads, there were also some rather risky ones called trade routes. Such a route saved a lot of time, and the dangers could be eliminated with money. He imagined the red silhouettes of monsters and people, and said that in the old days he had traveled this way several times. It was better not to go there alone. There were plenty of bandits and monsters there. However, this route would get them to the capital 3 times faster. By teaming up with the merchants, they could provide themselves with protection. The cost was worth the time saved. The guy closed his eyes and said that it was all about money. He meant that the cost was worth it. The man looked from behind rose-colored glasses. The heroes were standing on the stairs of a white building. The man said that they were there. This was a group of merchants that they would join. The blonde girl looked away. Walking up the stairs, the hero asked why so late. The girl raised her hand, calling out to Professor Vince, saying that she had been waiting for him. Is this Anna, the head of the second largest merchant guild in Bergen? The guy with wide eyes asked, were they married? The worried man asked not to even ask. The hero opened his mouth in surprise when the girl threw herself on Vince's neck. She pushed the man to the ground, saying that she missed him very much, and the man asked her to get off. Without looking at the discouraged professor, Theodore thought that he seemed confused, just like when he was first left for the second year. Slightly tilting her head, she asked, who is with him? The girl stood with her hands behind her back, hearing that he did not have time to introduce them to each other. This is his student Theodore, and this is Miss Anna, the only daughter of Gordon Farrell and the head of the second merchant guild. The man in pink glasses said that Gordon did not show up in person, so he supposes Anna will be fulfilling his duties this time. Looking at him, the blonde confirmed it. She imagined a man with a mustache, saying that a couple of days ago he said that he was tired of the face of his daughter and wife, took a fishing rod and left the house, leaving only a note saying that he would return in 2 months. Theodore looked up in surprise, imagining it. Turning to the girl, Vince apologized, saying that the situation was not very good. The blonde said that her father had done a lot before, so his disappearance did not affect anything. They could already set off. The man opened his mouth, asking where the carriage intended for them was. Anna approached with a grin, saying that everything was already ready. Moreover, she had prepared a trailer just right for a 5th circle mage, spacious, with all the amenities and a shower and designed just for 2 people. A figure appeared behind. It was approaching closer while the blonde was saying that it was for 2 people. A hand reached out to her. A plump man with glasses pulled a girl who indignantly asked what he was doing and said that she urgently needed to check the data on the placement, whether she wanted it or not. The man dragged Anna, who screamed for him to take his hands off her or she would fire him. He replied that then he would go fishing with the severance pay that he would receive after being fired. Looking back, the man said that Vince's carriage was the 3rd in a row. Let him settle in and rest. They were leaving soon. The brunette was dripping with bewilderment, hearing that they had to go. The door opened. Theodore looked at the red room, saying that it was better here than he expected, much more spacious than it seemed from the outside. He stood in the brown carriage, hearing that a simple principle of using spatial magic, they and horses, and enchanted so that they did not feel tired. The man sat on the bed, saying that he was very tired. Closing his eyes, Theodore replied that his condition seemed worse than his. The man in pink glasses said that he just wanted to ask him about something after he rested a bit. The hero opened his eyes. Sitting on the bed, the professor asked that before they left, could he show him the spirit he had made a contract with. Vince looked through his pink glasses. The guy with round eyes thought that lately the professor's facial expressions were more lively than ever. Curiosity was noticeable in his gaze, and this made him more human. Small stones appeared on the hero's palm. He agreed, saying that it was thanks to him that he had made this contract. Vince took out a notebook, saying that he was ready, let him call him. The guy sitting on the bed called Mitra to come out. The girl stretched her arms out to the side. The professor adjusted his glasses, looking at her in surprise. A blonde baby was sitting on the palm. The guy said that this was the ancient spirit Mitra. The man sitting opposite asked if he could talk to her, and the brunette answered that no, it would be problematic, like talking to a child who doesn't even know the words yet. He is bound to her by a contract and tried to talk. Well, everything he hears from me sounds more like a puppy whining. Thoughtfully touching his face, the blonde said that it was still an ancient spirit. Looking out of his glasses, he asked what he knew about ancient and simple spirits. Theodore looked ahead questioningly. Hearing the question, what is the difference between them? Mitra turned her surprised gaze to the side. Holding a book in his hand, Vince said that the difference between ordinary and ancient spirits is the presence or absence of self-awareness. Theodore looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is it true?" Putting his palms together, the blonde said that otherwise it is communicativeness. There are many cases when ordinary spirits, even high-ranking ones, communicated with their guides like robots. Reaching into his inner pocket, Theodore said that they were like robots, so maybe he would be able to talk to Mitra someday. He held the little girl, hearing that being able to communicate and behaving as she pleased were slightly different things. As a rule, a spirit summoned to this world does not have self-awareness, and its powers are limited. The girl opened her mouth, sending several small stones at the guy. The man continued that spirits like Mitra, with whom he made a contract, are significantly different. She has her own will, even though she belongs to him, right? Looking at the girl with displeasure, Theodore said that she was quite willful quite often. The professor smirked, saying that she had the potential to develop. He made sketches of the spirit, saying that according to his sources, ancient spirits would develop together with their guides. He was looking forward to the day when Mitra would stand shoulder to shoulder with him, a great magician. He slammed his notebook shut. Removing the spirit from his face, the boy heard that perhaps that was enough for today. Vince lay down on the bed, saying that he would probably lie down. They were leaving soon, so he should also get some sleep. It was already getting dark. Turning away, he took off his glasses and said that they would see each other in the morning. Birds were flying in the sky. On the road were the wagons of the trade guild. In the paw of one of the birds was a yellow vessel. She unclenched her claws. A round yellow vessel flew down. The warriors lined up in rows. One of them raised his hand. He clenched his fingers into a fist. A powerful explosion threw the wagons back. A fire started in the forest. A cry of alarm was heard. Words were heard from a hole in the ground that enemies were attacking. The bloody man cursed, asking what the hell was this. He looked up. Nearby was a monster with a weapon who was saying something in his own language, but swinging his sword, he continued to speak. He lowered the sword, blood splashed. Theodore's eyes widened. Sitting up on the bed, he asked where the professor had gone. The guy looked out of the carriage. He looked to the side. There was a fire ahead. Looking there tensely, he thought what was going on here. Were they attacked? Lowering his hands, the guy thought that the professor must have gone to fight. He could faintly sense enemy energy, but he couldn't figure out where. Pebbles appeared near his palm. Crouching down, the guy called Mitra and asked him to climb into the ground and find out what was going on here. Small stones flew up from the upward movement. Theodore closed his eyes, thinking that he could only use visualization at a limited distance, but if he detected an enemy by the waves from difficult veins. He excitedly opened his eyes. The monster lifted the man by the neck. The guy thought that these were the elite of the goblins, and judging by their equipment, they were hobgoblins. The red-skinned monster grinned. Waving his hand, the guy shouted that they had been discovered. Several goblins were walking towards him. The hero stood by the carriage, thinking that he could not understand how they learned to do this, but underground they moved freely. Taking aim, one of the goblins said something. A rapid movement appeared in the red haze. Theodore jumped back, saving himself from the shot. Somersaulting, he rolled on the ground. The goblin swung his weapon at him. Pressing the spirit to himself, he asked to create confusion to confuse them. The guy crossed his arms, covering the baby with himself. Stone spikes appeared around. Theodore thought that there were too many of them. Who would have thought that he would have to hide with this baby? He bent down among the stones, thinking that he used too much Mitra energy the day before. His strength was running out. The goblin bared his teeth, saying that it was him. He jumped up and swung his weapon. The guy waved his hand, directing the earth. Threw a stream of sand at the monster. He jumped up and landed behind him. The monster in the red mask said that he was the same magician as the one he met before. The goblin frowned and called him a name. The monster in red armor asked, so he was also a magician. Theodore waved his hand and cursed. The goblin clenched his fist and said that he looked much weaker compared to the others. The hero stood in front of the monster. The guy thought that his armor was different from the others. Was he the leader of the hobgoblins? A haze spread around the monster. Theodore thought that he was unable to determine its abilities. Besides, it was not so easy to use the spell again. The goblin swung his weapon. The hero thought that you can't recklessly use magic without studying the enemy's movements and abilities. If he attacks without calculating his actions, nothing will come of it. He will simply exhaust himself to death. The enemy rushed to attack, while the guy was thinking, what does it mean the only way to destroy him? Theodore extended his hand and called Madozer to get out. The black spirit grinned and asked, offering him a little warm-up. The monster in red armor quickly ran forward. He stopped, surprised, thinking resonance, and now he looked forward with a red eye. Meanwhile, Theodore was above. He pointed his fingers at him. The fanged monster grinned, saying that this was interesting. The hero hovering above sent a beam of magic missile forward. Frowning, he said that it was over. The goblin in a red mask grinned. Stones flew up. Frowning, the brunette said that there was no point in dragging out this fight, it was time to end. The monster suddenly appeared behind him. The hero turned around, thinking what the hell was this teleportation magic. The goblin kicked him in the face and grinned widely, calling him names. From the blow, the brunette fell to the ground. The goblin landed next to him. He crossed his arms and asked if that was all he could do. He thought he would be different from him for a while. Blood was running down Theodore's face, so he asked how a hobgoblin could speak human language and use magic. The monster with the black and red eye replied that it was all thanks to the slaves that the mountain bandits sold them. He imagined red silhouettes, saying that prisoners of war were easy to get, and demons were no exception. There was no greater humiliation for an enemy than becoming a slave. He imagined a female silhouette, saying that they had a slave mage who taught them everything he knew. People were easy to control if you brainwashed them. Only a great leader could sense mana, so after learning all the necessary skills, he became a warrior. With a wide smile, the monster said that those useless slaves were given to be torn apart by the lower goblins. The guy with blood on his face asked, "Is that mage dead?" Standing in front of him, the monster told him that he shouldn't worry so much, the same fate would soon befall him. Other goblins gathered behind him. The leader said that he would become another slave, just like that magician. In the end, they would extract his heart and sell it in some market. Looking down, he told him not to move while they tied him up. The guy looked up from below with a grim expression. Frowning, Theodore said that he was going to kill him and as many of his minions as possible. The goblins laughed. The one in the mask told the hero to look at himself. He was at his limit. Raising his hand, the guy said that he had already rested a little. A bright glow appeared in his fist. He continued that this is why he will survive. A blinding flash spread around. The goblin covered his eyes with his hand, asking what kind of flash it was. He can't see anything. The hero attacked him. He said, with a determined frown, that he had something in his hand that could destroy them all. He would see it for himself now. He extended his shining fist and used the flash. The guy looked forward determinedly. Bright lightning struck the monsters. The hero's fist lit up. His cloak fluttered. The goblins looked there in surprise. The veins on Theodore's face bulged. He quickly approached, swinging his fist. A blinding glow appeared behind the trees. The blonde in glasses listened. Vince turned around, saying that it sounded like a fiery flash. Turning around, he asked Anna to report the current situation. The blonde looked at him and replied that everything was burned because of the fire, but the losses were small. They lost contact with the carriage at the tail, so she could not say anything about it. In any case, the chief had all the information, and he was already heading to them. The man in pink glasses said that he could still hear the sound of that explosion and asked to keep an eye on everything here, and he would come back and see what happened. The blonde man waved his hand and told the mercenaries to go back. The guy was breathing heavily. He was standing surrounded and dusty. Theodore bowed his head and said that he couldn't move. He saw a goblin blade in front of him, asking if this was really the end. The monster came closer, saying that he was pathetic, and ordered him to get up. Theodore frowned, saying that there was one more. The demon with red lines on his face said that he dared to kill Jake, the leader of the hobgoblins. Let him get up and fight him. The man in pink glasses opened his mouth and told Theodore not to die. The goblin stood next to the guys. Theodore looked up with a displeased look and asked, should he get up? The monster with red marks on his face asked. He doesn't understand what he's being told. Right now he's just boiling with anger, looking at Jake's killer. The guy glared at him, asking what does this have to do with him. The monster said it was important to him. He looked at the sitting guy and told him to shut up. Looking down, he ordered him to get up. The ground rose around the goblin. Staring ahead, he said that these mages have stooped to such cheap tricks. Staring ahead tensely, Theodore thought that he hadn't recovered his mana yet, and casting spells takes time, but then who uses magic? He turned around, seeing Mitra, and asked how she was. The little girl put her palms forward. The guy thought that Mitra had gathered all the magical energy she needed to extend the summoning and bind the enemy. The palm lay on the ground. Theodore thought that in that case. He clenched his fist, continuing that he had only one thing left to do. Standing up, he said that he still didn't understand what he was talking about, since he couldn't wait to see how it would end. The clenched fist was shining. The hero promised that he would show. He approached, swinging his fist. The goblin stared at him in surprise. With a powerful blow, the guy broke it like stones. The monster clenched his teeth. Gritting his fangs, he said that this is it. The brunette looked ahead tensely, wondering why the blow did not go through. His eyes widened in shock. The goblin grabbed the hero by the neck, hitting him in the stomach, and continued to hold his body. Hanging upside down, Theodore thought that he did not have enough mana to use a counterattack spell. He needed more time, and Mitra disappeared. He threw the guy up. He thought that he should hold on as long as possible. Gritting his teeth, Theodore used levitation. He managed to land, knocking over the monster. The guy fell next to him. Lying on the ground, he used control. He immediately turned over in the air and landed on his feet. The hero frowned, thinking that he had managed to break the distance, wait until his mana was restored, and then kill him with one blow. Something flew past the hero. The goblin stood up. The guy thought that he had a throwing weapon. Was he really not exhausted yet? How did he continue to attack with such force? The monster swung and threw a spear at him, screaming death wishes. The guy looked at the flying weapon. Opening his eyes, he looked ahead, thinking that there was no time to restore mana. Running away would not save him either. Was he really going to die at the hands of such a worthless person? Madozer on his hand addressed the hero. Opening his mouth, the black spirit asked, "Is this the end?" The blood-stained guy heard that he would definitely die faster than the others. Theodore winced and said no. Touching the ground, he said he would get out of here alive. A stone barrier appeared next to him from the use of the triple dome of the earth. He bent down, opening his mouth. A bright beam broke the earth dome. The hero waved his hand. Putting his palm forward, he said that he would not miss this time. A bright spark appeared near his finger. The goblin saw the glow from the use of a magic missile. A bright beam hit him in the head. The monster's head fell back. Pointing his finger, the brunette said that it seemed that he had used up all his strength. Staggering, he continued that it was not enough. Theodore fell on the sand. The goblin with a broken nose said that he fought well, and now there was no doubt. From his face, he continued that he was the real leader. Wiping his face, the monster called out to Mr. Antonov. He looked at the torn-off finger. With a wide smile, the goblin said that on top of everything else, the wounds the mage had given him were a scar of honor. A dark figure in glasses appeared behind him, asking if he was sure. The goblin turned around, startled. Vince stood behind him as a dark silhouette. The monster was struck by a bright flame. The man said that it looked like it. The goblin's burning hand reached out after him, asking why. The fire began to dissipate, while the monster asked where another mage was coming from. The man walked towards the lying guy. Theodore opened one eye, recognizing the professor. He was holding him in his arms, hearing that he couldn't protect anything, if only he were stronger. Vince closed his eyes, saying that it wasn't his fault. The problem was in the unstable state of the world. The man held the student in his arms. The brunette turned his head, hearing the request to look at all these people who remained alive thanks to him. The guy smiled a little, hearing that they were moving on. The blue monsters bared their teeth. The armored man pulled out his sword, shouting for them to protect the guests. The brunette slashed down with his sword. Vince watched this through the window of the carriage. He crossed his arms and said that the mercenaries were fighting harder than usual, and he thought they were using fresh troll blood to make potions. They were working hard to earn money. Looking out the window, Theodore asked if maybe he should help them. The man closed his eyes and told her to leave them. If they intervened and roasted these trolls, then they would only hear complaints in response. Anna appeared and addressed her husband, asking why he was so worried. After all, he had done a good job. The man sitting by the window asked not to call him that. She agreed, but then called him again. Anna smiled, saying that she was very impressed by his fight with the goblins. As expected from a professor of the Bergen Academy, a master of the Fifth Circle, the man replied that she could praise him as much as she wanted, but he would not leave. Looking at the brunette, the girl said that this applies to his fellow traveler as well. Touching her chin, the blonde continued that she had heard rumors that he had defeated the leader of the hobgoblins. With an awkward smile, Theodore replied that it was the professor who had finally dealt with him. He said that it seemed that the news had already spread. This was quite expected. Vince touched his chin and said that all the laurels would go to him. He himself had done a lot, so let him cheer up. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and thanked him. Anna raised her hands up, shouting for them to stop talking to each other and look at her. She actually came on business. The blonde asked, "On what?" The girl beckoned with her fingers. Putting her hand on her hip, she said that they had prepared a gift for them for helping to repel the goblin attack and asked to accept it. Inside the box lay a blue round object. Adjusting his glasses, the man looked at it and asked, "What is it?" Anna raised her finger and replied that she herself did not really know, but she heard that this item was wanted by a magic academy, a rare thing, so even in the trade guild there are not many of them. Putting her hands behind her back, she continued that they thought that as magicians it would be useful to them. The teacher replied that they could not accept such a valuable thing. Looking away, Anna said that it was actually just an excuse. Vince opened his mouth and made a surprised sound. Twisting a strand of hair around his finger, the blonde explained that she had already said that her father had left after he had prepared everything, and this thing was part of his preparations. Waving his hand, the blonde said that it meant that their trading guild wanted to establish relations with the fifth circle mage, in which case he would accept the gift. The girl smiled happily, saying that as she expected from her husband, such a thing would pass as her wedding gift, right? The man asked him to stop joking like that. The brown-haired man sat as a coachman. A large line of trading carriages drove along the road. The heroes sat in one of them. Looking at the man, Theodore asked if he knew what kind of crystal this was. The professor turned to him, saying that he had jumped to conclusions. In fact, it was not a crystal at all. He imagined the silhouette of a lying monster and said that plants that contain the blood of monsters sometimes form crystals of magical power in the shape of fruits. The community of the Magic Academy calls them monster berries. He imagined red monsters, saying that they lure monsters with their aroma and increase the strength of those monsters who eat such a fruit. There is a possibility that goblins have found these fruits. Leaning his head on his hand, the man said that no one still knows how to use these berries, but sooner or later someone will solve this mystery. Smiling, he said that his collection has been replenished with another strange item. Theodore looked at him in confusion. Then he turned around. Looking out the window, the man said that it is already visible. Opening his mouth, the guy made a delighted sound, saying that this is the magic administration in the capital of the magical kingdom, Melter. A spiral tower appeared in front. The guy said that this is Manhwa. The bird flew over the bright city, the capital of Manhwa. 4 large towers rise above the city, and in the very center is a magic academy. Each of the towers is painted in a specific color, dedicated to the 4 elements. The man took out red clothes from the bag. Among them is the tower where the most fearless and outstanding battle mages are located. Vince put on a red cloak. This is the Red Tower. Walking behind, Theodore thought about what it means, a professor from the Red Tower. Looking back, the blonde said that once they pass through the city gates, they will first head to the Magic Academy. Guards stood in front of the harnessed horses. Standing next to the carriage, the man heard the boy remark that it was a long line, and said that usually during the tournament, Manhwa is distinguished by its strict checkpoint. Raising a finger, he said that however, they will not have to wait, and the boy remembered that they have an invitation. Anna turned around. She shouted after the man with displeasure that it was very low of him. Let him take them with him too. Vince replied that, unfortunately, the invitation allows the magician to conduct only a limited number of people. Looking at the man, Theodore said that he was somehow too pleased, and he replied that it was just happening. The guard with the spear saluted. They handed him an envelope. The man looked at the document carefully. Looking at the professor, he clarified that this was Vince from the Burgeon Academy, a higher-up of the Red Tower. The last time he visited Manhwa was 7 years ago. Is that correct? The professor replied that there were no mistakes. The guy turned to the guards and addressed the professor. 2 men were standing in front of the blue curtains. Walking behind, Theodore said that everything was too menacing here. Were they sure they could come in? He replied that he should not worry. He showed the man the object. The hero looked around, entering inside. Looking away, he thought that was impressive. Was this a privilege for magicians who received an invitation? They stopped at a desk with an employee. The man in white was looking at a document, saying that the application for the student to participate in the tournament was ready. One more thing needed to be confirmed. His student was a 4th circle magician. The professor looked at the man, who said that this was not a very literate question, but he needed this information for the application. Vince showed 3 fingers, saying that he was a 3rd circle magician. The man looked at his fingers in surprise. Awkwardly holding the document, he said that maybe he would discuss his participation with the student. All participants in the tournament were magicians of at least the 4th circle. Even with a good stabilization system, someone still gets injured every year, and someone even dies. A voice was heard asking, so what if he was a 3rd circle magician? The man crossed his arms, saying that if this student was under the wing of the Red Tower's mage, the only difference was the number of circles. He was sure he would survive it somehow. The brunette with a thin beard chuckled. The man stroked his beard with a wild look. Theodore asked, confused, did he know him? The professor replied that he did not. It was the first time he saw him, but it seemed that his manners were not good. The stranger opened his mouth, saying that he did not introduce himself right away. He bowed, saying that he was a representative of the Blue Tower. Closing one eye, he said that they could call him Lauren. On the stairs near the light buildings, a question was heard. Was this his first time participating in the tournament? The rules had changed a little, so he came to give advice. Walking ahead, the brunette said that all participants in the training tournament would receive tokens at the same time. Turning around, Lauren clarified, his name was Theodore. Did he receive a gold participant medal? The guy held the ribbon, hearing that this was the pass to the tournament. There was a gold medal hanging from the ribbon. Looking at it, the guy said that 123 was his registration number. He presented the scheme with men, hearing that the participants demonstrate their abilities using this token. The winner takes the loser's token. Snapping his fingers, the brunette said that in the end, the one with the most tokens wins. Losing his chin, Vince asked, "So that's how it is? The rules were different before." The man replied that the rules have changed a little due to the large number of participants. The tournament must end by the time the main magic competition begins. He presented the calendar, saying that the schedule was impossible to reconcile with the old league system. Touching his chin, the blonde asked, in other words, there was a scam. Lauren smirked, saying that there are those who call the old system barbaric, but is the principle of winner takes all so bad? Looking at him, the man in the red cloak said that he would ask another question. What if someone only fought against the weak or avoided fighting altogether, collecting as many tokens as possible? Walking further, the man said that it sounded funny. Lauren turned around and said with a sly smile that it was a good question. As expected of a Red Tower mage, they were pretty smart. Grinning, he asked Mia to come over. A blonde girl stopped next to him, and the man said that she was his favorite student, the second daughter of Viscount Gluco, Mia Gluco. Chewing gum, the blonde greeted him. She blew a bubble, and the professor said that as the mentor said, the whole process was dragging on because the participants were too busy trying to escape, which is why they decided to implement new rules this year. The man in pink glasses said that everything was too vague and asked to get to the point. Lauren smiled widely, saying that so be it. The new rule is that a participant with at least one token has no right to refuse the battle. With a sly smile, he said that for someone like Theodore, but did not continue, saying that he did not think it was that bad. How was it said, in the magic of the Red Tower, the one who acts carelessly makes a mistake. Putting a hand on the girl's shoulder, he continued that of course, if they thought it was too cruel, they would give his ward time to prepare. The date and time of the battle could be set by the one who was challenged. Standing in front, Vince asked Theodore what he would do. Looking ahead, the hero clarified, was everything finished for today? Touching his chin, the professor answered that no, he had ordered dinner at a restaurant that was under the control of the Imperial Court. Grinning, Theodore said that he really wanted to go there at least once, then they would finish faster. Putting a hand on his belt, the guy declared that the battle would take place right now. The man chuckled, saying that they won't do it yet. The semicircular stadium Pentarium is a multi-stadium where the participants fight. The field had a pattern of circles. It is divided into parts, each of which is an independent area. The main hall is located in the center and will open on the last day of the tournament. The girl in the yellow hat asked to put on the crystals. Theodore looked at the triangular crystal in surprise and heard that these are protective magic crystals that block the attacks of magicians of the fourth circle and below 3 times. She smiled and handed the guy a triangle, saying that the amulet takes the attack, 1 crystal is destroyed, but depending on the strength of the attack, the blow can destroy 2 crystals at once. The one whose crystals are destroyed loses. The guy winced, looking at it, asking if this is not an expensive artifact, and heard that no, it is disposable, so it is not at all expensive, it costs about a couple of gold. Looking down discouraged, the brunette repeated, a couple of gold. Taking the gum out of her mouth, Mia asked if he was from a noble family. He made such a face when he heard about a couple of gold coins. Judging by his reaction, he was just the son of a baron. With a displeased look, the guy said that for starters, there was no need to stick gum behind his ear, let him just throw it away. The girl answered displeasedly that this was not what he thought, it was her family's thing. The girl in the hat looked at them in turn, saying that there was no need to quarrel, they would fight during the match. The mentors were sitting in the stands. Theodore crossed his arms, hearing that he was in the left corner. Mia in a blue suit was in the right corner. The host in the hat raised her hand, announcing that the match was starting. The guy stood with his legs apart. Blue crystals flew forward from the girl. Smiling, the blonde said that she was not going to drag out the battle, so they would hurry. She sent the crystals forward, using an ice strike. Opening her mouth, she shouted that she wanted to send him home quickly so he shouldn't dodge. The brunette raised his hand. There was a glow around his palm. Theodore extended his hand and used shockwave. He was surrounded by bright lightning. Raising his fingers, the guy used ignition. The girl recoiled from the fireball. Swinging his hand, the guy used the lubrication skill. Mia slipped on the liquid that appeared. A yellow glow appeared behind the guy. Sending him forward, he used Wind Cutter. One of the crystals on the girl's amulet broke. Lauren stared forward in amazement. The guy approached the lying opponent and asked what happened, were you scared? Looking down, he asked if maybe he should not fight at full strength. Mia blushed and agreed. The girl in the hat clenched her fists, exclaiming that Theodore had scored the first point. The guy waved his hand. Mia touched her cheek, displeased, saying that it seemed like he had no manners. The guy raised his finger, asking if he wanted more. Touching her face, the blonde wondered if that was lightning. A yellow glow appeared from the wave of her hand, and she used an arc shield. The brunette turned to Mitra, whom he held in his hand. The blonde threw up her hands in fear, screaming, "What is that?" Stretching out his palm, the hero used a chain of blows. White lightning flew towards his opponent. She glanced at her in surprise. The pendant on her chest flew up. Mitra was sitting on the shoulder of the guy. who thought that not only was she incredibly self-confident, but she also used magic too demonstratively. Vince looked at this, thinking that even if she was not from a wealthy family that could financially insure her, Mia was without a doubt a mage without talent. He imagined a flirtatious girl, thinking that the only thing this child needed was discipline. The glory of the family had clouded her mind. All she had heard was praise and sweet talk all her life. Her combat experience should be hardly more serious than bullying the guards. Looking ahead, the man thought that the experience Theodore gained on the journey was special. He had been in a life or death battle, so he knew what a real battle was. Clutching the pendant, the blonde said that he had already broken 2 crystals, and she couldn't even get close to his. Was that even possible? Tears appeared in the corner of her eye. She said that her dad didn't tell her what to do in such a situation. She was attacked, and she didn't even resist much. Isn't that strange? Theodore apologized with wide eyes, saying that he hadn't hit her head, had he? Pointing his finger, he said slyly that she had so much confidence, and now she was pathetic. Did she really think he would fall for it? The girl pursed her lips, saying that it was not like that. Lauren, who was sitting next to the blonde, opened his mouth in amazement. Mia blushed, saying that she was being honest. A blue glow appeared around her. She shouted that it was the first time in her life, and he was just a country bumpkin who didn't know manners. She waved her hand and sent a wave of frost forward, shouting death wishes at him. Theodore looked at her indifferently, saying that she was moving too slowly. Looking ahead tensely, the blonde thought that whether it was slow or not, if he got caught, he would be finished. The heroine leaned forward. Bringing his fingers to his mouth, the guy used a layered shield. Light sparks flew around the girl. The girl ran towards the stone barrier and, having missed, fell behind. Mia was lying face down on the ground. Theodore glanced at her and said that the barrier had 4 protective layers, but she managed to break through all of them. Without raising her head, the girl called him names and then turned around, talking about her face. The girl in the yellow hat smiled awkwardly, announcing that Theodore was the winner. The guy looked ahead with discouraged round eyes, saying that he did not want to make her cry. The mentor with a wide smile reassured the girl, saying that next time he would be lucky. The host came closer, saying that she congratulated Theodore on his first victory. The hero replied that he did not feel like a winner. The brunette held medals in her hands, saying that he could think about it later. 4 participant tokens were now his. 4 gold medals fell into his palm. The girl reminded that in case of loss, he must return them at his own expense. The hero looked at the tokens in his hands with admiration. Holding the book, Vince asked, "Is it done?" He slammed it shut and asked, "How is it?" Looking at the brunette, the man asked, "Doesn't he think it was too easy?" He answered in the affirmative. Leaning on his knee, the professor explained that this is called the difference in experience. He has Alfred's memory and his battle experience, so he already has the knowledge of a battle mage. He would say that he is very different from the students here, who are like flowers from a greenhouse. The man in the cloak who appeared next to him said that everything is exactly like that. That is why this tournament has always been called natural selection. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. A gray-haired man stood next to him, crossing his arms. With a displeased look, Vince asked, what was such a busy man like him doing in such a place? The excited brunette thought, is this really a mage, not a heavy swordsman? The stranger patted the professor on the shoulder with a laugh, saying, isn't this too gloomy a greeting after so many years of separation? He replied that he shouldn't hit him, it hurt. The gray-haired man smiled widely, saying that someone wasn't being dramatic, and introduced him to the student he had brought here. Vince pursed his lips in displeasure, but agreed. He placed his hand on the student's shoulder and said that this was his student Theodore. Among the many students at the Birkin Academy, he supported him. The guy added that he was pleased to meet him. The man laughed, saying that he was cute. He looked very innocent. Blue eyes looked at him carefully. The man approached, chuckling. With a sly smile, he said that no matter how naive he seemed, he looked like he had gone through many difficulties. He picked him up from the battlefield. He would not dare call him a brat. Turning around, Theodore asked who this person was. The man with the pink glasses replied that he might seem like a rude old man who didn't know how to choose his words, but in fact he was the High Mage of the Blue Tower, Sir Blundell. Turning to him, the brunette said that he understood, the High Mage. The gray-haired man smiled widely. Hearing his shocked cry, he was the Lord of the Blue Tower. The hero imagined the colorful swirls, thinking that in the 4 large towers protecting the Melter Kingdom, the ranks of the mages belonging to them are divided into 5 levels. The guy with glasses clutched a staff, a newbie who just entered the tower, basic. The girl in the red hat smiled, mages with experience and a list of merits average. The man in pink glasses talented, having a ton of achievements supreme. The man in the mask frowned ahead, veterans who are considered elders of the tower great. The brown-haired girl smiled. Finally, sages recognized as the owners of the Tower Supreme. Theodore looked ahead tensely, thinking that this is the main mage of the Supreme class, the Supreme owner of the Blue Tower. Bowing, the guy said that he is a 3rd year of the Birkin Academy. Theodore greets the master of the Blue Tower. He laughed and said that there is no need for formality. Winking at the blonde, Blundell said that a man should not walk with his head bowed. Touching his chin, Vince asked, "Did something happen?" The man looked at him and said that perhaps it was enough to fool around. He stroked his beard and said that everything was fine. He had not been here for a long time, so he was surprised by his return. Holding his beard, he continued that he also had a student. How could he not be curious? Vince tiredly touched his forehead, saying that he saw rumors had already spread. Approaching, the elder examined the hero. Pointing at him with his finger, he said that the more he looked, the more he wanted him for himself. If he had not met his own, he would definitely have taken this guy as a student. The blonde said that he could not, even if he wanted to. Touching his chin, the man clarified, did he just say that he also had a student? Blundell smiled broadly and asked not to be surprised. His is of course very good, but this year the winner is obvious. The brunette looked to the side, hearing that the stadium, 4 battles, participant Marcus and participant Sylvia were over. The guy had a cloak on his shoulder. He heard that after 24 seconds of the battle, participant Sylvia snatched victory. Looking carefully to the side, the brunette thought, 24 seconds, 3 accurate hits in 24 seconds, even if you give it your all from the start, it is a difficult task. The men looked in that direction. The hero thought that in other words, the difference in strength was huge. Looking ahead tensely, Theodore thought, what kind of monster is this? The girl carried a staff on her shoulder. The blue cloak fluttered. A shadow fell on the blonde girl's face. She calmly looked ahead. Holding the staff, Sylvia entered the room. The hero looked at her, thinking, silver hair. The blonde girl turned and called the teacher. Blundell smiled widely, saying that she was back. The blonde abruptly avoided his embrace. Looking at her, the man called to come closer, saying that he wanted to introduce someone. Sylvia turned around. Her leg turned back. Blundell stood next to him and apologized for the delay, saying that this was the cold-blooded girl Sylvia, his apprentice, whom he had raised in secret from everyone for a long time. The heroes silently looked at each other. Looking at the girl, Theodore thought that the extrasensory perception he had acquired by absorbing Alfred's experience told him that this seemingly innocent girl. He imagined the image of a red monster and thought that she was stronger than the goblin boss. The Lord smiled widely, saying that he thought they were already very curious about her. Standing in front of him, he asked that he didn't think they wanted to test Sylvia. This was a good opportunity to show her their strong side. The apprentice looked ahead indifferently. Theodore narrowed his eyes. Bowing, he apologized, saying that he would refuse. He was afraid that now he would only be able to show his miserable side. Blundell smiled widely, saying that he was very sorry. He waved his hand, saying that then he would leave it for later, and called the girl to follow him. They walked away. The heroes turned away in displeasure. He stood with his head down. Resting his hand on his belt, he heard the mentor say that there were ways to win, avoiding her, and replied that he knew it would be easier that way. He imagined the image of the girl and said that he admired magicians like Sylvia. The guy turned to the professor. Standing in front of him, he said that that is why he wanted to accept this challenge. The brunette confidently looked forward. The man looked at him through rose-colored glasses. Then he closed his eyes. Adjusting his glasses on his nose, Vince said that if he were in his right mind, he would not agree. With a smile, he added that after so much time his blood was boiling. This old man really wants to see how shame penetrates him to the bone. Holding the jacket on his shoulder, the guy said that it sounded great. He would like to see it too. The man in the red coat said that first of all they would go around all the artifact shops and bookstores. Let him say if he liked something. The guy smiled a little and followed the mentor. The girl sat with her head resting on her hand and said that there were so many tourists here, but only a couple of onlookers passing by came to see her. She sat looking out the window and said that they ran away as soon as they heard the prices. Burying her face in her palms, she said that she could not sell even the highest quality artifacts. Suddenly, the saleswoman sharply looked out the window, asking what was this sweet smell of money. Vince decisively opened the door. Looking ahead, perplexed, the girl thought that this was a red tower, and even higher class. Her palm slapped the table. The man in pink glasses asked the owner to show him her best product. The price does not matter. The girl brought a chest. When she opened it, she said it was the best she had. Vince touched his chin and said that he remembered. He said that the price doesn't matter. The shop owner looked at him with displeasure and said that the best one, everything is here. The man with glasses asked that they should also have B-rank items. Let him bring everything. The girl climbed under the table, saying that as the highest of the red tower, he has the right to buy this. She held a chest, saying that here it is. In it was a metal glove. Without turning around, the professor told the guy to evaluate it. Theodore reached out to the chest, applying the evaluation. The metal glove, this is the protection of the west wind, which is made of mithril alloy by a dwarf, is good in itself, but it is best to apply magic engraving to the glove. The magic artifact, using the owner's powers, imposes wind magic, and the created airflow reflects enemy projectiles, saying that a long time ago the owner of this glove easily broke through the showers of arrows of elite archers. The glove class is precious. When absorbing the item, the mastery of defensive wind magic increases. When used, the patronage of the arrow is activated, which never misses. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this is a B-rank precious item on the same level as the roaring fire. Looking in their direction, the girl said that it costs 180 gold. But for people with an invitation, there is a discount. She will give it for 144. The man put down a gold ingot. Opening her mouth, the girl saw him laying out the ingots and saying that he will pay the full amount. Are there any other necessary procedures? Holding her cheeks with her palms, the girl said that nothing else is needed. Vince smiled and said that then he will take it. A black silhouette of a bag appeared. The walls of the store bent from the size. Holding the bag behind his back, Vince said that they were going to the next store. The girl looked at him discouraged, thanking him. Theodore sweated awkwardly, thinking how much money Professor Vince had already spent. He was definitely not a Red Tower mage, but a wallet killer. The man sat with his legs crossed and told him to absorb the rare items first. He thought it would whet his appetite. The boy agreed by raising his hand. He extended his hand forward, inviting Madozer to eat. He exclaimed that he had been waiting for a long time. Long Tongue grabbed the first item. It was a golden heart pendant, a necklace of purity absorbed. Wide black magic bracelet of stone fist absorbed. High boots velcro boots absorbed. 1 hour 58 minutes until complete absorption. The brunette winced, sitting on a chair. The professor said that absorbing artifacts and increasing strength alone was not enough. If he wanted to reach the fourth circle, he needed to absorb knowledge as well. The blonde smiled, saying that now was the time for his favorite activity. Opening his palm, the boy asked, "Favorite activity?" Vince showed him the book, saying that he was about reading. The hero was sitting at the table. He looked down, talking about the fourth circle. There were circles drawn on the body. Looking down, Theodore thought that his heart was slowly boiling. The blonde watched as he winced. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked, "Is the fourth circle already completed?" Extending his hand, he congratulated him, saying that now that he has become a full-fledged mage, he can go the same way as him. Let him not forget this truth and continue his path without doubts. The guy smiled and promised that he would try. Tying a large bag, the man said that it seemed that the absorption was complete. He pulled the ties, saying that they will begin with precious items. The guy was surprised to see how he dumped a bunch of items. Looking at the artifacts, Theodore thought that he would absorb such amazing items, and these were not even cheap things, but precious things. The professor hurried him with his arms crossed. Looking at the student, he said that if he had the means, let him use them as soon as he decided he could not be stopped. Looking through rose-colored glasses, he clarified he wanted to defeat Sylvia, right? Theodore closed his eyes, and then, frowning decisively, replied that he understood. Stretching out his hand with the grimoire, he told Madozer to swallow everything. The professor rubbed the back of his head, saying that from today on, they would have individual lessons. Standing in front of him, he explained that Sylvia specialized in water-type magic, and the biggest advantage of such magic is versatility. He imagined a river, that a cloud in the sky was water, the rivers running on the ground were also water, the permafrost at the peak of a mountain was naturally water, and the fog that covered everything in the early morning was also water. Vince raised a finger and said that the freedom to choose between solid and liquid and gas, the soul and flesh of water magic, it could not find a specific weakness. But it was not the best of anything. Touching his chin, Theodore thoughtfully said that it was not so clear-cut. Smiling, the man said that it was just a guess, but to try to avoid close combat with Sylvia. He imagined a man in a blue cloak and asked if he remembered the stick that the boss of the Blue Tower carried, that impressive wooden cane. Theodore waved his hand and said yes, it was quite large for a staff. Turning around, the man said that it was not a staff, as he had already noticed, it was a club. He imagined a muscular man with a monster and said that the old man went to one eastern corner and learned to use it in battles just as a hobby, and now he is a master of it. On the battlefield he has crushed a few knights' heads with it. Theodore laughed awkwardly, saying that he then remembered that Sylvia had one too. He excitedly imagined a girl with a stick. The professor standing opposite him told him not to approach her if he could. Drops of water appeared above the man's palm. He said that enough chatter. The water swirled in vortices. Vince said that they were starting training. Blue vortices circled around the man. He directed them at the hero standing opposite. Gritting his teeth, the guy ran forward, using a shield. Theodore's palm glowed. A bright glow stopped the lightning. Vince put his hands in his pocket, looking at this. Moving his hand, he said that he had a good reaction, maybe increase the load a little. The brunette wiped his chin. There was dust around the city tower, finally the last day of the student tournament. An exhausted Theodore leaned on his knees. The professor stood in front of him, saying that he didn't want to let him fight until his skills reached the required level, even if he had to live with the fact that he would hate him. Standing up, the boy asked, "Did that mean he passed?" The man smirked and said that he had passed with a perfect score. People surrounded the long table in the Pentarium waiting room. The hero rankings appeared: number 13 Sylvia 95 points, number 7 Pagani 21 points, number 31 Robert 18 points. The hooded boy asked, 95 points. The red-haired girl said that the second place only had 21. Did that mean she didn't let the others collect tokens? The red-haired girl said that is expected of the disciple of the Lord of the Blue Tower. Sylvia was sitting at the other end of the table. Blundell, who was sitting opposite him, said that at first there were those who attacked her with at least some desire, but recently the opponents had already abandoned this idea. The girl ate bread, hearing that the youth of today are spineless. The Lord of the Blue Tower turned around. Theodore bowed to him, greeting him, and the man recognized him. Waving his hand, the brunette said that it was an honor for him that he remembered his name. Sylvia continued to eat indifferently. The hero glanced at her. He touched his face, thinking that he no longer felt the same tension as before, which meant that he had become a little stronger. Now he would definitely cope. Blundell smiled widely, saying that he had successfully reached the fourth circle in such a short time, and congratulated him. Pointing his hand at the student, Blundell said that it seemed that he had not come here just to say this. He was interested in her, right? The girl looked at the hero. The brunette approached her and said that she was participant number 13. He was challenging her to a duel in the student tournament. Holding bread in her hand, the girl indifferently clarified, hers. The brunette waved his hand and confirmed, saying that for the 95 tokens that she collected, he only had 5 of them. Lowering his head, Theodore continued that the rules of the tournament state that the leading place cannot refuse the opponent. Holding bread, the girl said that she would not. She rose from the table. Walking forward, Sylvia said that she was thinking of taking 5 more pieces for the round 100. The participants surrounding the table admiringly said that this was a challenge to the leader of the tournament. The guy grinned, saying that he looked like an arrogant boy. The man in the hood said that the tournament will end in just 2 hours. A cry was heard from the stadium with round symbols that the main arena was open. The final battle was coming. The mages were sitting in the stands, hearing that the final of the student tournament. Someone heard that the student of the Lord of the Blue Tower was participating this year and hoped that it would be a worthwhile spectacle. He asked who Theodore was. Had anyone heard of him? The man with the mustache asked who this poor guy was. How did he manage to get all the way to the final? The blonde said that he had the same question. Apparently, the loser had already been determined. The girl in the cloak walked forward. Her hair was fluttering. The spectators said that after all, his opponent was the favorite of the Lord of the Blue Tower. The guy in the suit thought, why are there so many spectators? He adjusted his jacket, thinking that such a crowd is watching him. He is starting to get nervous. Theodore stood by the bright passage, thinking that from the other side he wanted it. Adjusting his tie, the guy thought that this is where he will show himself. He resolutely walked into the arena. Vince was standing next to Blundell. He turned and asked if he would allow him to join him. The man with his arms crossed agreed. They stood next to each other. Blundell smirked, saying that if he can win the fight, victory is his. If he can't, let him find another way to win. Isn't that the motto of the Red Tower? Without turning around, Vince said that it is true. He remembered it. The old man smirked, saying that that girl, the Lord of the Red Tower, always repeats it incessantly. Resting his head on his hand, Blundell said that he must have assessed the boy's abilities in his own way. He was talking about his chances of winning against Sylvia. The man in pink glasses said that it was pointless to talk about it. He looked through the pink glasses, saying that it was better to just watch to find out who would be the winner. A bright flash appeared in the arena. The host in the hat raised her fists, shouting that this was the final of the student tournament. Sylvia walked forward with a club. The guy held the clothes on his shoulder. She announced that Sylvia was against Theodore. A beam flew up from his hand. The girl resolutely squeezed the weapon. The guy put his palm in front of him, hearing that the battle was starting now. The guy was standing in front of the girl when someone shouted to start the fight. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and thought that he had analyzed all of Sylvia's matches. Her speed of casting spells was unusually high. A light lit up in his palm and he continued his thought that if he missed the moment, it would be over for him. Suddenly he made a dash and shouted, "Double fire projectile," when the girl silently looked at him. The brunette gritted his teeth and shouted, "Not yet," and told the storm force to hit hard. Then he ran at his opponent and shouted, "Storm force." The heroine put out her hand, defending herself from the blow. The protagonist ran frowning and thought that this magic combined speed and crushing power. It cannot be stopped by the pathetic defense of water magic. The girl opened her mouth slightly, holding the stick in her hands, when an explosion occurred and the guy stepped back. People looked at what was happening in surprise. Smoke enveloped the brunette when he coughed and thought that he was hiding Sylvia from him. Then he squinted and used the eye of the hawk. Through the smoke, the silhouette of the girl was visible. Covering his mouth, the young man thought, he hit, this is a whole series of accelerated fire projectiles. After which he touched his cheek and thought, temperature. The protagonist narrated that he read in a book that the lower the temperature, the stronger the ice, she builds a barrier, lowering the temperature to withstand the heat. The smoke began to dissipate, and behind it appeared a girl. Magic was hovering around her. The guy looked ahead and thought that this was fourth circle water magic. Then he raised his head and saw a water snake. The rival raised her hand, launched a force that was directed at the protagonist. From the blow, he flew to the side. Covering himself, the young man thought, wow, definitely a fourth circle spell, then used a shield. He launched a force. Flying back, the guy thought, quickly, if it hits even once, he will be in trouble. There is no point in simply dodging attacks. Then he looked up and thought, what then? Using force, he added that he would aim for the source of the attack, Sylvia. Then he jumped. Magic was spreading between the rivals when the guy landed. The professor frowned and said that she was something. The old man looked at him and said that fire and lightning were nothing compared to the water snake and asked what Vince was up to. The men smirked and said that his answer. Then he looked at the protagonist and continued that he would be shown by Tio, who frowned. Suddenly, he clashed with his magic with the water snake. Raising his hand, he thought that the fire magic of the fourth circle would neutralize the water snake, but he could not reveal his trump card so early. Landing, he added that then, the second option was a free shot. Now that he had reached the fourth circle, 3 or 4 seals were available to him. He stood firmly on his feet, looking at the forces, and thought that right now he needed to immobilize the water snake, after which he launched magic towards him. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted for Mithra to hit without mercy. The black force collided with the water snake when there was a rout and the girl fell. Light was visible through the stones and the protagonist crossed his fingers using the flash. It became brighter when the hero said that he could see everything. The snake was blocking his view so Sylvia couldn't see him, then he made a free shot. The girl tried to dodge. Suddenly, a shot came closer to her. Then she flew back. She opened her mouth wide when her item broke. A dust whirlwind arose, which carried her away, and the protagonist stood in a stance. The yellow-eyed stranger opened her mouth wide and began to speak. The protagonist crouched down, looked at her when the lady announced that the first point was in favor of Theodore. The brunette smiled and thought that it worked. If he continues in the same spirit, then the other two. Then he looked at his opponent and added, they will get it without problems. The girl's blue eyes shone when she looked away. Everything around the guy turned red. The protagonist turned his attention to the girl. Then he exhaled and thought that the atmosphere around her had suddenly changed. He had missed something. The guy's eyes widened as blue magic flared up around his rival, and he asked what the hell was that? Ice arrows? She had created so many without a spell. The girl's face turned black. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that it was impossible to dodge them all. Then he put out his hand and used flaming palms. The blonde looked at him askance. The brunette was tense. Suddenly, a fiery explosion occurred between them. The protagonist controlled the magic with all his might. Then he tensed up greatly and thought, there are still a few left, then. After these thoughts, he used Yushi's patronage, the protective power of the west wind, which uses the caster's magic to create a wind flow that blocks projectiles. Then he stretched out his arms and legs. After that, he looked away and exhaled in relief. The magic spread across the ground. Looking at this, the protagonist frowned, clenched his teeth and thought, frozen ground. A girl was flying above. Watching her, the guy noticed that she was accelerating, freezing the ground, amazing magic. When the blonde swung, he continued the thought that it couldn't be, it was her wooden staff. Suddenly she struck, from which Tio flew back. He stayed on his feet and exhaled. The girl was holding a stick in her hands. Then she put out one hand. In his head, the protagonist recalled the words of the professor, who said to avoid unnecessary combat with Sylvia as much as possible. Looking at his rival, he thought that after this attack he was sure that her possession of a weapon was more dangerous than any magic. The guy stood on the cliff, spreading his arms to the sides, and looked at the enemy. A battle began between them. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that he would not defeat her in close combat. He needed to retreat at all costs. The blonde made a blow, from which the brunette flew back. Then she pointed the stick at him when he waved his arms. He used red magic. The protagonist flew back again. He was enveloped in power. The guy landed on his feet, lowering his head. Then he raised his head and thought, damn, one of his crystals was destroyed, but thanks to the recoil, he was able to distance himself from her. He looked into the distance and continued the thought that now it is necessary not to let her near him. Suddenly, the girl appeared in front of him. She smiled sarcastically. Looking at the blue-eyed girl, Tio asked, is she smiling? The man looked into the distance. One of them grinned and said that an excessive talent sometimes leads to loneliness. The professor turned around and asked what, for some reason he suddenly. The jock looked at the blonde and said that until now Sylvia had not been able to find a true friend. Her views were very different from others. There was no one yet who would look at the world the same way she did. The blue-eyed man smiled and added that now she was smiling for the first time he saw her like this. Looking at the girl, he said, "Great," and then asked, "Well, how was she?" "It was great to play with a friend." The man looked down and thought, "Let her have as much fun as she wants, let her find that delight that she had long forgotten." Fire fell behind the protagonist. The heroine was accompanied by her ice power. Their magic began to connect. Sylvia ran forward. Looking at her, Tio thought that he could not let her near, and then shouted, "Let her have it." He used a free shot that flew past the lady. The blonde swung and said that he had already shown her this one. Suddenly she struck with a stick. The guy used the illusion path, the mirage effect of the night guest. The owner of the shoes can create a believable illusion in the right place. Then he frowned, stretched out his hand and thought that it was there. She set a trap. Suddenly, the guy made a strike using the spear of earth. The girl lay motionless, floating in the air. The protagonist thought that surprise attacks only worked against Sylvia once. The same thing wouldn't work again. Theodore turned around. Suddenly, a blow came to his back. Then he grabbed his back and thought, "What the hell, this girl, she had been adopting his skills and tactics all this time." The blonde, holding a stick in her hands, smiled sarcastically. The brunette looked ahead, exhaled, and said that she was not that simple. Sylvia closed her heart. Ice growths appeared. The girl thought that jealousy, hatred, misunderstanding, detachment. She had stopped hoping for rapprochement with someone before these emotions overtook her. A wave of earth appeared. The elements collided with each other. The girl thought that the wall she built around her heart became an obstacle on the way to reaching the fifth circle. She raised her hand and thought that this guy had no hatred or fear, and he continued to surprise with his magic. She looked straight at him, thinking what kind of feeling was this? She had never experienced this before. She wanted to be closer to him. She leaned her head against the wall around her heart and thought that she wanted to conquer it. The two were standing on the balcony, looking down. The man frowned and thought that finally the wall of the fourth circle. Sylvia opened her mouth and said that she wanted to win. The guy looked at her in surprise. Then he grinned and said that he wanted to too. After enrolling in the academy, he was haunted by countless failures. But as soon as he met gluttony, everything changed. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this was the end and he was not going to breathe down someone's back. The girl rose into the air. The guy, looking at this, thought, the second cruise, levitation, this magic simply makes a person float in the air, quite effective against ground attacks. The girl put her hands in front of her. The guy looked at her in surprise and wondered if it was the same ice shield that had blocked his fire projectiles last time. The girl lowered her head. An ice block appeared. The guy, preparing to attack, thought that he needed to come up with something, because he couldn't nail the shield with a simple attack, and it was also difficult to fight without seeing the exact location of the enemy. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that she was challenging him to a face-to-face fight. He believed that she also had an ace up her sleeve. The ice shields were just stalling for time to prepare a complex spell. Theodore brought his hand to his face and suggested doing this, fighting face-to-face. They should play their ace cards at the same time. The protagonist clasped his hands and called Mitra. He bowed his head and asked the spirit of the earth to send down stones, answer his call, and show his power. The stones rose into the air. The guy said, "The magic of the fortitude of the black circle." 2 huge stones appeared when he said, "Double catapult." Mitra sighed heavily, and the protagonist, folding his arms over his chest, asked her for forgiveness for overexerting her. A fireball began to appear between the guy's hands. He raised his hands up and shouted, "Double projectile of fire." Fireballs flew under the comet. The guy smiled, thinking that with all this preparation, the winner would be determined by magic. The ice began to melt. The girl levitated in the air. Sylvia closed her eyes and asked the owner of the icy cold to lend her his power. Ice and fire began to mix. She opened her eyes and called for a light blizzard. The girl flew back, but different elements began to mix. The guy pressed his hands and turned to Mitra, saying that it was time to begin. The guy shouted, "Fusion." The stones caught fire and merged. He gritted his teeth. He called for volcanic armor. A flash lit up. A blue flash approached the fire. An explosion occurred. The people were knocked down by the blast wave. 2 teachers were looking down. People were clutching their heads. The protagonist fell on one hand. He looked around and thought that this was his limit and he couldn't do it anymore. He frowned and thought that if he couldn't knock Sylvia down with this attack, he would lose. A silhouette appeared. Theodore gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't. The girl smiled and asked what his name was. The guy looked down and said that he was Theodore Miller. He raised his hand and said that she could call him Theo. He put his hands on his knees and thought that she could do whatever she wanted. He didn't even have the strength to answer. Sylvia smiled and suggested that they take a walk together next time. She raised her hands with her staff up. The protagonist looked at her tiredly. She dropped some object, after which she fell unconscious. The girl clenched her fist and shouted that the winner of the student tournament had been determined. The winner was participant number 132 from the Red Tower. The teacher looked at everyone, and the girl added that it was Vince's student. Candies flew at the protagonist. He looked up. Then he smiled and raised his hand shouting, "Victory!" The clothes were lying on the couch. Rubbing his hands, the protagonist said that, as expected, she turned out to be a formidable opponent. He clenched his fist and added that she was simply incredible, asked if such people were called geniuses. The guy looked to the side thinking about the fact that he had become stronger, but it seemed that even this was not enough. Vince sat silently, leaning his elbows on his hand. He spread his hands asking why they did not celebrate the victory today rather than praising Sylvia. Theodore turned to the professor saying that the victory seemed so unreal. The blonde grinned, saying that it was always like that, and then asked if the guy could stand up. The man stood up, taking the coat in his hands, then asked if he had ever worn a suit before and offered to help. The protagonist thanked the professor. Vince rubbed his chin, saying that now he looked like a gentleman. The protagonist spread his arms to the side, saying that for some reason he felt a little awkward. The professor simply turned away from him, saying that he should just hold out until the end of the ceremony. Taking the coat, the man said that regular clothes would be fine. The guy asked why the suit then. The blonde turned around, saying that he had heard rumors that His Majesty would be at the awards ceremony, so a suit was required. Everyone was in the Pentarium. The professor and the protagonist tried to get through the crowd. The man asked if Theodore was okay, to which he replied that he seemed to be. The blonde stood with his hands in his pockets, and the guy thought that he was so nervous about His Majesty himself being there that he would soon pass out. He looked straight ahead. The crowd was shouting loudly. Looking at the crowd, the protagonist asked the professor if he thought the crowd was peculiar, to which he replied that he had noticed. Vince lowered his head and said that bureaucrats from many departments had flocked here. He couldn't believe that the three most influential families in the kingdom were here too. People were standing in a row. Theodore stood there, grimacing, thinking that the strongest people in the kingdom were here and mistakes were unacceptable. The girl looked out of the line. Zarem froze and went back, but then she looked out again and smiled. The guy winked and thought that worrying wouldn't help him. He turned around when His Majesty was introduced. A male silhouette appeared. The man was walking along the red carpet. This was the king of the Melter Kingdom. He rubbed his chin. Then he raised his hand. It was Kurt III. He addressed the people, saying that they could raise their heads. The king looked at Blundell and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man answered that it was indeed a long time. Kurt grinned and said that if he had not skipped out of the opera without warning, they would have met a long time ago. The gray-haired man looked at him angrily, and the king continued that, besides, he had taken a vacation to look after the student. He grinned and said that he wanted to see how much suffering the master had put into her upbringing, so he had come here in person. The old man turned away saying that he would present her in person. The king asked why he had hidden her for 10 years. He turned away and offered to begin the ceremony. A man approached him saying that then he would begin announcing the names, but Kurt outlived him and told him to simply hand him the tablets. He pointed at himself saying that he would award the prize himself. He simply stood with his head down, surprised that the king would award the prize himself. His dislike for pretentiousness, which they had told about, must be true. The man approached the king when he allowed him to approach and said that it was a good job and to continue to work hard in the future. The man bowed and thanked His Majesty. Kurt put his hands in his pockets and said that there were only these two left. The man looked at the girl saying that as a finalist of the student tournament, he would give her 100 zloty coins, Jack Frost's staff, as well as a tip and a baroness as a reward. The girl bowed and thanked him, to which the king replied that he hoped to see her progress. The protagonist, kneeling, heard his name being called. He looked at the king, and the king said that as the winner of the student tournament, he would give him 100 gold coins, a bracelet of protection, as a reward, and would also award him the status of a baron. The guy began to thank him, but the king put his finger to his lips, urging him to stop. The protagonist was shocked when he heard that if he succeeded in the status of a baron, he would be promoted to the title of Viscount. Theodore bowed and thanked. Both of the plundered knelt before the king. He closed his eyes and said, "Okay." Then he began to turn around. Then he spread his arms and said that their kingdom bordered the Narcan mountain range to the northeast and the Andreas Empire to the northwest. In order to protect the country from the forces of evil and cruel imperialists, they needed people like these two mages. The man opened his mouth and said that the mage community should spread the news of today's event and continue to nurture future talents, and then asked if everyone understood. The crowd shouted as he wished. The guy leaned back in his chair and exhaled. Vince said that it was not even worth mentioning how good the food was. He looked at the protagonist, resting his head on his hand. The guy agreed with him. They looked at each other silently. Then they both gave a thumbs up. The protagonist closed his eyes saying that today was a really great day. The professor looked at him and said that he thought the same. Gluttony on his hand called him. The guy looked at his hand and Gluttony started screaming that he was hungry and if he didn't want to be eaten he should bring him something to eat right now. The protagonist grabbed a book in his hand. Gluttony absorbed the power of sand and wind in exchange for learning the fourth circle magic Sandstorm, then was invited survivors in the cold in exchange for learning the third circle magic, Cold Resistance. The creature opened its mouth and said that 2 books were invited, and apparently the guy needed something from it today. The protagonist looked at it carefully. He twisted his mouth and was surprised that his speech had changed. Theodore looked at his hand, asking if his speech had changed. The black clot looked at him with a question, and the guy noted that before that it was broken. Remembering the artifacts, he began to explain to him that he had fed him too much recently, and they were not enough to unlock the next stage, but enough to restore his voice. The brunette raised his eyebrows, muttering that he did not know that was possible. The clot stuck out his tongue at him and began to say that he simply restored his original function and asked if he really thought that he usually spoke like that. The protagonist looked at him, answering that he had another question. The spirit looked at him with confusion, asking what he was talking about, adding that he had already answered one question. Theodore narrowed his eyes and asked him again. Vince watched their conversation while the spirit said that it was a joke. The guy irritably perked up when he started telling him that a joke is words said to make people laugh, to which he replied that he knew the meaning of that word. Looking at him, the brunette asked if he could then pass the right to ask the question to someone else. The spirit smiled and replied that it was very interesting. He stuck out his tongue and began to say that it was not that important, but he was the first one to ask about it, and there was nothing forbidden in the action itself. The protagonist looked at the professor and conveyed that he did not mind. The man looked at the spirit and asked if he could call him Gluttony. He smiled and looked at him, answering in the affirmative and asking if he looked like someone who cared about such insignificant things. The blonde waved his hand and asked for permission to ask. He touched his chin, noting that he wanted him to tell him how language and magic are connected. Introducing various magical creatures, Vince said that in the distant past, the concept of magic did not exist long before humans came up with a name for it. There were elves who lived for thousands of years, dragons who lived for tens of thousands of years, and demons who bound themselves to a false eternity, as well as countless other races that used magic under different names. He then continued introducing the creatures, adding that this is why they stole the songs of the elves, forged iron like the dwarves, and sometimes even repeated demonic rituals, and after several thousand years, the concept of a circle was finally formed, and for the first time since the birth of the world, magicians were born among humans, and since then, 1,000 years have passed, and a grimoire that existed even before the birth of the world answered the question of a human magician. Gluttony stuck out his tongue and said that this question is too broad and his entire life would not be enough to listen to this answer. Looking at him, the man asked what would happen if he was limited to the language of people, to which the spirit replied that this did not change the essence, and there were 526 minority languages, but the amount of information exceeded the limit allowed for one question. The blonde touched his chin, asking to tell why the words of the ancient and modern languages produced different magical effects. The guy raised his hand with the spirit in his palm, and he said that it was necessary, and before answering, he wanted to clarify one thing. He looked at the professor and said that he did not know what human magicians came up with for themselves, but magic is an act of convincing the magical forces of the world, and one can say that he sincerely asks her to act. Vince looked down and said that it sounded plausible. Gluttony stuck out his tongue and began to say that the concept of language he was asking about includes the ability to convince, and the closer the magician is to the foundation of the world, the more the world will listen to his voice. The man, looking down, said that of course, magic based on ancient languages are stronger and more effective than modern magic. He touched his chin, saying that however, on the other hand, it often does not work. Gluttony, continuing to stick out his tongue, began to say that language is a contradictory medium. The blonde, looking at him, we easily noted that he was lucky that he accepted this as part of the previous question. The protagonist put his hands on the table, and Gluttony began to say that by decreasing the number of users, the power increases, and however, if there are few or no users, the meaning of the ancient language becomes unclear. The professor continued to hold his chin, answering that he thought he understood the meaning of ancient languages in his own way, to which the spirit told him that it was nothing compared to real ancient people, and until he uses the ancient language in everyday life, it will be difficult to benefit. Gluttony, looking at him upside down, asked him what the language he was studying was called and answered that it was the language of Balkard. Representing a majestic dark silhouette, the spirit said that this language was in his records, and that it was used during the Balsha Empire when magic was at its peak and foreigners could not grasp the pronunciation. The man waved his hand and asked him again. He raised his hand to his face when Gluttony began to tell him that the true value of the Balkard language would not be revealed until the 8 syllables were pronounced harmoniously. The blonde adjusted his glasses with his fingers, listening to him say that it worked with any language, and the pronunciation and expressiveness of the language were determined by normal use. He looked down, hearing that the world also accepted the sorcerer's pleas built on these words. Theodore turned and asked again. The professor glowed with a blue light. The boy's mouth fell open in surprise. He frowned, mentally noting that he had overcome the walls of the 6th circle. The brunette grinned, thinking that it was a great honor to see something like this in real life. He looked at his hand when Gluttony called him and told him that if he was done, he could go to sleep. The spirit looked at him with displeasure and asked for mercy, mentally noting that he already slept almost all the time. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted, wondering what happened to the one who always fell asleep immediately after finishing his business. Gluttony smiled widely, saying that he would give him advice on how to develop his power faster. At this rate he would wash before he opened all the seals. Theodore looked at his hand and told him to lay it out. He drew his eyebrows together, hearing that he taught him one hidden function without any conditions. Imagining the spirit and the human head, the guy mentally noted that gluttony is the absorption of magic books and the use of abilities from them, the skill of absorbing rare artifacts, and memory is the storage of magical knowledge and spells. Looking at his palm, he wondered if there was a hidden function as well. The brunette frowned and bared his teeth, mentally asking if the hidden function was stronger than these if he was telling the truth. Gluttony began to smile awkwardly, asking if it was true that he was impatient for something. The protagonist looked at him, wondering what the catch was. The spirit narrowed his eyes and stuck out his tongue, noting that he simply wanted to help him develop faster. The professor stood next to Theodore, listening to him talk about the problem being in the quality of his food. The guy was as if pierced when Gluttony told him that he never fed him rare books and asked him to stop feeding him trivialities. The brunette smiled discontentedly, saying that he understood everything. Introducing the books, he noted through the window that, as he had said, there were definitely rare books that he had asked him about all the time, but those 2 books had come to him by accident. The protagonist folded his hands, thinking that if he wasn't lying, there was no reason to refuse, and that he needed to be fed rare books to develop. He looked down, thinking that if another function opened in the process, it would be to his advantage. Theodore looked at his palm when Gluttony told him that the opening condition was very simple. He stuck out his tongue, saying that he could do this by allowing him to absorb something from his surroundings. Looking at him, the guy asked what exactly. The spirit looked at him slyly and began to speak. Sitting at the table, the brunette found. Gloomy, he perked up and indignantly asked why exactly this. After a while, he looked at the man who was sitting behind the door. He removed his hand from his face. The protagonist, turning in his direction, began to congratulate him on reaching the 6th circle. The blonde shook his hand and thanked him, noting that this time was thanks to him. Holding his hand, he said that if he had studied everything on his own, he would have wasted another 10 years, maybe more, so their meeting at the academy was a great fortune for him. Theodore smiled and noted that the professor was exaggerating, to which he said that he was telling the truth. Introducing the book, the professor began to say that the question he asked Gluttony accelerated the development and archaeology on virgin soil for a decade to come. Then sat at the table, saying that he could not believe that he was finally rewarded for years of waiting. The guy looked at his palm, wondering if he should say this now. Looking at the spirit with his tongue hanging out, he mentally noted that of all things, he should have asked to feed him a spatial pocket. Imagining the bag, the protagonist wondered if he even knew how expensive it was and thought that Gluttony showed him all this for the sake of a spatial pocket. And such magic requires at least the 6th circle, and in this case, a certain amount of space must be sewn into the pocket. Imagining a dark silhouette in a red cape, Theodore noted that in this way only the highest rank mages of their kingdom or authorized by the magical community can buy such. The guy lowered his head, thinking that, of course, private sales were protected, and the pockets were almost impossible to replace if lost or damaged. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked if something was bothering him. He put his hand on the table when the brunette replied that everything was fine, but he forgot everything. He smiled awkwardly, thinking that he would have to find another way, and if it was easy, he could feed low-quality things. The blonde smirked, saying that he also remembered something and wanted to talk to him, but almost forgot due to his sudden enlightenment. The brunette narrowed his eyes and turned to him. The blonde smiled, telling him not to think of it as a burden. He extended his palm. The professor stood next to the protagonist and asked if he would become his heir. He, sitting on a chair, raised his head and asked again. Vince's lips broke into a smile when he said that this is exactly what he thinks, and he is talking about his family tree. Theodore's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he wanted to include his name there. He lowered his head and asked if he was sure he was suitable for this. The man, continuing to look at him, said that he could consider this cowardice because he really is hunting for the knowledge of the grimoire and are not going to deny it. The boy puckered his lips as he listened to the question of whether he could trust him. The blonde smirked, saying that he had always wanted to ask him that for a long time. The brunette pursed his lips, wondering how he could not consider it a burden. They shook hands. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked to take care of him in the future. Vince also smiled and replied that he was no longer a professor to him. They stood holding each other's hands, and he would simply call him master from now on. Approaching a tall building, he said that if he was interested in summoning magic, then this event was not bad. He stood by the wall with Theodore, saying that the offensive magic of the year organized by the Red Tower was also good, but the man looked at the red posters, saying that he thought he should not go there, and that there were so many who enjoyed crushing young talents. The two of them turned around when they were addressed. The brunette bowed slightly and said that her name was Melrose, she was from the Blue Tower, and she had said them for a special reason. She showed a document, asking them to come with her because the Lord of the Tower praised them both. After a while, they found themselves at the tower. The guy and the man walked along the corridor. Passing through many people, the brunette said that he felt like they were staring at him, to which the professor said that apparently he became a celebrity after yesterday's competition. The protagonist looked up and asked if he should worry about something, after which he heard that he should just ignore them. Then they went up the stairs. The door opened. The man looked at the couple in the hallway and said that he had been waiting for them here for ages. The old man stroked his beard, apologizing for letting them in so early in the morning. His gaze darkened. He saw a flame in the blonde's chest. The man began to laugh, asking if Vince had really broken through the wall. The professor looked at him puzzled as he continued to laugh, asking who he was to deceive the eyes of the Banshee Lord, and congratulated him on his breakthrough. The old man took the cup. As the blonde leaned on the table, he asked him if he could ask him a question and then began rattling off numbers. Vince looked at him with a puzzled look and heard him ask if he knew what the numbers meant. The old man smirked, saying that each of those numbers equaled the number of people who had searched for information about him and Theodore respectively since yesterday. The blonde frowned and asked again. Looking at the man, he listened to his words about not worrying, and that he had thought of everything, so he had already blocked all the information long before the award ceremony, and His Majesty was the only one who was above him in authority. And when the professor asked how he knew that it would turn out like this, he replied that at least this time the scale went beyond the limits. Every year people continued to try to recruit promising participants. The professor darkened. Covering himself with darkness, he mentally noted that he left the capital because of his girlfriend's disgust at political matters, and they still had the audacity to lust after his heir. The boy's eyes widened in fear, mentally asking, was such heat really caused by an unintentional release of magic? The old man waved his hand and asked him not to get excited. He sat on the chair, saying that even being a sixth circle mage, his power was not enough to overturn the political foundation of the world, and it was not a very wise decision to resist those in power. The brunette sweated, mentally asking if he had just cleared the air with one gesture. The blonde looked at the man and asked what the rich lord of the tower would do in such a situation. The old man frowned and said that in his place he would have killed everyone, adding that he was an eighth circle mage, so he did not need to worry about such trifles. The guy and the man recognized their mouths from shock, thinking that they did not expect him to be like this. The mage reached into his pocket with a laugh, saying that it was a joke and that he had prepared something for them. He took out a red order. Looking at the guests, the old man compared whether it was better than sitting in his room until the end of his magical education. The blonde crossed his arms, listening to his words about finding a break, and noted that the protagonist had not been home for 5 years, and he could take advantage of the chance. The man winked at him. Theodore grimaced, hearing that the Miller barony was the destination of the mission. There were objects scattered on the table. 3 mages gathered in the room. The old man showed a red envelope, saying that one of the mages was sent to explore the cave found in the Miller barony, and everything needed to be examined properly. The guy unfolded the envelope, listening to the words that this was not even a dungeon, but an ordinary cave that they found 3 months ago, and although a rather smart guy was sent to explore it, however. Continuing to read the letter, the brunette finished his words, noting that the connection with him was lost. Blundell stroked his beard, saying that he wouldn't have to strain himself too much, and could just relax in his hometown and ignore the rumors, and if he did find that mage, it would be nice to come back with him. The protagonist looked at the professor with a puzzled expression. He smiled and agreed, mentally noting that if that was all it took, he could handle it himself. The old man yawned loudly, noting that he was flustered and saying that it was one thing if a person broke the connection unintentionally, and if not. Vince's face showed confusion, and he decided to ask why he was talking like that. The man snapped his fingers, adding that he had even found a suitable companion. A girl was hiding behind the shelf. Theodore looked back askance. Sylvia came out to everyone. Lowering her embarrassed gaze, she said hello. The boy, his eyes wide in surprise, nervously greeted him in response. Blundell looked at him from the side, saying that well, he was the only one in the spotlight since yesterday, and she was going through the same hardships, after which he began to ask him if that companion was really her. The girl did not raise her head, listening to the professor's confirmation. The magician angrily flinched when the protagonist turned around and said goodbye. Gloomy, he placed his hand on his shoulder. Rousing to the bridge of his nose, the old man introduced the child, saying that Sylvia does not know how to be friends at all. And although her magical skills are excellent, however, her mind is still a child, so he would like to help her gain some experience in communication through this journey. The protagonist looked away, asking if he was crossing the line by sending a guy and a girl on a journey alone. Blundell threw his arm over his shoulder, noting that as he had said, this child did not yet know what the opposite sex was, and her interest was caused solely by a sense of similarity. The girl leaned back, looking at them, when the professor said that she needed a friend. The boy and the man froze. The old man began to turn the student with his hand, asking him to come closer. He led him to the table. He picked up the badge and began to say that an investigator of the magical community receives one as an identification card, and according to the rank of this badge, he receives a reward. The mage covered it with his other hand, noting that his mission was level 9, the lowest, so the payment was only 3 gold. But when he removed his hand, the number 3 appeared on the badge, and the man noted that with his competence, if he gave it to him. Then the equal hero looked at the badge, saying that the reward would be increased, and Blundell confirmed, saying that if he remembered correctly, he could receive up to 100 gold. Theodore frowned. Staring at the badge, he mentally noted that it was a large sum of money, enough to cover the Miller barony's budget for several years, and if he got 100 right now. The guy imagined an empty field and a plate with a spoon, thinking about how the farm's yield was so small that he remembered how many people died of hunger. Then he imagined a fruit on his hand that was filled with coins, mentally noting that if he gave 200 gold from the tournament prize, he would provide significant assistance to his impoverished home. Standing with the professor around the corner, he said that he would take Sylvia with him. His eyes widened when the man noted that this was a great opportunity to learn something for him too. After all, not everyone gets the opportunity to be accompanied by a 5th circle mage. The girl watched from the side as the protagonist sweated, wondering what people would say when he suddenly returned home with a cute girl and a large sum of gold. The white-haired girl showed him a tick with her fingers. After a while, someone's voice on the street apologized for the trouble and thanked him for coping so quickly. The blonde stood by the carriage with a woman who told him that this was all nonsense, because they got to the capital safe thanks to him and his student, and for such a simple request as this, she would do everything to help. He grimaced when Anna approached him, and then thanked her, asking her not to come so close to him. The blonde smiled contentedly, mentally noting that her fiancé already wore 6 circles on his clothes and that she would become the faithful wife of the supreme mage. The man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that he had seen that look somewhere before and wondering what she wanted from him. He looked back with a smile and told the boy to rest. While in the city, he said that after the competition, those people who had bothered them earlier had gone to their lands so they could calmly focus on magic. Vince grinned, asking him to take care of that spatial pocket, because if he lost it, an investigator would be sent for the magic cast on that pocket, and he would be charged for the cost of the work. The protagonist grimaced, imagining Gluttony absorbing the stone, wondering if it was true that if that happened, he would not be sent to the hearing. Darkening, he touched his chin, answering that he would keep a close eye on him. The coachman looked out from behind the carriage and asked if they were ready to leave. Theodore looked at his master and said that it was time for him to go. A few moments later, dust rose from under the hoofs. Several carriages were racing along the forest road. The guy signed his face with his hand, thinking that if they continued, then at this rate they would arrive at the Miller barony in 5 days. But there was a problem. A girl was sitting opposite him, which made him feel awkward. The white-haired girl glanced at him sideways, while the brunette mentally noted that he knew that she did not understand what the opposite sex was, and yet, in such a situation, he could not help but feel awkward. The protagonist touched his chin. He looked at Sylvia and asked if she liked elementals. The girl with flushed cheeks asked him again. Theodore waved his hand and called Mitra. A moment later, the blonde girl appeared. The sorceress looked at her with surprised eyes. Taking her in her arms, she said that she was very cute. The guy chuckled, thinking that fortunately she behaved like a girl her age, and if she saw a full-fledged mage in the world, it would be a sleepy failure. The white-haired girl began to laugh from tickling. Dawn began to appear in the sky. The brunette looked out the window, thinking that today was already the 4th day, and they should arrive at the barony tomorrow. He began to turn his head when asked about his city. Fixing his gaze on Sylvia, the protagonist began to say that if he were to describe it in one word, then it was a village. Introducing a plowman and meat, he began to tell that the inhabitants were engaged in farming every year and around the mountains and forests, and when from time to time wild animals descend from the mountains, people hunt and KM feast. Their life is not rich, but they do not ask to share with their neighbors. Theodore grinned, noting that this is a place where such fools live. The girl laughed into her fist, saying that it sounded like a good place. The guy smiled calmly and agreed with her. He crossed his arms and thought about his mother and father. Suddenly, his consciousness and the white-haired girl's consciousness began to cloud. The brunette gritted his teeth and activated Hawkeye. He saw eyes in the thick trees. The encroachers moved their paws. A trail of monsters ran towards the carriage. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, wondering why there were dead people here. Goblins were also running towards her. Theodore frowned, telling his companion to take Petia's right side, and he took the left. She nodded slightly. A loud sound was heard around the carriages, and the guy asked everyone to be more careful. Monsters were jumping on the carriage. 2 of them were thrown to the sides. The foliage of the forest began to think. The guy and the girl were sitting on the overturned carriage, asking the others to wake up. The brunette cast a gloomy glance back, asking the coachman to hide for a while they dealt with them. Their opponents were goblins. Among the monsters were kobolds. The last to appear were orcs. The protagonist, standing among the monsters, mentally noted that fortunately, large monsters were not visible, and he did not feel the sorcerer's awe. A red light appeared in his talent. He waved his hand, saying that nothing could be done about it. Theodore grabbed the light with his fingers. There was a huge explosion when he asked everyone to burn to ashes. He looked askance at the Hollows, thinking that their physical skills were not high, and they were fighting without weapons, which meant that at this rate they would deal with 1,000 more similar monsters. Something had missed him. The guy's eyes widened. The huge troll swung his hammer. Watching the monster approaching, the brunette mentally noted that it was not worth wasting the fourth circle's fiery shell. The troll raised his hand. The protagonist grinned to himself. Putting his hand forward, he mentally noted that magic guns would not cope with the undead. The blue beam hit the troll. Theodore raised an eyebrow in confusion, recognizing the spell. The monster in the blue light threw back its head. He was shackled. Parquet looked at Sylvia standing next to him, saying that it turned out that this was also possible. He appeared to Mayap, noting that the water snake in the spell of the fourth circle, quite effective, and it copes well in such cases. The girl smiled slightly, agreeing with him and saying that her grandfather also told her something similar. The brunette closed his eyes, starting to speak and control magic. Mitra appeared in front of him, and he asked if he could do something similar. The blonde clenched her fists and exclaimed. She tore off the spot. An earthworm appeared in front of the main character. The white-haired girl's mouth opened in shock. The monsters looked at the spell. Sylvia turned to her companion and asked if he could control it. Theodore grinned and called Mitra. The earthworm began to descend. The girl clenched her teeth, saying that this was not fashionable. The guy waved his hand, noting that he was its creator. The earthworm began to rise above the last words about what controls it of the world. The creature began to wriggle above the crowns. The brunette clenched his fist, noting that he didn't care what size it was because he had time to control it. The snake hit the ground. Then it would rise above the monsters. A moment later, there was a loud bang. The guy and the girl watched the rising clouds of dust. The protagonist clenched his teeth with force. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, saying that this was all incredible. Suddenly, Theodore collapsed abruptly. She raised him up and asked if he was okay. The guy with whitened eyes was sweating, thinking that it seemed like he overdid it a little, but he did it. Next time he would do even better. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he needed to improve a lot, so he would not rush. From behind the tree, a man anointed him and asked if they had barely dealt with all the monsters. The brunette drew his eyebrows together, answering in agreement and adding that, however, there could be more of them, so they should leave as soon as possible. The man saluted him and accepted the order. After a while, the protagonist sat in the carriage, burying his face in his palms, mentally noting that judging by their number, the undead had appeared quite recently, meaning that the necromancers had only just appeared here. He bent over, mentally noting that no matter how far away the Miller barony was, he should have heard something about such a disaster. Theodore squeezed his hair. The carriages moved through the forest. They raced at great speed. Imagining the map, the guy thought that there were only 5 hills between the attacked zone and the Miller barony. Closing his eyes, he thought that they had passed the 4th. The brunette opened his eyes, mentally noting that, therefore, there was only one left. He turned to the girl. When that dear had they arrived yet? The protagonist sat on the windowsill, asking for the carriage to be stopped on his signal and adding that he hoped that nothing terrible had happened, but he had a bad feeling. The white-haired girl looked at him and asked what the plan was. Theodore began to fall out of the window, saying that he would knock on the roof 3 rushes. The door began to open. The guy climbed onto the roof. With the help of a spell, he clung to it. Squinting his eyes, he activated Hawkeye. His gaze rushed forward. Ahead, he saw a stream of yellow energy. The brunette's eyes widened. He stood on the roof of the carriage, asking the coachman to hurry. Theodore frowned and cursed mentally. Pious for the light, he cursed. His face darkened. He saw monsters ahead. Warriors fight these monsters. The guy found himself on the roof of the carriage. He frowned, wondering how the villagers could resist them. The man kicked the undead, shouting that he would make them regret being born. Another kicked the monster away. The brunette looked at him with shocked eyes, realizing that these were mercenaries, and very smart ones at that. As the caravan of carriages approached, he thought that fortunately, thanks to them, the road to the village was still safe. The coachman turned to him when the protagonist asked him to quickly drive forward to the village. Sylvia looked out of the carriage, hearing her companion's words that he could not worry about him and drive as fast as he could. She climbed onto the roof. The girl and the guy looked ahead. Frozen majestically, they decided to begin. The guy extended his hand, activating the memory in the 3rd slot. He folded his palms, casting a spell of a triple arrow of fire. She soared into the sky. The mercenaries, looking at the stream of arrows from the sky, loudly asked what the hell was this and where did the magician come from. The girl raised her staff above her head and activated the icicle arrow. Ice arrows came with the fiery arrows. The men froze, asking if these were still enemies. The two magicians frowned. A flash was heard on the battlefield. The mercenaries froze. Grabbing their weapons, they said that they were probably their allies. They raised their weapons above their heads. A man raised an axe, shouting that it was now or never for them to relax and press, and he himself would send the deserters to eternal peace with his own hands. Folding his hands, the white-haired girl released a fireball. The protagonist placed his hand next to hers, offering to help. Sylvia lowered her eyes, and Theodore looked at her. Together they launched a fiery step. It flashed over the battlefield. A bright light appeared above the heads of the monsters. Their bodies began to give way. Black smoke rose everywhere. The mercenaries were dealing with the remains of the monsters. The man struck the monster. The blonde put the axe on his shoulder, saying that in a battle you always need to be as collected as possible, otherwise it will be your last. The guy looked at him and asked him to stop grumbling and look there. Seeing the outline of the sun, the scarecrow screamed, saying that these freaks are running away, so there is no need to chase them. The brunette and the girl were standing on the carriage. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that for now they have avoided the worst-case scenario. He loosened his tie. Theodore looked up. He narrowed his eyes. Something caught his attention. In the sky, he saw the outline of wings. It was a flying monster. It was rushing straight down. The guy folded his fingers to shoot. Frowning, he mentally noted that he needed to intercept it with magic bullets, but realized that it was too late. He put out his hand, and Sylvia her staff, and together they activated the triple-strength protection bracelet. Sweating, the brunette grinned, thinking that his instincts were telling him that the shield wouldn't last long. The man chuckled and asked what the hell. Holding his weapon, he looked back and asked about the mages, noting that they looked more like children. The blonde put out his blades. He frowned. A monster flew over his head. Meanwhile, the mages were holding a spell. The protagonist drew his eyebrows together and asked what was going on. The man, standing in front of them, laughed and said that he finally got rid of that thorn. He looked back with a smirk, saying that it hadn't been lowering when he arrived, so he might not have caught it. And although he didn't know where they came from, he was still grateful. Theodore raised a finger and thanked him for his help. He put his hand on his chest and introduced himself. The blonde put his weapon away, noting that they had introduced themselves first, and so formally, so he should act appropriately too. The man smiled, saying that they were mercenaries hired by the village chief, the Wandering Wolves. Looking at the boys, he said that he was the leader of this rabble of scum named Randolph. Grinning, the blonde said that since the situation was currently unsafe, he would like to see their IDs. Theodore narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He curled his lips, mentally noting that for the first time in 5 years he was returning home and undergoing an identity check. The man looked at him, saying that he did not want to cause a stir either, but it was known that the current situation was not very good. He put his hands on his belt, offering to go through the verification and disperse. The guy began to rummage through his pockets, saying that he understood everything. He handed the mercenary a scroll, to which he said that he had not seen investigatory certificates for a long time. Unfolding it, the blonde began to read that the owner of this certificate was Baron Miller and replied that the last name was exactly like the local lord. The protagonist grinned and noted that everything was correct, because the local lord was his father. Randolph smiled nervously, noting that it turned out that he was the son of his employer, which meant he had made a big mistake. He extended his hand, saying that he was glad to see the nice gentleman at home, adding that it did not go without a little noise, but now it was not so important. Theodore shook his hand, saying that his gang was large. The mercenary smiled, offering to go into the village and talk about it. Inside, there were busy streets. People were going about their business. Seeing a silhouette at the central gate, someone asked in Theodore, "Is this?" The old man frowned, and the girl behind him asked why he would come if he was not studying. The man threw up his hands and ran, and the boy greeted him. Albert, hugging him, began to say that he could not believe that he had grown so much over the years that they had not seen each other. While the brunette and the girl were walking down the street, everyone was saying that he had returned. The white-haired girl blushed when someone began to ask who that girl was next to the young gentleman. She hid behind the main character. The blonde smiled and asked if she was really his lover, and the other asked why else would he bring this beauty. Theodore smiled awkwardly when the girl began to tell him that they had a lot of silk in their lingerie store, and at least enough for one veil. He turned around, hearing a familiar voice. A breathless man was standing to the side. The boy smiled softly. Hugging his father, he said that he was home now. The relatives hugged. The Baron closed his eyes and noted that he was very glad that his son was doing well, and that he could not believe that he was meeting him like this. The brunette looked down and asked him not to say that, because the most important thing was that he was alive and well. The father put his hand on his shoulder. They walked through the village, and he asked his son if he was tired, asking him to tell him everything when they returned home. The flames curved in the fireplace. The main character poked around in the soup with a spoon, mentally noting that he missed him very much. Sitting with the others at the table, he thought that there were many stories that he wanted to share with his family, but not now. Theodore put a spoonful of soup in his mouth, thinking that he should fix the problem first. He looked at his father and asked if it was true that the undead had appeared about a month ago, to which he replied that it was, and that the woodcutter had noticed them first. The boy drew his brows together on his gloomy face and asked what about the mercenaries, noting that he didn't remember them having enough money to hire them. The Baron touched his face, saying that he owed them a lot. Remembering the trolls, he began to tell them that these guys came to fight the local bandits, and one day, when they stayed in the village, it was attacked by monsters. The man looked at his son, who compared him. Did it mean that they had been protecting the village for a whole week already, and replied that it was, but he was calm without them, although gratitude was never superfluous. Remembering the mercenary, the brunette mentally noted that it was hard to believe, because mercenaries did anything for money. He closed his eyes. Looking at his bowl of soup, the protagonist thought that it was very strange for people like them to work for nothing. Then he remembered Randolph, thinking that however, due to their current situation, they deserved more gratitude, but it was obvious that he was too good for the greenhouse gang. Theodore frowned, mentally noting that the actions of this gang would arouse suspicion in anyone. After a while, the guy and the girl went downstairs. The brunette waved to the sorceress, saying that they would see each other later. He closed the door behind him. The protagonist looked at his hand and asked if Gluttony could wake up now. The grimoire appeared on his hand. Smiling widely, he said that it turned out that Theodore was more sensitive than he seemed. The guy smiled and argued to stop, asking how many books he needed today. Gluttony answered his eyes and answered that 2 or 3. The brunette showed 2 books, saying that he would feed them to him, thinking that in order to extract more information from him, it would be better to ask one question after another. In his hands were the book's Wall of Magic, and after absorbing the mastery of the 4th circle magic stone wall was increased, and there was also a book Art of Explosion, after which the 4th circle magic explosion was obtained. Gluttony absorbed the books perfectly. He chewed contentedly. Opening his mouth, the brunette breathed heavily, mentally noting that it was finished. He put his hand to his mouth, saying that now he would ask him a question. Presenting the documents, the protagonist mentally noted that it seemed that Gluttony did not know what happened while he was sleeping, and he had to briefly outline the situation because he was unable to understand it himself. Imagining a red silhouette, the protagonist thought about the missing investigator, a bunch of undead around, and the sorcerer controlling them. He was sitting on the bed, and Gluttony was telling him that he understood, and from what he told him, it was definitely not normal. Theodore frowned when the grimoire told him that there was something that could cause this, and asked what he was talking about. Gluttony stuck out his tongue and said that it seemed like there was a grimoire in the cave. The guy curled his lips and asked him to repeat. With a look of delight on his face, he asked if he really meant that there were more grimoires like it. The protagonist looked at the glutton and asked him if he meant that there were more grimoires like it, to which he replied that the grimoire in question was not one of the 7 sins like it. The creature smiled and added that as for the others, well, he couldn't say for sure, they'd better check for themselves than guess. The guy looked at him in surprise when he said that if he wanted, he would absorb his power to detect any grimoire nearby, and at the same time look for a place where the sorcerer could hide. The brunette responded in surprise that it sounded good. He was not like himself, he could immediately say what he wanted in return. The glutton stuck out his tongue and said that it was beneficial for both of them. Besides, he absorbs grimoires, you know. The protagonist, with his mouth open, listened that he could adopt their knowledge or functions, but more importantly, it would advance the removal of the seal. When this happens, his achievements in magic will increase several times. The guy frowned, opened his mouth wide and told his friend that he was just very hungry, as always, to which he replied that such was his nature. The glutton smiled happily when the brunette said that he agreed, and replied that it was a good choice. Suddenly he began scanning. A blue beam flashed over the valley. It spread across the mountains. The hero was enveloped in a magic ring. The monster looked terrifying. The glutton opened his mouth wide and cried out that he had found it. Detection complete. Looking at the guy, he added that he was quite strong. He was only at the 2nd stage, but even so he was able to partially block his detection. The protagonist squinted in fear when the creature said that it seemed to be eating its owner, to which the guy asked again, eating. Opening his mouth, the glutton began to tell that few grimoires live in a symbiotic relationship like him. Most are parasites on the bodies of those who are suitable as a host, and they really like to manipulate the body and mind of the owner. Then he stuck out his tongue and added that this means that this grimoire that attacked him falls under this category. In any case, he found out where it is. The creature continued to tell, looking at Tio, that he was sent to explore the cave, which in fact is the lair of the grimoire and its owner. To the question he answered, now he is going to sleep. Sitting on the bed, the guy asked him to wait a minute, to which he asked what else. The protagonist brought his palm closer and asked if he could absorb the undead. They are made of magic, right? To which the glutton replied that he was talking complete nonsense. Then he opened his mouth and added that if such a thing were possible, he would devour stones levitating with the help of magic. The undead only move with the help of magic. Tio continued to look at his hand when the glutton said that when it runs out, they become just corpses, and there is no magic or wisdom in them. The guy tensed up when the creature added that there are some exceptions, to which he angrily asked again, exceptions. The glutton got scared and said that he cannot answer until he asks it as a question. Then he started to fall asleep, saying goodbye to the boy. The boy's ear was deformed. He felt it and looked away. Someone knocked on Tio's door and asked if he was still sleeping, to which he replied to come in. The man opened the door, apologized for intruding, and asked for forgiveness for taking up his rest time. The protagonist looked at the young man and replied not to worry about it, he knew he would come. The yellow-eyed man looked ahead. As he sat in the chair, the protagonist asked if this was getting harder to bear. Yes, to which the protagonist replied that as expected, he was something else. The brunette looked at the blonde man and asked permission to ask something, to which the man asked what it was. The gray-eyed man opened his mouth and asked why he was still in this village. It would be easy for them guys to fight their way through this crowd of undead. Throwing his hands behind his head, the yellow-eyed man asked if he suspected them of something. Naturally, they were here of their own free will. Then he grabbed his head, closed his eyes, and added that it would not convince him. Yes, damn it. After which the man looked at Tio and said that he could not tell him absolutely everything. This will do, to which he replied that he would still like to hear. The blonde said okay. Then he began his story. A long time ago, his distant ancestor pursued a certain sorcerer to unfamiliar lands. He took with him family heirlooms, 2 swords, and did not return them. Their family has since become interested in finding these relics, and eventually created an artifact capable of tracking these swords. The protagonist frowned as he listened when he continued to say that the direction he pointed to, in the damn mountain, more than 100 years had passed, and he had already given up. But suddenly the artifact, which was usually silent. He then extended his hand with the object and added that he pointed in the direction of this damn undead horde, to which the protagonist asked a question. And that's why he's hanging around here, because of the 2 swords. The man replied that they weren't just swords, they had his ancestors' technique left in them. He then looked away and added that if he mastered them properly in 20, no, maybe he'd become a sword master in 10 years. The brunette looked down and thought that if that was really the case, then he wasn't a threat to the village. The blonde leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and said that at this point he was at a dead end. He didn't think he'd be able to get the swords if there were more undead. At this rate, all his guys would die. While the protagonist was thinking, the man added that that's why the young master should be ready to evacuate along with the villagers. Looking at the protagonist, Tio replied that he'd probably refuse, since half of the locals would die. The blonde held up his hand and said that it wasn't quite like that, half would survive. The brunette closed his eyes and said that the result was the same, no matter how you expressed it. The yellow-eyed man glared at him and started to speak when he interrupted him. The open book was lying on the table when the protagonist said that he had another offer, to which the man asked again, an offer he has. The heroes were sitting opposite each other when the protagonist added, or rather an order. Then he frowned, holding an object in his hand, and said that he, Theodore Miller, therefore of the magical community, would like to hire wandering wolves. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Then the guy poured coins on the table and said that the deposit was 100 gold. Upon completion of the work he would receive another 200. After which they both looked at the money, and the protagonist said that he would hire wandering wolves for 2 days for 300 gold. The man asked in surprise what. The blonde looked at the protagonist and said that he should let him hear the details first, to which the guy replied that he was surprised and asked, he means that this is not enough. The yellow-eyed man looked at him seriously and said, no, on the contrary, even after sharing with everyone, he would have a lot left. But it doesn't matter how good the payment is if they are going to be sent to certain death, and asked, he wouldn't offer 300 gold without a plan, right? Tio silently thought that this guy was too smart for a mercenary. Coming closer to the man, he said that it was pointless to hold the line. Defending against the undead with their inexhaustible strength and endurance was tantamount to suicide. The blonde looked askance at the guy and said that, as he said, the undead were too annoying. The brunette stood in front of him and said that they had only one way to resolve the situation. Then he opened his mouth wide and said that it was a counterattack. The man silently thought that he wanted to attack the enemy base with an insignificant detachment. Then he scratched his beard and said that it made sense. Suddenly their eyes met and the blonde said that this was not enough to convince him and asked the young gentleman if he did not think so. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he had already calculated the location of the sorcerer. If they could go ahead and protect, it would not be so difficult to get rid of him at night. The blonde looked at him from under his brows and thought, the sorcerer has already been found, and then asked, so why attack at night? Isn't it better to kill the undead during the day when they are weaker? The brunette raised one eyebrow and answered, no, it only works when attacking in open areas, but at night, when the undead are breaking into the village, their base becomes extremely vulnerable. The yellow-eyed man thought disapprovingly, what a terrifying child. He is definitely 19. What do they even teach them in these magic towers? The protagonist, looking away, said that while the wandering wolves will protect the village, he, Sylvia, Mr. Randolph, will attack their base. That is his plan. Leaning against the door, the blonde listened to the boy's plan as he continued to say if the counterattack failed, the troops would evacuate along with the villagers. He would pay 300 gold if he agreed to cooperate, and then asked how he felt. The blonde smirked, put his finger to his face and thought that this kid had caught him. Now he had no reason to refuse his offer. The man stood up and said that as the leader of the wandering wolves, he accepted Theodore Miller's order. Then he turned his head and added that in the face of Marcus, the god of war, he would keep his oath to the very end. A spark of power occurred between the heroes. The brunette looked at his hand. Then he looked at the man and told him to think about this. The blonde looked at him questioningly as he continued to say that when one submits to another, the spoils go to the one who hired, so, to which he replied, well, yeah, so what? The protagonist smiled slyly and said that since there might be a family heirloom at the sorcerer's base, he wondered how much it might be worth. The man looked ahead thoughtfully and thought he planned to use the heirloom as a negotiating tool. No need to tell him that he had planned it from the start. The man smiled slyly and said that he just happened to have 300 gold, so would he like to be the first to place a bid? The protagonist laughed and said that he would get 200 gold back and Randolph would get his heirlooms, then slyly asked, was the deal quite favorable for both? Yes, to which the man replied, how could you even call it that? Looking at the army, the guy said that his warriors were already in place. Even if twice as many undead came at them as yesterday, they would easily beat them off. Honestly, he was impressed. The blonde closed his eyes and added that in addition to being an extraordinary magician, he also prepared everything in half a day. The protagonist turned around and looked at the girl who was yawning and doing stretches. He then opened his mouth and asked if she had just gotten up, to which she replied yeah, she hadn't slept properly in a long time. The blonde looked at the protagonist as he said that the sun was setting, it was time to get ready. After which he started drinking and thought that it was going to be a long night. The moon was shining brightly as the monsters ran forward. The man smiled maliciously and said that he was looking at them and was already tired, to which the guy in the cloak replied that he would whine when it was all over. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted, to this day. Randolph smiled evilly and added that they had all worked hard, idiots, let them enjoy the bloody night until dawn. The army raised their weapons as he continued to say that today everything would end, so let them get ready to say goodbye to these bastards. There was a crowd of people with weapons. The three heroes were standing in the street. The protagonist extended his hand and used weight reduction. The girl raised her hammer up and used magic concealment. The blonde crouched and said, great, it's finally starting, and then asked if the two of them were ready. The gray-eyed man looked at him and said, yes, they were ready, they were counting on him. The yellow-eyed man looked straight ahead. Lightning appeared behind him. They hovered in front of his face. Suddenly, only a trace remained of the hero. Blake moved in jumps. Lightning remained behind him. The boy and the girl were shocked when the protagonist thought, unbelievable, this is how aura users move, they move like this without magic. The man ran quickly. Tio and Sylvia were hanging on his shoulders. The yellow-eyed man looked to the side and said that from now on he would follow their commands, let them lead him along the shortest route. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted that he understood, and then added, 40 degrees to the left until he saw a small cliff. The heroes rushed away. Then they began to land. When they were on the ground, the blonde man told the young gentleman that he was there, then asked where to go next. The protagonist was retching and asking to put them down when the man replied that they were so light that he forgot about them. The protagonist stood proudly in front and said that before they entered, to let him scan. Then he started the mana scan. The guy was standing alone in the dark. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Someone poked a finger into his eye. The protagonist covered his face with his hands, wincing in pain, when someone asked him if he was okay. Then he opened one eye, said that everything was okay and thought that it felt like he was briefly overwhelmed by his dark mana. If he stopped everything right then, he would put their mission in danger. Covering his eye, he said that that freak was definitely there. The whole cave was in that dark mana. Then fire appeared as he added that they were going in now. The partners stood behind him as he lit the way. A spark burned in his hand. Suddenly he raised his fist and clenched his teeth. The blonde looked at him sideways and said, this. A silhouette of a monster appeared in front of the guy. The creature looked terrifying when he said that rats dare to invade his domain, they will pay with their lives. Then he swung and shouted, kill and eat. The protagonist frowned and said that he thought they were in time. The blonde held swords in his hands and answered, "Yes, I think," and then asked if they could make him sleep under them while he begged for mercy. Tio smiled wickedly, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Let's go." The guy opened his mouth and said, a barrier in one hand. A fiery lightning passed through the monsters. He raised his hands up and shouted, a fireball in the other. The blonde held a sword in his hands. Then he swung. He looked to the side and thought that seeing his magic in the cave, he thought he would hurt himself, but to think, he blocked them from the undead with a barrier right after another fire attack. He crouched down thinking that now he just needed to finish off the ones that were still burning. The protagonist turned and asked Sylvia to help him check everything, and suggested that they take a break while there was still air. The girl was holding a staff in her hands. They asked her how much mana she had left, to which she replied that it was about 80%. The guy turned the other way and asked Randolph about mana. He replied that everything was fine and he could continue. The protagonist rushed at them and said that this was great and they could move forward. The three of them walked forward, lighting the way with fire. Theodore brought the fire to his face, thinking that the reports said that the cave went down 100 meters, they should have passed it by now. He stared at his hand. He turned back and called Randolph, asking him to try to scratch the string with the sword and if possible, use aura. To which the man stepped to the mountain wall. "What will try?" He began to swing swords. In the rock appeared not a wide cut. It quickly began to decrease. Everyone looked at it in surprise, and the protagonist said that he expected it. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This is a dungeon." Then he looked to the side and thought that the situation is not the best. He looked in the direction of the sounds. Many glowing eyes fell. Everyone was surprised what kind of crap it was, because they are spectrals. Randolph took a step back saying that he did not take holy water with him. The protagonist looked at him. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted that nothing can be done and he will go first. Theodore stretched out his hands and asked the man to stand behind him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Faster." The blonde ran quickly, saying that he understood and was ready to trust the young master. The spectra were approaching. Putting out his hand, he thought that nowhere in this world was there such a predator that shaved its victims. Many eyes were looking at the protagonist. The mouth in the protagonist's hand opened, and he thought that gluttony should absorb all this. All the spectra began to be sucked into his hand. They continued to get into his hand. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. The ghosts of a goblin shaman, an orc warrior, a mad troll were invited. A notification came that the user had not yet unlocked this feature. The protagonist brought his fist to his face and thought that the spectra, in other words, the astral body, that's why they can be absorbed, probably this gluttony called an exception. Randolph smiled and asked what it was, because he just raised his left hand and the spectra were sucked into it. Sylvia opened her mouth and asked to teach her the same, asked if it was from the implementation section or the improvement of sealing. The guy closed his eyes and thought that they were both standing behind and apparently did not see anything, and thank God. Maybe they will believe if he shows the pendant he prepared in advance. He began to say that in fact it is an artifact. But he did not finish because everything around shook. The three stood in a circle, asking what this time. They looked to the side and realized that the space was expanding. Lightning appeared. Theodore gritted his teeth and thought that this sculpture was a source of thunderstorm energy. Lightning struck. A silhouette of a man came off the wall and said that they destroyed his creations. The face approached them saying that this is the end of the path for all of them. They are insects and cannot kill him. The body completely detached from the wall and fell to the floor, saying that if they had come half a day earlier, they would have been able to interrupt the completion of this body. He grabbed his chest and said that now only death awaits them and he will imprint it in their memory. He tore the shell on himself and raised his head, saying that they should tremble before the greatness of the one freed from the shackles of mortal life. He straightened up, and someone asked if this was the Elder Lick. Randolph frowned and said that he could not understand how the Elder Lick got here, and then asked the protagonist if he had a plan. To which the guy turned away, saying that unlike an ordinary lick, which will disappear when the body is destroyed, this one cannot while his soul is alive. He imagined his vessel of life, which they have to find, because without destroying the vessel, this bastard will return to life again and again. They looked at the monster, arguing that it is difficult to bring him down even once. The protagonist frowned and said that he would go look for the vessel of life and they would distract him. The monster leaned over, saying that he wanted to kill them and turn their bodies into servants, but he changed his mind. But he connected his fingers together, placing them in a figure made of all three people's fingers. He and the protagonist looked into each other's eyes, and the monster said that he would leave him alive because he was interested in experimenting with him. Randolph gritted his teeth, saying that he barked well, and the girl asked who he was to take Tio alive. The monster connected his fists and said that with such an unfamiliar body, it would be difficult to adapt to his weaknesses. Then he raised his head and said that he had a unique power and he was only a fourth circle mage and they would deal with him later. The monster put 2 fingers to the bridge of his nose and asked him to disappear. The protagonist gave up his fist, asking what was going on, but his words were interrupted by a clap of thunder. The girl opened her mouth and called Tio. Randolph opened his mouth and called him. The monster folded his arms and exhaled. The man, holding a sword in his hand, called the young master. The girl gritted her teeth, asking where he had sent him, to which the monster replied that it was none of her business, at least for now. He folded his hands in front of his face and said that by setting foot on this shrine, they had chosen death, and then offered them to become his servants, lamenting their fate. He leaned forward and called his servants, who were locked in the hellish abyss. He spread his hands and said that they must awaken from their deep sleep and appear before him. He straightened his palm, after which nothing happened, and the monster stared at his hands in surprise. The monster began to rise from the floor. He straightened up. Randolph clenched his teeth, asking if he was kidding. The Lick looked at his subject and told him to see for himself because his swordsmanship was very similar to his servants. The man gritted his teeth and told him to close his mouth. He leaned over a little and told him not to say another word or he would ruin him. The Lick looked down at him and replied that he had a special relationship with him, but would he be able to kill a sword master? Randolph grinned and said, even a sword god. He put his swords in front of him and said that he would cut him down. Nonstop also prepared to attack, and his master said that it was overconfident and he should try. The blonde looked at his opponent descriptively, but he had no face. The Lick, looking at this, said that these are people and such are from instinct, and asked to challenge the invincible to battle. Then he frowned and said that this is not something that really needs to be worried about now. This emotion is striving outward from his master. The monster, looking at the girl, said that this feeling of inferiority must be coming from this little lady. The girl frowned, and the monster said that apparently she was the best student of Blundell, the current lord of the Blue Tower, and then asked the master why he had such unpleasant feelings for this lady. The girl stared at him, asking what he was even talking about. The monster, looking down on him, asked if this is why they came here, for the mage with whom they lost contact, Gloveny from the Blue Tower. Sylvia gave up her fist and asked what he said. The monster chuckled, saying that his master was eager to punish her for forgetting him. The girl covered her mouth, saying that she did not understand anything. She looked up, holding onto her staff, and said that she would defeat him and bring back her Theodore. The monster smiled and said that she had more courage than her master, then accepted the challenge and asked her to entertain him. 2 people with swords were moving towards each other. Randolph gritted his teeth. The monster hit his opponent's sword with his sword. The blonde couldn't parry the blow. He started to fly back. Then he fell to his knees. He looked at his opponent from behind. He put up a slash in front of him and ran at Randolph, who was still standing with his back to him. But then the blonde pushed off the ground and started to somersault. He flew over the monster and landed behind him and prepared to attack. Then he lunged. The monster looked at the man, and he at the monster. Then they simultaneously began to attack. Randolph, striking, thought that this fucking old man, even having become undead, was still impenetrable. He frowned and thought that if he weakened his defense even a little, he would become a corpse. The only way to defeat him was to hit him in the heart. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He lowered his gaze to what and noticed the coat of arms there. Looking at it, he realized that it was the Clubus crest. This family was one of the strongest in the Andres Empire, valuing strength above all else. At one time it was even the most prestigious and occupied the place of the family of swords of the Empire, but the Clubises fell after a successful incident. The opponents recoiled in different directions from each other's blows. The monster began to fall, but he suddenly stood up. The blonde, looking at him, thought that the disappearance of the man with the royal pointed out, which was given to the family, was the beginning of their hopes, that is, the goal of the search right now in front of him. Most likely, this corpse is his ancestor. He put the swords in front of him and thought that, unlike people with their limitations, the undead can fight as long as they are supplied with mana. The monster approached him, and he thought that he was also a master of the sword and it was dangerous to drag out the fight. Randolph gritted his teeth, parrying the blows. The monster pointed his sword straight at him. The blonde dodged, after which he cut off the monster's head. He gritted his teeth thinking that he had struck, cutting off its head and that it would not be able to move for some time. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He turned his head to the side. The monster's head grew back and he held the sword to the man's throat, and the man didn't understand what had happened because it had hit him in the head. The monster's white cloth had disappeared from its face and it was staring into Randolph's eyes, and Randolph didn't understand why the monster was still moving. Randolph gritted his teeth, parrying the attack, and wondered how the enemy could move if he had cut off its head, which was a typical weak spot for the undead. The man frowned and realized that he couldn't drag out the fight. The undead was looking straight at him, and the swordsman was thinking about finding and destroying the source as soon as possible. The warrior crouched and counterattacked the enemy. The shockwave threw the undead back. The enemy landed and crossed his arms, clutching the weapon, and Randolph noted that his stance was terrifying, and, apparently, he had become undead. He had retained the skills of a swordmaster. The opponent extended his hand with the blade, accumulating energy around himself. The corpse took a fighting stance, its body covered in red smoke, so the swordsman thought that the enemy with such a rotten body was performing every technique and using mana perfectly. The man frowned and reminded himself that this was still an undead creature, an echo of the past with swordsmanship more than a century old, and as long as he could destroy the source, he would have a chance. Randolph smirked, clutching the swords, and said that the old man should look at his own pitiful appearance, even though he had searched for his ancestor for so long, only to find him turned into a stinking undead. The man looked at his opponent and muttered that thanks to him, all the heirs of the Clovis family were on the street. The mercenary frowned and added that he might be a victim too. The corpse stared at him silently, while the other man said that the royal decree was just a cover for the Andres family to exterminate them. The swordsman frowned and added that the enemy must have regretted following the emperor's orders. The opponent narrowed his eyes. Randolph gripped the hilt of his sword, which was steaming, and said that he would give such a decrepit old man stuck in this lousy world a chance. The man extended his hand and said that he should let him kill him so that he could find eternal peace. The mercenary looked in surprise at his opponent, who lowered his sword. The corpse pointed his thumb at himself. Randolph's eyes widened in surprise. The enemy looked at the mercenary, and fog swirled around him. The swordsman gritted his teeth and muttered, "Is he serious?" He quickly rushed forward, radiating energy. The warrior frowned and swung his blade. The enemy extended his swords to block his attack. The undead quickly spun his weapon, receiving a cut on his hand. Randolph managed to extend his blade to block the quick attack. The man stepped back, and the enemy raised his sword again. Their energies collided as their blades crossed. The undead jumped back, and the clang of steel was heard. The mercenary assumed a fighting stance and frowned. He drew his brows together and thought about how he would return by any means necessary and would not die here. The warrior clenched the hilts and decided that he would take the swords from this old man. The man squeezed the weapons and mentally promised himself to return home. He remembered the image of a girl sleeping in a bed with light falling on it. Randolph was lost in the memory of the man in glasses asking if he had chosen who would stay. He raised a finger and stated that His Majesty had allowed only one person to be taken. The interlocutor only opened his mouth, but did not answer. The warrior sat on the edge of the bed and adjusted the blanket. When he stroked a lock of hair in his hand, the girl mumbled something. She opened an eye and asked what happened, because she had asked not to be disturbed while she slept. The girl raised herself and called out to him when she saw only a retreating silhouette. The bespectacled man bowed and stated that it was an honor to meet the young lady and introduced himself as Mary, the family's butler. The swordsman walked away through the city streets, and the servant said that the girl was now a member of their family, and under his guidance, she would rise to the rank of master, being an imperial soldier. Randolph sweated and frowned. He clenched his teeth and muttered that he must return no matter what. The man leaned forward, and white energy emanated from his body. The warrior clenched his swords and quickly began to approach the enemy. The mercenary frowned and swung, and the undead man prepared to parry the attack. The undead slammed his elbow into the swordsman's arm. Randolph was thrown to the side. The enemy was already approaching him, holding his red swords in front of him. He jumped up and swung his blades. A powerful blow sent the mercenary flying back. A wave of force threw the man into the air. While the swordsman crossed his arms in front of him, the dead man had already pushed himself towards him. The man clenched his blades, trying to parry the blow. Randolph gritted his teeth with tension, and mana emanated from the clash of their swords. The opponents looked into each other's eyes from a distance of a few centimeters. One of the blades cracked under the pressure. The mercenary drew his legs up and began to descend. He stepped on the stomach of his opponent and pressed with all his weight. Randolph frowned and slammed the enemy into the ground. His gaze did not leave his opponent. The dead man also watched his descendant. The man loomed over his opponent, and mana shone between them. The mercenary smirked and muttered that he would not complain if he won. After all, he had waited 100 years. The undead's hands began to dissolve little by little. He lowered his sword, and the warrior continued to press on him. Randolph crouched to the ground, and his opponent dissolved in the wind. The man stood up and threw down his old blades. He bent down and gripped the hilt of the red sword. The mercenary picked it up with a smile. The undead's face was blurry, but a slight smirk could be seen. Randolph plunged both swords into the dead man and wished his ancestor a peaceful sleep and not to worry about anything. The man put the trophies back in their sheaths and immediately cringed when a red mist covered everything around him. He saw Sylvia lying nearby on the rocks and called out to her. The Lick turned to them and noted in surprise that the mercenary had defeated the sword master after all, which was unexpected. The enemy fell silent and extended his hand to him, deciding to make him his servant. There was darkness all around, and the protagonist exclaimed that he could not see anything. A light lit up on his finger when he called for light. The guy looked up and muttered that he did not expect to see the Elder Lick. He He stood alone in the darkness, only an object was visible in front of him. There was a red dome around, and the mage noted that there was not a single gap, everything was closed. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that this was the perfect secret room. He looked ahead, wondering what was in front of him. The guy raised an eyebrow and muttered that he could not use all the power, and also assumed that in front of him was the heart of the dungeon. Theodore covered his face with his hand and noted that he had goosebumps from the mana hanging here, so this crystal must be the heart. The object was hovering in the air, and the mage decided that it was a vessel of life. The hero frowned and thought that the enemy used his heart as the basis of the dungeon, so, apparently, he can use space transformation. The brunette took a fighting stance, calling for flames, and realized that the Elder Lick was the evil behind all these events, and his heart was right in front of him. The guy clenched his teeth, calling for a fiery shield in his hands. He raised the fire energy above himself and thought that he could get rid of the Lick and the undead army at once if he destroyed his vessel. A powerful ball of mana flew towards the object. The flames were getting closer and closer, and the young man hoped that he could break this tiny crystal. The fire passed through the object, but did not damage it. The hero clenched his teeth and thought with annoyance that this was not enough. The guy imagined the images of a swordsman and a wizard and remembered that, according to historical records, only the aura of a sword master or the help of a 7th circle mage would destroy it, which meant that he himself would not be able to damage it in any way. The brunette fell to his knees and hit the ground with his fists, cursing. Theodore lowered his head and muttered that it would be difficult to get to the others. He sat in front of the crystal and said that he did not know where he was, and there was also a chance of collapse if he crumbled the walls left and right, so it was unclear what he should do and whether he had enough strength. The guy leaned on his hand and raised himself up. He crouched down and thought about using all the mana he had and sacrificing his hand for a magic bullet. The brunette narrowed his eyes, stretching out his arms, and assumed that he could recreate the power of a magic bullet from Alfred's time. He pointed his finger towards the crystal, realizing that at his level, his arms would not withstand the force. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that success was not guaranteed. Theodore concentrated energy on the tip of his finger, deciding that this was the only way out in this situation. The guy clenched his hands and thought that he would put all his strength into one shot. Energy swirled around him, ready to attack, and the young man decided that he would grind these undead into dust. Theodore frowned and froze, thinking about the thought. He remembered Gluttony, who said that the undead move exclusively with the help of magic, and without it they will become ordinary corpses because they are not magical creatures. The guy raised his hand and thought that there were exceptions, because Gluttony can't eat zombies and ghouls, but he ate specters, and he was never interested in Mitra. Dark energy swirled around the crystal, and the hero wondered if the vessel contained magic. The brunette clenched his fist, looking at the object. The guy covered himself with his hands from the darkness and thought that the vessel of life, which gives immortality to the Elder Lick, fits the conditions, even is ideal for them. The magician extended his hand and used evaluation. A system window appeared in front of the hero with the inscription, +13 Vessel of Life Giovanni. This seal was created with the help of dark knowledge, contains the soul of Giovanni, possessed by black magic, and is also protected by a contract of dark forces. It cancels all attacks below a certain level and cannot be the target of spatial magic, and while the seal exists, Giovanni will have limited immortality. Theodore put his hand to the crystal, which the skill assessed as a treasure, and also upon absorption, a huge amount of magic will be absorbed. Several tablets appeared, informing that upon absorption, the absorption time will be 3 days, and part of Giovanni's knowledge and skills will be absorbed, and relations with the unknown will become hostile. The protagonist frowned and thought that he knew that this was also a treasure. The brunette extended his hand and ordered Gluttony to eat it right now. Grimoire stuck out his tongue and replied that he had been waiting. He grabbed the crystal in front of him. The protagonist squeezed his hand, which began to absorb dark energy. Gluttony closed his mouth and froze, after which a notification appeared about the absorption of Giovanni's vessel of life, as well as part of the sorcerer's knowledge and skill, so the absorption would take 3 days. Suddenly, another system window appeared, informing that an unknown creature was interested in the protagonist. Poisonous energy emanated from the lick. Sylvia extended her hand and used a shield to reflect the attack. The magic fell on the companions, bypassing them. Randolph gritted his teeth, holding the girl, and thought that fighting him with the magic of the 5th circle was too risky. It's hard to believe how much magic is in one phrase. The swordsman stood up and the girl extended her hand and noted that she had less than 3% of her mana left, which was too little. The enemy looked down at them and said that they would make good material. Sylvia frowned and thought that at this rate, he would not last long. The lick extended his hand and sent dark energy towards them. The boys jumped to the side from the attack. The swordsman quickly approached the enemy and demanded that he disappear. Randolph attacked with both blades, but the opponent only laughed, noting that he was good. The enemy extended his hands and with powerful force pushed the mercenary aside. The girl turned her head to where her companion had fallen. The man frowned and shouted that he would distract him and she should shoot. The blonde furrowed her brows and nodded silently. The blonde raised her hand and turned to the magic of the Lord of Frost, Ymir. The lick turned towards the sorceress, from whom a frosty glow emanated. The enemy smirked and asked if this was her last trump card. The girl held her staff out in front of her and cast Silent Blizzard. A bright blue light illuminated the surrounding area. The ice magic absorbed the dark energy of the undead. Randolph furrowed his brows, sweating, and shouted that this was excellent. A silhouette of a lick appeared among the ice, noting that these were excellent skills, as expected of a disciple of the Blue Tower, but they would not save them from death. The enemy looked at them and declared that these were their last seconds, because once her mana ran out and the ice melted, they would die. The swordsman frowned and asked irritably what was wrong with the enemy. The girl looked down tiredly and muttered that her mana was running out. A fist of a lick appeared from the ice. The monster stepped forward from under the shackles of frost. He smirked and concentrated energy on his palm, exclaiming that it was time to finish. The enemy smiled and, creating a poisonous force, declared that they were now his servants, and would serve forever in the name of the Great Death. He lowered his hands, spreading darkness around. The warriors cowered, and Randolph cursed and asked if this was how he would meet his end. The sorceress put her staff against the poisonous cloud. The lick looked at the glow in his chest and asked what that vile sound was. Suddenly, he felt something tearing him apart from the inside. The wound on his chest glowed and grew deeper, and the undead screamed. The lick, collapsing, opened his mouth and called someone a beast. His entire body was engulfed in a bright light. The swordsman and the sorceress looked at the glow in front of them. The energy gradually tightened into space. A shard of crystal fell from the dark fog. The mercenary frowned and asked what just happened. They both stood and looked at the thin strip of light in the air. The man leaned over and noted that the bloody space was disappearing and they were back in the cave. The blonde gritted her teeth and looked away, calling out to the protagonist. The bloody fog was still motionless, but Theodore noted that it seemed to have worked and hoped that his comrades were okay. The guy looked at the dome and muttered that the heart of the dungeon had been destroyed, so the space should have returned to its original form. The brunette looked around and assumed that there was another heart, although he had never heard of more than one in the dungeons. Dark tentacles stretched out from under the ground behind him. The guy recoiled and exclaimed what kind of dark, creepy mana it was. The hero looked at the mysterious book emitting poisonous energy. It pulsated and glowed, so the mage guessed that it was a grimoire. Gluttony in the boy's hand stuck out its tongue and asked to give everything to him, outraged that the enemy was using space distortion in his presence. The long tongue reached for the grimoire. Gluttony opened his mouth and smirked at the opponent being so fresh. He grabbed the book and pulled it towards him. The trophy writhed and screamed. The hero frowned, surprised that this cry was coming from the grimoire. The book quickly reached for the young man, but was stopped. Gluttony squeezed the victim and was indignant that it wanted to get its user. The creature looked at the grimoire and declared that someone like him would not be able to use the main hero as his host. Theodore, holding his hand outstretched, looked forward in surprise. The lick frowned and folded his hand, deciding that he would capture them alive. The brunette narrowed his eyes and guessed that this was why only he was teleported here. The book pulsated in Gluttony's grip. A notification about the death service appeared in front of the guy, a grimoire containing the soul of Jerem, a legendary sorcerer necromancer of the Ninth Circle, who fought side by side with demons against humanity, and capable of capturing the body of any creature that reads it and turning it into undead. His tongue tightly gripped the book, and the young man read that its rank was legendary. Notifications appeared in front of the hero, informing that upon absorption there is a very low chance of assimilating 50-100% of the sorcerer Jerem's abilities, receiving negative space and undead, and there is also a chance that the necromancer will take over the body, and in order to level this out, you need to unlock another seal of gluttony and improve your abilities. Theodore gritted his teeth, realizing that about 1,000 years had passed since the disappearance of the Ninth Circle mages from the continent. The guy looked at the grimoire in front of him. He furrowed his brows, breathing heavily, and thought that if such a mage appeared again, he would be able to subjugate the entire world. The hero narrowed his eyes and exhaled. The wizard looked at the creature in his hand and noted that he could not eat it now. Gluttony turned and asked the reason, because the chance to become a mage of the Ninth Circle was worth such a risk. The hero looked closely at the interlocutor and asked if he could master such a grimoire, to which he received an ambiguous answer. The young man frowned and clarified if this was a secret function, after which the creature replied that it could not say more. Theodore stood in front of the grimoire, and Gluttony said that in about 5 minutes the enemy would regain his power and try to escape again. The guy frowned and cursed. The young man stood and thought that in such a situation he could no longer hold on to the borrowed spatial pocket, because if he allowed the grimoire to escape, a second and even a third Giovanni could appear. Gluttony smirked when the owner asked what would happen to the contents of the spatial pocket if he ate it, and replied that nothing would be lost. Theodore summoned the item and noted that this was an ambiguous answer. He thrust the bag at the other party and asked him to take it quickly before he changed his mind. Gluttony immediately absorbed the gift. The spatial bag was sucked into the creature and completely absorbed, after which a notification appeared that the hidden function had been opened. The hero saw a notification that Gluttony's E-rank grimoire now contained storage for victims that it could not yet absorb, after which the inventory function was activated. Theodore narrowed his eyes and asked if this was the hidden function. The mage looked at the creature and said that if the inventory had the same functionality as the spatial pocket, then it was not necessary to absorb it. Gluttony smiled and replied that he couldn't put the grimoire in his pocket because it would teleport out of there as soon as he came to his senses. The young man looked at the book in front of him, and the interlocutor explained that the inventory was a space that existed inside him and was different from other spaces, and without the ability to move between spaces, the grimoire would not escape. The brunette looked at him closely and thought that if he wasn't lying, then everything was going perfectly. The guy reached out for the book and noted that he wasn't very lucky. Dark energy began to quickly be sucked into his left hand, and the hero thought that it was disappearing faster than he thought. The red energy tightly embraced the young man, after which he completely disappeared inside. Sylvia and Randolph saw the protagonist appear in front of them and called out to him. The girl ran to him and asked if he was okay. The brunette grinned and suggested postponing the touching reunion because the cave would soon completely collapse. He picked up the blonde in his arms and they quickly ran to the exit. Theodore turned around and was surprised. The guy looked at the mercenaries' red swords and noted that he had finally gotten his hands on the relic. Randolph smiled and replied that he had to sweat a little, but that reaching the level of a sword master was now a matter of time. The man looked back at the falling rocks and offered to show the hero later, but for now it could wait. The space behind them was collapsing and the exit was already visible ahead. The collapse completely cut off the light. The sun was shining above the horizon. Shadows were cast on the walls of the tavern. There were many customers inside, and the waitress was delivering orders. The men were sitting at tables with mugs of beer and laughing loudly. The protagonist stood on the second floor and watched this from above. The young man leaned on the railing and thought that in the end they defeated the Elder Lick, but he was just lucky and such an accident would hardly ever happen again. The brunette frowned and realized that he was not strong enough. He looked back when the man asked why he was sad, because they won. The guy turned around and noted that the contract had already ended, but the swordsman still called him young master, and the interlocutor replied that he made him work overtime, working off the 200 gold he had been paid. Theodore looked at the swordsman and reminded him that he had helped him find the relics, after which Randolph offered to look at them. He picked up the red blade and said that since ancient times, people have been crazy about swords. The mage looked at the weapon and noted that they looked different in the cave, and the man explained that all the parts except the blade had been replaced with new ones, so the 200 gold spent was worth it. The mercenary put the blade back in its sheath when the hero asked how much more he wanted, and Randolph suggested that the young man retrain from a mage to a merchant. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise when the interlocutor asked if it was okay to make the lady wait so long. Sylvia was sitting at the table surrounded by people who were asking when she and the hero would get married and were already offering her the services of their salons. Theodore sweated and shouted that everything was wrong. He quickly went downstairs and demanded that she stop spreading rumors. The brunette ran up to the sorceress and the others, demanding that Grandpa Albert stop embarrassing them. Randolph grinned, looking down at them, and muttered that the guy had finally become his old self. The protagonist clutched his head in displeasure, and the others were having fun, bombarding Sylvia with questions and greeting the young master of the house. A man was climbing the stairs to the large building. He approached the entrance, and only his footsteps were heard around. The old man entered and stopped near the door. The guest raised his hand and knocked several times. The man looked down, noticing that the handle had turned. Finally, the door opened, and he entered. The old man grinned and said that he did not expect to receive an invitation from the master of the Red Tower, the second busiest man after His Majesty. The interlocutor smiled and reminded that he did not come, no matter how many times she called him. The man closed his eyes and replied that it was not so important now. The red-haired woman, Veronica, smirked when the guest asked why she had invited him. She leaned over and asked if the old man had heard the story of the Elder Lick pacifier. The man looked at her and said he knew about the situation that the winner of the student tournament had resolved. The woman smirked and asked if he knew where she was going with this. The old man stood in front of the master of the Red Tower, reminding her that the man already had an appointment, but she had asked him to leave it to her. The guest turned around and said he wanted to help her with that, but not this time, so she asked who it was that the young man was supposed to meet. The man walked over to the bookcase and said that it was confidential information, and the woman exclaimed for him to just tell her already. The old man ran his finger over the books and asked if that was an order or just a fit of anger. The red-haired woman leaned on her hand and said that he would be upset if she said that it was an order. The man took the book and said it was a joke, just teasing her. He looked closely at the woman and said that the one who had arranged a meeting with Theodore was His Majesty the King, so did she still want to see the student? The woman smiled and answered in the affirmative. Veronica crossed her arms and declared that she was interested in the magician. A torch was burning in the man's hand. The two were going down the stairs, and one of them doubted whether this was the right place, but the companion assured that the detection stone was reacting to something below them. Johnny, the guy with the torch, looked ahead, and his companion clarified whether he was sure that the treasure was here because there were curses at every step. The young man stared in shock ahead, while the interlocutor was indignant that his questions were not being answered. Johnny's eyes widened and he muttered that the ceiling was collapsing. Stones began to fall right in front of them. The companions covered themselves with their hands from a gust of wind. The guy opened his eyes slightly, and the interlocutor asked if he saw anything. The red-haired man squinted, seeing something bright ahead. He opened his eyes wide, noticing that energy was rising forward. Dark tentacles rose up, and the companions just stood there. They widened their eyes, and the interlocutor asked if it was treasure. The creature looked at the guests, and Johnny babbled that they had been deceived. The guy began to sweat, and something quickly grabbed his companion when he wanted to ask what it meant. Dark tentacles grabbed and pulled the intruders towards themselves. The creature was rising into the dungeon, holding people in its hands. It looked at Johnny, squeezing him in its fist. The guy's eyes bulged, tears were visible in them, and the monster asked if he had really come to become its food. The young man arched his eyebrows and plaintively asked to spare him. Tentacles were coming out of the monster's back, and screams of pain and horror were heard everywhere. The creature clenched its fists tightly, but there was no one in them anymore. It looked away and muttered that it was still hungry. A bright light illuminated the monster, who said that he wanted something stronger and more satisfying. At this time, the main character, Sylvia and Randolph, were sitting at the table and having fun carefree. The young man smiled widely, not yet knowing that the declared monster wanted to eat. A thick fog filled the streets of the shopping district in Melthor. Robed men gathered in one of the alleys. A gray-haired old man said that, as he had already said, Veronica was still as assertive. The interlocutor replied that he did not particularly care about this, but perhaps the reason was her dignity. There were passers-by next to them. The old man then began to think that if everything was as he thought, then it was not worth continuing to observe His Majesty. The guy laughed and said that he was joking, but, however, the elder had also changed a lot. He grinned and added that before the old man would have dealt with the stubborn girl himself, but now, as it seemed to him, age does not allow it. The elder called it absurd. Looking ahead, the old man sighed heavily and added that someone like the master of the Red Tower should gain wisdom over the years, but she is becoming more and more immature, so she can be called a real troublemaker. Kurt looked up at the man with a smile and asked if there was anyone more troublesome than the Red Tower mages. But the elder didn't have to worry. He would personally sort it out, but he didn't think that was what the old man wanted. Sujal frowned deeply when he heard the king ask if the elder had come to talk about that guy named Theodore. Standing next to one of the stalls, the man whispered that it was true because he had noticed another oddity about him, and in addition to the fact that the Blue Tower Master was interested in him. All of a sudden, this hopeless student not only became the champion of the tournament, but also found and defeated the elder Lick when he came home. Kurt smiled, looked at him and asked if he understood correctly that the elder thought the guy was suspicious. The old man raised his hand with a thoughtful expression and replied that it was not that he did not like stories about heroes, but anyone would doubt the actions of this boy, and besides, His Majesty had given him an excessively large reward. The grin on the king's face became even more obvious. He asked the elder what excessively large meant, because it was for the sake of building trust, and said that he had not seen the elder like this for a long time, because the old man was usually much calmer, but he understood his concern. The man took a small bone from his mouth. Taking it in his hands, he smiled slightly and said that the boy was a genius, and also possessed these skills, and the fear of humans is that this is beyond their understanding, so they try to explain it all away with the difference in class. Turning to the old man, he noted that he wondered where all those countless geniuses who appeared while the old man was climbing his path went, because he had to go through so many trials and opportunities along the way. He opened his palm, which contained small seeds, and said that it did not matter how good the horse was, because everything would be useless if it was shackled. But if it was given meadows to run on and people to ride on it, the horse's potential would be revealed. The king imagined a meditating youth, and said that to go all this way was a huge power, and it did not matter what kind of magic the boy possessed. The hero folded his hands in front of him and concentrated. The king noted that despite the fact that he was a king, first of all, he was still a magician who recognized the boy. The old man touched his chin and thought for a second. Looking forward, he said that, apparently, he had become too old. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the walls and streets of the city. The man added that, in that case, they should go there and bring the boy back. The hero sat on the bed and diligently continued to meditate. Trying to maintain his concentration, He thought that he felt that he could break through, and it was probably because this was an unusual method, and because of the life vessel he had absorbed. The newly formed fifth circle was extremely unstable. The energy continued to burst out, and he noticed that the Elder Lick's heart, which he had accidentally absorbed, had caused him to jump to the fifth circle after only 15 days. Suddenly, his eyelids opened. A powerful stream of energy burst out of his body. The boy tiredly fell onto the bed and said that he had finally finished. Holding his head, he wondered what he should tell his master now. Suddenly, someone entered his room while he was rolling around on the bed, saying that his master would be shocked by every piece of news. Sylvia scared him very much by calling him by name and asking if she could come in. The boy replied that she had already come in, and then asked what she wanted. With a calm expression on her face, she said that he could continue studying, and then apologized. The young man awkwardly looked away, covered himself, and said that in such a situation, he should apologize first, but they could skip it because she could just come in. The young man got dressed, and the girl sat down next to him. Scratching the back of his head, the guy asked what she wanted. The interlocutor sat down on her hand and said that she almost forgot about it, after which she said that her grandfather asked to transfer him. The man imagined the image of the elder, hearing the words that the elder of the White Tower, Grandfather Sujal, called him. He immediately froze and looked at her in fear, not understanding what was happening. The girl pulled the hero along with her on the way to the barracks of the White Tower. Her hand opened the entrance and the elder appeared there. The girl ran in with a smile and called out to the girl, after which she said that she brought a guy with her. The old man immediately looked back at them. Smiling happily, he patted the girl on the head and said that it was a good job. Turning to the boy, he beckoned him with his fingers and said that he looked unexpectedly ordinary. The hero bowed, introduced himself, and greeted the elder. The man put his hand in his pocket and surprised him by saying that he was also pleased to meet the boy, and that as the boy already knew, he was sent as an investigator after receiving his report on the recent incident. The boy frowned nervously, repeating his words. The man grinned and said that investigators were not usually sent, but since the situation was very unusual, after all, the Elder Lick showed up, one was sent to investigate the cause and consequences. He scratched his beard, hearing the boy say that he had never heard of such a thing, after which he said that this was indeed a rare event, and anyway, the boy was somehow very uptight. The hero sweated nervously, grinned, and asked what the elder meant. Looking closely at the boy's face, the man asked him there why he was so nervous, because it seemed to him that the boy was trying to hide something. The young man began to deny it. Suddenly, the elder laughed loudly and asked the boy not to frown, because it was just a joke and he had a rather serious character for such an appearance. Having calmed down a little, the man said that at the moment it was not important because he wanted to get straight to the point. Stroking his beard, he grinned and said that he received some information that the boy defeated the Elder Lick. Having imagined the image of the enemy, the man frowned and said that even if we take into account his amazing luck when he got to the central room, he does not understand how the guy managed to destroy the vessel of life, because in theory, it is impossible unless he has the aura of a sword master, or he is not a mage of the seventh circle. The hero looked away in confusion. Looking at the interlocutor, he said that at that moment he was in deep despair. Having imagined a large bag, the young man said that he used the spatial pocket that the master gave him to enclose the vessel of life in it, and then destroyed it, and if you think about it now, the method is really crazy. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that in fact, it was not destroyed, but simply eaten by gluttony, but he cannot reveal its existence to outsiders like that. The guy's story shocked the elder and he asked in surprise if the guy destroyed the spatial pocket. The young man put his hands behind his back and said that it was true, because he was able to do it because he had one with him. The man replied that using a pocket in such a way was quite unexpected. He scratched his beard with a smile and noted that this was a very intricate method, but nevertheless, with a chance of success, and of course, this is not the method that others would use, but he had everything in advance. The young man remembered how he destroyed his opponent, and thought that the monster did not even imagine that he had gluttony, and he must not have thought that the boy would be able to destroy the vessel of life, since he did not know about the possibility of absorption, because if he did not wish for his body, they would all die, and the Elder Lick would fall on the whole world, not just the barony. The old man smiled slyly. Clockhead, he grinned and thanked the guy for his cooperation, then said that he was exactly as described in the testimony, then apologized for questioning. The young man replied that everything was fine, because he was just doing what he had to. Sujal closed his eyes and smiled, thanked him for understanding, then asked him to deal with another matter. The young man frowned in disbelief and asked what this meant. The elder's hand reached under his robe and he said that he would not have come so far just for the investigation, because the reason he came was an order from someone that he should meet with the boy. Theodore sweated again and asked what it meant. The man took out a small letter. Thick dust was carried by the wind over the city. The youth approached the gates of the fortress wall. He walked calmly to the exit. Randolph met him at the gate and asked if he was going to say goodbye to anyone before leaving. The youth with a calm expression on his face answered that he did not want to be upset once again, and besides, he would return someday. The man exhaled with a smile and said that the youth had a very magnanimous tone, and some people do not even have anywhere to return to if they really want to. But in any case, they will also leave soon, because he was waiting for the master to say goodbye before leaving. With his arms crossed over his chest, the man added that the adventures they had been through together were the best, so he would give the guy a personal 50% discount so that he would definitely hire them again. The young man asked him not to fall for another scam. Smiling irritably, the man noted that the employer remained impudent to the end. Turning to face him, the man said that they would see the young master again. Pointing his finger in front of him, he also asked the guy to look back before he left. The young man looked at him in surprise, not understanding what this meant. He immediately turned around. His comrades gathered together to see him off and wished him a safe journey and health. The hero froze in surprise for a second. Suddenly, a kind smile appeared on his face. With a light step, he walked away from the city, saying that he would definitely return. One of the subordinates drew a line on the floor in front of the men. The old man raised his hand and asked the interlocutors if they were ready. The young man closed his eyes and answered affirmatively. Sylvia also said with a small smile that it was ready. The elder waved his hand and said that in that case, it was time to begin, and that the first thing they would do was return to the capital. Then he looked at one of the guys and said that he would leave it to them to search for traces in the remains of the elder Lek. Sujal folded his hands with a smile and wished them luck. Streams of air began to curl around him. The man told the guys to hold their breath. With a smirk, frowning, he activated mass teleportation. With his eyes closed, the young man thought that, as it seemed to him, it happened faster than expected, but he would probably go to the capital again now, and he could not even think that he would return like this. His body began to undergo the teleportation process. The young man noticed that the elder had already said that so far he had dealt with 3 people, and in the kingdom they were big shots. He imagined the images of the king, the supreme lord and mistress. His wikis began to grow heavy while he thought about the fact that he had no idea what awaited him, but he was already a little intrigued. A moment later, he found himself in the middle of another room. Looking around in confusion, he heard words that they were in place. The old man asked what he was looking at, and the young man only muttered something in surprise. The elder raised his hand with a smile and asked if this was his first encounter with mass teleportation. If so, his reaction was understandable, because spatial mages like to move secretly, and unlike normal teleports, he may feel nauseous for a while, so if he feels unwell, he should go get checked. The boys came closer to the old man. The man said that if they continue to stand like a pillar, they may remain out of work, so they should hurry up and move forward. After a while, they met someone walking along the corridors. Vince put his hand on his belt with a grin and said that in the morning he found 2 yolks and an egg, and apparently this was a sign that he would meet his friends. The young man bit his lip tensely. The man asked him how his expedition was going, and said that, apparently, since their last meeting he turned into a crybaby. The elder watched the boys from the side. The young man turned to the master and said that a lot of things had happened to him. Vince replied that they could chat later, but for now he could breathe out. The young man agreed and said that he would tell him everything a little later. The elder noted that he looked just like a child. The master put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The elder turned to him and asked if he really showed up in this place by accident, because it seemed to him that a man would not hang around in this place for no reason. Vince replied that it was to be expected from the elder. He frowned tensely and said that he was ready to swear that he was trying to persuade her. Suddenly, Veronica crashed into the hero at high speed and hugged him. The impact caused the young man to lose his breath. Sylvia watched in a stupor as it happened. The young man fell to the floor. The elder joked about the man and he replied that he tried his best, but she was on edge from the moment she heard about the guy's return. The girl stood up and lifted her jacket, apologizing to him. She waved her hand and greeted the old man, after which she asked if he could stop offending her Red Tower mages. The master immediately covered his face with his hands and the elder sweated from irritation, after which he said that the man must have a hard time. The girl laughed and said that everything is exactly like that, and not otherwise. Looking to the side, she turned to Vince and said that he said that his student is a mage of the 4th circle. The man confirmed this. Suddenly, a satisfied grin appeared on her face. Turning to the guy, she released energy. The young man began to think about what was happening to this place, because it seemed to be burning, and that he could not believe that her magic was so extreme, because she was just standing. The girl stroked his chin and said that he had a rather shaky 5th circle, and, apparently, he worked hard on it on his own. The young man blushed awkwardly and said that, as it seemed to him, after that incident he tried to pacify it, but he was not really succeeding. She looked him in the eye and said that it was quite normal, because it was all because of his vessel, and then drew an analogy with the fact that if you pour a lot of water into a small bottle, it will overflow, and something similar was happening to the guy now, so he must have had a hard time, but he did a good job. The girl immediately turned to the elder and said with a smile that she would take this kid with her. The old man asked her if she had gone crazy. Veronica clenched her fist and confidently said that she just wanted to say that she had business with the king and she would show this boy a huge palace. The old man narrowed his eyes in disbelief and noted that as long as she did not destroy anything, she could do as she pleased. Putting her arm around the guy's shoulder, the girl asked with a smile if it was wonderful. The guy exclaimed awkwardly and she asked him to relax. Vince looked at Sylvia with an awkward grin and began to say something when he suddenly stopped. The girl watched the events uncomprehendingly and irritably. The man asked her if everything was okay. The boys approached the threshold of the king's reception room. The girl turned to the boy and said that it was simply unbelievable. What a baby, how he was able to overcome the differences between classes using fusion magic. The boy replied that he was not a child anyway, because he was 19 years old, to which she said that a child claims that he is not a little one, after which she asked if she understood correctly that he was not very popular, because he looked like he was serious about everything, and besides a bookworm, he was nothing special. The young man frowned, irritated, looking at her, and thought that she did not understand what she was talking about. The woman added that he risked ending up like those sullen idiots from the White Tower in complete and eternal solitude. She smiled widely and added that, as it seemed to her, there was not a soul nearby, despite the fact that they had come. The boy looked at her with irritation and replied that they had not told anyone that they were coming, so he would go and get someone from the common room, and that they should just wait a little. They approached the doors and the girl noticed that there were no gatekeepers nearby, but she did not understand why there was no one there during the busiest part of the day. The boy began to reason that since getting inside should be problematic, he wanted to go call someone. Veronica smirked and said that if there was no gatekeeper, then the way was always open. The next moment, she raised her leg to kick, interrupting the boy's words, and asked him to watch carefully. Suddenly, a light steam came out of the yurt. The girl's powerful kick created shockwaves that knocked the boys off their seats. Blundell jumped up from his seat and said that the girl had gone crazy. "Keep your leg up," she smiled and said that it was quite easy. The man was seething with rage. Kurt asked with a smile if he understood correctly that it was Veronica, then said that he heard that she specifically called the elder to the Red Tower, but he thought he should have just called her like that. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that it was not that simple, because in the courtyard the price came because a lot of time had passed since her last visit. But she thought it would be polite to arrive, having completed the proper formalities and procedures. The guy looked at her in shock, thinking about her words and wondering who she even was. The boys fell to their knees, greeting His Royal Majesty. Veronica looked down at them with a smile and thought that she had already forgotten that for these children the king was not quite an ordinary person. The man waved his hand at them and said that he had not seen the two of them for a long time, then asked them to come closer. The boys stood up. The king stood up from the sofa and asked them to relax, then said that if he wanted them to be so constrained, he would have called them to the main palace, but he called them to the reception room in order to congratulate them as magicians, and not as a king, his subjects. The man also folded his hands and with a grin added that defeating the Elder Lick prevented a possible disaster, so on behalf of all the people of Melthor, he thanks them for their hard work. The youth touched his chest, bowed and thanked him for these words, then said that one way or another, they were not the only ones who defeated that enemy, because this was an achievement of the combined forces of the people of the estate and the mercenaries of the Wandering Wolf group, so this was not a task that he could handle alone. The king looked at him with a satisfied smile and said that he was pleased to see the guy so modest, after which he asked him to now accept his congratulations for the two of them, as representatives of everyone involved in preventing this threat, after which he asked the man to read the document. Blundell opened the document and said that starting today, the ranks of the mages Theodore and Sylvia would be raised from basic to main, and all necessary expenses and rewards for completing the third risk mission would be paid. In addition, the spatial pocket of Vince, destroyed during the Messiah, would be restored free of charge. The king raised his hand and added with a grin that he wanted to add one more thing. Since their merit was too great for a standard reward, it was decided that he would fulfill one of their wishes. The man extended his hand to the guy and asked him to look up, then asked what he wanted. The hero thought for a second that this meant that he could ask for an artifact recognized as a national treasure, but the risk was too great. The youth remembered Gluttony's words about the quality being the problem, as he had already said that he needed to go and find magic tomes like the ones he had eaten before, not rare books. The youth looked down and thought that it was true that he was more effective when he absorbed books close to artifacts, so this might be a chance to stabilize his fifth circle by absorbing a magic tome. Suddenly, he broke the silence and said that he wanted to dare to ask for something. An image of a giant library appeared in the youth's mind, and he said that he wanted to borrow a book from that library of magic records. Their voices sounded at the library door, and the girl said that they were finally there. She came close to the doors and noticed that she was trying to forget, but she couldn't stop thinking about it, because the king dared to warn her not to take forbidden books, after which she wondered if he thought she read often. The young man asked if she was still angry, to which the girl replied that the next time she saw him, she would tear off his beard. Theodore touched the glass and asked if this library should be the most guarded in the state, because everything looked like simple glass. The girl replied that it was not glass, but an alloy based on adamantium. She looked into his eyes with a smile. The young man was surprised by what she said, to which she asked him to look carefully. With a slight movement of her hand, she touched the door with her fingertips. A moment later, she delivered a powerful blow to the library door, creating a shockwave. The boy covered himself with his hands and wondered what she was doing out of the blue, because the door could break. The boy opened his eyes and thought he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Looking at the door, he noticed that there wasn't even a scratch left from such a blow. The girl looked back with a smile and said that she couldn't take such an obstacle with her bare hands yet, so she still had a long way to go. The shockwaves continued to spread across the door. The girl noted that she would break the door for the boy another time. The boy asked her why she was acting like she was a hero giving a speech to a villain. The girl turned to him with a smile and said that it was just a password to open the doors, and only the king and the lords of the towers had the authority to use it. She smiled mockingly once and asked if he was ready to enter the Zero Library. After a little while, the boy found himself inside, looking around in surprise. Having lowered himself onto the ladder, he began to read books together with the girl. A little tired, he lowered the book and asked if he could ask his companion a question. Veronica was interested in what was bothering him. The young man wiped his chin and said that the monstrous force with which she tried to destroy the door, or the blazing magical magic, unconsciously bursting out, prompted him to think whether the lady was a battle mage. The interlocutor raised her hands and with an awkward smile said that this was not so, because she partially belonged to the dragon race, but she was not a half-breed, but only a quarter, but they still live longer than ordinary people, and much stronger, to such an extent that magical heat emanated from them. Tiredly wiping his face, the young man thought that belonging to the red dragon race, this certainly explains everything, because this involuntary release of heat is clearly an inhuman trait. He sighed with a smile. Looking at her, the girl noted that she could hold it when she concentrated, but usually it was difficult. The young man said that everything was fine because he just thought that summer came a little early. Veronica looked at him reproachfully and said that this was a terribly outdated pickup line, after which she asked if he found the right book. The hero closed his eyes and said that he had not found it yet, and he seemed to have sorted them, and that all the books were of the highest quality, so choosing just one was more difficult than he thought. The woman crossed her arms over her stomach and said that she could not help him in any way, because the library presented the originals of everything that was sold on the market, and he only had one book available, and if she had to choose, even a whole day would not be enough for her. Looking at the book, the young man thought that as she said, each book in this place was like a treasure. But the bigger problem was that each book had different requirements, and even if he found a good book, he might not meet its criteria. The young man hit his head hard and added that he couldn't find an acceptable book when choosing from those that met his requirements, but he couldn't just let this great opportunity pass by. Sadness appeared in his eyes and he thought that he would rather take the book that required 7 circles, since then he would be able to learn it after he reached the required level. Suddenly, he looked away, hearing the girl offering him something. The woman handed him a book and said that it was a battle song, a fairly popular book among the magicians in the Red Tower, and although it was indeed difficult, once he learned it, he would reach a power comparable to the author. Theodore looked at the cover of the book thoughtfully and thought that whether he took the book or not, he thought it was worth appraising. A moment after starting the appraisal skill, an image of a fighter appeared in his head. The system said that this is a secret technique created by the descendants of the samurai who were unable to study the ore. It greatly strengthens the body using magical power for this, and it is much more effective than any other utility magic, but one drawback can discourage the user from using it. The system also announced that this is a magic book from the treasure category. The conditions for obtaining are 5 or more circles, and when absorbed, the Song of Battle will be learned, as a result of which physical abilities will improve. Also this book, written by the author himself. The hero looked at it thoughtfully and said that if he eats it, part of the author's abilities will be transferred to him, depending on compatibility, so he does not understand why he has not seen this book with anyone. The girl distracted him and said that there was one simple reason for this, because it was a terribly gluttonous magic. She leaned towards him with a smile and told him that battle songs required a lot of concentration. If he was going to eventually use them in practice, he would have to allocate at least 4 circles to support it. The boy frowned tensely and thought that it would definitely be difficult if the person was not a battle mage level magician. Imagining the ice vessel, the boy thought that using 4 circles to strengthen his body was quite good, but she would only have 1 circle left if she used other magic. He narrowed his eyes and noted that the advantages and disadvantages were clear, but this was only a small thing. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Gluttony's voice asking him to take the book already. The young man frowned and was surprised that he could speak in this way. Thru appeared on his hand and said that he could not worry about trifles, because if we talk about the book he was holding in his hands now, he could probably turn off his third seal. The boy focused on his words and asked what it meant, then noted that he probably wouldn't tell what it was anyway. Gluttony smirked and asked to trust him because the boy clearly wouldn't regret it. The boy looked away. The girl said that despite what she had already said, she hadn't suggested this book at random. She crossed her arms over her chest, then said that she was definitely using her concentration and that the guy's magic looked like he was a little crazy. With a soft touch, she hit him on the shoulder. Veronica smiled confidently and said that this was what was making her speechless. The boy looked at her, embarrassed. Vince poured a cup of tea while the young man was telling how, as a result, the vacation mission turned into such a large-scale event and that it was a complete mess. The man replied that it was really a nightmare and that the guy worked very hard. The young man immediately thanked him for these words. They bumped mugs. Sitting by the fireplace, the man noted that he never thought that the guy would be liked by the supreme Mog of the tower. He grinned slightly, adjusting the coals, and said that it all started with a slip of the tongue and developed into some kind of politeness. The master frowned slightly and added that the lords of the towers are very friendly, so it seems to him that the guy is the first of his kind. The hero looked at him in surprise. The man said that they only addressed him by his first name, and that he had been trying to achieve this for 2 years. The flames continued to twist in the fireplace. The man changed the subject, saying that now they were talking about something completely different. Vince looked at the fire and told the boy that what he had said earlier at dinner was bothering him, and then asked if the boy had been serious. The boy raised his mug and said that he had meant it. Imagining the image of the elder Lick, the boy said that he felt that he could not rely on luck forever while fighting an opponent. He turned towards the teacher and addressed him. The master kept his gaze on the fireplace. The boy added that he wanted to be strong. They exchanged glances and the boy said that he wanted to grow his strength by entering the Red Tower. Vince silently thought about his words. Lowering the mug, the man said that he had already guessed about it, so he would now carry out the procedure. The boy happily received his words. They clinked mugs again and the boy thanked the master for accepting his stubbornness when suddenly Gluttony addressed him. The creature fell angrily from his hand and asked if the boy had forgotten his food because he had been waiting for a long time. The boy looked at the worm irritably and said that he was talking about something important, to which Gluttony demanded to give him food. Then smirked and asked him not to worry about their conversation because he needed food first. The boy smiled awkwardly, took out a book and thanked the master, then asked to wait a second. The worm's tongue stretched and grabbed the book while the boy was talking about how this was exactly the book he wanted. A moment later, the object was in the creature's mouth. Gluttony smiled and said that it was worthy of synchronization. The boy frowned in surprise and tried to ask what it meant. Suddenly, dark energy burst out of his hand and the system reported that the conditions for synchronizing the user with magic were considered quite appropriate. After which it called the name of the author of the book. The boy thought that he accidentally successfully accepted a spiritual connection. Yunsung was sitting in the middle of a forest clearing. The system began synchronization. A tree petal fell right in front of him. The man frowned tensely. Suddenly, folding his hands, he stopped the leaf from falling and said that he thought they had a visitor. The mountains were humming from gusts of wind. The man twirled the leaf in his hands and muttered that it was a pleasant breeze. The man stood and grinned, and the protagonist thought that this was exactly like it was with Ilford. He again ended up in someone else's body, the author of the Song of Battle, Lee Yunsung, but he did not understand who he was talking to. The man looked up and said that, of course, he was talking to the one who took over his body. Fog swirled in the mountains, and the author said that he himself was from the supreme family of Sun Mui, which protects the mountains of white clouds, and, speaking in the Western manner, he was born with the fate of the heir to a famous knightly family, and Theodore assumed that he was from the East. The man raised the leaf in the air and answered in the affirmative, adding that it seemed his lineage had not expanded even after his death, and the young man was surprised that the author of the Song of Battle was from the East. The boy imagined the image of a warrior and remembered that people from the East usually studied aura rather than magic there, and wizards from there acted as an independent magic faction. The master looked at the leaf, and Theodore asked why such a person was brought to Meltoro, and how such an original teaching like the Song of Battle appeared. The interlocutor grinned, but did not answer right away, asking to listen to his story. Memories of himself sitting on his knees between people surfaced in his head, and he said that he was indeed born into a noble family, but his life was not at all on track. Then, his face showed despair, and the man said that after his family found out that he did not have a natural ability to use ore. His name was erased from the family register and he was sent to a cabin in the mountains, but he could not accept this fate. The master remembered climbing mountains in his youth and said that when he reached 16, he decided to go to a magical country in the west and did not give up even though he almost died several times, all in order to learn magic, which was treated as a cheap trick in the east. He imagined himself stopping in front of the city and added that upon arriving in Maltoro, he was lucky enough to find a good mentor and began research in the magic tower, where he succeeded in mastering magic based on the flaws of symbiosis that he learned from his family when he was young. Yoon-sung closed his eyes and declared that this was how the song of battle that the hero knew was born, his best creation in 2 decades, and the boy muttered that he was amazing. The man made a gesture with his hand and retorted that this magic was inferior, and to cope with the guilt of using his family's potential for personal gain, he added useless details to the teachings. The brunette assumed a fighting stance and declared that what he was about to teach him was the true version of the song of battle before the unnecessary details were added. He made a sharp wave of his hand and said that the Taoist dance, like its name, the fighting art of Sun Mui, resembled dance movements. Yoon-sung took a step forward and the ground shook. The man clenched his fists and said that he had reproduced the techniques of interacting with his family's aura in the Song of Battle in order to obtain things that were forbidden to him. The master assumed different stances one after another, moving across the platform, and the protagonist admired this incredible destructive power. The brunette rushed forward to take the hand, saying that he returned to the family later, only once, to show what the man they had persecuted had become and to prove that he was not worthless. He stopped, concentrating dark energy in his hands, and said that his father had judged magic as ordinary sorcery, even though Yoon-sung was far more outstanding than any fighter in his family. The master moved his hands to the sides and lunged, continuing that after that he returned to the kingdom of Maltoro, and soon his life came to an end, so that was probably the price for destroying his own body to create magic. There was a white light around the man, and he added that he had nothing to regret, although at the end of this life he left nothing behind. The master turned around and said with a smile that he should be grateful to the protagonist since he found a follower of his teachings. Theodore's eyes widened when leaves appeared in front of his face. He fell back, engulfed in light, and Yoon-sung expressed hope that this meaningless connection would be useful to him in life. Notifications appeared in front of the boy that the connection with Yoon-sung's personality was complete. Synchronization of 92.8% of the acquired experience would be performed, and the special magic of the Song of Battle was fully restored. Then another system window popped up, informing that the similarity between Yoon-sung and Theodore was high enough, and depending on the user's body's acceptance, some of the abilities and skills would be transferred to him. The user's physical capabilities would increase significantly, so a long sleep was necessary. The last notification said that from now on, a sleep period of 30 hours and 12 minutes would begin. The boy's eyes widened. He got up from the couch, and Vince was sitting next to him, asking how he felt. The man was leaning on his knee, and the boy asked how long he had slept. The blonde waved his hand and replied that after absorbing the Song of Battle, the hero had slept for about 30 hours, and he was even surprised that he had passed out so suddenly. The teacher grinned and advised the boy to look in the mirror. Theodore stood up, dropping the blanket on the floor. In the reflection, a long-haired man with pumped-up muscles looked at him. He looked at his hand and thought that this couldn't be true, because before learning this book, he had a completely ordinary body. The guy smiled and noted that not only his appearance, but also his physical strength, endurance, and even his senses had improved significantly, although he received only a part of his abilities, but he reached the level of honorable knights. The hero smoothed his hair and decided that he would accept the master's regrets properly. He tied his ponytail, thinking that this surpassed everything he could predict, because he overcame the main weakness of magicians, limited physical abilities in such a short time, and decided to ask the teacher a question. Theodore grinned, realizing that he only had one thing left to do, and inquired how he could contact Veronica, the ruler of the Red Tower, in order to complete his unstable fifth circle estate. Someone informed the head of the tower that a pair of trolls had been spotted in the Viscounty district. The woman was sitting at the table, and the interlocutor was standing opposite, telling her that the soldiers of these lands, although they had driven out the enemies, had suffered many people, so they were asking for a battle mage to be sent immediately. The red-haired woman leaned over the documents and ordered David from the higher ones to be sent, and also asked the knights to send a couple of guards with him. There shouldn't be any problems with such a detachment. The man folded his arms and accepted the order. The mistress raised an eyebrow, looking at the interlocutor. She leaned back and exclaimed in disappointment that everything had been so boring lately. Veronica frowned and was indignant that this year the tower was forcing itself to solve problems on its lands, after which she wondered whether it was worth sending a couple of royal investigators to check it out. The sorceress tiredly adjusted her hair. She crossed her legs and, closing her eyes, muttered that she simply had to find someone to occupy herself, even though she had told the young man to come by whenever it was convenient, but 10 days was too long. The subordinate entered the office while the woman was whining about the protagonist dynamite her and asked what was going on again. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and replied that she had received a request for a meeting. Veronica looked at him with interest and asked from whom. She immediately jumped up when she heard that it was a mid-level mage, Theodore. The red-haired woman smiled and happily demanded that he be dragged here. The woman immediately headed for the door, deciding that she would get there faster herself, and asked the subordinate to call the elder and seat him here because she had a couple of unresolved matters left. The interlocutor turned around, dumbfounded, and the boss hurried to leave the rest to him. She quickly walked down the corridor. The redhead crossed her arms, smiling contentedly and thinking that this boy had arrived on time. The woman entered the room and remarked that she had already lost her mind because of these boring documents, and she would have to squeeze him when they met. The protagonist turned around, noticing her, and said that he wanted to visit her earlier, but ran into a small problem. The interlocutor blushed and drooled, wondering if humans were a species that could change so much in 10 days. The guy put his hand on his belt and thanked her for waiting, and she waved him off because she was the one who invited him to come. Veronica grinned and clarified whether the guy came for what they discussed last time. The brunette smiled and answered in the affirmative. The interlocutor frowned and muttered that she was ready for this. She punched the boy in the shoulder and said that she liked it even better this way, but he shouldn't become a grump like Elder Blundell. The woman passed by, calling the boy to follow her, and he asked where they were going. The mistress smiled and replied that he was probably familiar with this place. The boy approached her, and the interlocutor said that this was the magic demonstration hall for the wizards of the magic tower. She turned and added that there were few places that were stronger than this, and she had heard that the hero had special training here with Vince during the competition among students. The woman took off her jacket and said that the best solution to the problem of disharmony of his magic would be to recreate the situation when he added a new circle, but since this was obviously impossible, they would try another method. Veronica visualized the image of two personalities of the man and said that disharmony is a symptom of inconsistency between the body and mind. She imagined a person folding their hands and explained that the hero needed to unite them into one. The tower mistress extended her hand, directing heat towards the boy, and added that he needed to reach his limit and that she could not help him with anything else. Theodore sat down and thought that all she had done was release the magic that she usually tamed, but he could not imagine that the pressure would be so powerful. The interlocutor smirked and suggested that they play a little. The hero stood in front of her, asking if she really wanted to spar, and the woman replied that she would not use magic higher than the 5th circle and would only attack head-on, so the conditions were excellent. Veronica smiled, and the brunette saw a dragon behind her, thinking that she was an incredible person with the highest titles, but he would not tremble in fear because of her reputation. The boy frowned and agreed to the offer, deciding that it would be great to bring surprise to that relaxed face. He imagined the image of gluttony in his D-rank hand and received notifications that due to the absorption of a rare magic book, another of the seals imposed was removed, and from now on, the grimoire can cast spells in an inaudible voice as well as tell the backstory of the artifacts. Another system window appeared in front of the boy. Previous users called this ability Other, but it can be given another name. The hero concentrated fire energy in his hand with blazing projectile. He lunged, attacking with Storm Strike. The woman smirked, noting that he increased his own speed using wind magic. Theodore imagined the image of a wizard and remembered that the very fact of a mage casting a spell was always inevitably associated with danger, and the chance of mispronouncing it while moving was high. However, simply standing in one place, the mage could easily take damage from the enemy's attacks. The red-haired woman raised her hand, preparing to take the attack, and the young man realized that with Other, you can cast spells without any risk. A bright flash of fire appeared. The woman put her hand to her head and noted with a smile that this was not bad, and then wanted to add something else. However, at that moment, the hero appeared right in front of her, using the Song of Battle. He frowned and swung, using the Sonata of Speed. The guy made a quick lunge with Revive. Veronica looked at her opponent, catching his fist. The woman smirked and said that it was better than she expected. The hero gritted his teeth and swung again. The opponent jumped back, her eyes sparkling. They circled the room, dodging and attacking, and the boy noted that one shouldn't think that the power of aura users comes from their physical abilities alone, even if they didn't use enhancement magic. The red-haired woman jumped up, swinging her leg, and noted that even his movements had become good, as if he had become a completely different person in just 10 days, so it was exciting to meet him every time. The brunette gritted his teeth and thanked him absent-mindedly. He jumped back, using double blazing projectile and opening all the slots, realizing that he couldn't handle close combat, so he needed to increase the distance. The woman smiled, noticing that he had time to use magic, and said that it wouldn't help him anyway. A bright flash of fire appeared. The ruler appeared at the side of the boy, admiring that he was able to master the Song of Battle in 10 days. The rival went around him and said that now a decent 6th circle mage would be out, but for him it is not enough. The limit is the threshold that he will reach only by using all his techniques, and she heard from Blundell that the young man uses magic bullets and a recreated Alfred magic missile. The brunette covered himself with his hand, breathing heavily. The woman created a flame on her hand and asked him to be ready to fight her to the death from now on, and if he does not lay out all his cards again, he will regret it. The hero folded his fingers and answered that he will surprise her again, thinking that only one technique can work on Veronica, and this is a magic bullet, so if he can somehow hit her with all his strength, he will break through even the 6 circle's magic barrier. But in order to use it, preserving the original strength, you need to prepare the output channel and warm up your fingers. Theodore cracked his knuckles, guessing that it should work, since his body's physical abilities were enhanced by synchronization. The young man jumped a little further from the running opponent. The red-haired girl held the fireball between her hands, noticing that it had moved to a medium distance, and declared that she liked it even better this way. She raised her hand, and bright sparks rained down from above. A powerful explosion sounded in the hall. It was a fire arrow. The guy took a step back, wondering if this spell was always so strong, and in general, fighting fire magic is madness. A hand grew in front of the woman, Earth Wave. The ruler raised her head, concentrating her power in her hand. She crouched and attacked with Discharge Wall. Theodore extended his hand and ordered Mitra to attack now. The elemental appeared behind Veronica. The sorceress smirked and muttered that she would see what this cute spirit can do. Mitra's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her. The woman crouched down and the elemental flew to the side. Mitra narrowed her eyes and the hero thought that he had managed to shackle the tower lady's legs, so it was a waste of time hiding it. The brunette frowned, accumulating energy in his fingers, and noted that he was probably not finished yet, but the 5th circle was the 5th circle. The young man frowned and decided that if the number of memory slots was increased to 5, after releasing a total of 5 types of magic, he would create a combination of them. Theodore spread his arms with mana and decided that he would create his own spell, obtained with the help of magic that was different from the usual combination of elements. Veronica narrowed her eyes, surprised that the hero did not retreat, although he should understand that he had no chance in close combat. The fire pulsed in her hands, and she thought that he had not used Alfred's magic missile, and the woman had no idea what the point of this reckless approach was. The mistress raised her hands with the orb above her head. She pointed her hand forward and decided that it would not matter if she beat him. Veronica straightened up, and an explosion sounded right in front of her. The woman stood and looked through the smoke. The mistress narrowed her eyes and knitted her brows. The main character was approaching her from several sides. The red-haired looked at him, surprised that the hero used shadow magic while using the Song of Battle. She crouched to the ground while several clones flew at her, and thought that there were too many tricks, and she alone would not be enough for everyone, so she needed to find the real one. The sorceress leaned down and turned to the Lord of Heat, Surtur, to take the souls of those who dared to doubt his power. A brunette flew up to her from above with an orb in his hand, using Inferno. The opponent turned around, her brows furrowed. She stretched her lips into a sly smile and muttered that it was time for her to become a little more serious. There was an explosion. The hero stood in the middle of the smoke and thought that despite the fact that Inferno was a 7th circle magic, he simplified it to suit his level, using a small force, but against Veronica, who owned fire magic to perfection, it would not be effective. The guy frowned, concentrating energy on the tip of his finger, deciding to try the Alford Bellant's magic missile. Sparks flew in all directions. Theodore frowned, looking ahead and hoping that he hit. A projectile was approaching the red-haired girl. She frowned and raised her hand. The woman narrowed her eyes, blocking the attack. A cut appeared on her cheek, and the ruler muttered that it was very good. The protagonist looked at her in shock, realizing that he had put all his strength into this one blow, and she had blocked it so easily. The brunette sank to the floor. The opponent wiped the blood from her face and thought that she hadn't felt goosebumps for a long time. Theodore frowned, and the sorceress wondered what heights he could reach in 20 or even 10 years. The red-haired woman stepped forward and offered him to drink a restorative potion and rest for half an hour. She stood in front of him, declaring that from now on they would fight 5 times a day like today, and also noted that his last attack was very good, so he should continue in the same spirit. The brunette looked at her, breathing heavily, and asked again. The redhead crossed her arms, noting that he was already exhausted, and added that they would have to train like this every day for a month, and don't whine to her about not being able to handle it. There was smoke everywhere in the room, and Theodore thought that he couldn't believe that he would have to train until he vomited blood every day, and he wanted to get out of it. The young man rubbed his chin and suggested that they start right now, deciding that there was no way to retreat since he had come this far. Several fire bolts were flying towards the protagonist. He moved around the room, dodging the attacks. The young man frowned, noticing that his opponent was approaching. A bright projectile appeared in front of him. Theodore clenched his fist with mana and used Song of Battle, Rhapsody of Power, Mezzo Forte. He aimed his fist towards the attack. At that moment, the woman appeared behind him, while the young man thought that he should see how she would reflect it. Veronica circled around him, laughing that the hero still couldn't recognize the illusion from a distance. The brunette crouched down, watching the silhouette dissolve, wondering how long ago she had summoned the illusions. The redhead held out her hand and suggested that he try to dodge this one now. Theodore turned around, realizing that there was nowhere to retreat, and this was another miscalculation since he didn't notice the illusion magic. The brunette frowned, wondering if this was the end of the battle. The youth's eyes widened, feeling a discharge throughout his body. He put out his hand and used the fifth circle's defensive magic, barrier, after which a golden shield appeared in front of him. The tower mistress's attack landed right on him, leaving flashes everywhere. The brunette sweated, looking at his hands and wondering what was happening. Veronica suddenly hugged him, shouting that he finally succeeded, and he asked to let him go. The woman smiled slyly and reminded him that he could call her sister when they were alone. Since they were two peas in a pod, both of them were stubborn rams. The hero blushed and opened his mouth in confusion while the sorceress said that it seemed like this was the last time she would be able to play with him, so it was even sad. Theodore sweated, arching an eyebrow, and thought that half a month had passed since the beginning of his training, and such a busy person found time for him, a fifth circle mage, so calling her sister shouldn't be that difficult. The young man opened his mouth and stutteredly thanked her, intending to call her as she asked. At that moment, Veronica's subordinate appeared, exclaiming that they had a serious problem here that needed to be dealt with urgently. The red-haired girl turned around with displeasure, holding the red guy in her arms, and muttered that it seemed that their guest had not been imbued with the mood of this wonderful moment. She approached her interlocutor and asked how serious everything was, and he answered that it was rank 4, medium level, from which the woman concluded that they would not be able to figure it out themselves. Veronica turned around and suggested that the protagonist take a break, and she would return as soon as she resolved one matter. The residence of the battle mages of the Red Tower, the department of the Red Tower, is transferred to the combat-oriented matters. Theodore introduced various monsters, bandits, and remembered that missions to eliminate strong monsters, destroy criminal groups, turn into ashes those who want to gain power through rebellion. The ruler sat at the table, leaning on her hand, and decided to look at the report to assess how dangerous the matter was. The man frowned and said that the events themselves had happened 4 days ago. He pictured hooded men and said the informant had learned of a certain number of slaves by intercepting a few conversations. The man pictured a criminal behind the child and added that it was between black market traders and the territories of Count Bergen. He described the masked man and said that the organization involved was called the Vicious Circle, a criminal group most active in the Kingdom of Austin. Veronica leaned forward and asked if he was sure, since it had been 100 years since the slavers had been driven out of Maltoro and slavery had been banned. The interlocutor frowned and replied that they had also returned several times to verify the information, but as expected, it was true that it was a slave trade, and this was confirmed by the fact that human-sized cells were being transported. The red-haired woman took the document and asked what race the slaves were, to which she was told that they were elves. The woman narrowed her eyes and thought that they had not repented of their actions after 100 years and were still reaching out to this race. The tower's mistress leaned on her hand and said that they would have to send at least 2 high-ranking mages on this mission, so they needed to quickly assign people to carry out this mission and eliminate this group of closed-minded people. The interlocutor sweated and replied that the only high-ranking mage in the tower at the moment was Vince. The redhead leaned on the table and asked what was wrong with the others, to which the man replied that there were about 23 mid-level mages, but most of them had only recently ascended, and the rest were on missions. Veronica slammed the tabletop and shouted that they couldn't send them, and what should they do then? The woman leaned back in her chair and muttered that Vince alone wouldn't be enough, and there was no one else. The redhead froze and frowned. She leaned on her hand and, closing her eyes, declared that a powerful mid-level mage came in handy. Veronica smirked and declared that they were sending Vince and Theodore, 2 people, on this mission. The man stared at her in shock until the boss demanded that they both be equipped immediately. The protagonist, his teacher, and the sorceress were sitting at a table, and the woman was saying that they would need to free slaves from the Vicious Circle organization, as well as eliminate its members, and the man added that she also wanted them to determine why they were trading here in Maltoro. Veronica put her feet up on the table and answered in the affirmative, adding that it would be great if they could capture the leader, but once the situation became dangerous or that failed, let them deal with them after receiving the information. Vince opened his mouth and replied that he understood, and then stated that he wanted to ask for a favor. The teacher raised his hand and stated that he wanted the mistress to remove the protagonist from this mission. The interlocutor looked at him with displeasure and asked again. The girl frowned and asked what that meant. Vince waved his hand, answering that the guy was only 19 years old, and then asked how she could send him on such a dangerous mission so soon. He continued to wave his hand, saying that it was too cruel to him, and that it would be enough if he only got his hands dirty. The redhead put her feet up on the table, replying that she had a bad feeling about this matter, and that there was a possibility of stumbling upon such a hidden power there, and that he would not be able to cope with it alone, so he should take the boy with him. The man, looking at her from across the table, continued to object. Suddenly, the brunette at the other end of the table exclaimed that he would do it. Putting his hand on his knee, he solemnly said that he could not imagine how one could send a teacher alone to such a dangerous place, so he wanted to be allowed to go too if there was a feeling that he would be useful. Veronica, sitting with her feet up on the table, asked the blonde if he heard, noting that the boy himself had agreed, to which he replied that in that case there was nothing to be done about it. She smiled contentedly and asked him to just think of it as payment for having such an incredible student, adding that the kid would do just fine, so there was no need to worry. The sorceress pointed to the bag of eyes lying on the floor and asked him to take it. The protagonist looked at the spatial pocket with fear, listening to the words that since his spatial pocket had not yet been restored, she would lend them hers for a while. He took it and awkwardly thanked the girl, adding that there were some things in the pocket, to which she replied that it was all sorts of trash and he could use it because there were all sorts of scrolls and potions in it that she did not need. When they reached the door, the red-haired girl waved her hand, saying that if they had nothing more to say, let them go now. And if they continued to dawdle, then Elder Sujal would grow old while waiting for them, and would not be able to help with teleportation. Theodore grinned, saying that in that case they would return soon. A bright light poured out of the tower. The two men found themselves in a foggy area. Dents lifted his glasses and said that apparently these series side effects would never go away for him, to which the guy suggested that they take a little rest before starting. The man, holding his face, began to say that everything was fine, and it was just dizziness that would pass quickly enough. He walked forward, adding that he never thought that they would return back to Bergen, and that he even left a letter of resignation at the academy when they went to the capital with him. The brunette turned around. Following the master, he mentally noted that this feeling was familiar, but not the same, and that perhaps it was because so much had happened in just over a month. Remembering with the monster, he noted his first battle. Then the protagonist remembered the fight with Sylvia, thinking that he had won the battle against a genius, whom he had never had a chance to meet in his life. Then he remembered the man with blue skin, thinking that he had also survived the attack of a monster, whom he had only seen in books before. Theodore also imagined Veronica in his head, mentally noting that he had also unexpectedly met a person with whom he could now communicate. He adjusted his collar, thinking that these were all incredible events. However, the 5 taps had left a mark on his heart, which was proof of what had happened. The man next to him pointed forward and suggested looking around. Putting on his hood with his comrade, he said that since they had gotten here secretly, they would have to try not to reveal their identities. A tavern sign appeared ahead. Inside, a girl was serving beer to visitors. 2 magicians were sitting at a table, and one of them said that there were foreigners here, and, apparently, he was leading him on for the people from Austin. Watching the people at the next table, he said that there were 2 aura users and 1 well-trained swordsman among them. The blonde touched his chin thoughtfully. Examining the visitor's weapon, he noted that it looked like a shamshir, that is, a sword used by swordsmen from Austin, and its hilt and blade had an unusual shape. Suddenly, everything around him went dark. The man began to rise from the table, saying that apparently someone was following them, which the brunette confirmed, adding that, however, he did not feel any danger from them. Turning his attention to the man in the cloak, he said that judging by the fact that they did not emit a murderous aura, apparently, they did not send assassins to deal with them, and there was a high chance that it was one of the scouts. The wizards were watching the unknown from the roof and said that in this case, they most likely need to lure them and capture them. They showed each other gestures of readiness. The man jumped down, shouting a kidnapping spell. The stranger raised his head, indignantly asking when he had time to be noticed. Continuing to fly down, Vince turned to the student, telling him to act. The guy extended his hand and used a grab. The man froze, and the master landed on the ground. He ran at the stranger, then he welded him. The white mask fell and broke. The protagonist squatted down and asked only not to tell him what it was. In front of him was the shackled Miss Cannies, who spoke indignantly for being recognized. When Theodore went down, the man asked him if she was the black market merchant with whom he had dealt earlier, to which he answered positively. He frowned, mentally noting that the master advised him not to trust the gradually world's charms, so he stopped visiting that store and smuggling. Looking at the blonde, who was grinning, the guy wondered if she was one of the members of the closed group. Vince looked at her with displeasure and said that he would like to hear the reason why she was following them. The girl raised an eyebrow and with a smirk asked them to first remove the spell from her, and only then she would do it. The blonde lifted her by the throat and asked if she even understood what she got herself into and told her to just answer their questions quietly, because if she lied even once, he would listen to her again, but first he would rip out her eyes. Cannies, whose eyes were filled with tears, agreed and asked to let her go, noting that she was too strong to talk to them in such a position. Vince froze. He let go of the girl and she fell to the ground, after which he told her that she only had one try, so she should not forget to think about her answers. The blonde looked at them, asking if they had said earlier that they were curious about why she was following them, and then noted that this time it was just a coincidence. Recalling how she had noticed them, she said that she had simply met them while passing by, and then followed them. Candice looked up sadly and said that the young master had not visited her for 2 whole months. Vince, looking gloomy, began to flex his fists, saying that apparently she did not value her eyes at all, since she said that it was just a coincidence, after which the girl began to ask him to stop and listen to her because she had something to say. The blonde frowned, exclaiming that she was thinking of forking out one last time before leaving these lands, so she wanted to make a deal with the young master one last time. The man drew his eyebrows together, asking if the smugglers were moving, and was there any reason for her to suddenly rush off. Looking at them, the girl answered positively, noting that this place was falling into disrepair and the idiots from the guild themselves did not understand what kind of mess they were making here, not to mention the slave trade. She raised an angry glare, noting that she did not want to hang out with such fucking antics as them. Vince's eyes widened and asked if she had just said anything about the slave trade. The blonde darkened, and remembering the people, she stated that she was not lying, and those bastards from Austin secretly entered the palace walls a week ago, and if they were to investigate this, then there would be no evidence of slavery. The 2 wizards looked at her hollowly. Candice looked away, and the blonde asked if this was to their advantage, noting that it seemed like the opportunity to find out more about them had presented itself earlier than expected. He looked at the girl darkly, calling her a smuggler, and asked her to tell him more about it. After a while, they were all sitting in the room. Holding several mugs, the girl noted that the place was not very tidy, so they could sit wherever they liked. She poured a drink and smiled, telling him that their sales had been so lately, so she didn't have much to offer, but at least she could make tea. The man folded his hands on his knee and said that they could stop with empty talk and get to the point, adding that he decided how he should deal with it based on how useful the information was. The blonde sat down on a chair and commented on his severity, after which she asked if it was true that they needed information about the slave trade. The professor looked at her, confirming her words and saying that he needed something like data on their location or the time of the transactions with these creatures of their Austin, and anything else that in her opinion was relevant to their case. Candice smiled and said that she really did not know anything. She waved her hand when Vince began to ask her if this was some kind of joke and asked him to let her finish. The girl opened one eye, telling that she had one right and she did not meddle in dangerous places, because if you get involved in such things, you can lose your life, and that is why she was preparing to move from these lands. She smiled, adding that she would like to offer them a deal. The man, sitting opposite her, leaned over and asked again, after which she began to say that if she gave them the necessary information, they, as payment, would provide her with help, to which the blonde noted that she did not seem to be in a position to demand payment from them. Candice smiled widely, apologizing and saying that this was what she was risking her life for, so even if they tortured her, she wouldn't be able to tell them anything. The professor folded his hands in front of his face when she asked him if it was true that it wasn't so bad if you thought of it as a way to get what each of them needed. The girl folded her hands in her lap and said that if they still couldn't trust her, it would be a good idea to make a written agreement. The man smiled widely and called her a real rat, adding that it was a very useful talent to dig spare passages. Blushing, the blonde covered her eyes, answering that she would consider it a compliment, because if a passage was not dug before retreat, then her life would be in danger. The professor raised an eyebrow and touched her chin, telling her not to get lost in her spare passages, because she clearly understood that just one would not be enough. Candice looked away and, agreeing, noted that they wanted to get a deposit. She smirked and said that they could take anything from her, whatever they wanted. The guy perked up and loudly asked her again. The girl crossed her arms under her chest, saying that she would give them anything from this store so they could take as much as they could carry. Black smoke appeared in the brunette's hand when he said that it was time to begin. He extended his hand, asking for gluttony. After all, it was noted that many artifacts were absorbed, and that full absorption would take 31 minutes and 14 seconds. The man waved his hand and said that it was incredible, as always, adding that it was a truly amazing ability, that it could turn the received artifacts into the owner's strength. The brunette laughed and agreed with him, noting that despite this, he still did not know about the principles of its work. The blonde touched his chin, saying that if they found out about them, the level of human magic used would noticeably increase, and suddenly the girl appeared, wondering if they had already taken everything. Noting that although she told them to take whatever they wanted, she did not imagine that they would actually sweep away everything around here. Looking at her, the protagonist needed his hand, asking if it means that they did not need to do this, to which the blonde replied that everything is fine, because she herself suggested it. She put her hand on the table, saying that in that case they have an important topic on the agenda and asked to look. A map appeared under her palm. Looking at it along with the others, Candice said that she could do without it when traveling, but they could not, and that she did not draw it after she had explored the surroundings and asked if they understood anything here. She remembered hiding behind a tree and said that unfortunately, she couldn't confirm the slave trade for sure. And despite the fact that they were indeed working together with her organization, the guards of the bastards from Austin were too vigilant. Remembering how the man in front of her waved his hand, the girl said that besides the leaders and a couple of overseers, they only had information about the number of slaves here and what time they ate. She remembered the stranger in the turban when she was asked if everything was so strict there that even she couldn't get deeper, and to this question she answered that although it hit her pride, it was true, and although she somehow managed to buy off the patrol, their guards were impressive, and it was not only about their skills, organization without a single flaw. The blonde pointed her finger, offering to go directly to the structure of their base, and that it looked like this, 2 people at each of the 2 barracks on the outskirts of the camp. Pointing to a place on the map, she said that there were large barracks there, painted with guard posts, 4 ladles in each, and 4 guards at each entrance. But as she said earlier, they were much more capable than ordinary patrolmen, especially the huge barracks guarding them, accommodating 10 people. The guy came closer and asked about the intervals between rounds, people in the route, to which the girl began to tell him that they sometimes do not deviate from the line that she drew on the map, and with a delay of from an hour to an hour and a half, 5 groups of 2 people go around the entire area. The man looked at the brunette and asked his opinion. The protagonist touched his chin, saying that the most annoying option was to attack from both sides, and that they could escape by taking the slaves, so they just needed to ask the Bergen forces to surround them, and he and the master would each have to save 4 people. Looking at him, he waved his hand when the blonde asked him if it was true that tonight was the best time, to which he replied that he thought so. The professor looked at the girl darkly when she noted that she was not finished yet and asked her if there was anything she had not told them. She pointed to a building on the map and called the place rather suspicious. People in turbans were walking along a dark path. The protagonist watched them from a tree. Looking at them, he mentally noted that even though he had dealt with monsters and duty even to the point of being bored, this was his first battle with real people. Theodore frowned, thinking that there was no room for doubt now because these were criminals who deserved to die, scum who treated people like dogs. He raised his hand at the people, mentally noting that since they were trash, even if there were 100 of them, or 1,000, he would destroy them. The people dodged the attack and began to speak in an incomprehensible language. They began to exchange glances. One of them frowned and shouted to his comrade. Then a guy appeared to the side. He attacked one of the opponents with his feet. He knocked him to the ground. Another tried to hit the brunette with a weapon. He dodged and hit him on the back. He looked at the fallen body. With the opponents eliminated, Theodore mentally noted that the patrol was indeed weak, just like the girl said. He looked up. Seeing a flash in the sky, the boy wondered if his master had managed to get inside safely. The man was running through the trees. He stopped and raised his hand. Vince looked at the camp. He leaned against a tree, thinking that this was the same place that Candice had called suspicious earlier, but he did not see anything strange here. Looking at the white tent below, he mentally noted that for some reason he felt some kind of alienation from it. It would not hurt the pallets to go down to check. The unknown raised his weapon to his face. The man perked up, noticed movement behind him. The lenses of his glasses cracked. The man held his weapon, asking if this was what he expected, noting that he was curious about who had come this way. He grinned and asked, asking if this was a battle mage from Meltoro. The blonde took off his broken glasses and answered affirmatively, calling him a janissary from Austin. He looked at his palm with displeasure. The brown-haired man kept his hand on his sword, saying that he did not know that they would be pressed so quickly. Vince began to rub his hand, saying that he should not be in the village. The Chins would simply think about selling slaves in Meltoro, because not only the merchants, but also all those involved would be punished. The stranger with a displeased face listened to his words about what must be. They, bastards, were passing by, and they chose Meltoro, weighing all the pros and cons, as a location for selling goods. Looking down, the man imagined a woman with pointy ears, saying that they were going to transport elves, then corrected himself and said that he was talking about the high elves, whom they locked up here. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked where he got that from. The blonde man looked down at him, saying that about 3 months ago he heard that the source of Austin's life, the Filler River, had begun to dry up. Introducing the golden-haired girl, he said that the high elves were able to make nature bloom just by being here, and their power was enough to make hundreds of flowers sprout even on rocky peaks where not a blade of grass could grow, and even if they couldn't deal with the drought, they could at least help improve the situation. Holding his sword, the warrior grinned, agreeing and asking if even knowing this he was going to stop them. Vince landed in front of him and said that he didn't care about their situation, and instead of carrying part of the wine as a witness to the elf kidnapping, he would prefer praise from Elvenheim. The brown-haired man smirked, saying that if he turned a blind eye to what was happening, the Sultan would reward him generously. The man frowned and opened his eyes wide, asking not to be made fun of, saying that not only was this being discussed publicly, but they themselves wanted him to become an accomplice for pennies. The stranger took a fighting stance, saying that, apparently, their conversation was over. Raising his hand, he struck lightning. A certain man opened his eyes and spoke in an unknown language. He immediately reached for his weapon. More people appeared behind the brown-haired man. The blonde man drew his eyebrows together, saying that he could not have thought that he would fire a signal shot and be bored of being captured by Moltoro soldiers. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that nothing was finished yet, and he had no choice, which meant he had to use it. Vince touched the ground. Loud screams were heard from the night camp. The man asked with his hands on his chest, listening to the subject's words that it was an elf, to which he asked him not to bullshit him and hinted that he was already drunk. The guy hid and watched them, listening to the screams that it was definitely an elf. The man waved his hand, saying that his skin was pale and his ears were really long, and the brunette wondered at the same time if it was a member of the bandit guild that Miss Cannies was a part of, and thought that unlike the bastards from Austin, these have weak defenders, but it is better to limit any risk factors. He pointed his hands at them, thinking that he needed to get rid of them here. A moment later, the protagonist's head was shot. The others rushed at Theodore with weapons. The guy pierced one of them. Then he shot another. Folding his arms to fire, he mentally noted that he was very lucky that it happened in a very noisy place, because if the others started to pull up, then there would be problems. Another man rushed at him while he was thinking about how to hide the bodies as quickly as possible. The unknown person tried to hit him. The brunette grabbed his hand. A moment later, he threw him over himself. The protagonist looked at him with surprised eyes, thinking that he had been careless and had made a lot of noise. He stood by the bodies, mentally noting that, fortunately, it did not seem like anyone else had noticed him, except for Early. Theodore clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that if he had fully learned Li Yunsung's experience, he could easily avoid this attack. He looked back, thinking that perhaps he still had not fully mastered the battle song, but then he heard a scream. A man entered the tent. Looking at the people in yellow capes, he shouted that everything was not as they had agreed, and that they said they would get him 2 elves. The man waved his hand, indignantly asking if they even understood that everything was because of them, and what dangerous line their guild had crossed. He slammed his hand on the table, and the man in the cape asked him to wait a little. Lacken turned away from the table, indignantly saying that more than a week had passed, and they did not know when these creatures would sniff out everything and come here. The protagonist frowned, wondering if this was the head of the guild that Miss Cannies was a member of. He hid at the entrance to the tent, mentally noting that all 5 soldiers were aura users, and it must be that these people were informants who had disappeared from the White Tower, so it would be better not to bother them and observe the situation. Suddenly, a blade flew out of the tent in front of his face. Lacken held a kunai, saying that he smelled a rat and 2 suspects where it might be hiding. Theodore froze when the man pointed him to the side and ordered him to come out. He furrowed his brows, wondering if he had no choice. The boy came out of hiding, thinking that now he had no choice but to fight them. Lacken smiled widely, saying that it was just a child, and asked if he had fought off his mother. The brunette darkened, thinking that this was annoying him more than expected. He asked for the hand, thinking that he would see if he could do it again after what he was about to see. Lightning began to spark from the protagonist's hand, and he asked the Lord to calm the soul of his enemy, noting that he would become his sword. The others noticed the mark on his hand. The men with weapons froze, asking if he was the executor and if those damned Palami had already reached them. Theodore brought his hand to his face, calling on the Song of Battle and the Sonata of Speed. He rushed past the enemies, attacking them. The guy looked back. Cornered, Lacken wondered why this insolent brat was so strong. Watching the brunette jump on the table, he mentally noted that he could not just get caught like that, and while the other stalls were stalling for time, he should just run away. The protagonist brought 2 fingers to his face. An electric discharge pierced everyone present when he activated the magic of the 4th circle. The man opened his mouth in a silent scream. Together with the others, he collapsed on the floor. When Theodore pointed 2 fingers at him, Lacken began to beg for mercy, saying that he did not want to die. Blood splashed on the guy's face. He wiped the stain, thinking that it was easier than he thought, although he was not yet used to killing people after monsters. Looking at the body, the brunette mentally noted that it was not easy for him to explain this uncomfortable feeling, and he did not know if he could do anything about this feeling. An object appeared from Lacken's bosom. The sure smoke began to appear around the medallion. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes loomed over the protagonist. Opening his mouth in shock, he wondered where it came from and whether it was a monster. 2 eyes continued to look at him. Suddenly, green lightning struck him. Theodore clenched his teeth and wondered where such pain came from. His eyes turned white while he thought about the fact that it was not fashionable to move and breathe. When he fell, he heard words about it being a curse. The predatory muzzle licked its lips, noting that it was apparently quite strong, but it would not work, and the system noted that the bearer of the gluttony grimoire was not subject to the curse, and the effects were completely neutralized. Opening his eyes, the guy was covered in sweat, asking what it was. He looked at his hand, saying that he thought he would die because the pain was unbearable, but suddenly it got easier, and then asked Gluttony if it was somehow connected with him. The grimoire appeared on his hand and said that apparently that guy pulled a cheap trick before he died. While the brunette looked at his body, he told him that most likely an artifact, a prachnalgia of the one who would kill the owner. However, curses do not work on its bearer. The protagonist looked at his hand in confusion, saying that apparently he could create anything. His attention was attracted by something. He ran out to meet the man. Theodore touched the ground with his hand. As the enemy collapsed, he mentally noted that after defeating Lacan, he accidentally found more cells and was able to quickly advance in rescuing the elves. The brunette pursed his lips, thinking that the question was whether the proud elves would follow him, but he darkened when two blondes behind him began to smile, calling him a hero and asking him to take them to her. The protagonist looked at them with an awkward smile and asked who the idea of the speech was about. The elf threw back her head and began to say with a smile that she, Delphine, from the green tribe of Blossom, would answer the hero, and led to say that she was a blessing in the sun and all who were born in their tribe, a perceptive prophet, a dancer dancing among the clouds. Frowning, Theodore with a puzzled smile asked to explain it to him a little more simply. The blonde closed her eyes and noted that he most likely knew her by the name of High Elf. The guy sweated from shock and asked her again. Imagining the blonde sitting by the tree, he mentally noted that although he had only read about high elves in books, he understood the value of their existence well, and that they were rare mutants among the elves, and when they grew up, they were sent to Elvenheim, where they received protection. The brunette grinned, realizing that they had dragged even a high elf here. Suddenly, he saw a bright light above his head. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized that it was flame. Gritting his teeth, he ran. The elves ran after him, asking what kind of fiery pillars these were, to which Theodore answered them that most likely it was his master's magic, which meant the battle was over. His eyes widened, thinking that a sixth circle mage would have to use all his energy to achieve such power, and he hoped that he was okay. The guy touched a tree. Ash flew past him. Someone saw his outline in the flames. Then a crack appeared in the ground. The brunette turned around sharply when he was sharply asked if he was already here. A man was sitting to the side, saying that he should not see him like this. The protagonist ran up to him, talking about his wounds and asking him not to move, and he began to tell him that although he got it pretty bad, it was not that bad, so he did not need to worry. He looked away. Looking deeper into the forest, Theodore mentally noted that his master probably expected to burn himself in this flame, and if he, a sixth circle mage, could bear such wounds, the enemy was, at the very least, a janissary. The elf folded her arms and called him. Looking at the dark crowns of the trees, she said that she was calling them and asked to go with them. The guy leaned towards the blonde, telling him that it was about the high elf, and that he never thought that he would meet them in real life, and only read about them in books, after which the professor noted that it turns out that the high elf is really here. He leaned on his student, noting that, usually, they do not leave Elvenheim, and few in Maltoro even had a chance to see them, to which the brunette asked him to continue this conversation when they heal his wounds. Looking ahead, Vince said that in all likelihood, this is the place the elves were talking about. A girl came out to them and greeted the heroes. The blonde folded her palms in front of her and began to tell them that she is a child of the green tribe of Blossom, the sixth dancer of the entire clan named Aliner. She smiled and began to thank them for saving them. The protagonist looked at her with his mouth slightly open, mentally noting that she had a very dense aura. The men came closer, and Vince began to say that it was an honor for him to meet her, and then introduced himself, after which Theodore called himself his student. He abruptly lowered his eyes. Seeing the green grass under the elf's feet, the guy mentally noted that there was definitely nothing on the ground, but now something was growing on it. His eyes widened when he assumed that this was the elf's highest power. The brunette turned around, hearing Mitra's voice. Aliner picked her up with a smile. When she pressed her to her face, the protagonist asked if they knew each other, to which she replied that they really did, but not now. She looked at him with a serious look and said that they had guests. A group of people ran towards them from the side. The protagonist darkened, wondering if there were any more opponents here. The man grinned and told him to relax. The stranger clenched his fist and cursed. Standing in front of a couple of men, they recognized one of them as Professor Vince. Theodore sighed in relief, thinking that it was probably the guards of the Bergen County who had arrived. Looking at the shining moon, he wondered if it meant that he could rest now. After a while, he saw a room in the mansion in front of him, mentally noting that this was how the mission ended, and seeing the power of attorney written by the Lord of the Tower, Count Bergen. The guy looked at the servants in the rich rooms with admiring eyes, thinking that from the huge baths built for the Count's family to the exquisite banquet, he provided everything that was possible, and apparently 9 elves, including Miss Alina, received the same reception. He sipped the drink. The master approached him and said that they were being served in the next building and all the fruits in the area were smoked for them, as expected from Count Bergen, who was truly an outstanding politician. The brunette looked at him with a puzzled look and asked if he was really that good. The blonde looked ahead, saying that he thought so and that he always pleased guests within the law. He stood with the student near the window, saying that when he was barely studying at the academy, he was so generous that he was even a little ashamed, after which he asked if he was trying to appease the wizard of the magic tower. The man put his hands in his pockets, saying that it was starting soon, so they should just relax and enjoy the banquet, to which his student agreed. A man called them over. As Vince and Theodore began to descend the stairs, they began to be announced as guests from the magic tower. The blonde began to wave to the guests. A plump man walked towards him, saying that he had finally arrived. The lord of the county of Bergen smiled happily, asking how he slept. The smile did not leave his face when he welcomed the professor into his estate. A large floor lamp hung on the ceiling of the room. The three were sitting in the room, and the owner of the estate said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting with the professor, and he did not expect to receive him again after such incidents. The blonde looked at him and agreed, saying that several months had passed since he left the position of professor, and it would never have occurred to him to return to Bergen because of the trade in elven slaves. The count smiled contentedly, saying that they really were daring guys since they decided to trade slaves on his territory. The guy watched his master, mentally noting that he communicated with the lord as if he knew everything. Looking at the two men, he thought that, however, there were still things that the master was silent about. Remembering the high elf, the brunette mentally noted that, for example, among the elves in that wing there is a high one. Then he remembered the man in the turban and began to think that the people working with the slavers are part of a secret group from the kingdom of Austin, and probably this is necessary to organize a diplomatic scandal. Vince touched his chin, while his student thought that everything could have been different if he had learned about everything together with the spread of news in the capital. But they had better not rush, and then realized that this was not the kind of information that he and the master could simply decide. The guy started chatting, as Bergen waved his hand after the blonde started saying that in 3 minutes 4 days someone from the panicked community would arrive here, and for now he could wait for the next visit. To which the count replied that after all, he was working for the good of the Multoro kingdom, and it would be better if they stayed for 3 years, not 4 days, and he suddenly began to laugh, saying that they did not want to burden him. The man smiled, asking if it was true that Baron Miller was a student of their academy. The brunette looked at him questioningly and confirmed. The count took out a scroll from his pocket, saying that he heard that he was given the right to graduate early from the academy after winning the tournament in the capital, which is why he could not help but interfere. He handed the scroll to him and asked to take a look. The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully, listening to the words that he also thought about inviting the dean, but he could not find enough time, so he handed him his diploma for successfully graduating from the academy. He began to roll up the scroll, and Bergen said that he hoped it was worth it. Theodore looked at him with a slight smile and thanked him for his concern. As he and the master walked up the stairs, he scolded him. The guy frowned and asked what significance this diploma had for him at the moment. The blonde turned to him, saying that in his opinion it was an empty formality, especially when he was at such a level that graduating from the academy became unimportant. The brunette waved his hand, listening to his words about how for him, who had reached such heights at such a young age and mastered 5 magic circles, and the diploma of graduation from the academy was a pathetic piece of paper because magicians are not known on paper, but in action. The professor looked up, asking him to listen. He continued to descend the stairs, saying that all 5 years of his training cannot be written on this piece of paper, just as magic is not a set of words written in ink, and nothing can prove or show all his work. He stretched out his hand and said that everything is here in his heart. The protagonist looked askance at the scroll. The man glanced at him sideways, asking what he would do with the diploma. Theodore sank to the floor and burned the diploma. He scattered the branches. The guy looked down, thinking that this was enough, and as the master said, the diploma of graduation was nothing more than a piece of paper for him. He looked away, and his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. The brunette squatted and looked around the room, wondering if that was the voice of a high elf. He turned his head back when the professor asked him to look. A white bird flew up to them and asked them to come closer because she had something to tell him, because it was very important. The protagonist looked at the bird above his palm, mentally noting that it was a sylph, the lower arch of the wind, and he heard that they were very convenient for transmitting messages, because they easily pass sounds through themselves. The bird waved its wing when Theodore asked to take him to Miss Alina. As the bird flew away, he muttered that he thought that was how it worked. The blonde stood nearby, telling him to go, because he thought that she had something to tell him about Mitra, because if this was the same Alina they were talking about, she should know the secrets of the ancient spirits. The guy smiled happily, saying that in that case he would return soon. He rushed after the bird. A moment later he stood tiredly at the door, saying that this mansion was really big, after which he wondered what the house of a marquis or a duke looked like, since the duke's home was so huge. The brunette knocked on the door. He turned to the bird and thanked him for showing him in. The door began to open. A girl was sitting on the windowsill, saying that today was a beautiful evening. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering if there was a grape branch next to her. Looking at the thick roots, he tried to understand if it had grown from such a small vase. Theodore approached the blonde and said hello, and she asked if this tree had caught his attention. She took a bunch of grapes, saying that she wanted to try growing grapes from the seeds left after dinner, and offered to try. The guy took the bunch, thinking that it was hard to wrap his head around the fact that the seeds had already grown into a mature fruit after today's dinner, and the abilities of the high elf were amazing. He began to bring the berry closer to the circle, thanking for the treat. Chewing the grapes, the brunette noted their taste. Looking around the room, he asked if he could take more, to which the girl answered that he could eat as much as he wanted, because she was pleased that he liked it, and that she was more worried that the grapes would not meet people's taste preferences. The main character sat down next to her on the windowsill, saying that fruits were warmly welcomed there, after which he politely asked what gender she was, noting that earlier she said that she was a dancer, so he thought she was a girl. The blonde tucked her hair behind her ear, noting that it was quite easy to understand that people like Sir Theodore, with a sixth sense, would feel exactly like this in this situation. She smirked and began to tell him that they are born with bodies that are neither male nor female, but when they find their partner for life, they change according to the partner. That is, if the partner is a man, they become women, and if the partner is a woman, then men. The girl approached him, saying that she still hasn't found a partner. The brunette began to laugh nervously, thinking that now he understands why all this seems strange to him. But he did not expect elves to have such unique features as gender reversal, after which he wondered why it seems to him that he is studying high elves right now. The blonde saw his shocked face and gave it to him. She touched his hand and asked him to summon the spirit that made a contract with him now. The protagonist looked down with embarrassment, asking again if she wants him to summon Mitra in order to talk to her. Alina looked at her happily, confirming and saying that it was about her true form, but nothing to worry about. Without raising his embarrassed gaze, Theodore agreed. He sat down some distance from her and painted Mitra to go out. A few moments later, he saw the girl. The blonde brought her to her face, saying that she had become even cuter since their last meeting. The guy smiled widely when she asked him how much he knew about his spirit now, to which he replied that he knew that it was an ancient spirit, and that it was not classified by any ranks by the standards of the spirit world, and that was all he knew. Mitra fell asleep on the woman's lap, and the girl said that she thought so. Hugging the sleeping baby with her arms, she asked her to listen to her very carefully now, noting that in fact, ancient spirits do not belong to the spirit world, because they are seeds from a completely different and more mystical place. She spread her arms when the guy asked her about the seeds. An object appeared above her hands, and the blonde explained that it was an illusion of the ancient god Zephyros, the god of the western winds of a long-forgotten time. Alina smiled widely, telling that according to mythology, he travels around the world 4 times a day, and with one breath can cause a strong hurricane, as well as Zephyros in his primordial form. Remembering the man completely wrapped in bandages, the girl said that he made a contract with the so-called Mädelhersheim about 120 years ago. The brunette widened his eyes in surprise and asked again for the name. Imagining the old man's face in front of him, he wondered why his name had suddenly popped up so unexpectedly now, and thought that of course, it was quite possible that he could be mentioned as a famous medium, but he never thought that the elves would remember him. Alina looked at him with a smile, saying that not all the pestering spirits were gods, like Zephyr, but he himself gave a being of this kind, and in any case, these seeds were left by those supreme who lost their class, and these seeds sprouted, becoming ancient spirits. Mitra was sleeping in her arms. The girl was still sitting on the windowsill, saying that if Sir Theodore wished, she would try to restore some of her power. She smiled widely, saying that although it would be a thin trickle compared to the power in her true form. The guy looked at her with incomprehension, listening to her words that, however, she should still be able to restore her powers at least to the middle rank. He looked at the little girl and asked her what they were doing. Without opening her eyes, Mitra woke up with her chin. She rose abruptly and raised her hand, after which the brunette realized that she wanted it. He put his hand behind his head, asking Alina to do it, to which she told him that there was no need for thanks, because she only wanted to pay part of her debt for saving his life. She closed her eyes, noting that she was about to begin. When the blonde touched her face, a blue light appeared. A flash lit up the room. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, mentally noting that this huge amount of life force felt like the divine power used by priests during restoration. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking at his hand, Theodore mentally noted that his bags of wounds were filled in an instant, and it seemed that the exhaustion had also disappeared. Looking at how Mitra glowed with a bright light, he thought that this healing power was just a consequence of Mitra's awakening. And if someone concentrated this life-giving force, then they should be able to heal even fatal injuries instantly. Suddenly, a woman's hand touched his body and spoke to him. Alina closed his eyes, saying that she had used the connection between him and Mitra, and that without her none of this would have happened, to which he replied that he himself did not know that something like this was possible. The boy looked at her with a frightened look, listening to her words about how she did not know what effect this would have on him as a performer, so he found a way to relax his consciousness so that she could awaken Mitra's true form. The brunette appeared above the mountain, and the voice began to say that many years ago, in the times when people swung stone axes, they already existed. Various creatures were shown, who said that they were beyond ordinary life forms, as natural as nature itself, superior, who inspired respect in all living things. Those who possessed intelligence brought them sacrifices and began to call them gods, which is very funny, because these were nothing more than the voices of those who worshipped them, and they formed their personalities, which before that simply existed. The man knit his brows and cried out, asking the great deity to show mercy to them. Many people stood at the altar and cried out, remembering the stone statue beneath it. The unknown one said that her form had been transformed into something she had never seen before, by fools doing as they pleased, and she, who had always been free, had become chained to the earth. An eye appeared on the altar, asking how this had happened, and why she had accepted this captivity in all its beauty. A silhouette sat among the grass in a field. Holding grass and a stone in her hands, the voice said that she could not get rid of these weak, flawed creatures who would not last even a few months in the drought. But they were outside the village with joy at being called by these creatures, who, in comparison with their strength, were like small bugs, and they enjoyed seeing how their names were extolled, because it enriched the rice grains. The gods began to rush at each other, and the unknown told that no one knew that this would all lead to irritation, and they, the highest, born of the universe itself, grew up far from nature, and they had the opportunity to survive as long as their incredible strength would allow. Like those who got close to people and moved away from nature, the fate was predetermined. The deity held a stone in her hands, and the voice noted that it was funny that the gods developed selfishness with the help of people, and such a revelation led to their death, and she could not stop her own resolution. Blood flowed down the body of the god. The protagonist opened his eyes. When he clenched his teeth, Alina asked him if everything was okay. He hovered over the mountains and asked her if it was her, to which the girl replied that she also observed this vision through Mitra. Theodore looked down and replied that he understood, wondering what kind of memories were now, and were these the lives of the real essence of Mitra. His eyes widened as the blonde began to tell him that it seemed his consciousness had been pulled into Mitra as her true nature had awakened, and normally their lives would have been separated like they were now, but she was convinced that he was able to unite with her because they had a strong connection. The protagonist looked around, asking if this place inside the real essence of Mitra was the one, to which Alina told him that it was, so he should calm down and bend down to the ground. Theodore looked down sideways and asked again. There he saw a creature and asked not to tell him that this was a giant. While the brown creature sat on the ground, the blonde said that this was the true form of Mitra, the one with whom he had made a contract, and that right now in front of him was a partial descendant of those who had existed long before the beginning of this era, just a few years ago, a symbol of abundance and fertility. The brunette looked with frightened eyes. The creature began to rise. Looking into his face, Alina said that this is a holy and great name, Mother Earth Demithra. The protagonist's eyes widened. He screamed loudly. He woke up already on the girl's lap. When he jumped to the floor, she asked him if he was okay. Theodore began to rise, saying that Mitra's real appearance was much more majestic than he expected. He leaned on the chair when the blonde asked if it was true that this was his first time, noting that he might feel dizzy or nauseous, so he should get up slowly. The guy sat down on the chair and replied that everything was fine and he was already used to it. Suddenly he saw a light head. The girl hugged him abruptly. The brunette froze in horror. Mitra smiled contentedly when he asked her if it was true that it was her. She sat down next to Alina, who began to say that the ritual was successful and now she can use mid-level magic, and the improvement in her physical form proves her growing strength. When the girl hugged her, the blonde said that she was almost unrecognizable. The main one looked at her with a puzzled look, mentally noting that he definitely felt that Mitra's power had increased, because before the types of earthly magic that he could effectively use were limited, but now, it seemed, he had the abilities of a real medium. His eyes widened more than his. The girl laughed, saying that he had a funny face. Theodore chuckled and called her. With a smile on his face, he asked her not to grow taller than him. Mitra looked at him with a displeased squint. A playful smile appeared on her lips when she agreed, and the guy mentally noted that a not too big spirit is best. Someone's hand was raised. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Turning to the guy, she asked if this was Mitra. Theodore smiled, confirming, and said that it was her. Theodore watched on the bench as the girl danced, saying that she had a friend. Watching her dance, he thought that his earth magic had definitely improved over the past couple of days, and now he didn't even need to pronounce the 5th circle earth spell out loud. Imagining Veronica spreading her arms to the sides, he thought that, as a rule, wizards can instantly cast spells no older than half of their circle. He remembered the bright light in front of the girl, thinking that a 4th circle mage casts a 2nd circle spell, and if a wizard is already on the 5th circle, then with due skill, he can avoid pronouncing 3rd circle spells out loud, and only a few geniuses, gifted with exceptional intuition and brain piercing, are able to surpass this level. Looking at his hand, the hero noted that he nevertheless overcame the barrier. Theodore turned around when someone said that it was amazing that he already completely controlled the power of the spirit of the middle rank. Vince stood with his hands in his pockets, saying that he could not believe it, because usually it takes at least 10 years. The man in glasses looked at the hero, saying that the meeting with the high elf was useful not only for Mitra, but also for him. Theodore, sitting on the bench, asked the master how his wound was and whether he had finished with the treatment yet. Putting his hand on his belt, the man replied that after the help it had become much better, but it still hurt. He imagined the wound on his body, hearing that this was a very strong curse and the girl could only heal the injury itself. Alina sat opposite, saying that until the curse disappeared completely, he would not be cured. Then our hero raised his head, saying that he could not believe that it was so difficult to treat, and asked what they should do. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that it would disappear over time, but they could still turn to a high-class priest. Theodore, lowering his eyes, noted that it would be difficult to find such a specialist in the kingdom. Vince looked at him, saying that everything was fine and had been worse. The three gathered together. The master said that since he was here for another month, he would not be able to participate in the escort mission. A slight smile appeared on his face when he noted that he would be a bad master if he held back his student. Now the man sat down on the bench next to him, when the hero asked him if he was okay and answered that everything was fine, and also apologized for not being able to help in the escort mission. But in any case, the kingdom would send people to replace him, so there was no need to worry. Vince put his hands on the back, saying that it would be nice if it was one of the tower lords like Blundell or Veronica. Seeing the house with white walls, he said that it was time for the hero to get ready, and he asked again. Vince looked at him with a smile, telling him that there were rumors that a convoy for the elves recently arrived in Bergen. Both stood next to each other. Theodore asked why a convoy was needed if there were wizards who own teleportation magic. Looking at the interlocutor, also clarifying why they can't just transfer everyone. Raising an eyebrow, he replied that it was a good question. He presented a face covered by a hand, saying that elves are naturally resistant to magic and instinctively neutralize any such techniques because they are born with the blessing of nature. Then the guy clarified whether they are capable of spatial magic. Both kept their hands in their pockets. Vince replied that an ordinary elf is not capable of this, because not only do you need to be at least a 6th circle mage, but also considering natural resistance, it is almost impossible. The blonde held a bird on her hand. The man said that the situation is different with high elves. Their very existence pacifies the mana around, and he heard that they unintentionally interrupt the activation of magic. If you disrupt something so strongly like spatial magic, a catastrophe can occur. Looking at him, Theodore noted that this is why, unlike other elves, Alina is represented by a convoy. Someone appeared in front of them, saying that he was just in time. Seeing the man with the red hat, Vince said that they had not seen Sergeant Herman for a long time. He replied that he was right and noted that he had heard that he had completed the 6th circle. A smile appeared on his face when he said that he knew that sooner or later he would succeed. Vince smiled back and thanked him. Someone was watching their conversation from the side, noting that it must be Sergeant Herman. Looking at the man in the hat, he noted that he really had great magical power. He had heard that on the battlefield he had seriously injured his legs and lost 1 circle, but he felt the power of a 6th circle mage. Then he noticed the white-haired man, surprised that Elder Sujal was also here, noting that he saw 2 elders. Looking at Theodore, he noticed that they were not the only ones here. Seeing Herman surrounded by other people, the observer realized that there was also a group of serious battle mages here. They were so strong that they could destroy a couple of villages if they wanted. The hero was scared when the man turned his attention to him, saying that he was a student who had attracted the attention of the tower's mistress. His expression changed, and the guy said that he did not understand what he was talking about and how he could have attracted her attention. Then Herman opened his mouth wide and laughed and said that there was no need to be embarrassed, although she had a fierce character. But he suddenly fell silent, looking ahead. In front of him was a blonde surrounded by 2 men. She held her hands together. Herman asked if that child in the middle was a high elf. The girl approached them and said that she was glad to see everyone. She was Alina, a child of the Blossom tribe, the 6th dancer of the clan. The man raised his hand and said that he was Herman, the convoy commander, and asked to forgive the old man for such a reaction. The girl raised her hand to her face, after which she shook Herman's hand, saying that it was an honor to meet him. Herman smiled, looking at her. Holding her hand, he noted that just by touching it, she filled his body with life force. Frowning, he also noted that he had heard about the capabilities of the High Elves, but she exceeded all expectations. The man standing behind him said that time was running out and it was time to move out. Looking at him, the elder said that they were moving then. The command to go sounded. Wheels were visible among the fog. Looking at this car, someone said that this was a means of transportation, and he was sure that they would like it. A bright shine came from the car. Theodore and Vince looked at it nervously, not understanding what it was, because they thought they would ride on carts or in carriages. Putting on his glasses, the man said that they called this carriage with a magic engine a manimobile. Adjusting his glasses, the man said that in pursuit of speed, they developed magic engines, conducted countless experiments until they built the manimobile. Although there were a couple of incidents at the testing ground, but in the end they managed to enter the market. Taking a step forward, he also said that this mobile is 2, 3, and sometimes even 5 times faster than a regular carriage. The man below asked how long they would stand there and that they should quickly climb up. Showing a thumbs up, he told them that he would show them what real speed is. Theodore was noticeably nervous. He did not really want to ride this. Herman sat next to Count Bergen, thanking him for his assistance on behalf of all the magicians of the Magic Tower. The man with the mustache smiled, hearing that his help had come at the right time and that His Majesty already knew everything. He handed the cup to the servant, replying that it was a great honor to hear such a thing. After all, it was his duty as the Lord of the Kingdom, but still he did not deserve such flattery, especially from Herman. Herman frowned. Seeing Bergen pleased, he thought that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, but his vanity remained, and he could not tolerate such people. Raising his head, the man in the hat said that it would be as he wished and asked for forgiveness. The maid opened the door in front of him. The elder took a step forward. Sujal met him as he came out, asking how their conversation ended in less than 5 minutes. Did he really say a few words and leave right away? The gray-haired man kept his hands in his pockets, noting that he had already said many times that he needed to speak more gracefully in order to gain the respect of others, to which Herman replied that he thought that the natives of the White Tower loved magic more than etiquette, and even if he had become friends with that fat man, their conversation would have taken forever. Sujal smiled, saying that everything was as usual, and there was no point in teaching proper etiquette to an ignorant bastard like him. The interlocutor looked at him with displeasure, answering that this is why he hated the White Tower, which cannot live without teleportation. They simply do not value time, although he would change his mind if he gave him his legs, because he did not need them anyway. Sujal immediately nomcrols, saying that he was asking for trouble. Then Herman also frowned, asking if he really wanted to finish him off, but first he needed to get to him with his own feet before he tore them out and called him a white bastard. Both men looked away when someone asked for Herman's attention. Vince smiled, saying that he had something to discuss. Sujal waved his hand, saying that they would see each other in the capital then. As he left, he told Herman to be careful, because the Mana wagon would probably be a test for his bones, although at his age it was only natural. Vince approached Herman and said that Sergeant Major Sujal was still the same, to which the man replied that the bastard hadn't changed at all, and asked what he wanted to discuss. The blonde frowned, saying that Alina had told him something a few days earlier. The high ceilings of the hall were visible. The man said that he understood. Raising his hand to his face, he also said that the Austin agent's attempt to steal a high elf was true, noting who else would attack her guard. Vince replied that it was. Imagining a city among the trees, he said that since the very existence of high elves is incredibly valuable, as soon as they are born, the entire Elfheim immediately knows about it, and therefore it is natural for them to grow up safely in the capital under the protection of warriors. It is not necessary to mention that the war elves are very skilled, and undergoing harsh training, they are not inferior to aura users in strength. Herman kept his hand on his chin, said that it turns out that they have people who were able to discreetly get rid of the Elfheim guards. Having imagined the silhouette of the girl, Vince replied that most likely the Austin creatures were able to capture her while she was waiting for her guards, because it would not have been difficult for her to escape alone, but as she said, having captured her friends hostage, they left her no choice but to surrender. Rubbing his beard, the interlocutor replied that then they had no choice. He frowned, saying that they needed to move immediately, because despite the fact that they had been lying low for several days, one could conclude that not everything was well with them. But if they did not give up on the adventure regarding the High Elf, they could not guarantee the safety of this place. I hoped only for my own strength. Vince, keeping his hands in his pockets, clarified whether it would not be safer to wait here a little longer, to which Herman replied that he would have done so if they did not have support forces. Looking at the other party, he also said that the Tower Lord, who had set out in the opposite direction, was flying here with an escort group, meaning that the closer they were to the capital, the faster they would regroup. Vince looked at him with a smile, saying that it was a relief that the Tower Lord would soon join them. He recalled Veronica's fight, noting that if she joined them, there was no need to worry about who would oppose them, because there was no point in worrying about the existence of anyone stronger than an 8th Circle Mage, and even if that opponent was one of those, he would still turn to ashes no matter what happened. Herman folded his arms, saying that there was no time to relax, and asked if he would leave his student here, to which the other party replied that he could not do that. Introducing the red light from the man, he also said that if they were truly searching for the High Elf, then the chances of them coming for him or Theodore were high, and it would be much safer to just join the convoy and head to the capital. Turning around, he heard Herman ask if he would really stay here knowing this, to which he replied that instead of being a burden to his student, he would rather be a burden to his enemy, because if he came for him, he could buy a few minutes of time. Herman smiled slightly, saying that he still could not dissuade him. He placed his hand on his chest, asking him to try to protect himself, and they would deliver the High Elf and his student safely to the capital. The engine of the car began to glow brightly. The man agreed and said that they were moving. The car continued on its way. A glow emanated from it. Looking out the window, Theodore thought about the over 100 magic spells cast here, wondering if it was just to make the carriage move. He didn't understand what kind of obsession this was. The hero raised an eyebrow. Seeing the cars moving forward, he noted that the energy was incredible anyway. There were several objects flying in the sky above the cars. He noted that Sergeant Herman and the Red Tower mages were in the vanguard to protect, and the rest of the carriages were moving on the edges of him and Alina, protecting them, so it was almost impossible to get even 50 meters away from them without being noticed even under Carney's level stealth spells. Theodore looked down in surprise. Putting his hand on his knee, he noted that they were finally moving forward. The carriages were moving forward quickly. He noted that it was much faster than he expected. A nervous smile appeared on his face, although he noted that they would only get there in one day. As the carriages continued on their way, he thought they were just bragging, but if they maintained this speed, it was possible, and if they kept moving at this speed all the time, he would be able to meet the teacher safely. Someone's hand touched him. Alina smiled, asking if he was worried. The girl sat closer when he asked what she said, and she clarified if he was worried about Vince. Theodore looked at the interlocutor, saying that according to Elder Sujal, the teacher was in critical condition, and he could get an internal injury if he tried to use teleportation. He also said with his eyes downcast that he couldn't believe that the teacher stayed as bait, and he had a bad feeling about it. The girl looked at him with a slight smile, saying that there was no need to worry too much. The moment when his fate would come to an end had not yet arrived. Then the hero frowned, asking how she knew. Alina lowered her head, saying that she had a look into the future, or in other words, foresight. Theodore opened his mouth in surprise, specifying that she could see the future. He imagined a blue dragon and a skull, thinking that one of the few ways to cope with the fear of the future was the power to see it. And for those who had an incredible weakness to time, as well as for those who sooner or later had to face death, it was granted by gods, demons, or ancient dragons. Turning to his interlocutor, he clarified if she wanted to say that the teacher would be fine. Alina looked up and replied that the power was not that powerful, but she could sense the end of time, so he could relax. Blue flames burst from the car's engine. The hero said that it was incredible, to which the girl said that it was a useless ability, because it was impossible to even sense when you yourself were in danger. Putting his hand on the arm of the sofa, he noted that thanks to her, he could relax. Someone's shadow was visible, as he also said that it would be great if they could reach the capital safely. The skeleton in the dark robe had bright eyes. Theodore wondered if he could meet the master again safely. The cars continued forward. There were neatly laid out food items on the tablecloth. Someone handed them over, saying that it was food for Alina and Theodore. The guy in the blue jacket standing in front of them said that there was nothing special here and asked them to enjoy it, for which the hero thanked him. He stood up and picked up one of the items. He then looked at it in his hand, thinking that there were a couple of fruits, snacks, and some dried meat. It might be a simple meal, but it was enough to satisfy his hunger. Theodore took a bite. After chewing the food, he asked his interlocutor if it was meat, saying that he had heard that elves only ate the gifts of nature. The girl bit into a piece of meat, saying that it was not true, and that she was not special, but that she was sure that all elves enjoyed meat. Turning to Theodore, she also said that firstly, both plants and animals had equal rights, so what was the reason to refuse meat and thereby discriminate against plants, and also, by refusing meat, her body became weaker. Looking at her, Theodore said that he heard that the delegation of the Elfheim that recently visited Melter ate only fruits, and asked why that was. Looking at him, she replied that she did not know, suggesting that perhaps it was related to the cooking methods. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked again. Having bitten into a piece of meat, the girl said that the elven receptors were somewhat more sensitive than human ones, so it was difficult for them to eat meat that was cooked with a lot of spices, noting that they were not surprised that they ate raw fruits. Imagining the knife piercing the flesh, she said that they eat all food raw, without resorting to fire, and it is natural for them to eat meat freshly cut from prey. Theodore imagined an elf with a knife in his hand, thinking about how a chill ran down his spine. The elf looked at the interlocutor, hearing some sound. Food fell off the table. The girl asked what the sound was, and the hero replied that he would go out and check. There were several people in uniform standing outside. It was heard that the second and third carriages needed to stop and check the situation. Theodore appeared behind them, asking if he could find out what happened. He was recognized as a newcomer to the Red Tower. Moving away from his comrades, the man in the blue jacket said that the first carriage, which was in the vanguard, got into a fight with someone and they planned to move out as soon as that carriage gave a signal that everything was clear, so there was no need to worry and just wait. Looking at him, Theodore asked if they would join the first carriage. Lowering his head, the interlocutor replied that due to the unique combat tactics of the Red Tower, it was difficult for the mages of other towers to help them with anything. And besides, the first carriage was led by Sergeant Herman, so it was decided that there was no point in interfering. The hero looked at him in confusion. The interlocutor, looking into his eyes, replied that their first priority was escort, not victory, and besides, if the enemy could get rid of the first carriage in such a short time, they would not be able to oppose him with anything and win anyway. Theodore raised his hand to his face, thinking that it couldn't be argued, and considering the size of the group, they were really just escorts and not a combat unit. There was a light on the horizon. His thoughts were that even if they could defeat the enemies, their first priority was to prevent any outcome where a leaner could be harmed. Biting his lip, he also thought that he was only thinking about how to win the battle, but that type of thinking was not suitable for the purpose of an escort mission. A bright light appeared from behind. A sound could be heard among the machines. He thought that it was the impact of at least 5 shots and the clash of 6th circle magic. Covering his face with his hand, he also reasoned that there were 5 5th circle and 3 6th circle mages, and someone with very strong magic that surpassed the current standards of 6th circle magic. Seeing a bright light on the horizon, he noted that this was the sound of a magician who had once managed to touch the 7th circle, deciding that it was definitely Elder Herman. The guy in the jacket lowered his head, hearing a question on the radio. Can they hear him? Taking it in his hands, he answered that he was from the Blue Tower. The hero thought that it was Herman's voice. Theodore stood next to the other two, hearing that the elder was saying that they needed to run. Because this was not an enemy they could defeat, they needed to protect the High Elf and get out of here immediately. Anton's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone gathered around him. He said that the connection was broken, and it could not be that Elder Herman had fallen. Lowering his head, the guy heard words that nothing was known yet, but he definitely told everyone to run. Someone said that since the enemy was approaching, everyone was already dead. Anton looked up. There were several comrades standing near him. He said to prepare the second cart, and for everyone else to get out and be on high alert. One of his comrades opened his mouth in surprise, repeating about being ready. His comrade supported him, saying that Elder Herman told him to get out of here. Then Anton opened his mouth wide, shouting that their goal was to deliver Alina to the capital in full safety, and also stop wasting time. He and his comrades put their fists to their chest. Anton turned around, addressing Theodore. Looking at him, he said that from now on his entire focus should be on escorting Alina safely, and they would stay and buy him some time. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero replied that he would do everything in his power. Showing a thumb up, the interlocutor noted that Theodore was quite cold-blooded for a newbie, and he left the rest to him. People started to scatter when he told everyone to take their positions and for the second wagon to move out immediately, and there was no point in strictly following the direction, just getting as far away from here as possible. The wagon stood surrounded by fog. The other wagons were visible next to it. Someone said that the preparations were complete and they could move out. The cars started moving. People in blue uniforms stood next to each other. Putting his hand forward, Anton said to prepare for battle and take positions. Someone put his fingers together. Then he clenched his fists. The rest of his comrades did the same. The people stood at a small distance from each other. Unlike the Red Tower mages who focus on direct firepower, the Blue Tower specializes in interaction. They share magic with each other, and thus abilities with each other, thanks to which they achieve maximum power due to synergy. Although almost every Blue Tower mage loses in a one-on-one duel with a Red Tower mage, but in a group fight, the Red Tower mages have no chance. Anton took a breath and asked if it was already here. A dark silhouette was visible ahead. A skull shrouded in darkness opened its mouth wide. Seeing this cloud of darkness, the boy noted that it was rather strange that his mana and sounds were light. He felt earlier, noting that this power was just his presence and not from mana or magic. Sighing, the boy said that this place would become his grave. Seeing this monster approaching, he turned to the warriors, telling everyone to prepare. After which he took another deep breath and, saying that they will teach this bastard the meaning of simple words, Blue Tower. The girl touched her hand, asking that, will everyone have to go through terrible things because of her? Crossing her arms, she also said that it would be better if she never left her village, although it would be better if she was not even born a high elf. Theodore placed his hand on her shoulder when she continued to blame herself. Taking her hand in his, he asked her not to do this because she was just a victim. The girl looked at the interlocutor when he said that despite the fact that she was a high elf, she was just a victim of a group of kidnappers, so she should not blame herself as if it was her fault for everything that happened. Theodore looked into her eyes, asking her not to blame anyone for everything that happened except the one hunting her. Tears were visible in Alina's eyes when she heard that if she was overcome with worries about her comrades, then sadness was normal, but what she definitely should not do is blame herself. The hero continued to hold her hand when she thanked him. Raising his hand to his face, he thanked her in return and asked her not to be angry at him for this. Suddenly, Theodore hugged Alina. Standing in his arms, she wanted to ask what he was doing, but Theodore covered her head with his hand, telling her to lie down. Darkness suddenly surrounded them. The darkness completely surrounded the manmobile they were riding on. Looking at this, the hero was surprised that not even 10 minutes had passed since their separation. Looking back, he frowned, thinking that in such a short time, all the elite mages of the tower had fallen, and the kidnappers had caught up with them with such ease, despite the fact that they were in a monoship at an unimaginable speed. The winged monster hung in the air. A red light was coming from its eye socket. Surrounded by fog, Theodore also thought that, although weakly, he still felt the mana of the magical convoy and wondered if this monster was really their enemy. From shock, he opened his mouth wide, reasoning that of course he felt that the enemy was of an unusual size, but this was already absurd. Something began to happen to the monster's body. Then a red limb appeared. This monster was flying above them. Cracks were visible on its skull. Theodore and Alina were surrounded by fog. The hero wondered who was behind all this, as he had never heard of such monsters before. He imagined the enemy's skull, and noted that he could not say for sure, feeling this terrifying aura, but this monster was on a completely different level compared to all those he had met before. Theodore had gluttony in his hand, and he said that the monster was still as disgusting as before. The skull moved his jaw down, saying that the same could be said about him, and that he still got attached to lower beings, calling gluttony as pathetic as ever. The monster spread its wings wide, telling him that he was dishonoring the name of the 7 deadly sins by indulging these lowly apes, and asked what was the value of the pathetic abilities of those who only relied on time and luck. Gluttony replied that after collecting and combining a huge number of genetic products over time, he was fascinated by the limitations of living beings. And on the other hand, the monster was a loser who gave up all attempts to overcome his own limits. Something dark covered his skull. It was heard that ignoramuses like him would never be able to understand what beauty and wisdom are. There is no right to even talk about it, because he is no different from a hastily molded chimera. A thick fog began to fill the entire space. The monster replied that this was a lie, and for Gluttony to close his mouth. Theodore was surrounded by a bright light. Putting his hand forward, he only asked what kind of creature it was, why such a horror attacked them in the first place. Seeing the huge monster in front of him, Gluttony said that this is an independent type grimoire named Superbia. Like him, it is one of the 7 deadly sins. Standing behind the bright barrier, the hero heard that if gluttony is the sin of gluttony, then the enemy is the sin of pride, and its essence is the usurpation of species. He was born from the branch of predators. Holding Alina's head, Theodore asked again, is the usurpation of species the power of pride? Introducing a dark monster, Gluttony replied that it is. If he is a mage who collects magic in himself, then this monster collects the very essence of creatures, and no matter what type of organism this is, he collects its features in himself by eating a sample. He immediately gets the ability to reproduce its innate features. Introducing dark fists, he noted, for example, a troll has regeneration, and ogres have physical strength. The hero looked ahead, thinking about the ability to eat creatures and appropriate their strongest characteristics, and asked how many characteristics he could appropriate at a time. Seeing the enemy's skull, the interlocutor replied that, given that he had just broken through the 4th seal, and with his current strength, he could appropriate 5 at a time, and asked the hero if he really wanted to fight Superbia, to which the guy asked if he had a choice. Looking towards the monster, when Gluttony said that there was no need for this, because he was not here to absorb them. Superbia looked with his empty eye, saying that it was true, because he was here to absorb the high elf, and was not interested in him at all. Still looking at the hero, the monster said that if Theodore did not interfere, then he would allow him to leave here peacefully. Our hero frowned, answering that this was nonsense. He lowered his head and said that he would never let her fall into the hands of such an enemy. The monster's claw touched the barrier, saying that the hero would die. The barrier around Theodore became larger as he used defense. He raised his hand up. Frowning, he thought that he first needed to hide Alina in a safe place. Then, lowering his hand, the hero used a jumping shield, deciding to use it first and then attack. Theodore and Alina were thrown in different directions. He was glad about this and decided that now he only needed to attract the enemy's attention to himself. The hero crossed his arms in front of himself, praying to Surt, asking him to grant him his breath. A bright light appeared in front of him when using low power. A pillar of fire rose above the forest from the use of Inferno. Theodore, standing in the smoke, realized that this was not enough. He needed to use the magic arrow forward and deal a critical hit. But something caught his attention. Superbia rushed towards him. A cloud of dust rose from his blow. The shock wave spread around. Theodore lay there, holding back the onslaught. Horror was visible on his face, that if he hadn't parried this blow, he would have already been dead. His pupils became smaller, realizing that he would definitely die if he missed another blow like that, and now it was not about victory or defeat. He would be killed, even if he managed to cope with despair, because for the enemy he was nothing more than an ant. Lying on the ground, the hero noted that everything was as Gluttony had said. If he let Elinor die, he would survive, because what the monster had come for was the flesh and blood of the High Elf. Opening his mouth, he even thought that for a living creature, survival comes first, and escaping from here was not a bad option. His vision began to double. The guy asked Gluttony to tell him how to defeat this monster, but then only asked for help in beating it. Looking at his hand, the hero heard the question why he was resisting so much, because this high elf meant nothing to him. Looking at the hero, Gluttony heard that if he ran away now, he would run away again and again, and also the question, is there a way? Gluttony smiled, saying that he would make an exception and give him the death. A bright glow appeared in front of Theodore. The system notified of an unauthorized request, and the Gluttony function was forcibly unlocked. From now on, the user can borrow the power of the author of the book that Gluttony absorbed. The system notified that access to rewriting was open. A bright beam of light burst out of the ground. A smile appeared on the face of a man with blonde hair. Superbia looked at this, not understanding what kind of trick this was. The man stood with his hands down, hearing that his heartbeat completely changed literally in an instant, as if he was a completely different entity. The blonde lowered his eyebrows. The man was emitting smoke. He noted that it was very clever and asked if he noticed that they had a very high connection. A smile appeared on the man's face. He told the hero to leave it to him. The system notified that an entity named Alford had been loaded into the user's body. Superbia pointed at him, saying that he had no idea what kind of cheap trick he was trying to pull, but knowing him, nothing would help. The monster rushed forward, saying that with this weak body, he would not leave a scratch on him. Lightning appeared in Alford's hand. The man directed them at the enemy. He looked surprised. A wound remained on his body. The man smiled, asking how he liked it, and it seemed like that was exactly what he wanted. There was a large wound visible on Superbia's body. He was outraged at how dare Alford call him a worthless monkey, saying that he would slowly tear him apart and then finish him off. The man frowned, thinking that the regenerative abilities of trolls are definitely beyond the norm, but what he sees is something on the verge of immortality, and he is not an opponent that can be defeated with normal attacks. Someone asked about who he is. Looking away, Alford asked again, is this really the one he should protect? Then he raised his hand, telling her to be quiet and hide in a safe place. He will guide her, and all she needs to do is run as fast as she can, even if she starts to choke. Elinor looked at the light, hearing that she should follow it. Seeing it fly away, she also heard that she should follow in the direction of the firefly. But the girl looked at the interlocutor, saying that she was not going to leave him, but wanted to stay and help. Then the man looked at her angrily, saying that the creature was targeting her. She should stop talking nonsense and hide. Gritting her teeth, Elinor realized that he was right. Now she would be nothing more than a burden to him if she stayed. The girl regained her strength near the tree, thinking about her faith in Theodore. Superbia hung over the silhouette of the man. Elinor believed that he would return safe and sound alive. The skull of the monster was almost hidden. It said that it was stupid to think that this high elf could escape from it, because as long as he was alive, there was no safe place for her in the whole world. Superbia leaned over, saying that Alford would be his lunch, and then he would find the high elf and have some of her too. The monster raised his arms, using the power of an ogre, a minotaur, and a cyclops. Then he looked at his red eyes, telling his enemy that he would make him regret making his enemy out of this body. Alford hid behind the barrier. Then he rose above the ground. Turning around, Alford thought that this power was really incredible, and if he were exposed to the shock wave, all his insides would turn to dust. Superbia quickly caught up with him. Lightning appeared under his feet, thinking that this monster was not only very strong, but also just as fast. Bright flashes appeared from the impact. The man frowned. Then he pointed his hand forward. Aiming at Superbia, he used a magic arrow. The beam hit the enemy. A trace of the impact was visible on the monster's body. He was indignant that the man would not understand that his attacks would not kill him. Alford pushed away from him. A bright light appeared on the tip of his finger. He struck the enemy again. Seeing Superbia falling, he thought that if the immortal was not able to die, then he would simply turn him into a sieve. The monster lying on the ground said that he understood what kind of trick it was, because, apparently, he simply easily adapts to movements similar to humans. His body began to take on a different shape. He said that he would see how the man copes with this. Something dark rose up. Hands appeared. In his new form, the monster stood up. Alford, looking at him, noted that he was also studying him, and he turned into a monster that he had never heard of before. Superbia lowered his head, saying that he had now turned into an ideal form, and even his tricks would not work. A red claw headed towards the man. He managed to avoid the blow. Alford, frowning, noticed the blade tail, which contains a deadly poison, and even a scratch will be fatal. The tail struck again. The man covered his face with his hands. A bright light was visible. Alford stood with his head down, noting that the enemy is much more annoying than the aura user. If he continues to make such extraordinary attacks, he will not last even 10 minutes. Frowning, the man turned to Theodore, saying that now he needs complete control over his entire body and mind, but for this he needs his consent. Seeing the huge monster in front of him, the man heard the question, if the hero does this, will Alford be able to defeat him? To which he replied that he cannot promise without trying. But this is all that remains for them now. The hero replied that he should begin immediately. Alford looked away, noting the immediate response, although Theodore had no idea what would happen to his body, and asked if he was sure he should make such decisions so easily. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he had already decided. Alford also closed his eyes, paying respect to his determination. Several new messages appeared, stating that the hidden function of transmission had been activated. If successful, part of Alford's essence would be fully restored, but if failed, Theodore's essence could be destroyed. The man looked at his hand. The system reported the start of transmission. A smile appeared on his face. Superbia launched its tail forward, saying that no tricks would work on him anymore, and as far as it could see, the man was just repeating meaningless actions. Looking with its red eye, the monster said that it was useless. The tail flew over the crowns of the trees. It hit Alford's barrier. Frowning, he used the Song of Battle. Then he clenched his fist, using Rhapsody of Power and Enhancement. A bright light rushed towards Superbia when using the flame-enchanted hands. A powerful explosion was seen. The man raised his hand above his head, using memories, and opened 2 memory rods. An even more powerful explosion was heard when using the volcanic projectile. Smoke came out of his hands. Kneeling down, he thought that now that their consciousness was completely synchronized, he was confused about which were his memories and which were not. Frowning, he knew that if he did not regain control, he could lose his self. A silhouette was visible among the smoke. The monster asked, was his trick in this flame strike? Something was reaching for the red object. Superbia asked, what about it? Something dark began to gather. The body of this monster began to be covered with dark matter, and with the use of fireproof salamander skin, red dragon scales, and hellhound body, looking at Alford with his eyes, he said that he was greatly delayed. Slightly opening his mouth, the man thought that the enemy had completely gotten rid of the threat of fire, and it turns out that the only thing left for him was the magic arrow, which was based on destructive power. Slightly squeezing his palm, he realized that in this state, when the hero and he were completely synchronized, it could work. Connecting his hands, a bright light appeared. The magic arrow was 100% ready. A bright light burst out from his hand. The released energy went forward. Superbia put his hand in front of him. His body was literally collapsing. The glow spread throughout the entire forest. Lowering his head, Alford only thought why. Frowning, he noticed that the enemy did not even try to dodge the attack. Seeing the silhouette of the enemy in the smoke, he was surprised that the magic arrow at full power did not affect him at all. Superbia brought his hand to his chest, saying that it tickled him, and asked if this was all he could do. His eyes were shining brightly. The man thought it was a monster. Stretching his head forward, Superbia said that it seemed that Alford had finally exhausted his prepared tricks. Slightly bending down to the ground, he also said that now it was his turn, and he would very slowly tear him into pieces. Then he jumped up. So he rushed at the man. He opened his eyes in surprise, noticing that the monster had become many times faster than before. Superbia delivered a powerful blow, but he looked down in surprise, noticing that it was illusion magic. Turning around, he saw the man, telling him that he was good at running away. Alford furrowed his brows, thinking that it would be quite difficult even with the magic arrow, and that it would hardly change anything. Seeing Superbia's bright eye, he also thought that it was useless to use the same technique twice, because in order to break through his defense, he would have to do something he hadn't seen before. The monster was about to strike him. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. Then he protected himself with a barrier. Alford put his hand in front of him. The barrier held back the onslaught. The ground was flying around. Looking down, Superbia realized that he couldn't feel it, thinking that it was illusion magic again. Several Alford copies were heading towards him. Looking up, Superbia complained to who he was taking him for, asking if he seriously thought that this cheap trick would work on him twice. Opening his eye wide, he used all-seeing eye. Several spikes appeared from his body, piercing the copies. The monster was surprised that all 6 were illusions, not realizing that he had not noticed. A bright light appeared in Alford's hands as the monster wondered where the real one was and answered him that he was here. The light grew brighter. Opening his mouth wide, he used the Song of Battle, the Rhapsody of Power, as well as Sforzando, Memories, and opened all the rots. Frowning, he thought about the strongest explosion he could form. Only by sacrificing his hand, he would put all his remaining mana into this attack. Superbia, looking at him, called him a pathetic monkey. A beam of light shot forward as the 5 times enhanced magic arrow was used. Alford received significant damage. A bright light illuminated the surrounding area. The injured man lowered his hands. The system reported that the time element of the transmission had been exhausted, and the synchronization with Alford would be severed. Theodore lowered his head, saying that he really managed to deliver one precise blow and an explosion, to which the man replied that this was all they could do. The hero looked forward. The black mass was gathering towards the monster's eye. Recovering, it again called the guy a pathetic monkey, saying that first, he would cut his head into pieces. The black matter moved across his face. Theodore said that he had held out for quite a long time. Superbia grabbed him. He thought about how his parents always reminded him to take care of his health. The monster almost swallowed him up when he thought about how he never expected to leave this world before them, and his teacher would definitely take care of his family. Someone's voice said that he did it. A bright trace cut the monster's body. A girl with red hair stood nearby. She lowered her head and apologized for being late. Trying to open his eyes, he only asked about the Lord of the Tower. Looking ahead, Veronica told him to wait a little while she would quickly deal with this. A fiery sword appeared in her hand as she said for the flames of purgatory to turn to him. So she frowned. With a swing, she left a bright trace using the hellish blade. Superbia, who received damage, was outraged that such magic damaged his body. Falling to the ground, the monster also said that the regenerative ability of this body is beyond the concept of mortals, after which he rushed at the girl, saying that he would devour her first. The girl pulled her hand back, and she managed to strike the enemy in the eye. With a bright beam, he flew back. At first, he just lay on the ground. Then he began to form his body again, calling Veronica a filthy ape. Raising her hand above her head, she used the 7th magic circle, summoning Hellfire. Frowning, she called the enemy an ugly piece of meat, noting that he was annoying because he was still talking under his breath. Energy spread throughout the area. Cracks appeared on Superbia's body. Looking at this, he noted that if this continues, his body will not endure any longer, and before it is too late, he must flee. At this moment, the girl crouched to the ground. Then she rose into the air, saying that the enemy cannot hide in the face of absolute power. Bright flames burst out in front of her as she used dragon breath. Veronica watched from above. Seeing the empty crater, she said that he escaped, and also that he was more annoying than the sword master. Looking down, Veronica said that it was no wonder that the enemy was strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do anything to Herman. Falling to the ground, she thought that Herman was far from alone. A huge number of mages from the blue and red towers also fell with him. Looking back, she noted that only the high elf and the hero survived. The guy was lying on the ground. Veronica helped him sit down, saying that at least he remained alive, and thanked him for holding on here. Without raising his head, Theodore wanted to say something to the Lord of the Tower. Looking at him, the girl said that he had serious wounds, so he should not tense up and lie here quietly. Veronica noticed the leaner and said that everything was fine now. She did not have to hide anymore, it was safe here. Trying to look towards Theodore, he did not understand who else was here besides the Lord of the Tower. The blonde approached, addressing him. The 2 girls sat in front of Theodore. Eleanor asked if he was okay and if he recognized her. Seeing the blonde in front of him, Theodore noted that she was okay. After which he closed his eyes. He said barely audibly that he was very glad about it. So he fell to the ground. Eleanor tried to bring him to his senses. Veronica asked him again how he was. Trying to open his eyes, the hero realized that this was his limit. Seeing the stars, he wondered how long he would sleep this time. New messages appeared that the 4th seal, removed by unnatural means, was resealed, and the user is no longer available for rewriting, and after using the transmission, it is necessary to put the body into sleep for recovery. The system notified about the forced entry of the user's body into sleep. A bright light came through the ceiling. 2 days after the incident, news of the complete destruction of the High Elf's escort reached Melter. There was a long table in the middle of the hall. A squad of 5 mages of the 16th Circle and 8 Manicurates put up a great resistance. Upon receiving this news, the Tower Lords, the head of the Academy, and the ministers gathered in the meeting room. The man standing in front of Veronica said that they had not seen each other for a long time. On his face was a long white beard. This was Lord Blundell. He turned to the others, saying that they were probably doing well. The girl looked away, asking what kind of meeting of old people was this. The man with a bandage on his head remained silent, hearing the people cursing. Blundell turned to the girl, suggesting that they just take their seats, noting why speak while standing when you can sit down. Taking a seat next to him, Veronica heard from him that it seemed that the seat of the Lord of the Yellow Tower was empty again. As always, answering that this was nothing new. After all, he was not one of those who were ready to appear for such a thing. The servant opened the door slightly, asking the emperor if he was ready. The man who entered the room placed his hand on the chair, telling the others to remain seated quietly in their chairs. Kurt sat down, telling them to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Veronica looked down as he asked her to fill the others in on the situation. She remembered Superbia's face, saying that 2 days ago, a convoy crossing the mountain range was attacked by an unknown monster. The mana carriages mobilized for this mission were all destroyed, and the mages who took part in it, 21 in number, were killed. Chris brought his hand to his face, hearing that the high elf was still delivered safely, and the monster escaped at the end of the battle. The man in the red hat and the blonde woman next to him looked at Veronica in surprise, wondering at the number 21 and also wondering at how the monster managed to escape. Everyone looked at Kurt when someone said that it was no wonder that such a scandal had arisen, and also that somewhere there was a power no lower, if not higher, than the Tower Lord. Kurt, with his mouth slightly open, said that it was enough and let everyone be quiet. Putting his hand on his knee, he noted that they were lucky that at least the high elf was safe and they were able to avoid the worst case scenario. With his mouth open, he thought about how more than 20 elite mages had died for the sake of international relations. There would be no point if the high elf for whom they sacrificed their lives was not delivered, and the sacrifice had no value. The families of the deceased should receive compensation in full. Alfheim should pay it for the victims. Looking at the people sitting in front of him, he said that everything should be prepared to organize compensation for the families of the deceased mages and make sure that Alfheim pays the debt in full. Checking with Blundell. The man furrowed his brows, saying that elves were a race that always paid their debts, so it would be as he said. Putting his hand to his mouth, Kurt replied that it would be bad if it were otherwise. Looking at the man, he also asked him to personally deliver the high elf to Elfhelm and apologized for entrusting him with something when he had finished his long mission. But he himself knew that Veronica was not on the best terms with the elves. Extending his hand, the man said that he would honorably carry out his order. However, before he began the task, the high elf asked for something. Kurt smiled, clarifying whether the request was for him, and heard that it was. Blundell said with a slight smile on his face that until Theodore fully recovered, the high elf's aura would support him, so she asked for permission to stay in the kingdom. He didn't know about all of his injuries, but regarding his right arm, it was in a very sad state, and perhaps without the elf's aura, there might be serious consequences. The man in red brought his hand to his beard, hearing that this young man might have earned the gratitude of the high elf, although he had just turned 20. He was so young, and already at the 5th circle of magic. It was incredible. How come they hadn't noticed such talent all these years? Kurt frowned, thinking that this was already the 3rd incident on Theodore's account. Then he looked away, noting that luck was on his side, thinking that maybe this was the quality of a hero, or it was something more unusual. He doesn't know what exactly, but he knows one thing for sure: Theodore has helped this country more than once. Everyone looked at the man in the center of the table, who said that he had no reason to refuse this request because it was the king's duty to help the victim of such a huge incident. Then he raised his finger, saying that as the only survivor of this incident, he awards Theodore the title of Viscount and also awards him a silver medal for his services. A bird flew over the roof of the house. Theodore lay with a bandage on his head. Alina sat next to him, thinking that all of his physical wounds had been healed. But why wasn't he coming to his senses? She lowered her eyes, also thinking that she wanted to convey to him how grateful she was to him before she left, and she didn't want to leave until she at least said goodbye to him. The guy just turned his head to the side. She was thinking about him opening his eyes. Someone said that they couldn't wait any longer. The Elfheim delegation was putting more and more pressure on them every day. Blundell closed his eyes, saying that he understood that it was very sad. But the longer she waited for Theodore to come to his senses, the worse the relationship between Meldor and Elfheim was getting, and asked him to understand that. The blonde sitting on the chair replied that she understood, but she was ashamed that she couldn't thank him. She looked at the hero again. Then she kissed him on the forehead. Stroking his head, she hoped that they would meet again. The sun was shining brightly. Theodore was lying in his bed. He took off the bandage from his head, thinking about how long he had been unconscious. Looking out the window, he decided that given how much his body had shrunk, it was definitely at least a week. Remembering Alina's face, he wondered if she had returned to Elfheim without problems. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. He had a strange feeling that he had never experienced before. Frowning, he wondered if this was Ulford's 6th sense. He imagined the man, thinking that it was different from what he had before. His 5 senses were simply becoming sharper. Now he felt like he could see several steps ahead. The 6th sense was an innate talent, perfectly made for battle, thanks to which Ulford was able to become a hero, having only a magic arrow in his arsenal. Raising his hand to his head, he thought it would be a bit of a challenge to master it right away, and it would take a little time to get used to the sensations. Theodore looked at the girl next to him in surprise, afraid that there was someone else in the room besides him. The blonde, who had fallen asleep on a chair nearby, was asking in her sleep for the hero not to die. Looking exhausted, Theodore looked at her, realizing that it was Sylvia, whom they had not seen for a long time, and judging by the fact that she was dozing here, she must have sat with him all night. Looking at her, he thought that this meant that he was now in a ward with a Monaville and heard someone wake up. Looking at Gluttony at his hands, he heard that favors like that were impossible for now. Gluttony looked at him, saying that until he unlocked the next seal, he had lost the ability of autonomy. Looking at Theodore's hand, he asked again about the autonomy ability, to which he heard that the interlocutor was only part of the grimoire. The system had the same powers as him, which is why he had a penalty for opening the fourth seal in an unnatural way. Sticking out his tongue, he also said that therefore he needed to hurry up and use his own strength next time. Looking at his hand, the hero thought about what they were able to do in the battle with pride, only the result of Gluttony's efforts, but it seemed that it would be difficult to talk to him until he unlocked the next seal. Waking up, the girl said his name, which scared him. Sylvia looked at him happily, saying that he finally woke up. Someone put down a cup of tea, asking about the death of Elder Herman. The hero sat at the same table with Vince and Sylvia. He said that it was like that. The interlocutor said that the elder was known for his great abilities and how he cared for the younger ones. He was a very good person. Lowering his head, he also said that the fact that he could not do anything because of something like that makes him angry at his own worthlessness. Theodore raised his hand to his face, wanting to address the teacher, to which he said that even if he was there, he was not sure that Elder Herman could survive. Lowering his eyes, he added that he can only be grateful to him for doing his duty until his last breath. Looking at him, the hero thought that this was the first time he saw the teacher like this. Looking at him, Vince asked if he knew that this mission made him a celebrity in the kingdom. Introducing the blue silhouette of the male elf, he said that a simple academy student was able to defeat the Tower Lord's apprentice, and a few days later during the mission he was able to deal with the Ancient Lick, after which he was able to lead the group and save the High Elf, so many achievements that he had already overcome the limit of any prologue of the hero's passage. Theodore smiled widely, wanting to say that he would not have succeeded without the teacher, but he replied that it did not matter anymore because the royal court had already begun working on introducing him as a hero. Then he turned to Sylvia, who said that he was incredible and such fame at a young age would not allow anyone to compare with him. Vince handed him a scroll, saying that the girl was telling the pure truth, and let him read the headlines himself. Looking at the contents, he saw information about the award ceremony and the court ball. Imagining the light-colored hall, he thought that such a ball, an event normally organized by any royal family, had much more significance here. He also imagined the man in the cloak, thinking that King Kurt was known for his dislike of useless luxury, which is why he ordered his subordinates to send refusals for any such events that entailed useless expenses. Sitting opposite his comrades, he asked if this was all because of him, to which the man replied that they wanted to divert attention from the tragedy of escorting the High Elf, all this appearance of a new hero in the foreground. Looking down, Theodore wondered if he was worth all this. Vince smiled at him, answering that if they just wanted to hide behind his name, then one could not expect a medal from the king. Looking again at the scroll, he wondered what was special about a medal of an outstanding mage. The hero looked at the teacher, who said that anyway, this medal was an outstanding mage medal, and he didn't think that 30 years later, someone would receive it, and that someone would be his student. Raising an eyebrow, Theodore asked the teacher, "Is this medal that valuable?" At this, the teacher looked at his student in surprise, surprised that he didn't know about the value of this medal, and decided to explain it in a simpler way. The hero's face showed surprise when he heard that this medal was equivalent to the title of Viscount, and it was only given to a mage who had proven himself to the country. Simply put, it was the highest award for the mage melter. Smiling, the teacher, meanwhile, also said that on top of all this medal also came with a good bag of gold. Perhaps he would even receive a national treasure during the award ceremony. Theodore opened his mouth in shock. Looking at the ceiling, he only clarified about the national treasure. Later, he stood with his head down. While adjusting his sleeve, he noted that it was his first time wearing something like this, yet there was no wrinkle or dent, and wondered if it was because of the memory of Alford in his head. In addition to being a hero, he was also the third prince. Holding up 2 fingers, he also thought that because of this, he could easily put on formal clothes that were easy to get confused in, so it was a great help in those aspects as well, not just the magic arrow and sixth sense. Vince, who was standing behind him, asked if he was ready, and he answered yes. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Seeing Theodore standing in front of him, he noted that it must have been difficult to put on such a wrinkle-prone fabric so neatly, and it was impressive. Adjusting his sleeve, the hero smiled at him. Theodore looked down in surprise when Vince offered him something to put on, saying that he had forgotten something after all. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the student's white cloak, the man said that it was as if it had been tailored for him, and that was all the preparations for the ball. Standing in front of Theodore, Vince also reminded him that he was the hero of the evening, and today no one would dare to be rude to someone whom His Majesty personally decided to reward, but there was no point in making enemies. Also, smiling slightly, the teacher said that there was no need to bend over backwards for people with their names and powers, so let him just straighten his shoulders. Closing his eyes, Theodore said that he remembered. Looking closely at his interlocutor, Vince also said that, considering that this was a hero, even without all that was said, he would have done great anyway. Then he extended his hand to him, telling him to go ahead, and he would join soon. They would see each other later. His hand touched the door handle. Looking ahead, Theodore thought that after each step he could hear the sound of his heart. He was not used to such attention, because all the attention he received at the academy only caused him pain. But he smiled, thinking that thanks to a Ford, he was not nervous at all. The high walls of the hall were visible. Someone asked to let the hero of today's celebration, awarded the medal of an outstanding magician, which no one had managed to earn for 30 years, be introduced. The hero walked forward. He was introduced as an ordinary magician of the Red Tower, Baron Theodore. There was a confident smile on the hero's face. He raised 2 fingers to his chest. Someone looked at him. Someone said that wasn't he the son of the one whose name no one even knew, and noted that however, he radiated the aura of a young master of a famous family, and must have been given an excellent education in his childhood. Theodore sat down on one knee. Kurt was visible above. The hero introduced himself as an ordinary mage of the Red Tower, saying that it was an honor for him to behold the son of the great melter. Kurt smiled, saying that there was no need for formalities. The hero looked up. The man approached him, saying that this was for saving the High Elf and his circle from slavers, as well as protecting her until the very end from an attack by an unknown enemy. He pinned a medal on his cloak, saying that such achievements could not be so easily overlooked, and this was a reward for services to the kingdom. Bowing, Theodore thanked His Majesty for his mercy, who replied that he was looking forward to new exploits in the future. The people in the hall applauded. Kurt raised his hand. Then he turned to the others, telling them to listen carefully, because in addition to awarding Baron Theodore with the medal of an outstanding magician, from now on he would also award him the title of Viscount, and also reward him for all his actions with 1,000 gold coins and a national treasure. Stepping forward and opening his mouth, he said that in honor of this, a court ball would be held, and everyone should exalt his glory. The man danced with the blonde. Other couples also danced. Smiling, Kurt said that all the formalities were over. Putting his hand on Theodore's shoulder, he also said that a special person was responsible for handing over the national treasure to him. It was not a problem to figure out who it would be, you just need to listen to his instructions. Looking ahead, he told him to enjoy this day, and he would spend some time on the dogs aimed at him. Looking after Kurt as he left, the hero was surprised by the phrase about dogs. Seeing Kurt among the guests, he thought that it was true that they were all influential people, and staying here for a long time was like burdening himself with tedious conversations. He decided to quickly hide where the teacher and the tower mages were. No one would pursue him where the highest ranked mages were gathered. Theodore turned around with displeasure, hearing someone address him. The girl in the pink dress approached him, surprised that it was really him, and also said that she was glad to meet him. The hero stepped back a little when she said that she had heard about him and offered a dance. There was horror in his eyes. He did not understand who these people were and what he should do. Someone's footsteps were heard on the stairs. Veronica put her hand on her belt, asking if they understood who they were pestering. Then she smiled, saying that this guy already had a partner for the evening, but if they were not ready to give up, then they could have a duel. The girl in pink raised her hands in confusion when she heard that Veronica was in a good mood today, and if they challenged her, she would respectfully accept it. As she left, she was indignant that his dance partner was the Lord of the Red Tower. Turning to Theodore with a smile, she said that girls were boring, but at least now no one would disturb them. Brushing her hair from her face, she asked why he froze. Embarrassed, she heard that the hero was thinking about how her outfit suited her. Then she raised one eyebrow. They both walked forward. The girl noted that he had grown up while she was away, and today she was in a good mood, so she would stay with him. Behind them, the stairs were visible. Veronica suggested that they go for a walk. The hero, looking at her in confusion, thought about a man and a woman going for a walk outside in the middle of a ball in all sorts of romantic novels. Bright stars were visible above the castle. They both walked along the road. The girl noted the refreshing wind, saying that she loved open spaces. Stretching, she suggested moving on to the next act, and Theodore clarified what she was talking about. Looking at the hero, she was surprised that Kurt had not told him yet. After all, they were going for a national treasure. Smiling, she asked him if he expected anything else. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Veronica said that, unfortunately for him, it was too early. If he wanted to court her, he should continue to overcome himself and become stronger for a couple more years, to which he replied that it was not so. The girl caught him, saying that enough talking. Holding him in her arms, she told him not to worry. Theodore looked at her in horror. Together they jumped up. A bright lantern illuminated the street. They walked along the corridor. Looking ahead, the girl said that they were there. Seeing the fountain in front of him, Theodore asked, "Is this a national treasure?" Her hand touched something. Looking down, she said that although he could store those ordinary treasures in cabinets, he couldn't store a national treasure in one place. Her fingers were visible. She said that they couldn't coexist because of their enormous powers, and they also had two different properties. If he stored them with mediocre magic, they would all just explode. A bright glow surrounded the hand. Veronica also said that this is why all the objects classified as national treasures are sealed in completely different places, one by one, in special places by magic towers. A bright light surrounded everything. A bright light appeared near the statue's hand. Theodore was surprised that the magic put in by the Tower Lord was absorbed by the fountain. Looking at this, Veronica said that each Tower Lord memorizes several locations, and she, in turn, is in charge of the national treasure hidden in the fountain. Seeing the brightly lit statue, she said that although she knows what is sealed here, it might be better to explain to him in detail what it is when he personally sees it with his own eyes. Particles flew from the statue's fist. Thus, her hand completely disappeared. The statue completely dissolved. In its place, a bright sphere remained. Surprised, Theodore raised his head, asking what it was. The statue on the pedestal was gone. The girl explained that it was a fragment of heritage left by a race that existed in another immaterial world in which they live. Something red was visible inside the sphere. She said that one of Melter's national treasures is treasure number 3. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, asking about another world. Veronica, who was looking up, said that they exist in an astral form, like ghosts. They do not know the concept of space and time, and most likely, those who take possession of these beads can master abilities similar to theirs. She did not have the chance to take possession of them, so she does not know anything more. Theodore took this bead in his hands. The interlocutor said that Umbra belongs to him, and only he can decide how to use it. The hero looked at the object in his hands in surprise. Something red was visible inside the sphere. He thought that the national treasure number 3 is Umbra, and noticed a strange feeling. The more he looks at it, the more the shape of this bead seems distorted to him. The sphere was shining brightly, and he wondered if magic could interact with him, noticing that something else was different from magic, and perhaps it reacts to some kind of power. Someone noted that it was quite interesting food. Gluttony stuck out his tongue. Holding the bead in his hand, the hero asked him if he knew about it. He replied that although it could not reach the level of a grimoire, it was still a high-ranking item, which would be difficult to master now. The bead shimmered with a bright light. Gluttony also said that only half of what the dragon blood said was true, and to be more precise, Umbra is not just something left by creatures from another world. It is a dimension where there is no space itself, to which the hero clarified that this is Umbra, something like an astral world. Looking at him, Gluttony replied that Theodore is quick-witted, but it should be noted that this astral world is several steps behind the spiritual. Looking at the bead, Theodore thought about what creatures left in another dimension, where they can exist in an astral form. He was surprised that it was something small, similar to the spirit world. Imagining a blue hat, he also thought that one of these worlds was the elemental world, which maintained the law and order of nature, close to the physical world, and only the first elemental magicians could maintain contact with it. And also imagined a dark creature with 3 heads, reasoning that in addition to them, there was a world called the Abyss. This is a world where evil spirits and demons live, the space of which is always in a constant whirlpool of chaos. Theodore asked if this Umbra is really that dangerous. Looking up, Gluttony replied not to worry, because primitive worlds are easily destroyed and absorbed, and in fact, the Umbra has long been destroyed and is supported only by magic. The hero looked at Veronica, hearing that, given how she stands, she will not notice that he is eating this item. A bright light illuminated Theodore's face as he heard Gluttony ask him to let him enjoy her, and he would handle the rest himself. A new system message appeared, saying that 15 Umbra fragments had been added. A bright light emanated from the hero's hand. The messages informed that by absorbing it once, he would gain the power of Umbra, and his spiritual awareness would increase exponentially, but the user would not be able to use the power at full power. The system informed him that the true power was sealed and only 20% of it was available. Theodore opened his eyes in surprise, wondering that this was his limit now. Gluttony continued to eat. New messages informed him that heterogeneous power was accumulating in his body. From now on he could directly contact astral entities and see them with his own eyes, and the seal of Umbra was engraved on his body. His entire body was surrounded by a glow. Looking down, he wondered if this was the seal of Umbra. A blue aura was coming off his hand. He noted that it was an interesting ability, and he could feel spiritual information being transmitted directly to his head. Veronica placed her hand on his shoulder, asking if he should use Umbra by absorbing it into his body. The girl looked at his hand, noting that his magic had somehow increased, and asked if he felt any changes. The hero replied that he was not sure. Blue smoke was coming out of his mouth. He noted that, as Gluttony had said, she had not noticed his presence. Suddenly, another hand appeared next to his hands, transparent. It was as if Theodore's spirit had left his body. He looked at his hands, saying that when he first used it, he was shocked, wondering if this was the ability of Umbra. With his legs spread like this, he thought about how instantly entering an astral form was the very ability of the astral body, and seventh circle mages can only imitate its semblance. A wide smile appeared on his face at the thought that if he could change from form to form so quickly, not only would he be able to easily avoid enemy attacks, but he would also be able to pass through walls and such. Looking ahead, he knew that although he couldn't defeat anyone, at least he wouldn't lose that easily. There was fog around the castle. Theodore bowed his head down. He didn't understand what was wrong with his body. Looking down, he thought about how he was just changing from form to form, but his body stopped obeying him. Raising his hand to his face, Veronica asked him if he was already exhausted, to which he replied that he hadn't depleted his mana and stamina yet, but he was definitely tired. The girl smiled, said that considering all this in his exhausted body, it turns out that Umbra is consuming mental power. Wiping his mouth, he asked again about mental power. Looking at the bright lantern, she said that she should have explained the essence of mental power to him first, but the best experience is what you have, so don't be upset. Theodore sat down nearby. Sitting down next to him, Veronica explained that mental power is not something that can be controlled as usual, and it also recovers quickly, so he will be able to walk soon. He just needs to rest a little, but the hero asked again what mental power is. Raising a finger, the girl decided to explain it more simply. Imagining a blue silhouette, she said that it is the most basic power that people have. Magic, aura, and even elemental magic all subconsciously use mental power. It's just a matter of priority. Mages who rely on mana and circles usually don't even know about the concept of mental power. Imagining a bright sphere, she said that this power exists separately from magic and aura. If you use a power based on another dimension, like Umbra, mental power is very important. Looking at the interlocutor, Veronica also said that, given that he currently exists in a space without mana, it will not be possible to control him using it. Theodore looked at his hand and said that he understood. He was thinking that in order to master this power, he needed to develop his mental power. The other girl nudged him in the shoulder, saying that the discussion was over and asked if he could move already, to which the hero answered positively and thought that it was impossible that such a powerful ability like the astral form could be used without any consequences. Theodore smiled widely, thinking that he had really recovered quickly. As expected, nothing was simple in this world. Veronica stood up from her seat. Looking at Theodore, she asked what his plans were. Looking at him with a smile, she also said that she still had a few things to do at the ball, but it was okay if he went home, since he didn't seem like the type to like such events. The hero put his hand to his face, answering that it was not that she was right, and thought that if this ball was not in his honor, he would have simply gone home. Imagining the high ceiling of the hall, he also reasoned that today this ball was dedicated to him, and if he left without saying a word, dirty rumors would immediately spread throughout the kingdom. Seeing how the girl hummed a melody, he decided that he would do it for Veronica, who was with him until the very end. Theodore looked at her silently. Then he extended his hand, saying that he would keep her company for a while today. Raising an eyebrow, she reminded him of what she had already said to try again in a couple of years. Nervously, he took her hand. They both moved towards the castle. Veronica said that he was very brave for a child, but she did not care. The light fell on a figure in a dark cloak in the Andres Empire. Touching a chess piece, someone said that the hero had just turned 20, and not only had he defeated an ancient lich, but had also saved a high elf. The man sitting at the table said that this sounded very exaggerated, and asked if there was any evidence that any of the rumors were true. The man in the cloak replied that the information was definitely true. After making a move, he said that it was hard to believe that such a hero had appeared in Melter. Introducing the man in the gray cloak, he said to call the available system sword masters, let them prepare to go to the kingdom as part of a delegation. The girl with blonde hair hid in a hood. The man with a scar on his face looked at her. The one who had spoken earlier said that it did not matter whether the rumors about Theodore were true or not, let them check them personally. There was a snap of fingers. Vince looked at Theodore, saying that they would finish training for today, and the next day they would work on mental strength. Smiling, he honestly said that he himself was not a strong assistant in this. Raising his hand to his chest, Theodore replied that this was not true. If not for his advice, he would not have even come close to understanding how to use this power, to which the man replied that if he wanted, he could think like that. Then he raised his palm to his face and said that they could begin. Frowning, he used astral transformation. His entire body turned blue. It is not limited by gravity and goes beyond the material world. He was able to master this skill over the past month, and in his current condition, he is able to do things that go beyond the ordinary. Theodore frowned. He passed by the teacher. Vince looked away, thinking that his movements felt careless, but this ability is no different from Blink. As the hero continued to move forward, he decided that he should continue in this manner. The hero quickly moved around the man. Looking forward, he thought that as expected, it was incredible, as if some existence on another level was moving at super speed, and in addition, the astral transformation was outside the material world, making it impossible to adequately detect it. Looking to the side, he also noted that even with the sensitivity of a Tower Lord level user's aura, which affected an area comparable to an entire village, it would not be possible to detect the moment of Theodore's appearance or disappearance. The hero suddenly opened his mouth wide. Looking down, Vince thought about the enormous expenditure of mental strength and the pain that could only be stopped by replenishing what was lost. He frowned, thinking that this incredible pain only proved that Theodore's mental strength was improving. Seeing the hero running his hand over his face, the man also thought that the hero had advanced to such a level that there was no point in comparing him to himself a month ago. He had only recently reached the 5th circle, but his strength was already comparable to that of the teacher. It would not be long before he left Vince behind. Seeing Theodore lower his head, the man told him to stop being so impatient, because, as he had already said, he had reached the ceiling of the 5th circle, so if he wanted to continue moving forward, then only to the 6th. Closing his eyes, the teacher also said that he understood all his helplessness and stress, but impatience and recklessness would only harm. Looking at the teacher, the hero asked what he should do then. The teacher raised his fingers, saying that he simply had to be a mage and had no option but to continue training. Presenting a blue item, he also said that given that he had once absorbed the soul of an ancient lick, if he could also absorb something like that again, gluttony would help him overcome the new wall. Looking down, Theodore agreed that it could work. While imagining the dark silhouette, the hero thought about how it was incredibly rare for high-level mages to reach the 6th circle, and that feeling of despair was fueled by the fact that nothing was really possible except for continuing to try, but he owned gluttony. He then imagined the silhouette of a blue man, reasoning that a treasure that could devour the abilities of high-level mages, and considering that absorbing the soul vessel allowed him to overcome the 5th circle in the blink of an eye, it was definitely possible. The two stood with their hands in their pockets. Vince told him that now that he had come to his senses, they could continue for a little while longer and they would run out of time reserved for them, which the hero was very surprised by. The man touched the door handle. On the other side stood a girl who noted that they were still training. Frowning, the teacher replied that everything was fine and asked how he could help. Smiling, she asked him if they were Vince and Theodore. She handed him a letter, saying that the Magic Society had sent an important message, and she had been looking for them here, a message for both of them. Unfolding the envelope, the man saw that the Andres Empire had expressed its desire and intention to send a delegation to the capital to all the capital's magicians of the highest rank and above. The girl clenched her fists in joy when the teacher read that all the magicians who had received this notice should gather in the main magic hall. A bright light illuminated the entire space. The maid helped Kurt with his clothes. Theodore looked down, saying that he had heard that these people preferred to talk with blades, but apparently they were also capable of diplomacy, to which his teacher noted that he would not say that they were completely unsuccessful in politics. Smiling, he looked at Theodore and said that an entire country would not last on just one army, but their knowledge of how to lead their army was something terrifying. Then Theodore looked at the man, hearing about the army, and he said that the delegation was here to discuss the agreement signed during the last war, and of course, the hero was involved too. Theodore raised his eyebrows in surprise. Remembering Superbia, the man said that most likely they were much more concerned about his connections with the High Elves and Elfheim, and perhaps they doubted the heroic tales spread a month ago, and most likely their main task now was to find out what he was worth, and then negotiations. The hero frowned in displeasure, saying that international relations were indeed complicated, but Vince replied that this only showed how important he was, because the status of the savior of the High Elf was much more significant than he thought. The servants were about to open the door, announcing that the delegation of Andres had arrived to greet Kurt. Raising his hand to his face, he ordered them to be let in. Seeing the light entering the hall, he said that the savages had finally arrived. He wondered what kind of nonsense they would tell him this time. A slight smile appeared on someone's face. A man in armor entered the hall. He walked past the others in silence. There was confidence in his smile. Van bowed, saying that he was the 4th sword of the almighty Andres, and greeted Kurt. The man in the dark mask raised his hand, saying that he was the 7th sword, and also greeted Kurt. Kurt looked at Van intently, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Van frowned, agreeing, and replied that it was during the signing of the last treaty. Holding his hand to his face, Kurt said that they already knew each other well enough. He was not in the best mood to continue with formalities, and asked to forgive his bluntness. After frowning, he asked if they were here to extend the peace treaty or to start a new war. The scarred man smiled, noting that he was as brave as ever, and as his majesty wished, he would also answer frankly. Opening his mouth, he said that about a month ago, Heroic rumors about the rescue of a high elf began to circulate, and they were here by order of their emperor to confirm the authenticity of the stories. He, as the fourth sword, was obliged to carry out this decree. Sitting on the throne, Kurt replied that this was absurd. Were they really going to discuss the peace treaty only after confirming the relationship between Elfheim and Melter? Frowning, he clarified whether his words were true. A slight smile appeared on Van's face. Looking at him intently, he said that they would leave this matter for now and asked if they were going to confirm the rumors that were coming in and if they were planning to send another delegation to Elfheim to confirm them. Standing in front of him, the man said that the Knights of Andres did not believe empty words, even with the testimony of the elves. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the Empire only has one judge, and that is strength. Placing his hand on his chest, he asked him to meet this young man. One of the people present looked at him in surprise, asking if someone was really going to challenge Theodore to a duel, because even though he was a hero, how could a fifth circle mage stand up to a sword master? The hero raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seeing the sunlight, he thought about how the powerful nation, better known as the Empire of Swords, had been Melter's enemy for centuries. Imagining a sword in his hand, he thought that although they were known for their families of sword masters, the main symbol that represented the Empire was a duel. He then imagined one man presenting a blade to the throat of another, reasoning that instead of using weapons for training, they used real blades and fought for their lives. He had heard that dying in such a process was common. Lowering his head, Kurt said that this was ridiculous. Did they really think it would be incomprehensible that they would use a duel as a cover to kill someone? Frowning, he also said that even though he was a hero, he was only 20 years old, and someone who called himself a sword master should be ashamed. Van looked up and smiled, saying that he was not going to resort to such immorality, because doing so would not only not bring any benefit to the Empire, but would also set all of Elfheim against him. Standing in front of Kurt, he said that he wanted to propose a deal that would be beneficial to both parties. Looking at his interlocutor with satisfaction, Kurt said that enough stupid jokes and simple conversations would lead to nothing, to which the interlocutor agreed. Opening his mouth wide, he called out to Rebecca. The people present looked in the other direction. A girl in a cloak was walking towards them, saying that she was a student of the fourth sword of the Empire, and greeted Kurt. He looked at her in surprise, asking, "What is this? A swordsman the same age as Theodore." Seeing how the girl walked towards the throne, the hero thought that she was his age, and already radiated the aura of a lord. Trying to see her face, he thought about how, despite the fact that he was seeing her for the first time, the feeling that he had seen her somewhere did not leave him. Van folded his hands, asking once more. A grin appeared on his face when he asked why they did not have a beautiful dance with swords and magic between the two heroes of the two nations. The bright sun was shining through the window. Later, Kurt gathered with the others in the office, noting that the fourth sword of the Empire was as cunning as always, to which Blundell noted that they were annoying, and the man knew that they would refuse him, so he turned the conversation in such a direction. Smiling, he noted that he made this offer in order to drag out time, and even if he was refused again, he would find another excuse to stay here. Kurt placed his hand on his knee, saying that during this time they would poke their noses into various affairs of the Empire and gather information, but he did not want to obediently follow his plans, to which the interlocutor agreed. He raised his hand to his beard and thought that even if the White Tower's informants were to monitor their movements, after all, they were elite ambassadors with two sword masters, and they would not be able to perfectly control their movements. He looked at Theodore, saying that in order to limit their movements, it would be best to conduct them as early as possible. The hero sitting opposite him was surprised when Kurt told him that he did not have to accept this challenge, but if he defeated her, they would have an advantage in negotiations. He furrowed his brows and asked if he could defeat Rebecca. Theodore also furrowed his brows and answered in the affirmative. Kurt then looked at him intently, asking that it would be without using a national treasure. Looking at him, the hero replied that it was. Kurt then looked at Veronica, asking what she thought. She raised her hands above her head, saying that if they fought 10 times, he would win 9 times and there would be a draw once. But she thought that Theodore would still win. The interlocutor looked at her, asking if someone was really that good, to which she replied that he could be trusted, and she gave her word. Opening his mouth wide, Blundell said that he thought the same, and the fight would definitely not be one-sided. But he did not think that the hero would lose, but he thought that it would be better to show weakness and ask for an additional condition. Smiling, Kurt replied that he saw no reason to show his back. Then he turned to the bald man, asking him to bring the peace treaty signed last time, as well as collect a list of the borderlands they could take away, and consider any conditions he thought they might ask for. He looked up, saying that he would carry out the decree of His Majesty. Kurt looked down, saying that if he thought about it, it was indeed strange. Rubbing his beard, he also noted that even though the hero had already defeated the ancient Lick and saved the High Elf, these achievements were already beyond the capabilities of one person. Then he looked back at Theodore, saying that he was now entrusting him with another extremely important task. Frowning slightly, he said that there was no need to be modest. His services to Melter were no longer covered by the fact that he was given the lands, so stop hiding everything he had achieved. Afterwards, folding his hands, noting that they always resort to their troops, they go to the negotiating table, and also violate the borders in order to steal small crops there, attacking villages, burning people's houses, and enjoying their modest wealth. After which he raised his hand, turning to Theodore. Looking at the hero, Kurt said that, defending the honor of the name of Melter, he must emerge victorious and let him teach the dirty scoundrels the history of their nation, and also show them all the karma that they have accumulated over all these years, and how strong an enemy they have earned themselves. Raising his hand to his face, he said that he will reward him for his victory truly worthily. Kurt clenched his fist, saying that he believes in Theodore. The hero raised his hand to his chest, saying that he will accept the decree with honor. Later, he went to Rebecca. As he looked at her, he thought that he recognized the face of almost everyone in the stands. It felt like 80% of Melter's forces were gathered here. Lowering his hood, Rebecca said her name. Raising his hand to his chest, Theodore said his. The man standing between them asked if they were ready, to which they agreed. The cane touched the ground. Blundell, who was holding it, said that the strike of the staff on the ground would mark the beginning of the fight, and as representatives of each nation, they must swear. So opening his mouth, he said that the winner would show generosity to the loser, and the loser, in turn, would show respect to the winner, and once the duel was over, no further action was allowed. Frowning, Theodore replied that he understood. Rebecca also frowned, saying that she agreed with everything. The man smiled widely. Then he struck the ground with his staff, beginning the fight. Rebecca pulled out her weapon. Theodore put his hand in front of him. He managed to dodge the attack. The girl looked back. The hero was surprised by these movements. She kicked. The observers frowned, saying that she could attack at such a speed. The one standing next to her noted that despite her youth, she was still a swordsman Andres. The observer brought his hand to his face. His eye was shining brightly. He said that, as expected of the next generation of swordsmen of the Empire. Theodore bowed to the ground, thinking that using two swords in such a style, and also the incredible pressure made him think that she would achieve her goals. He stared at his opponent, thinking that he had seen this style before as well as this sword skill. He saw a silhouette behind Rebecca, thinking that this is like the captain of the stray dogs. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that her fighting style with two blades was unimaginable. With the current level of the master, she would definitely achieve her goal. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that he had already seen it before. Her technique was similar. Looking at her, he continued to think, like the one that the captain of the Wandering Wolves, Sir Randolph, had. The guy brought his hand to his face and thought, but how are they relatives or students of the same teacher? The heroine frowned and made a dash. The protagonist flew up to her, swinging. A flash occurred between them when he thought that now was not the time to think about this. He needed to win. The brunette clenched his teeth, extended his hand, and continued the thought that he needed to concentrate and first disable her. Then he used chain lightning. The girl frowned and looked forward. Then she frowned and said, "Damn sorceress," and made a blow, shouting to fight with honor. The guy clenched his teeth, put his hands out, and thought that she reflected the magic with her scream. Then he raised his hand and thought, then he launched a ball lightning at his opponent. The girl took a step forward and asked, "He thinks it will work the second time." Then she put her sword in front of her, defending herself. She clenched her hand tightly, advancing on the guy. Suddenly there was a flash. The blonde lowered her head. Then she looked forward and said, "Not bad, the wizard Melter." The protagonist looked at his opponent and thought, she doesn't feel pain at all, and she also withstood the ball lightning without additional protection. Then he lowered his head and thought, a difficult opponent, it seems that she can't be defeated with ordinary spells. Then he directed his gaze forward and thought that it was easier with a magic missile, but he could accidentally overdo it. The girl stood when the hero continued to think that he can't allow Randolph's relative to die at his hands. The guy exhaled and thought, well. Suddenly he made a dash and used the Song of Battle, Sonata of Speed and Allegretto. The bald man frowned angrily and asked, is he closing the distance so that the wizard would decide on close combat? Looking at the battle, he added, completely crazy, yes, they really have a flask whistling on the red tower. The blonde looked ahead and shouted, arrogant bastard, decided to go to his forefathers, after which she hit her opponent and said, do not dare to look down on the knight Andres. The protagonist dodged, opened his mouth, and thought that she was fast, specialized in speed, just like Randolph. He looked into her eyes and continued the thought that she was far from being as good. Continuing to defend himself, he thought, and moved slower than pride. The guy clenched his teeth and clenched his fist, after which he struck, whose hand approached the opponent. She frowned, raised her head and thought, reflected from such a position, it can't be, he is faster than her. Tio dodged the blow. Then he swung and used unification in all circles. Magic rings appeared around him. The girl opened her eyes wide. Suddenly the guy used shockwave and 5 links. Then he put out his fist. The brunette raised his head and thought that it was too early to relax. His opponent was Andra's knight. Then he frowned and continued the thought that she could well survive such an attack. If she gets up, she needs to strike immediately. Suddenly he looked forward. Looking at the man, he asked, "Sir Van Hellions?" To which he replied, "Yes, it is him." The hero looked at the guy and said that they accept defeat. He sees that in battle he is superior to his student. Then he smiled and thanked him for leaving her alive. The brunette opened his mouth and asked what it meant. The man tightly clutched the weapon in his hand. After which the sir looked at the protagonist and replied that in this battle, they, the Andra's Empire, were defeated. In the name of the Seven Swords, they acknowledged this outcome. People opened their mouths in surprise. The hero stood in the middle of the square. Without looking at the protagonist, the man said that it seemed that the rumors were not lying. He showed outstanding abilities. After which, without turning around, he added that if he became even stronger, maybe he himself would challenge him to a duel. Tio looked after the hero and thought that he had no idea what was in this man's head, but this thirst for blood definitely belonged to him. Remembering the moment of the battle, he thought that right before the decisive blow he felt someone's terrifying desire to kill. Then he added that because of this, his last attack was delayed for a second. The protagonist looked away and continued thinking about who could be this terrible carrier of the thirst for blood. Looking at the man's back, he added that maybe it was him. He looked at the seventh sword of the Andra's Empire, Forlin. The girl, holding his hand, said that he was lucky because the blade did not go deep. The girl straightened up, saying that she used the basic healing spell and bandaged everything, so in about 3 days the wound will heal. The protagonist lowered his head, thanked the girl and said that he felt much better. The doctor smiled and said that she should be grateful. She, looking at the guy, said that in the infirmaries they were used to seeing the wounded and the fallen. For them, unable to go out on the battlefield, victory has always been nothing more than an image. She brought her hand to her chest and continued that today, for the first time in her life, she learned what victory really is. Then she took a step forward. The protagonist was scared when she bowed and said that it was an honor for her to heal the hero of their ribbons with her own hands. The guy smiled and replied that you are welcome, and it seems she is exaggerating. The doctor began to go down the stairs. She turned and said that she would leave him there and reminded him to take his medications. The protagonist watched her go. Then he frowned and thought that being the center of attention for so many people was a burden. He looked away and exhaled. Looking down from the balcony, he allowed Sir Forlin to enter. He looked down and wondered how he had figured him out. The guy, lying in bed, asked about his absence at the festive dinner, to which the man, walking up the stairs, replied that Melter's kitchen and the local alcohol did not meet his preferences, and instead he decided to walk around the area. Theodore frowned and asked, "Do you know he came here after all?" The man, looking at him, replied that, perhaps, in order to apologize. The man continued that he probably knew about his interference in his duel with Rebecca. He was surprised that a person who did not train his aura was so susceptible. Forlin looked down at his hands and said that he did not expect Theodore to be able to feel his accidentally erupted thirst for blood because it was so small. He was trembling with happiness. The guy glanced at him and realized that this madman wanted to say that he released that terrible will not to distract him, but because he actually dreamed of killing. Forlin sat down and said that there was no need to be afraid, because their fourth sword strictly forbade him to be touched. He leaned on his leg and was upset that he would not cut off his head. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what was the matter. He turned around and frowned and asked if he really wanted him dead that much. Forlin stared. Then he turned away, and standing up, he asked why a man like him was born in this pathetic country and not in his great state. He opened his cloak, showing his sword. Looking at the guy, he said that the peace treaty was concluded for 10 years and when this period expires, he will become Andra's most dangerous enemy. He, approaching the guy, said that his intuition had never let him down, and therefore it would be much wiser to finish him off right now. Because he was a future threat to the Empire, the protagonist asked if he really believed in something so irrational. Forlin approached and said that he knew that Theodore had not revealed all his secrets in this battle. He put a sword to the protagonist and said that against the 7 future swords, those who would become the stronghold of the Empire, he dared to restrain his power. Looking straight into his eyes, he said that in order to win the coming war for sure, he would kill him right here and now. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist thought about the monstrous thirst for blood. It was so powerful that even pride could not cope with it. Oda looked into each other's eyes, after which Forlin turned around and began to leave, saying that in 10 years, when they met again, he would not get off so easily. Looking after him, Theodore thought that 10 years seemed like a long time, but in fact, time was not so much. He closed his eyes and thought that the masters of swords on the wall were terrifying. He sighed and thought that this also meant that there was a new obstacle in front of him that needed to be destroyed. There was a knock at the door. The protagonist apologized for the intrusion. He opened the door and walked in. The protagonist looked around, thinking it was strange that they let him in so easily. He frowned and wondered if they had immediately realized who it was. Why were they so hospitable to the enemy? He looked up and saw a girl on the balcony. She asked why he was looking for her. The guy went up the stairs, and the girl asked if he had come to exercise the right of the winner. The protagonist bowed to the city and asked what the right of the winner meant. The girl ran her thumb across her throat and said that the empire does not spare the lives of losers and only the winner decides the fate of the opponent. And in order to survive, the opponent must offer something in return. Such are the general rules of duels. Theodore listened in surprise that if one of the rivals fails to comply, then he and his family will be executed. He looked at the girl's hand and thought that in a world where everything is decided by force, the rumors that the empire is incapable of dialogue were not lying. The protagonist, looking at the girl, said that they were not in Andras and asked if she still wanted to exchange her life for his request. The girl answered, of course, because she was a knight of her country. The guy rubbed his chin and said that it was quite difficult for him to figure it out and he did not understand what requests were acceptable in such conditions. After which he opened his mouth and said that he needed an answer to just one question. Looking at the girl, he said that he knew another person who had exactly the same fighting technique as hers and asked if the name Randolph meant anything to her. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked where from. But the protagonist outlived her, saying that perhaps he would give answers to her questions later, but first she should tell him everything she knew. The girl, sitting on a chair, said that she understood and asked to ask for something first. She looked away asking if he could make it so that no one could hear what she was about to say. Theodore extended his hand and said that it was no problem. He raised his hand up saying, "Silence." Then he chuckled and said that now any outgoing sounds were blocked and now he was ready to listen to her. The girl looked at him intently, and the guy asked now to tell everything related to Randolph. The guy leaned over sitting on a chair and asked to tell him what their story was with Randolph. The girl lowered her head and said that he was her brother. The man stood holding swords. The girl said that, to be more precise, they had different mothers, but the same father. The girl opened her mouth and said that once the Clothes family was a noble family, the successors of the 7 swords of the empire. The guy asked again, was. The girl frowned and said that 30 years ago. She remembered that their family, then not rich, rose thanks to the existence of sword masters. She continued that the Cloves believed that this glorious era would last for at least a century, but their hopes were in vain. One day, his lordship issued an imperial decree. It said that it was necessary to find a black magician who caused unrest throughout Andras and cut off his head. The Sword family had no choice but to obey the order, so her ancestors crossed the borders of the empire to kill this sorcerer. But they never returned. The clan never managed to fulfill the emperor's command, and their sword master also disappeared during the search, and since then, Clovis began to lose its former greatness. The girl, sitting on a chair, said that her father, the head, was very good at wielding the clan, so it was not difficult at all to find a swordswoman with talent. Theodore leaned over and asked what she meant. The girl closed her eyes and said that although they were of the same blood, they had several other siblings from other mothers. She raised her hand and said that one way or another, almost all of the children that her father had on the radio were considered failures and sold everyone except her and Randolph. The family needed to invest all their resources in one so that he would become a master of the sword. And even if the Clovis family squeezed out all the remaining resources, it was still not enough to train 2, and one of them would eventually become a victim. That was why her brother ran away in the middle of the night without telling anyone. The girl assumed that he did it for her. She found a letter saying that they would meet someday, and until now she had no information about him. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that the ancestors who owned the mastery of 2 blades that Sir Randolph was looking for were the Clovis family. The boy frowned and said that it had been more than a month since he saw her brother. He was sent to his native place on a mission from the Red Tower, where he met Sir Randolph. They entered the dungeon of the Elder Lick together and managed to deal with the monster. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that it seemed like he managed to help Randolph a little in his search. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked if they really found her family's ancestors. The man leaned against the wall, and the protagonist said that he was already close to becoming a sword master. The girl cleared her throat and said that she understood and added that it seemed like her brother was still the same. 2 people came up and told Theodore that they had to leave. The protagonist stood up, pulled out a chair and said that it seemed like they were out of time, so he would go. He looked up at the girl on the balcony and said that perhaps coming from the one who injured her, it sounded rude, but he hoped that she would recover soon. The girl raised her hand and tried to stop them. She brought her hands to her face. She grinned and said, he still hasn't used his privileges as a winner and he must promise to do so later. 4 days later, agreements were made between the 2 countries. Since Melter emerged victorious from the friendly sword, Andras had no choice but to accept the unattractive conditions. Theodore looked down, thinking that it hadn't even been 6 days since the representatives of the Empire had to leave Monaville. He opened his mouth and said that 6 days had passed so quickly. He opened his eyes wide and said hawk's eye. Looking at the riders below, he thought it was Rebecca. It seemed to him that she had not yet fully recovered to travel on horseback on her own. The protagonist, watching them with his eyes, thought that she managed to survive his blows 5 times, and it was a miracle that she was breathing at all. He remembered that during this battle he was able to fully feel the power of an aura user. If they met again one day, Rebecca would be much stronger than now. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist thought that it would be interesting to remove the bandage, but he does not know if this is a good idea, although it looks like everything has already healed. A man appeared behind him, who called him and asked if he was there. Theodore turned around and asked how he could help. The man smiled and said that he had been looking for him for a long time, after which he introduced himself as Andy from the Central Branch of the Magic Academy. Looking at the protagonist's back, he said that he had an order to take him to the president's office. Turning around, Theodore asked again about the president's office. Andy stared at him, said that the invitation came from him personally, and if possible, the president wants him to come as soon as possible. The protagonist, looking at the guy, thought that as a rule, magicians have no reason to visit this place, and he wondered what happened. The sun was shining all over the place. The guy agreed to go. Opening the door, the protagonist saw the statue and thought that it looked terrible. The protagonist, looking at the woman, introduced himself as Theodore Miller and greeted the president of the academy and the master of the Red Tower. The president looked up at him and said that she was just in time and she apologized for calling so suddenly, but a situation arose due to which she had no other choice. Sitting down on a chair, the brunette told her not to worry because he was not busy with anything anyway, to which the woman said that she was glad to hear it and invited the guy to sit down. The woman, looking at the interlocutor, said that this time he did well. They were not sure that Andreas would accept their conditions, especially due to the circumstances associated with the High Elf, and it is safe to say that he made the greatest contribution to the agreement. Theodore smiled and said that this was too much praise. The president frowned and said that her words were not simple flattery, and he himself knew about it, the reason why she called him here. The protagonist outlived her and asked if it was related to the reward. The woman smiled and said that he was right. They had held a long meeting with His Majesty and the Tower Lords and finally decided on his prize. The item itself was still kept in the strictest confidence. It seemed to her that a public award would cause unnecessary resonance. She folded her hands and said that he should remember that only she and the Tower Lords knew about this thing. She drew her eyebrows together and said that if this information leaked somewhere, even he would not be able to escape punishment. They both turned to the girl in the corner of the room, who said that she said that intimidation was not at all necessary. Someone from behind stood up and offered to explain everything himself. The protagonist looked at this angrily and asked what the. He saw a naked statue and was surprised that it was talking. The bald man opened his mouth, laughed and said that he hadn't seen such a reaction for a long time, for which he immediately received a fist to the head. The girl, warming her fist, told him not to scold the baby, and she had already told him more than once not to laugh like that because it was too loud. The statue in response called her a crazy dragon. She seemed to look, saying that it looked like someone was going to pass away today. The girl hit her with her fist, saying that she would arrange it now. The protagonist silently watched this. Without turning around, he asked the president about the statue, to which she replied that she would not like to introduce them to each other so chaotically, but that's how it happened. As he had already noted, this statue is extraordinary. It can move, but what it is made of still remains a mystery, and only one person is able to control golems. Even the wizards of the Seventh Circle have not achieved this. The bald man grinned, and the woman continued that this was a mage hiding his identity, the Lord of the Amber Tower Norden, and that he was the one who controlled this statue. The protagonist looked away when someone said that the statue was far from ordinary, how it moved, what it was made of. They didn't know all of this. In the whole world only one person could control it, Norden, the Lord of the Amber Tower. He looked like a goblin when someone continued, saying that there was no doubt that he was the one who controlled the statue. The brunette looked forward and thought about the master of the Amber Tower Norden, which meant a mage whose face had never been seen. No one knew his age or race. The silhouette of a large man appeared when the guy continued his thought by saying that, if rumors were to be believed, he could refuse the king's request for a general mobilization of mages, and only other lords of the towers and the ruler himself were allowed to meet with him. The academy president looked at the creature and said that its appearance in public can only be seen once or twice in 100 years, after which the boy asked again what he said, once or twice in 100 years. The man raised an eyebrow and told Theo not to be too surprised. The Lord of the Amber Tower is mysterious, and there are still many things that hold much greater secrets. There were books on the shelves when the hero continued to say that according to the records of the central office, it was he who created the designs of the 4 towers. In addition, Norden contributed to the prosperity of the Melter during the birth of the country. In medicine, alchemy, metallurgy, and architecture, the level of this magician is comparable to the gods. That is why there are so many amazing goods and artifacts on the northern continent. The heroes looked down when the young man asked the designs of the 4 towers. If that is the case, then how old must he be? The president frowned and replied that he thought at least 600, after which the protagonist thought, 600, even elves only live to 200. Then he lowered his head and continued the thought that among the high elves there are those who are more than 3,000 years old. But still, magic is an art that developed only among humans. Other races can hardly master it, and asked who he was, the Lord of the Amber Tower. The protagonist looked at the man when he opened his mouth and said that until now no one had solved the mystery of Norden's identity, and therefore now it is pointless to puzzle over it if he has been hiding for more than 600 years, because there must be a reason. The people looked at the unknown creature when the brunette continued to say that when he wants, then he will show himself to the whole world. Theories about who he is are useless, so it is better not to think about it. The goblin frowned and said the golem was damaged, and asked if he could even imagine how long it would take to fix it. The red-haired girl turned her head and answered him that the Scarlet Tower will take care of compensation, but for now let him give their goods here, to which he replied and gave them right away. The elf smiled slyly and said that he would now introduce them to the MK37 sensitivity enhancer. The protagonist looked at the fat man and asked, an enhancer, to which he replied that since he was a man, he should know how important sensitivity is. Neither training nor even medicine could increase it. Then the troll stuck a red ball out of his mouth and said, however, this device. He held it in his hand and continued to say that he could increase her level even if it had previously seemed impossible. The guy took this device and thought, this is the sensitivity enhancer. He looked at the drug synthesized using Eastern and Western alchemy. Rare materials and ancient technology were used to create it, significantly increasing sensitivity to mana. The value of the treasure drug when consumed will increase some characteristics, since the drug has no digestion period, and the understanding of alchemy will also increase many times over. Also, the drug will be more effective if taken orally and not through gluttony. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought that sensitivity enhancement had previously seemed like a fantasy for a wizard like him who was almost deprived of it. Such a drug was simply a gift from heaven. The girl patted the guy on the shoulder and told him to swallow it faster now. She was sure that the result would not take long to come, to which he asked in surprise, right here and now. The brunette opened his mouth and said that he understood while it was hot. In response, the red-haired girl said that he was a quick learner. Among the shelves with books, she continued to say that 3 rulers were watching over him. Maybe one of them would not be able to help him, but he would not cause harm either. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought, that's right, with 2 mages of such a level, he was in no danger. Then he crouched down, looking at the drug, after which he used the MK37 sensitivity enhancer. The power finished inside him gradually opens up, the user's mana increased to the maximum. Soon he will feel a temporary surge of all feelings, so he needs to concentrate. The boy closed his eyes as he chewed the drug and said how strange the taste was, and that was all. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Then he fell to all fours and thought he couldn't breathe. Bernard crouched down and told the boy to brace himself and not to deny the mana around him. After which she opened her mouth wide and shouted that they had always been there, he just hadn't felt it before. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist thought that he didn't, it wasn't that, he just didn't know. Then he looked up when the girl said, yes, you need to use magic. The guy raised 2 fingers. Then he clenched his teeth and used an electric discharge. Lightning appeared above his hand. Tio opened his eyes in surprise and said that it became easier, after which he began to get up and thought, so this is how mana feels. When the red-haired girl asked him, finally got used to it. The brunette looked at his hand and thought that he felt something in the air that seemed like it couldn't be, it was just amazing. Then he looked down and continued the thought that some say that mana is like water, and for others it is like dirt, or similar to flame. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought that he could not understand their words. He thought that he never could. Such sensitivity is possessed by geniuses like Sylvia. The girl was standing behind the guy when she said, it seems he is fine, and you need to be careful with magic. After taking this drug, the speed of using spells and their power will increase. But still, his mana control requires practice. The main character smiled, looked away and said, apparently, having high sensitivity is not enough. The red-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and answered, of course, a high level of sensitivity in magic is, of course, good. But separately they are nothing. If the magician has problems with one or the other, then there is no point in rising to the next circles. The brunette put his hand on the lady's shoulder when she said, there are people with high sensitivity, but at the same time they are just amazing idiots, so there is no need to stick your nose up and continue training. Suddenly Norden appeared and called the old hag and asked what she was doing to him. The protagonist was embarrassed and said that it was not what he thought, and the girl got angry and shouted, damn it, and told her to stop showing her ugly face for no reason. The elf opened his mouth wide and said, funny, he needs to talk to the guy alone anyway, so let her go. The lady swung, but the man held her back when she angrily shouted, who did he tell to go? And the brunette laughed and added that they would leave right now. Leaving, the red-haired girl shouted to let her go. Next time she won't get off so easily, an ugly piece of stone, when Norden looked after her. The doors slammed. The bald man smiled sarcastically and said, as expected, he is a pretty unusual guy. When the brunette apologized, The elf ran his finger over his face and added that the reaction to the mana around him and the smell of his spirit, apparently this girl was not exaggerating about him becoming the next master of the Red Tower. The protagonist was embarrassed and thanked the troll, to which he replied that this was just an objective assessment. He congratulated him as the first test subject for, no, rather as the heir to the power of his drug, he would remember his name. Then he added that they would not see each other for some time, but at the right moment they would definitely meet, and for now let him wait. His eyes turned red when he said, Teodor Miller, when the time comes, they will discuss the secret hidden deep within him. Suddenly he disappeared, saying that this was all, and said goodbye. The protagonist looked away and thought, his secret? Could he have found out about gluttony? The friend on the arm called the boy and said that he had to be careful with this Lord of the Amber Tower. The brunette looked at the glutton in surprise and asked what, to which he replied that the formula and alchemy in that preparation were used 2,000 years ago. He not only knows about them, but also understands how to use them. Then the creature smiled broadly and added that he has several ideas on this matter, but now it is impossible to say anything for sure. Teo asked sharply, he thinks that the Lord of the Amber Tower is also the owner of the grimoire, to which the Black One replied that he is only basing himself on the information he received. But this is also possible, and even if he has a grimoire, he uses it very subtly and effectively. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, so it is unlikely that he will be able to attack him suddenly as well as the Elderlick. The protagonist looked away and thought, Mr. Amber Tower hides his identity, and the Lord of the Pearl Tower wears a mask. Someday he will definitely find out about everything, but not now. Suddenly he clenched his fist and continued his thought, the great mage Norden says, they will see him soon. Someone was typing a letter on a typewriter. In the darkness sat the man who spoke, I wonder how much time has passed. Then he leaned on his hands and thought about the grimoire of gluttony. Bright rays crossed in battle. Holding the staff, the girl used a frost arrow. Bright whirlwinds surrounded the guy. Theodore put his palm forward. A bright flame shot up. Looking forward, the brunette thought that in order to cope with the increased sensitivity, he asked Sylvia to help him with training. The blonde stood in a yellow glow, a natural wizard, endowed with exceptional sensitivity and learning ability. She is the perfect teacher in such a situation. The girl with blue eyes asked, can he continue? Right. The hero agreed with a determined look. The opponents ran at each other. Sylvia, opening her mouth, exclaimed that this is incredible. A couple of weeks ago he could not react so clearly as expected of him. The guy smiled embarrassedly, responding to the praise. He thought that training sensitivity, as it turned out, is quite simple, one of the ways to not remember spells when using magic. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that in magic, spells are simply the wizard's personal interpretation of magic. Of course, with the advent of spells, the effectiveness of magic began to grow exponentially, but as a result, wizards became fixated on the very idea of spells. His fingers clenched into a fist. The hero put his hand in front of him and used the ice sphere. He extended his palms forward and continued using the thunder spear. The guy intertwined his fingers, using the power of the storm. The dark-haired man looked forward, thinking that even before this he had never used spells. Bright whirlwinds flew forward. The girl put her staff in front of her. Looking ahead tensely, Sylvia wondered that 3 different attributes of 3 different circles of magic, how did he use them all at once? His gaze became questioning. The hero put his palm out. He frowned, moving it. Flames surrounded his fingers. It rose high up. There was black smoke in front of the girl. A burnt spot remained on the ceiling. Words were heard that 3 attributes and even Inferno, everything worked out. Sylvia hugged the discouraged guy, saying that it was amazing. Just think, he learned all this in such a short period of time. The guy replied that it was all thanks to her. He smiled awkwardly, saying that it was expected. Such high-class magic was a bit heavy. He wouldn't have lasted even 10 seconds longer. The girl looked up, saying that success was still success, and congratulated him. The guy, squeezed by her arms, thanked her, saying that it was all thanks to her. The furious Mitra called him. The guy looked at her with wide eyes, asking what happened. The blonde turned and began to speak to him indistinctly. The brunette looked questioningly and asked, does she mean a guest? A man appeared behind him, saying that he was here. The brown-haired guy said that he came to take him to the king, and asked to follow him. Theodore frowned, hearing that the messenger from Elvenheim was waiting for him. The ceiling of the room was glass. Words were heard that the king had arrived. The man was climbing the stairs to the throne. Sitting on the throne, the king said that firstly, he thanks everyone for their efficiency. The hero sat next to the red-haired girl, hearing that as they knew, this situation was a surprise to all of them. They must understand that this is a very important moment for the country. The masked man sat next to the woman with her face covered. The brunette with an eye patch heard that some of them came because they heard rumors, some did not know yet. The man sitting on the throne said that the ambassador from Elvenheim arrived for the first time with the purpose of establishing friendly relations and not discussing trade. Opening his mouth, he continued that very soon they would meet him in this room, so he gathered them all. The guy imagined the green silhouette of the elf, thinking that the country of the elves Elvenheim was not that isolated from the rest of the world. The elves accepted the rapidly developing race of people and even provided them with some of their technology, but for a long time they refused any alliance treaties. The man in the red hat leaned towards his neighbor, saying that friendly relations, right. If so, it was a game changer for the north to think that Elvenheim had made the first move. The maid leaned towards the king, saying that the Elvenheim ambassador was already at the door. He turned his gaze and ordered him to be let in. Light shone through the open door. A guest in white entered while someone was discussing who it was. Elvenheim ambassador Edwin rubbed his wrist. Veronica smiled and said that he was good for a spiritual guardian of the forest. The hero asked, what kind of guardian? As the elf approached the king, she explained that this is what they called summoners who could summon higher spirits, as well as warriors who had achieved great heights in their craft. Edwin looked down as the girl said that in other words, they were lords. Theodore looked at him carefully, thinking that a lord was a warrior, equal to a sword master or a wizard of the seventh circle. The ambassador knelt down and addressed the ruler of the magical kingdom of Melter, saying that he was from the beach tribe of the third branch of Elvenheim, greeting him and asking to forgive his manners. Looking at the blonde man, the man asked for forgiveness for his ignorance of the etiquette of the forest and warmly welcomed him to Melter. The king sitting on the throne said that although Elvenheim was nearby and was their neighbor, they still considered it a distant nation. Except for the purpose of trade, they refused to cooperate with humans, and they respected their ideology. Touching his chin, the king continued, he still couldn't help but ask why his dear neighbor had come all this way. Edwin closed his eyes, saying that he should state their intentions. Bowing his head, he said that they wanted to repay the savior of Lady Elinor, so they came here. Their family wished to invite him and his team to Elvenheim as honored guests. Theodore's mouth dropped open in surprise. His expression was worried. He repeated in his mind, honored guests. The king frowned slightly, saying that this proposal was unexpected. He thought that he expected the elves to want to increase the volume of goods they traded, but not something like this. Looking forward, the man clarified, he meant that he wanted to see a diplomatic delegation. Edwin closed his eyes, confirming that everything was correct. The brown-haired man looked at him, asking, would the meeting take place as usual at the borders of the great forest? Opening his eyes, the elf replied that no, they behaved completely differently with benefactors. He smiled, saying that the people of Elvenheim agreed to meet Lord Theodore and his party at the World Tree. The man sitting on the throne asked, does that mean they will receive people in the very center of the Elven lands? The blonde man said yes, near the ancestral tree. The long-haired elf heard the question of how many people could go, and answered that the fewer the better. If someone attacked again, a small group would be much easier to protect. Looking ahead, the brown-haired man said that it was worth considering. Closing his eyes, Edwin added that they should know something. The closer to the center of the forest, that is, to the World Tree, the faster the concentration of mana will increase, so the group should only consist of mages of at least the fifth circle. The king touched his chin, saying that this was a real hassle. There would not be many candidates. He imagined the monster next to the man, thinking that not everyone can become a participant in this mission. It is necessary not only to be a magician, but also to have diplomatic skills. During the incident with the convoy, almost everyone who could have approached met their death. The red-haired girl sat next to the hero, hearing that in this case, the few remaining are Veronica's people and herself. Edwin sweated with excitement, exclaiming that he should think twice before including Mrs. Veronica in the delegation. The king smiled, saying that he knew that he would not approve of her candidacy. The fire magic of the ruler of the Scarlet Tower is too strong. They do not want to set fire to their sacred place. Theodore held the furious Veronica by the shoulder, who shouted that he will only trust her with worthless missions. The brunette with an eye patch told the king that since the decision has not been made, why not turn to the ruler of the Azure Tower? Looking at him, the king replied that he would do so, but Blundell was currently busy preventing floods in the east. He did not have time for other missions. The brunette looked at him and asked if the senior mages of the different towers could do it, to which he heard that many of them could not take it on themselves either. Those who were free were too old for such long trips. The man stood by the stairs, saying that since there was no one else, he would go. The man with a mustache and a white mask over his eyes was the Lord of the Pearl Tower. The king leaned over, thinking that he was one of the mages who most often took on various assignments. The Lord of the Pearl Tower was known for his composure. He thought that sending him on this diplomatic mission would be the best idea possible. Sitting on the throne, he said that from now on, the first member of the delegation would be Orda. Now he should form a group of mages of the fifth circle and above. The masked man and the elf heard that, however, no more than 10 people could be accepted. Clenching his fingers into a fist, Orda replied that it would be done. Waving his hand, the king turned to Theodore, saying that he was sure that he would once again become the pride of all of Melter. Clenching his fist, the man said that when going as part of the delegation to Elvenheim, let him remember that all of this happened thanks to him. From now on he receives the same powers as the Lord of the Pearl Tower, but only until the end of the diplomatic mission. The brunette looked forward, hearing that he should not be afraid to express his thoughts, and replied that he would fulfill the will of his majesty. Fingers holding a cup, the man said that at the moment in Manaville there are only 93 high-ranking mages, 71 of them expressed a desire to join the delegation. Vince smiled slightly, saying that he wanted to invite 13 people, but he himself knows what his circumstances are. Theodore turned to him, asking why so many people wanted to go with them. The professor raised his head, saying that the place he was invited to was sacred, the elves treasured it very much, and therefore other races were not allowed to enter. The news of being able to go there was essentially the embodiment of the mage's desire to explore the unknown. Sitting at the table, Theodore said that there must have been a lot of commotion in the capital. The blonde replied that it couldn't help but rise. Perhaps it was hard to notice, but right now all the towers were having big problems with warriors, nepotism, and bribery. Taking the cup with his fingers, the man said that he would go, he needed to make it to the interview. Taking a sip from the cup, he explained that this was an order from the Lord of the Pearl Tower. He asked him to think of what interests of the state they could satisfy by cooperating with Elvenheim. The hero looked at him questioningly, asking if he wanted to do it himself. He seemed to be deep in his research. Would he be able to do everything? The blonde in pink glasses said that everyone needs a break sometimes. Maybe he would find some clues in the Elven lands. The guy sitting next to him asked the master if he took on this responsibility just to avoid working. He said that he was a quick thinker. His palm was on his knees. The man added that the girl had also submitted a resume. He stood up, said that the application was very well written. He had no doubt that it would definitely be accepted. The blonde's hair was pulled back in a ponytail. The man explained that he was talking about Sylvia. Theodore touched his chin with a smile, saying that she had discovered the fifth circle in herself before she even reached 20 years old, so she was quite suitable for this mission. Vince grinned, saying that this guy was also jumping above his head. What a tactless person. The brunette turned around, and the man, leaving, said that it was nothing. Let them just pray for their Sylvia. Good luck. The brunette remained silent, turning to him, and then repeated in bewilderment, was he being tactless? He imagined the image of the fair-haired man, thinking that was Alfred's sensitivity not enough. Why was he even doing this? Tiredly touching his face, he said that it did not matter. The delegation included the Lord of the Pearl Tower himself. He imagined the man in the white mask, saying that on the one hand, he was an ideal candidate for the position of representative of the diplomatic mission, and therefore there was nothing to worry about. But on the other hand, he knew nothing about the other lords, only about those who ruled the Scarlet and Azure Towers. Opening his mouth, the guy thought that in addition, in this expedition the king had endowed him with the same rights as Orda. With a scream, clutching his head, the brunette said that there would be so many people in the delegation. Did he really think he could handle it? Looking through his fingers, the boy said that although he would meet a leaner, but what if he made a mistake somewhere? His eyes widened in shock. The room seemed to vibrate. The boy thought anxiously, what kind of feeling of presence? He could not understand where its source was, who was capable of this. The fingers held a green cup. The man said that he apologized in advance if he scared. He took a sip from the cup. Theodore was shocked to see an elf sitting opposite him, who said that he was here to talk to him alone. Edwin closed his eyes, called him a benefactor, and asked if he could spare him some time. The finger held the cup. Theodore waved his hand and said that he was very surprised. Because he found him and did not give him away, he thought his feelings had failed him. Edwin closed his eyes, saying that it seemed like he still had some learning to do with human etiquette, and he hoped his actions towards their benefactor had not been too rude. The elf smiled, saying that if it were up to him, he would have preferred to see him first, but the mission his parents had entrusted him with had forced him to linger. Still smiling, the blonde said that it might be a little late, but he was very glad to meet their benefactor, even under these circumstances. Theodore smiled and said that he was also glad to see him. Sitting across the table, the boy asked why he was showing him so much honor. His reaction made him uncomfortable. The elf smiled, asking if that was really so, and said that in any case, should these circumstances cause discomfort to their benefactor. Putting his palms together, the elf said that saving a leaner, for which he had almost paid with his own life, such merciful valor deserved to be called a benefactor, and the Arv race would never consider it excessive to try to repay him for his kindness. The brunette scratched his head with a smile, saying that it was not the case. The interlocutor said that he was still getting used to human customs. Anyway, for them to show such courtesy is completely natural. He asks him to understand this. Looking forward, the hero said to just leave everything as it was. For what reason he was looking for him, he must have wanted to tell him something. Edwin said that although it was a reason to see him in person, he wanted to tell him something. He took out a small green object. The guy asked what it was. Showing a small green seed, The elf said that it was the symbol of Elvenheim, the seed of the world tree. It is of course slightly different from the original, but the effect is still miraculous. Mitra appeared from behind the back of the chair, exclaiming happily. She pointed her finger, and the guy asked what she was doing. You can't point your finger at people. Edwin smiled and said that Alina left him a message. He handed the seed to the little girl, saying that this seed was not for a benefactor, but for Mitra. The girl smiled widely. The boy thought that this thing, if it really was the seed of the world tree Yggdrasil, then it could be worth almost more than this castle, but Alina gave it to Mitra. Sitting opposite, the boy asked if he knew anything about the purpose of this seed. He had no idea why Alina would give it to Mitra. Closing his eyes, the blonde said that although he could not know her intentions, he would try to tell him everything he knew. The elf introduced the forest, saying that the world tree had always protected Elvenheim with the power with which it earned its name. Its fallen leaves cleansed the blood-stained lands, and from those layers of earth that the tree's roots reached, a barrier created by nature grew. There was a green seed on his palm. He continued that the seed that Alina gave him, whoever absorbed it, would awaken through their hidden potential. Theodore looked down, thinking that this was the revelation of hidden powers. After all, such a seed would become useless in the hands of someone like him. He was deprived of innate talents. Mitra yawned, and the guy thought that when it comes to an ancient spirit, the goddess of the earth, it was a completely different story. He believed that Alina wanted to awaken Mitra's abilities. Looking at the palm, the guy said that this was her gift. The girl looked at him with admiration. Examining the palm, she asked if it could be eaten. It looked delicious. The brunette smiled, saying that since it was now hers, she could do with it whatever she wanted, and thought that she wanted to eat it so much, he thought that only spirits could feel it. Mitra examined the seed in her palms and then put it in her mouth. The dark castle had high towers. 4 days later, Orda, the lord of the Pearl Tower, quickly appointed 7 members of the diplomatic mission with unprecedented speed. Preparations for departure to Elvenheim began. The girl noticed a guy walking down the street. Sylvia waved her hand with a smile and called Theodore. The hero took the girl by the hands, recognizing. Someone asked. Now he does not look at anyone except her. Vince was standing next to him in pink glasses. The guy exclaimed that as expected, he also passed. The man said that everyone was waiting for him. The hero standing next to his friend heard that it was an honor to work with him. Let him take care of them on the way to Elvenheim. They are in his hands. Theodore laughed, hearing the request to take care of him. Sylvia looked out from behind the guy's shoulder, hearing that it seemed like everyone was gathered. The masked man had a hat on his head. Someone said that the Lord of the Pearl Tower had arrived. The man tilted his head, asking if they were sure they were ready. Theodore looked at him confidently, confirming. Orda stood opposite, saying that they would rather leave then. The road was quite long, so it would be good to hurry. There was a ring on the man's finger. He adjusted his hat using mass teleportation. Theodore turned into a blue silhouette, thinking that as expected, the Lord of the Pearl Tower possessed, in addition to the magic inherent to the tower, also spatial magic. He stared ahead, thinking that he had been through this several times, but he could not get used to the strange sensations. A glass dome appeared above. Walking behind, Theodore asked where they were. Orda replied that this was an underground structure located on the border of the kingdom, not a place to linger. He stood next to a glowing passage and told them not to lag behind him. The man looked ahead resolutely. Someone exclaimed that it couldn't be. He covered the entire distance with one spell. A sandy landscape appeared ahead. Someone recognized the Crimson Canyons. Stone arches stood on the sand, a crimson plateau, arid lands stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Deserts so wide that they would be suitable as an arena for fighting the huge monsters of the Great Northern Forest. The heroes walked among the stone structures. The guy asked where the carriage they would ride in. It would be difficult to cross this plateau without a cart. The Lord of the Tower replied that he was not in the mood to explain everything. Let them put on the rings. Theodore put the decoration on his finger. He looked tensely at his ring. It looked like a mask on the man's face. Walking ahead, Orda said that now that everyone had put them on, they were moving out. Turning slightly, he said that before they set off, one thing needed to be said. They should stand where they were. Theodore stared ahead in surprise, asking what he was talking about. His foot took a step on the sand. Bright balls appeared. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a distortion of space with each step, even if he was the Lord of the Pearl Tower. But how? Spheres appeared among the sand. The man in the hat walked ahead. The guy thought that compared to him, the manmobile seemed like a snail. How far did it go at a time? Orda clenched his fist, saying that they must arrive at the great forest before sunset. Everyone prepared to set up camp when he stopped. The sun was shining over the desert. Among the sands was a shining sphere. The hero thought that he tried to track the flow of mana many times, but he could not say anything at all about the principle of this spell. Looking at the man in the hat, the guy thought that the magic of the Pearl Tower was sharply different from any other spatial magic and was on a completely different level. He remembered Veronica sitting in the chair, telling him that he shouldn't worry about Orda. He was more competent than her in escort matters. Someone asked, more capable than the Tower Lord. The girl sitting at the table said that of course, if they were to go head to head, she would win, but if Orta tried to escape, he would be impossible to catch. In a situation where it wasn't necessary to win, such maneuverability was like cheating. She introduced a man in a white mask and said that in the previous war, Orta managed to break through the combined attack of 3 sword masters. Could such a person live up to the usual standards? Theodore frowned and said that he had returned from 3 aura users. No matter how fast he was that even possible? The red-haired girl smiled and said that the Lord of the Pearl Tower was perfect for this mission, so he shouldn't worry. The man in the white cloak walked ahead. Theodore thought that at first he did not believe Veronica's words, but now he begins to understand their meaning. It is not surprising that the swordsman did not know what to do when faced with this kind of magic. The man in the hat stood in front, while the boy thought that spatial sorcery of a high level, which can only be mastered by someone who has at least 6 circles, if he managed to learn how to use it, it would definitely come in handy. There were stones in the desert. Theodore thought that in order to reach the 6th circle, he needed to develop more abilities and achieve overcoming another wall. The man standing next to the others said that they would set up camp and stay here for the night. The Lord of the Tower sat down, saying that tomorrow with the loss of the sun they will be at the threshold of the great forest. Let them prepare to put up tents. The surface is rough, but nothing terrible. The guy hammered a pig. Food was cooking in the pot. The brunette tried the soup from the ladle. The blonde held the cup. Hearing that everyone was surprisingly fast, to think they managed to settle down here so quickly, it seemed like he didn't help much. Vince closed his eyes, saying that this was a new experience. The man on the left said that it was always like that when he was young. The man on the right added that he shouldn't worry too much and take his cup. No matter what the matter, when you were out in the open it was always better to have a full stomach. The man pointed, saying that Theodore seemed to be doing much better than him. He exclaimed, did he want to argue? There was a cry that they all just didn't know how fast he was in his prime. Theodore laughed, hearing someone tell him to stop arguing and eat his roast. The professor smiled and said that he hadn't been so relaxed and idle for a long time. Edwin appeared from behind, asking his benefactor if he could spare him some of his time. Theodore turned, recognizing the elf. He said that he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Apparently the human magic had far exceeded their expectations of it. The blonde man closed his eyes and said that if he told someone that they had crossed the Crimson Plateau in half a day, they would definitely doubt his words. The brunette looked at him, saying that after all, they hadn't experienced it themselves, so it was understandable to doubt. Smiling, raising a finger, Edwin said that he came anyway to check on Mitra's condition. After all, this was the first time he fed the seed of the world tree to the spirit. A smiling girl appeared when the boy called her. A small green sprout was growing on her head. She reached out her hand to the boy, who said that there was no big change, only the sprout on her head. The blonde man, without opening his eyes, said that it certainly didn't look like Mitra had grown much, but if she ran and stretched out a little more, who knew what mystical things could happen. His words were heard in the night desert. However, as Lady Elinor had said, when they entered Elvenheim, Lady Mitra's abilities would manifest naturally. Light tents were set up. Theodore lay on a sleeping bag next to the spirit, thinking that being the only one sleeping in such comfort was a little embarrassing. He turned his head, thinking that no matter how much he wanted to join the master in the night guard, he and the owner of the White Tower were excused from participating after sunset. As always, such treatment felt unusual. Mitra looked at the boy and asked what was wrong. Looking at her, the boy answered that everything was fine, not to worry. He adjusted the blanket, telling her to sleep, and lay back down. The sprout on the spirit's head glowed. The girl rose, making a surprised sound. Theodore called out to her in surprise. Nitra was sleeping with her eyes open. The boy shook her shoulders and asked her to wake up. The green sprout was glowing. The monsters bared their teeth. Their silhouettes were visible in the night. Theodore's eyes widened in shock. He covered his face with his hands. The spirit asked, "Is everything okay?" The hero thought that it just happened. Did it seem to him, or were the creatures from the great forest heading straight for the camp? The brunette looked through his fingers in shock, thinking that he was not entirely sure, but it was definitely not a nightmare or an illusion. His sensations were enhanced by Mitra. The guy looked out of the tent, calling out to the master, who asked what happened. Coming closer, the hero answered that monsters from the great forest were moving here. The blonde asked, what was he talking about? He looked tensely through his rose-colored glasses. The men looked at him in surprise, asking, does he mean to say, is there an ambush here? The sound is too far away for it to be an ambush, right? Monsters with dark legs were approaching. Words were heard that it was noisy. It looks like ogres. How interesting. He had adapted to recognize monsters long before they approached. Orta, who had come up behind him, said that good intuition was not something to be dismissed so easily. Theodore, looking down, tensely replied that it was a bit difficult to explain. The masked man said that there was no need for an explanation. After all, they now had enough time to prepare for their attack. He waved his hand and continued that from now on, the countdown began. Everyone here must attack with magic at the same time and on his command. Vince raised his palm, hearing the countdown from 10. Sylvia held her staff tensely, hearing the countdown from 6 to 2. The boy determinedly knitted his brows, hearing 2 and 1. Bright flashes flew forward after the order to attack. The glow swirled ahead. It spread in a bright circle. A powerful explosion appeared. The hero's eyes widened in shock. The monsters looked ahead. The boy thought that they had taken out half of all the monsters with one blow. If they continued at this pace, they would be able to do so without any losses. The hero turned around, hearing the words that this was amazing. He would try to lend a helping hand too. Edwin smiled. A glow appeared on his fingers. He asked Iolaus to give him an arrow. The elf waved his fingers, sending a bright beam forward. Putting out his palm, he seemed to release a shining arrow. A huge flash occurred from the bright beams. The man looked ahead in surprise, saying that this was amazing. Sparks flew ahead. Someone asked if this was the primordial elven magic. Edwin smiled slightly, saying that now they were safe for the entire coming night. There was a clear sky above the trees. Walking ahead, Edwin said that it seemed that if they turned right here, they would get there faster. Could he check the path with his detection skill? The hero thought that thanks to the detection skill, they were able to see the monsters sneaking around last night, and somehow the role of the mission leader fell on him. The hero held Mitra on his shoulders, saying that to be more precise, this role fell on her, and said that he hoped for her. Closing her eyes, the spirit made a loud sound. The hero looked ahead tensely. Opening his eyes, he thought that there was nothing on the road to the left. What about the path to the right? He saw several beasts, thinking what were they? Wolves. Looking at the elf, the brunette asked, among the fauna of the forest, there are horned wolves. Perhaps they will encounter one in 3 kilometers if they go along the right path. Touching his chin, Edwin said that if there are horns, then they are thunder wolves. They should avoid meeting them. It can be problematic. Putting his hands in his pockets, Orta asked if they are really so dangerous for them that they should avoid them. The elf smiled and replied that no, in terms of combat power, they were not that dangerous, but the reason to avoid them was the noise. The masked man asked again. Imagining the image of a white beast, the elf replied that thunder wolves were capable of shooting lightning from the horns on their heads, and the sound they made was as strong as real thunder. When they sensed danger, they would summon monsters in the area, causing chaos, and then immediately flee, waiting for their chance to attack. The blonde elf smiled when he heard that they should avoid them then, and said that in that case, they should move out. The foot was on the path. In the middle of the forest, monsters were standing with a club in their hands. The elf was holding a glowing seed. He waved his hand, directing the glow at the monsters. He smiled without opening his eyes. The bright rays hit the monsters. Their bodies lay on the ground. Theodore thought, looking ahead, this is incredible. Is this the power of a spirit guard? Standing in front, Edwin said that they will rest here for a while before moving on. Without turning around, he explained that the monster's domain stretches further, so it will be difficult to move there even with his skills. Opening his eyes, he added that this is their only chance to have a good rest. Looking ahead, the hero replied that he understood. Putting his hands in his pocket, Orta said that everyone heard Edwin's words. They will take a short break. The man in the mask said that 2 o'clock starts now. At this time they are completely in their hands, but they should not go far. Let them eat, rest, and do whatever they want. The man in the hat clarified. Free time, the comrade added that they will finally be able to explore the surroundings of the great forest. With a wide smile, he ran forward, shouting that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. The second tried to stop her, saying that they will all go together. Edwin said with a wide smile that human mages are much more energetic than he thought. The discouraged hero said that it was true. Sylvia called the guy with a smile. She was sitting under a tree, waving her hand, and said what an interesting plant grows here. Theodore closed his eyes, thinking that even Sylvia and the teacher began to collect something in the area. The guy looked at Mitra, saying that since they have free time, why don't they also look at the great forest? The foot took a step on the grass. Lowering his head, Theodore was surprised. He looked away in surprise, thinking that he had some kind of incomprehensible feeling. His eyes were wide open. A naked guy was sitting in the forest, thinking what kind of place this was. It seemed like a clearing, but the feeling was strange, like a completely different dimension. The weapon approached his face. A question was heard. Who is here? Who dared to invade the mind of the swarm? 2 elves approached the brunette, asking who he was and demanding his name. He threw up his hands in fear, saying that he was Theodore. The elf stood next to him, saying that she had heard that name before. The elf replied that he had not. Who he was, while the guy swore that he was not some shady guy. The elf opened her mouth, saying that she remembered. She approached his face, exclaiming that this is the human boy who saved Alina. Is she right? Looking at her, the brunette replied that yes, something like that. The elf sat down next to him, asking how it was. They held hands, maybe touched lips. How long had it been since there was a romance between an elf and a human? Curling her fingers, someone called out to the hero. The elf girl turned around, recognizing Mrs. Alina. The blonde elf stood with her hands folded. She extended her hand to the guy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She was glad to meet. The brunette asked how she was. Looking at the hero, the girl replied that she was fine thanks to him. Theodore smiled and replied that he was glad to hear it. Asked where they were now, he was just with the others. Closing her eyes, Alina replied that this is the mind of the swarm of the world tree Ratatoskr. This is the spiritual body of the tree. Only the direct heirs of Arv can get here. The boy looked at her with a tense expression and said that he was just a normal human. How did he end up here? The elf crossed his arms and said that because of Mitra, the world tree grew out of the ground. Mitra was the goddess of the earth, so it was no wonder he had the right to enter. He waved his hand and said that perhaps his rights were even greater than theirs. The hero, taken aback, asked again in surprise, to which the elf replied that he was not sure, more of a guess. Looking down, Theodore replied that he understood, and thought that he had managed to enter Ratatoskr with rights that were perhaps greater than those of the high elves. No matter how you look at it, he was a difficult case for this world. He winced as the elf approached, asking about the difficulty of talking in the hive mind, and he replied that it seemed fine for now. Alina, standing behind him, said that it was not very practical to talk here in Ratatoskr, so she would go to them. Turning to her, the boy asked how. Putting a finger to her mouth, the girl replied that he would find out soon. Theodore's eyes were wide open. Edwin, who was sitting next to her, asked if he was talking to them. He was where only dancers could go. Looking ahead tensely, the boy answered that he thought so, yes. The elf sitting opposite exclaimed that he was incredible. As expected, a benefactor is different from ordinary people. The heroes looked back. A gray curl appeared there. It was part of a strange gray body. The elf stood with his arms crossed. Someone recognized Lady Alina. The elf, as if woven from wood, showed 2 fingers and greeted the magicians, saying that she was the daughter of the Evergreen tribe. The 6th dancer Alina greets them all. The man standing in front of them said that he did not expect to meet her in such a form. I must say that he was quite surprised to see her like this. The elf replied that she had only recently learned this skill and would now guide them to the tree. Holding the hem of his hat, the man thanked her for her generosity. He was Orda, the lord of the White Magic Tower of the Kingdom of Melter. Taking off his hat, he continued that although they were very grateful for her help, but thanks to Edwin, they would be completely fine. Looking with yellow eyes, the elf replied that she did not want to look down on Edwin's abilities, but there was no being who could be a better guide in the forest than a high elf. Pointing her hand forward, she said that she was now asking everyone to look over there. Opening his mouth, the lord of the White Tower said that this was impossible. The elf waved her hand and the ground rose. The man said that the plants were spreading out on their own. Were they really making a path for them of their own free will? A forest path appeared ahead. Words were heard that if they went straight along this road, they would arrive in Elvenheim. It would take them about 3 days. Putting on his hat, Orda said that 8 hours would be enough, surprising Alina. Looking at his palm, the man said that she would understand once she saw it with her own eyes. In the haze were wooden houses. This was Elvenheim. A cry was heard from the semicircular house. Has the delegation arrived yet? High Elf Alissa waved her hand. What do I know? That I should go meet them. High Elf Alucard leaned his head on his hand, saying that they cannot send her if they send her images, and as high elves, and elves in general, they will fall very low. They will be like dry fallen leaves. The girl waved her hand, saying why he was making her blush, and why he was throwing compliments around so suddenly. It was embarrassing. Then he indignantly exclaimed that it was not a compliment. The high elf Lumia, sitting on a chair, told them both to be quiet. They were not gathered here to quarrel. Looking forward, she said that they had to discuss the unexpected problems that had arisen, as well as how they would receive guests who had arrived from afar. The elves sitting at the tables answered that they understood. Opening her mouth, the elf said that the delegation had entered the village. Alissa folded her palms, saying that now they were most likely being shown the apartments, and Edwin must be returning to his duties. She was thinking of inviting a couple of elves so that they could show around. The elves raised their hands, answering that they agreed. The girl sitting at the table said that since they all agreed on one thing, they needed to discuss the pressing issue. It was a request from the druids. Recently, many monsters were rampaging in the east, attacking and destroying all the trees in the forest. They were asked to minimize their number. What do they think? Is it worth it? The elf frowned, asking, don't the dryads have a contract with the Ents to protect them? They should sort it out completely, shouldn't they? Lumia looked ahead, saying that it seemed like they had suffered heavy losses. Almost 20% of the Ents in the eastern forests had already been killed by now. She believed there were monsters there that could use fire magic. The elves were sitting in the room. Words were heard. If they send one protector, he didn't mind. They should send someone else. Edwin needed a rest. Looking down upset, the elf said that the next question was from the chieftain of the Stone Lion tribe, Orlando. Apparently, a suspicious individual had appeared in his lands. Looking forward, she continued that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch him. No race other than fairies could start such antics, so they asked to capture them. The elf waved her hand, saying that it was bold. Are they sure he was a stone lion and not a stone-headed one? The girl waved her hand, saying that he claimed that someone pushed him and he fell out of bed while he was sleeping, and he probably took all the blame by simply killing him, so it was better not to take him. The man angrily replied that it was not nice to draw conclusions based on your emotions. Looking away, he said that for now, they should put this matter aside and just send a couple of investigators and find out everything, and if nothing is found, they will send them back. Raising her hands, the elf heard that okay, then they will send investigators. Alyssa closed one eye and then jumped up in anger, shouting that she had just realized wasn't that stone-headed one there. The elf looked at Alina and asked her to take them to another apartment, somewhere else. The girl apologized with her mouth slightly open. Looking down tensely, she replied that they had already met. The red-haired man shouted for the long-eared ones to come out and explain themselves. Clenching his fist, the chieftain of the Stone Lion tribe Orlando shouted why they brought the humans into the forest. Had they completely forgotten how the humans treated them? Furrowing his brows, he shouted that they had talked to them with their long tongues and lured them here. The tree elf held out her hand, telling him not to take a single step back. The heroes stood behind her. Surprised, the girl continued that those he addressed so respectfully were not just people, but guests of Elvenheim. The redhead opened his mouth, shouting at her not to give him orders. Orta, who was standing next to the hero, said that the humanoid beast race was very rare. In his opinion, based on the situation, what method should they choose to solve the problem? Theodore looked forward, wondering if a simple conversation would not solve this. Orlando held out his hand, shouting that he could not believe that they valued humans above stone lions. For what reason did they treat these sinners with such favor? His hand clenched into a fist. The man came closer, saying that if they could not come up with reasonable reasons, then he would not move an inch from this place. Looking into his eyes, Alina said that if he continued like this, words to stop were heard. Theodore came closer. Resolutely knitting his brows, he said, "Ask him what his qualifications were." Brown eyes widened in surprise. Orlando towered over the guy in a dark silhouette, thinking about the terrifying pressure. Everything inside him was screaming that this guy was dangerous. He was afraid of some person. Opening his mouth, he said that this was nonsense. Orlando angrily gritted his teeth, saying that he was thinking of asking him about his qualifications. How dare a piece of human trash ask him such a thing? He clenched his fist, angrily shouting that the Stone Lion tribe was proving its might with its fists. He wanted to show himself, so go ahead. Opening his mouth, he shouted that they would exchange blows. It would be fair. Orlando angrily towered over, shouting, how dare he ask him about his qualifications. Opening his mouth, he shouted that the Stone Lion tribe was proving its might with its fists. If he wanted to show himself, go ahead. The man clenched his fist, shouting that they would exchange blows. It would be fair. Standing opposite, Theodore asked, an exchange of blows and that's it. Looking at him a little surprised, the redhead answered that he understood, everything is correct, and thought, what kind of reaction? He was not afraid of him. A shadow fell on the face of the brunette, who asked Alina if she heard his words. He said that they would decide everything after a couple of blows. The tree-like elf answered in surprise that she understood. They Elvenheim will testify to what was said here. Angrily turning to Orlando, she said that he himself signed up for this. He will not go back on his words, will he? Looking at his fist, the man answered that of course not, nothing, that they will be able to destroy his fists. Bending his arm at the elbow, Theodore said that he will give up the honor of making the first blow to him. Let him start when he sees fit. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a talkative magician. He was the valiant chief of the Stone Lion tribe. How dare he look down on him? With a furious look, he swung his fist, thinking that he was nothing more than a mere man. Waves of power spread from his fist. It touched the guy's body. The red-haired man's gaze became surprised. The hero's face was hidden by a shadow. He asked, is this all he can do? Are his fists much weaker than he expected? Theodore grinned angrily, asking, is it his turn now? Orlando exclaimed in surprise that this is impossible. Did his blow not go through? The guy clenched his fist and hit hard, throwing the man back. A haze rose. Orlando bent over, spitting out blood. He stood by the wall of the building. Words were heard that, not knowing his place, he attacked Theodore. He will learn a lesson from this. The brunette turned away indifferently. Alina clenched her fist and asked to be allowed to accompany them further. The fog hid part of the building. Words were heard. How insignificant. He can't even use aura, thus strengthening the body. Sitting by the window, Theodore said that it does not seem like he has any special skills. Based on this, he can guess why the beast race is hidden on this continent. Gluttony on his palm said not to be so harsh on them. There is a reason why the beastmen fell so. Looking at the palm, the brunette asked in surprise, what? And heard that there is a small problem, the information of which he can share and which may be closely related to each other. If he is very interested, he can tell only part of the reason. The spirit presented the image of a warrior, saying that it was because the leader who led all the beastmen, the beast king Fenrir, ended his life by dying at someone's hands. Frowning, Theodore replied that he had never heard of it. Gluttony replied that he thought so. There were many books on the shelves, said that this was a very interesting forest, a world tree created with the power of the Arv demonic kingdom, which subsequently became the refuge of the fallen race. Sticking out his tongue, Gluttony said that he smelled the grimoire that he missed so much, he definitely would not be bored in this forest. Looking at his palm in surprise, the brunette asked, "One of them in the great forest?" Opening his mouth, the black spirit replied that yes, it was impossible that he was mistaken, feeling this pulsation. He imagined a red silhouette, saying that the war marked the end of the era of myths. He felt the power of the grimoire that ended Ragnarok. He imagined a red silhouette of a man, saying that the great mage who burned the true world tree to ashes, the grimoire in the hands of Surt. He presented a red book, saying that it was Levitain. The notice said that the grimoire class was legendary, but the properties when absorbed were unknown. Looking down, Theodore mused that this was a grimoire of the same level as the worship of death. It was the same level as the grimoire that turned its owner into an ancient lich in 3 months. Looking down, the brunette mused that it was not some world of flowering trees that was sealed in it, but the records of the burning of the world tree were sealed. Just by looking at them, one can understand that it is many times more destructive than the grimoire of the ancient lich. Looking forward, the guy asked, he said that he felt its presence, does that mean he can tell its exact location? Gluttony opened his mouth, answering that he was not sure, he was so far away that he could only feel its powers for a moment. He was lucky that he even realized that it was Levitain. Frowning, the brunette asked how to find him in such a huge forest. Should he use wide area detection magic, like in the case of the ancient lich? The round spirit winked, telling him not to worry too much, sooner or later he himself would find them. He imagined the image of a book, saying that in order to use his true powers, he needed sacrifices to remove the seal, and everything he needed was here. Sitting on the bed, Theodore heard that even if he burned down the entire endless forest around him to return his true power, he would not be able to remove even 20% of his seals, but there was something in all of this that was a huge delicacy for him. Looking ahead tensely, the brunette clarified, by sacrifice he meant the world tree. Opening his mouth, Gluttony told him to just wait, and the day when he fell into their hands, would come itself. Looking ahead, the hero thought that Levitain was a grimoire of flames that represented the end of a mythical era thousands of years ago. He imagined a burning forest, thinking that if what Gluttony said was true, then he really had burned the world tree that had grown above the clouds and at the same time exterminated the Arv race. Opening his mouth, the boy thought that if the story was true, then he could become their curse, and in that case, sooner or later, he would definitely enter into a direct clash with Elvenheim, and no matter how it would end, everything would be at least in chaos. The boy sitting in the room heard the question of whether he was here, and answered that he was inside. He stood up, hearing the request to excuse him, and said that he wanted the honor of talking. The elf with a beard touched his chest, answering that he was an escort from Elvenheim and hoped that he did not disturb his rest. Looking at him, the brunette answered that of course not, but why was he looking for him? The bearded elf looked, saying that the reason was not particularly compelling, but simply father's dancers were calling everyone. In the building, a request was heard from the round rooms to tell him when he was ready. Father's dancers were waiting for everyone. The heroes were standing by the boats. Order raised his head and made an admiring sound. He was standing next to the glowing haze, saying that this was a spatial gate. He would never have thought that he would see something ancient with his own eyes. Adjusting his hat, he headed forward. Behind them they asked, would he just enter without thinking? The man had already stepped into the glow. The dark-haired man looked ahead in surprise, asking how this was possible. His comrade replied that he had dissolved into the fog. Theodore opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that the spatial gate was a hole connected to a whole other reality. Sylvia touched his shoulder, happily offering to go there too. With an uncertain smile, the boy asked if it was worth it. The hand passed through the fog. The hero covered his head with his hand. He stood in a round room with the girl, asking where they were. Did they really teleport to another space? The blonde elf smiled widely and greeted them, saying that Elvenheim was sincerely glad to have guests from the Kingdom of Magic Melter. Raising a finger, he said that from now on and in the future, they would not only be friends, but also brothers, able to share each other's happiness and sadness. The Lord of the White Tower took off his hat, saying that he thanked their descendants of the Arv for such a warm welcome. While here, they would observe all the traditions and rules of the Great Forest and prove themselves worthy of being their brothers. The elf stood on a dais, saying that he asked them to feel at home and sit down. Waving his hand, he continued that if their hearts wished to share something, he was happy to listen. Looking at him, Orda said that in that case, would he be willing to discuss the trade between him and Melter? The elf smiled and said that he wouldn't refuse. After all, the artifacts made in Middle are widely used in Elvenheim. If they diversify and improve the selection of artifacts, Elvenheim would also be generous. The man looked down, saying that if possible, they would like to increase the amount of pure resource medicine imported to Melter by 3 times. How do they feel about that? The elf sitting at the table waved his hand and said that it was a great idea. Theodore looked at him tensely, thinking that he seemed to have heard that voice before. It seemed to be one of the high elves he met in Ratatoskr. Come to think of it, that talkative elf was nowhere to be seen today. Would they not see him? A blue swirl appeared in the room, from which a cry for help was heard. The elf stood up, saying tensely that given the direction it must be the Dryad Queen. The second elf asked angrily, how dare she use Ratatoskr without their permission? The floating figure apologized for her actions and said that the situation required immediate solutions. The Dryad's face was frightened. She said that the eastern forest was in danger. Theodore frowned at her. He imagined the stone monster, saying that it was a fire giant. Half closing his eye, he mentally asked Gluttony, is this Levitane? The black round spirit replied that yes, he also has a second form, a flame dragon. He opened his mouth slightly and continued that if he removed the next 2 seals, he would turn into a beast that no lord could tame. The elves looked scared. The guy thought that if he was still in his second form, they still had time. But the problem was how to convince the locals of this. Gluttony said that he had better hurry. If things continued like this, they would never tame him. He imagined a stone beast and said that his first form was known as a flame beast. It breathes the flames of a red-hot furnace, burning forests in its path. As he himself sees, his second form is a fire giant, the true embodiment of flame, reincarnated on Earth. The first 2 forms are already national disasters, but compared to his third and fourth, they are nothing. The red beast looked at his paw. Gluttony continued that his final form imitates a dragon, the strongest creature in existence. He is an autonomous grimoire, but outside the forest he hibernates. There is something suspicious about this whole situation. Looking forward, asked, if that is so, who is behind all this? The black spirit replied that it is most likely exactly as he said. But whoever is behind this, they know for sure that he is a fool. He imagined the red claws, thinking that once Levitane reaches his 4th form, nothing on this earth can stop him. It will be the end of an era. Whoever it is, he is leading himself to slaughter. The man opened his mouth, shouting, how dare he intrude. The elves looked at him in admiration, exclaiming that this is the guardian of Elam. The elves sitting at the table anxiously asked if he could handle it alone. The second one said that maybe they didn't know what kind of monster it was, but if their father's second branch took on the matter, they had nothing to worry about. The long-haired elf said no, it was too dangerous. Elam sullenly shouted that he was the one who burned down the entire eastern forest. They had no idea what he was, but they would not forgive him for his actions. The monster looked at him with a red eye. The horned elf stretched out his palms. He waved, ordering it to go out. The monster's face was hidden by smoke. People forward, the elf said that Elam was really strong. The elf held his palm with a staff to his face. Snow began to fall from the use of the freeze skill. The monster's face froze. However, Levitane flared up, and Elam asked in surprise, did he melt the entire ice wall, from which most monsters cannot break off even a shard? Frowning, he shouted that he now knew how strong he was. The red-eyed monster heard that if he was not defeated here and now. The blonde elf shouted at him to stop and retreat immediately. Circles of flames flew around. Elam looked ahead tensely, wondering what was wrong. Why were his flames not going out? The monster's body was burning. The elf thought no matter what they told him, his elemental magic did not work. The blonde elf asked Nania if she knew anything about this giant. Frowning, she replied that this was probably false information. The man looked ahead, asking again. Looking away, Nania replied that she once read a myth that mentioned a giant from ancient times, a living flame from another dimension, burning all living things in its path. The monster's body was burning. She said that it was an unquenchable flame, and its name was Levitane. One of the elves in the room asked Levitane. The girl replied that the elves were the progenitors, the original world tree and their ancestors. All their records mentioned an ancient demon that burned everything in its path. Nania looked at the elf, saying that nothing more was known. Some said that he had the essence of a volcano, others that of a dragon, but which of these was true was unknown. Touching his knee, the guy said that he had also heard about it. A question was heard, where from? Theodore stood up, saying that he could not reveal the sources of information. In their kingdom there was a secret repository of knowledge that he had no right to share, but everything he said was absolutely weighty. The elf in the hat asked if they were really talking about the Zero Library. The guy behind added that it could not be. This guy received a national treasure from His Majesty. Theodore thought, looking forward with determination, that they probably didn't really believe these explanations, but it was good that they all considered everything he told them to be true. The hero standing in the room thought that until they themselves penetrated the Zero Library, read every book, there was no chance that they could question his words. The elf looked forward and said that even if he saved Alina, it was still difficult for them to just go and believe a stranger. If they agreed, they would like to discuss this issue in Ratatoskr. He would not let anyone lie. The long-haired elf was indignant, and the brunette agreed. Alina raised her eyebrows, calling out to Theodore. The guy closed his eyes and reassured that everything was fine. There was no better way to prove the truth of his words. He felt how everything seemed to change tone. A glow was spreading from the center of the room. The hero said that the flame that once burned the original tree was Levitane. If it continues to devour the forest like this, it will soon take its next form. According to the records, this living creature grows, devours trees. Opening his mouth, the guy continued that if this monster really is Levitane, then he is sure of what he is saying. Clenching his fist, Theodore said that they have 5 days. If they do not manage to defeat Levitane in this time, then the northern continent will come to an end. The round building was hidden by fog. The elf took a sip from his cup. The girl was sitting next to Alina, saying that she was glad that they could drink tea with her. Yes, she replied that she was only happy about it. Lumia smiled and said that Theodore was really a gentleman. The long-haired girl asked with a smile, why did she suddenly remember him? The friend continued to smile, saying that she once also burned with passion and did not hold on with her fists. Alina thanked, but then exclaimed that it was not so, he simply saved her life. Opening her eyes, the girl said that she saw that she wanted to help him in the battle. Alina, sitting next to her, said that yes, even if she was weak, she wanted to be his support. A shadow fell on the elf's face. Words were heard that she knew, but now they could not take the initiative. Alucard needed help. The girl answered that she still had not learned how to use it and could not yet summon the rulers of the elementals. On the table there was black dishes. Words were heard that even more so, Alucard and Alisa had already moved out. Their task was to be here and help from here. Taking a sip from the cup, Lumia said that sometimes it was good to worry, but now they should pray for them. In the forest grew a tall tree. It continued, what kind of forest of their parents, because of the guy he thinks about, let them pray from all of them. The foot stood on the path. The elf ran behind Theodore and said that Alisa moved out according to his instructions and confirmed that it was Levitane, after which she called the ruler of the wind elementals, creating a vacuum around him. Glancing back, the guy asked if he could find out how it went. Alucard looked ahead, saying that it was quite good. The forest fire was brought under control, and on top of that, the monster's advance was slowed down. A little depressing that it was not possible to completely stop the fire, but the spread of the flames was significantly reduced. Imagining the fire monster, the hero thought that although the flames of Levitane are beyond the material world, but it is nothing more than just a flame. If they continue to contain it with a vacuum around it, as before, the damage will not be so great. The elf running in front turned and said that this is not all, he also has bad news. He imagined the silhouette of the creatures and said that the dryads and ents refuse to retreat. They will fight Levitane to the very end. Theodore exclaimed in amazement, seriously? Looking at him, the elf replied that he completely shared his indignation, but everything was as he said. Running next to him, he told the virtue that the way the dryads and ents think was a little different from their way of thinking. Closing his eyes, he continued that for them, the forest is not just a place where they live, on the contrary, for them, something more. The man stood in front of the dark monster. The elf continued that for them, the forest is their neighbors, their family. Even if their actions are stupid, they will not retreat and will fight until the death. Continuing to run, the guy thought that if the monster continues to devour dryads and ents, it may transform sooner than he thought. Looking ahead, he thought that if Levitane reaches its next form, then this will really be the end. The guy in black asked Alucard how much longer it would take to reach their location. They had been on the road for over 2 hours. Someone said they were almost there. The heroes jumped high and landed on the ground. One of the elves, the second, said that it was worse than he thought. Covering his face with his collar, the elf said that it was terrifying, so many trees. The tall brown ent roared. He and another threw boulders at the monster. The second said that they had to protect their forest. The giant heard the guy call out to him and tell him to stop this recklessness and go away. Theodore clenched his fist in determination and said that even if they continued to fight like this, it would not help them win. The tree giant turned around, saying that he was an annoying human. Leaning down, he continued that he would not follow orders from a human. With a frown, the ant said that they would protect their forest and their friends. Lowering his palm, the hero thought that his words had no effect. Maybe he should use force and drive them away. The elf waved his hand and shouted at the ant elder to stop. They were not here to fight him. The boy stood in the smoke. Hearing someone say that it was too noisy, they would continue to fight. Mitra appeared behind Theodore, smiling. Hugging the boy from behind, she asked what he was doing. The elves looked at her. The first asked if this was her Alina was talking about. The second asked why she had suddenly appeared. The huge giant sat down next to the spirit. The heroes seemed very small next to him. The ents bowed, telling the great ancestor, the world tree, that it was an honor to meet her. Mitra looked at them in surprise. Theodore looked ahead, thinking what was going on here. They bowed before Mitra, all because she ate the seed of the world tree. Looking down, the guy thought, it turns out that the world tree is some kind of supreme essence for all the trees on earth. Then it is not surprising that the triads and the ents cannot answer anything to such an essence. Looking at the spirit, the guy asked if she could tell the bowed ents to go to that forest. If it was her, they could listen. Resolutely clenching her fists, the little girl agreed. Waving her hand, the girl ordered them to stand up. The bowed giant said that as she commands, they listen to what she commands. Mitra slapped her fist on her chest. She pointed her finger in the direction and told everyone to go there. The leader of the Ents said sullenly that they were following her orders on the orders of the king. The Ents headed in that direction. The elf looked ahead in surprise, asking what this was all about. The second added, the proud Ents were retreating on one order from Mitra. The girl showed a victory sign and asked, was she good? Theodore smiled and said that she was the best. The brunette walked ahead, thinking that thanks to Mitra both races were retreating to a safe place, and thanks to this they could now begin advancing on Levitain. The elf in light pants exclaimed that they had met. Alyssa, the high elf, put her hand on her hip and wished him a good evening with a smile, although it was still too light for evening, but in any case she was glad to meet him. Standing a little lower on the hill, the girl said that, as he said, she created a vacuum around him. How did it go? Did she do well? Theodore smiled and said thank you, and thought to himself that it must have really worn her out, but she was still such a chatterbox. He imagined a white creature attacking the monster, and thought that the vacuum space was created by the wind elemental Sylphid created by Alyssa. Inside this space the flames could not spread, but the vacuum would only buy a little time, but would not stop it. Looking at the fighting creatures, the guy asked how much longer she could maintain the vacuum, but heard the answer that 10 or 15 minutes it would be difficult longer. Theodore crossed his arms and said that then they would immediately begin preparing for battle. Although Levitain could not be destroyed in the simple sense of the word. But this did not mean that it could not be damaged. Their attacks would not kill it, but at least they would drain all the energy collected. Clenching his fist, the guy continued that their goal was to drain his strength as much as possible. His comrades looked ahead attentively, hearing the request to divert attention to locations that were clear to them as long as possible. If they could adjust to the time zones of Levitain's attacks with their long-range magic, they would be able to neutralize his attacks. The elves listened attentively, that if they could do it, they would be able to minimize the damage. Alyssa, who had stretched out her arms, apologized for interfering, but she could no longer maintain the vacuum. The guy asked Hines and Olsen to divert Levitain's attention. They responded with agreement. The yellow sphere around the monster was depleting. Levitain stood under an orange sky. He stamped his foot, spreading flames everywhere. The elves rushed towards him. The monster waved his hand. It was rapidly approaching. A bright beam was spreading from his fingers. Attacking the monster with force, Edwin exclaimed that he was his opponent here. Hines raised his hand, looking forward, and said that his attention had shifted, now it was their turn, and commanded the wind to blow and imprison his enemy using vortex confinement. Beams of flame swirled around the monster. The elves stood next to the fiery sparks, saying that even he would have a hard time breaking free from the vortex confinement, and asked Theodore and Sylvia to cover them. Clenching his fist, the brunette asked the girl if she was ready. She answered yes. Bright flashes flew forward. Levitain stood surrounded by vortexes. His hands were burning. Someone exclaimed that he had managed to destroy the vortex confinement. No way. The monster created more flames. He hit the ground with his burning fists. The elf screamed, covering himself with his hands. Fire spread everywhere from Levitain. Hines and Olsen were thrown back under the screams of their comrades. Looking at the silhouette of the burning monster, Theodore thought that he did not expect it to break the restraining spell so quickly. If they do not hold the information, it will be impossible to continue the operation. Frowning ahead, Theodore thought that there is no time. He must think of a new way. Standing in front of his comrades, the boy told Sylvia and Alucard that he will distract his attention, and when he gives the signal, let them support him with long-range magic. The girl tried to object that it is dangerous. Rushing forward, the hero replied that he relies on Sylvia. The boy crouched, leaning on his knee. A bright glow appeared near his finger. He said that he will see how he likes it. Bright rays flew forward, attacking the monster. Levitain extended his hand. A spark appeared in the center of his three-fingered palm. Theodore jumped back, exclaiming that this is a long-range attack. Turning around with a frown, the boy shouted for Alucard to summon a water elemental. The elf clenched his fist, imagining the creature, and summoned the mother of water, Elmare. Clenching his fist, he asked to protect them from the raging flames. Bright blue waves surrounded the stone monster. Bending his arm at the elbow, the hero thought that the attack of Elmare, the ruler of all the waters of the earth, if they combined it with Sylvia's attack, they could even damage him. The girl held the staff, hearing him shout that now. Raising her hand with the staff, she shouted to the ruler of Ice Ymir to turn everything into ice. Blue whirlwind shot up. She continued, a small force of blizzard. The monster was surrounded by blue fog. The elf extended his palm, saying that this is impressive. His intuition is on par with the skill of prediction, or he has a lot of experience behind him. Either way, such skills should not be there at his age. Turning around, Theodore replied that all their skills were just counteractions to his attacks. He looked at the ice-bound monster, thinking that for those not privy to their plan, it might seem like they had already won. But not in this case. He didn't know how much longer they could continue this cycle of containment and attack. The monster's body was in the ice. The guy thought that at best another 30 minutes if they did not reach their goal in that time. Theodore's eyes widened. He thought, what was this ominous feeling? The ice was crumbling. Levitane's head caught fire, destroying the shackles. A fiery whirlwind rose from the monster. Sparks flew from the flames. Everything was hidden by the fire. Putting his hand forward, the elf said that fortunately, he managed to raise his shield a second later. He protected his comrades from the fire, saying that if he was late even for a moment, everyone would turn to ashes. The heroes looked ahead. The guy asked what kind of hell this was. Everything was burning. The sphere of the shield was surrounded by bright flames. Theodore thought that the third form was only an intermediate stage in the transition from the second to the fourth. He thought that they could stop his transformation into the next form if they prevented the number of victims from increasing. Looking ahead tensely, the hero thought that he had finally arrived. In front of him were the swirling spirals of the third form, a firestorm. In the center of the flame was a round core. The hero thought that the second form was simply impossible to defeat, because even gluttony was not able to devour something that did not have a physical form. Starting from the third form, Levitane's body became tangible. Opening his mouth, he sighed, thinking that this was their only chance to take possession of Levitane. The blonde looked at the hero carefully. He headed towards the exit of the barrier. Sylvia, clutching her staff, cried out, asking where he was going. It was dangerous. Heinz placed his hand on her shoulder, saying that he couldn't be stopped. They were powerless here. Theodore was making his way through the fire. Words were heard that they had no choice but to just wait and believe in him, just watching. The hero covered his face with his hand from the fire. Standing in front of the fiery vortexes, he thought that these flames felt like he was in the underworld. Even if he was blessed by the water elemental, he felt that if this continued, his entire body would be consumed by the flames. The hero's body glowed blue. Raising his hands, he thought of Umbra. The waters of Umbra are not affected by physical force, so it can withstand this heat. The hero turned a questioning gaze. Looking at the flames, he thought that if this water can overcome physical laws, could such flames do the same? Bending his knees, he thought that he could probably take about 8 more steps, but with each step, the hellish flames became stronger. Putting his hands forward, Theodore thought why in such a situation, the Lord of the White Tower was not with them. Orda was sitting on a rock at this time. He also had a white mask on his face. With his hands in his pockets, he watched the flames, saying that a similar battle with Levitane had moved on to the next stage. It would be good if this battle did not have as many casualties as Melter once suffered. Looking ahead, the man said that if he thought back, in the last war, the Empire lost 2 of its 7 swords. The 3rd and 6th, both of them were formidable opponents. Frowning, the Lord of the White Tower said that it had been 15 years. Time flies very quickly. Without turning around, he asked the sword master if he would show himself. If he took one more step, he would no longer sit silently. The masked man bowed his head and then came up from behind. His hand was clutching the hilt of the blade. The masked man swung his weapon sharply. Orda was sitting at a distance. The man said that he was indeed the Lord of the White Tower. Glancing at him, the swordsman asked when he noticed his presence. Looking ahead, the man said that the 3rd or 6th of the 7 swords, which one was he? The masked man replied, what was he talking about? Do all sword masters have to be imperial? He could just be a sword master passing by. The man in the white mask asked, was it he who released Levitane? The man in the black mask replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Orda said that at the exact moment of their delegation's arrival, he had released the monster and infiltrated Elvenheim, and through the action of Levitane, he was looking for gaps in the defense network, his goal being to kill the High Elves. Touching the sword, the man replied that he did not know what he was talking about. Even if everything he said was true, would he have revealed all his cards? Taking out the blade, he said that there were easier ways to solve problems. Clutching the weapon in his hands, he promised that therefore he would die here and now. Standing opposite, the stranger said that he had heard rumors that the Lord of the White Tower was a fugitive who did not hesitate to turn his back on the battlefield. After all, he himself had once said that battle was not his specialty. The white-haired man said that he could not deny it. Holding the blade with his fingers, the man said that if that was the case, then let him die. The sword's movement left bright streaks. The masked man looked ahead, saying that he was not even able to dodge his attack, as he thought he was no opponent. Suddenly, his body seemed to be pierced by rays of power. The swordsman, bending over, coughed, wondering where all these wounds on his body came from. Did he really use spatial magic, changing places with him? Blood flowed down the mask. He exclaimed, what kind of dirty tricks did he use? Looking at him, the old man answered that, as he said, his magic is based on space and time. Battle is not his specialty, as he already said. The bent swordsman heard that he never considered himself worse than others. The man attacked him with a movement of the sword, shouting for him not to be arrogant. A bright spark flew towards the lord's body. He clenched his fingers into fists and directed bright rays at the enemy. The glow spread around. Looking at the boy who was thrown back, Orda said that those who sent him here and ordered him to release Levitane, he wants to hear their names. The man in the hat threatened that until then he would dream of death. A fiery swirl rose up. The boy clenched his teeth, mentally cursing that Umbra's fluidization was absolutely useless. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that apparently the flames did not just affect physical space, they were able to burn everything, no matter what space it was in. A fireball was burning. The ball flickered above the hero's palm. The boy stretched out his hand and screamed. A tense Sylvia called out to him. Theodore crouched down, thinking that it was useless, he could not get any closer. He determinedly knitted his eyebrows, thinking that if he took another step, his entire body would turn to ash in a second. Rousing together, he thought that this was his limit. Looking at the hovering ball, the guy thought that here begins the reality of heroes who overcome the fear of death, those who rush into battle without knowing the outcome. This is a wall that someone like him cannot cross. He imagined himself standing in front of the monster. Leaning on his knee, Theodore thought that he had already overcome the fear of death once. Clutching the staff, the blonde screamed for him to just go back. The elf told him to leave him. Did he want to interfere too? The guy got to his feet, mentally ordering himself to remember the countless fallen who gave their lives for Alina. Gritting his teeth, he thought that during the battle with one of the 7 deadly sins, pride, and let him remember the determination that he had then. The man in the hat shouted that Theodore had gone crazy. If he took even the slightest step, he could die, and begged him to stop. Sylvia excitedly called out to her friend. Theodore took a small step through the fire and mentally said, "Just a little more." His brows were knitted. He reached out to the core with his hand, calling gluttony. He bit the ball, saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Clenching his fist, the hero ordered to deal with him. Putting his palm forward, the brunette hurried the spirit, who replied that he was not resting either. With an enraged face, Gluttony said that resistance was useless. His teeth closed on the bright ball. Theodore fell forward. His clothes burned in pieces. Looking down tensely, he thought that he was resisting to the end, but he could not anymore, just give in and let himself be absorbed. Putting out his hand, the guy shouted, "Gluttony, absorb." A dark glow appeared. The notification stated that the sealed fire kingdom of Muspelheim was hidden in the grimoire Levitain. During Ragnarok, the great mage named used the grimoire to release the power of Muspelheim and turn the world tree into ashes with his flames. However, as a result of this, he was also turned into ashes, and the grimoire, having lost its owner, closed its eyes and quietly awaited the end. A bright flash shot up. The system reported that the item class was legendary. After absorption, the affinity with fire magic will increase to the maximum. The magical power spent on using fire spells will be halved. Damage from fire spells lower than the owner's level will be ignored, and the one that is higher in level will be halved. After absorption, he will have access to the Ring of Fire, and he will also be able to gradually begin to use the Flame of Muspelheim. The fiery whirlwinds gradually died out. The beams of fire became smaller and smaller. The blonde held out his hand, asking what just happened. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guy in the burnt clothes bent over. The elf added that he really defeated Levitain alone. Theodore leaned over, exhaling. A scream was heard, asking if he was okay. The brunette fell on the burning ground. His comrades ran up, shouting what happened to him. The flames suddenly began to emanate from his body. Let them do something already. Sylvia put out her palms, asked her friend to hold on, and applied an icy touch. Her eyebrows arched pitifully. She thought, why the flames don't die down. The unconscious hero opened his mouth. She mentally asked the name to heal him. The elf asked the spirit that appeared to heal him. If the offering is not enough, he will compensate him for everything beyond what he wants, but later. Elmer looked down, saying that he had extinguished the enemy of this world, the flame of disaster. She did not need any offering. This was all she could do for him. A bright blue glow appeared ahead. Theodore opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Sylvia hugged him. Tears appeared in her eyes. She asked if he would be okay, and begged him to wake up and tell her that everything was okay. The blonde closed her eyes, begging him to wake up. She held the guy with her hand. The hero's eyes were closed. The girl asked if he was okay, right? A fire was visible behind the trees. Theodore answered that everything was okay and thanked her, asking what happened to Levitain. Sylvia answered that she did not know how he managed to defeat it, but it seemed to have completely disappeared. Looking at his palm, the guy thought that Gluttony managed to absorb him. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have a chance to win this battle. The guy looked at Elmer, who said that she had driven out all the remaining flames in his body, but she couldn't get rid of the powers that were given to him, so he would have to take care of them himself. Looking at the Mother of Water, the brunette thanked her, saying that it was an honor to receive her help. Elmer looked at him, answering that she would never have thought that she would meet creatures from mythical times, and two at once. It was quite interesting. Black smoke was visible ahead. Words were heard that everything was finally over. Someone agreed, saying that they did not know how and could not believe it. Theodore closed his eyes, thinking that if he hadn't taken that one step, the entire continent, including this place, would have turned into hell. The battle with the legendary grimoire was truly merciless. He extended his hand forward. There was a red symbol on his palm. He thought about the ring. Alice scratched her head and said that she thought she was going to die on her way here. It was time to go back. She crossed her arms, hearing the indignant question of where she had even been, and replied that it did not matter now. They had defeated Levitane. Now it was time to go back and celebrate everything properly. The fog hid the trees. Words were heard that his summon of course reported what was happening, but to see the consequences with your own eyes, breathtaking. Theodore turned to the man in the red cloak and asked again. He said that he was able to defeat Levitane, struggling with the terrifying heat until they were unable to move. Extending his hand, Philip said that this thing on his right palm was the ability granted to him by the national treasure. Clenching his fist, the brunette replied that yes, it was as he said. Without Umbra he would never have managed it. Remembering how he reached out to the core, the hero thought that technically his words were not a lie. Without Umbra he would have died before he got close to it. She was the key to destroying Levitane's body. He only kept silent about gluttony. Holding the towel in his hand, the brunette thought that he did not say that Levitane was destroyed by Umbra's skill, and did not lie, but only concealed the details. Another person appeared in the fog. Words were heard. Who visited them? Theodore looked in that direction tensely. He saw a man adjusting his hat and heard the Lord of the Tower exclaim, "He is fine, he is bleeding." The man reached into his coat pocket, answering that it is not his blood, and asked that it be with Philip. He took out a black mask. Holding it out, Orta said that this was the mask of an assassin, presumably one of the 7 swords. Philip took the mask, hearing the request to find out who it belonged to. Its owner had a hidden type aura, so let him try. The man in the red hat said that he would do everything as needed. Alice crossed her arms, saying that he said, "This is an assassin sent by the Empire. Is he sure about it?" Looking at her, the man answered that this was just his guess. The elf asked who his target was, and heard that he was thinking. They already guessed what his answer would be. Looking forward, the blonde cursed, asking how they dared to stretch their hands to their children. The man in the white suit said that he thought about killing him, but it is difficult to concentrate on catching him when you are worried about the high elves in your head. He recalled the image of the swordsman, saying that he had taught him a good lesson, but pursuing such an opponent in a location with so many hiding places was not the easiest thing to do. Alice touched her face, saying that she was very grateful to him. The killer was able to avoid the eyes of his parents. If not for him, her children could have been in danger. The Lord replied that he had done the same as any other good neighbor. Theodore stood at a distance, hearing the elf say that it would be rude of them not to thank him properly, and thought that there was no evidence that the Andres Empire was involved, but everything was too obvious. Looking ahead, he thought that this was an attempt to burn the great forest by the hands of Levitane and an attempt on the high elves. A terrible crime. A man in a red cloak appeared, and words were heard that Vince had returned. Putting his hands in his pockets, Orta asked him how it went. The man answered, "Everything is as he said." Without turning around, the blonde man in pink glasses ordered them to get out. Men with their hands cuffed appeared behind them. The bald man bowed his head. Words were heard that they had already received their statements. They were hired by a man in a black mask, and they did not know what they were transporting. They would not get anything more from them even under torture. Standing opposite, the gray-haired man said that it was useless. The professor asked, "Take care of them." The bald men fearfully begged for mercy, saying that they knew nothing. Everything they did was on the orders of the man in the mask. The Lord of the White Tower looked at them silently. Turning to Alisa, he asked what punishment Elvenheim had for criminals. The elf answered that lifelong labor in the mines, or they could be sent to hunting grounds or fields. She narrowed her eyes in confusion, hearing that it was then decided. She said with a smile that he was not even 100 years old yet, and he was already so perceptive. Good, then she would not refuse such gifts. Behind the haze of fog, a forest was visible. Words were heard that now they would take these guys away from here. Theodore sat opposite the elf, who thanked him, and thought that after the battle with Levitane, the delegation took a couple of days off. Most of the mages who participated in the battle used up their magic in a matter of moments. The fatigue after that was strong. The hero turned around, seeing Sylvia, and thought that thanks to Alina's care for him, he was able to quickly restore energy. The blonde raised her shoulders in displeasure, calling out to her friend. He thought that something had changed. The guy laughed. Standing next to the elf, Theodore thought that the elf's attitude towards the delegation had become more welcoming. They had not been negative towards them before. Their icy eyes had simply warmed up, but something had changed a little in him too. The wooden figure behind the hero asked him to stop. The giant addressed the great man, and the hero asked again, was he addressing him? Leaning down, the ant asked for forgiveness for the past and thanked him for protecting the forest and his family. Theodore looked at him with a smile. Standing next to the giant, he said that he had been rude the last time they met and wanted to apologize for that too. Looking down, the ant replied that he had been rude too. Looking into the giant's eyes, Theodore said that then they could consider themselves reconciled. The elf spread his arms out to the side, telling the people of the delegation that if they were ready, it was time to move out. Smiling, he said that, as the parents had said, it was time to gather the banquet. A bright spiral glowed. The man looked at her, saying that this portal, like the one they saw last time, they can just walk through it again. The elf answered that yes, but it leads to another place. It will be easier for them to just enter and feel it better than to hear it from her. A hand was visible from the glow. Theodore walked ahead, asking what this place, a mountain. Sylvia behind him excitedly asked him to look there. Ahead were snow-capped peaks. Looking ahead excitedly, the brunette thought how high they climbed, if they were so high. Orda walking behind said that 11 kilometers, to be precise 10 kilometers 824 meters, if not for the power of the world tree, they would have already frozen to death. Looking ahead, the Lord of the White Tower said that even breathing here would be difficult, but they have no difficulties. The brunette turned around in shock, exclaimed, "What does it mean?" and heard that everything is correct. The elf closed his eyes, saying that this was one of the branches of the world tree. You can't get here unless they open the way for him. There was a snow-covered tree ahead. Words were heard that he wanted to say that this was a branch of the world tree. He couldn't believe how huge it was. At the top of the railing stood an elf, shouting for them to come in. Alice smiled widely, saying that even if they were late, it was too much. Everyone had been waiting too long. The girl stood at the set table, hearing that she had been here all this time, and replied that yes, they had prepared many delicious things for her. The girl folded her hands, saying that today's banquet was not dedicated to their countries. These tables were set to recreate the merits of the saviors of the forest, so let them forget about their statuses and all that and sit wherever they wanted. She looked at the brunette sweetly, saying that there was no need to be stubborn now. Let him just consider that from now on and on they were their friends. Hands raised their glasses. The elf standing at the table said that now that everyone was gathered, they would begin the celebration. Theodore and Sylvia looked at him, hearing a toast to their ancestors who blessed their meeting. He hoped that from close neighbors they would be able to become close neighbors at this banquet. Orda and Vince heard that they were very grateful that they saved them from a terrible catastrophe. The elves smiled sweetly. Words were heard that no matter what happened in the hour of need, they could always count on them. The elf held a glass with a smile, saying a toast to the glory of Melter and Elvenheim. The hand raised the glass. The elf held a brown bottle, asking Theodore if he wanted to try this wine. With a smile, she said that it was made from grapes grown in her tribe. It is famous for its excellent taste and aroma. The guy with the glass replied that he would not refuse to try it then. He turned to Sylvia, who exclaimed that he should eat it better. She seasoned it with her spices that she brought with her. It turned out very tasty. Looking at her, the guy replied that he would try a piece. The elf said with a smile that it seemed that someone here still did not know how to drink due to their age. Nothing like that is given to children to know the taste and elven wine. The white-haired one blushed, asking who else was a child here. In fact, she celebrated her coming of age this year. She snatched the bottle, shouting that she could drink wine too. The discouraged Theodore tried to stop her, saying that wine is drunk little by little and from a glass. However, Sylvia was already drinking from the bottle. She turned over the empty bottle, heard the words that she knows how to drink, then they will not argue about who will win. Raising her hand with the bottle, she asked for another one to the cheers. Orda stood by the railing, thinking how noisy. A figure appeared behind him and said that this was a banquet, he shouldn't be alone, and in such a place. Alice came closer and asked why he was wearing a mask today. Did he really think it would be a masquerade ball, or did he have another reason? Holding a glass, the man answered that he had personal circumstances. The elf approached the railing, asking if he wouldn't mind showing her or at least telling her the reason. Let him forgive her character, she was very curious. She turned around indignantly when the man said that he could see it. Standing by the railing, the girl said that although she looked young, she was already over 100 years old. The man looked at her questioningly. An angry Sylvia sat at the table, saying that he spent time with the Lord of the Red Tower or some other girl every day. This had already crossed all boundaries. Theodore, sitting opposite, said with dismay that she seemed drunk. Maybe that was enough for today. The blonde asked if he also saw her as a child who was too young to drink. Her eyes were closing. She said that she would show him how well she could drink, and the girl suddenly fell face down on her hands. The brunette grinned. Sylvia was snoring on the table. He said that she got drunk and fell asleep. Standing in the Black Tower, the guy said that it was still incredible. He could not imagine that a banquet would be held in such a place and at such a height. Alina, standing next to him, agreed, saying that she was also very surprised when she first came here. Looking ahead, she said that in her homeland there grows a tree of incredible height. There are no other trees that would cut through the clouds. Looking ahead, Theodore said that he did not think that he would ever be able to finish building and touch them. It was as if he was in a beautiful dream. The elf standing next to him asked if he would mind walking with her. Looking at him, she said that she would like to show him one place. Stepping forward, she asked him to be careful and not to go more than 3 steps away from her. Theodore covered his face with his hand. Looking forward, he thought where they were, they had just moved in space. Maybe Alina, like the Lord of the White Tower, possessed spatial magic. Looking excitedly at the elf, he asked how they ended up in one place in just a few moments. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that the closer the high elf is to the world tree, the more powerful their powers are. They can easily make a spatial jump without the help of any portals. Theodore laughed, saying that he immediately remembered the Lord of the White Tower. The girl replied that one could say that there was something similar here. Glancing sideways at him, the girl said that they had arrived. She pointed to the dark windows with her hand. The hero asked what kind of place this was. Walking along the wooden bridge, the elf explained that it was impossible to get here without an invitation from a high elf. This is a hut, a source of wisdom. Turning around, she explained to the guy that he is the second person in the history of the elves who is allowed to be here. Looking up, Theodore asked if this hut is the source of wisdom. The blonde confirmed, saying that she brought him here because one sage once predicted it. The brunette looked ahead, hearing that this sage is a magician, whose foot was honored to be the first of the people to enter the source in wisdom, the one whose existence is beyond the treaty with the 4 great elemental kings. She introduced a man with an eye patch and said that it was the great elementalist Myrtle who left something for him in the source of wisdom. The hero asked again. Introducing the man next to the monster, Alina said that the sage said that a long time would pass, and the 6th dancer would open her eyes, then long-forgotten creatures would rise from deep sleep. 2 powers would compete with each other, and this would lead to indescribable disasters, but there was no need to be afraid. A guest who came from afar would soon pacify the fire of discord. Let him bring this guest here. Seriously looking ahead, Theodore asked, was this the prediction? Lowering his gaze, the girl said yes, that was all she could tell him. Ahead was a long staircase. The elf said that he would learn the rest behind this door. Surprised. Looking up, the brunette thought, the 6th dancer, the birth of Alina, the appearance of Levitain, and even a guest who could pacify this storm. Looking ahead, he thought that although he was a great elementalist, he was only a human. How could he see what would happen in a few decades? Turning to the girl, he said that he would then go in and find out why he had called him to the source of wisdom. Resolutely clenching his fist, the guy promised that he would return soon. Let her wait for him a little. He went up the stairs. Closing her eyes, Alina replied that she would wait for him as long as it took. The guy touched the door handle. A bright glow appeared. The hero thought that this was also an interdimensional door. How many of them there were, but it was time to enter there. A notification appeared that he had absorbed the original book. Theodore frowned, learning that a connection was in progress with an entity named Myrtle. The connection was established. Myrtle accepted his request. The connection was in progress. The brunette opened his eyes a little. A man with an eye patch was sitting in front. Sitting in a round room, he said that the guest he had been waiting for so long had finally arrived. Looking ahead, Theodore asked, is it really Myrtle? But how did he really know he was coming? The man in the green hood said that he was not the same. He was someone he had dealt with before. Let him take him as a residual memory. It would be easier to understand. Leaning on his knee, the man said that he was much younger than he thought. Does that mean he is now the current owner of Gluttony? The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The man in green asked him to introduce himself, and the guy answered that his name is Theodore. Looking ahead carefully, he thought about what he knew about Gluttony and even that he was its owner. Myrtle chuckled, saying that for a mage he had a funny name. Leaning on his knees, the man told the grimoire that they have not seen each other for a long time. Now he will probably call it Gluttony. The round spirit on the palm said that it was him. How dare he send him with a memory fragment? He was clearly being impudent. The seated man laughed and apologized, objecting that he had foreseen his visit. Now he was unable to take even a step, and since he had no other choice, he had to summon them. Theodore looked at the palm in surprise, thinking what was going on here. Did Gluttony and Myrtle know each other? Looking ahead, the guy wondered what exactly he knew about him. The round spirit on the palm said that it was surprising that he was still alive in some way. And why had he waited for them all this time? If he didn't like his answer, let him think that he had made an enemy. The man with an eye patch said that he was still as picky as ever. By the way, he was the one who gave the elementals to his master. Wasn't he worrying too much about him? The spirit in the guy's palm exclaimed in surprise when he heard that he had called him here because he wanted to help and knew that he was different from the other deadly sins. The man looked at him with his remaining yellow eye and said that Gluttony, unlike the others, did not care what would happen to this world. His arrogance, the goal of which was to swallow the whole world. The round spirit asked with displeasure, did he dare to threaten him with some residual piece of legend? The man sitting opposite said that he was simply asking him for a favor. Theodore glanced sideways tensely, wondering what they were talking about. Myrtle was talking about something forbidden. The grimoire in the palm said that it acknowledged his threats. The guy clenched his fist, hearing that he would not do anything. The brunette looked at the palm in surprise, asking where he had disappeared. Myrtle said that it seemed that he was not in the mood, and he had simply suggested that both parties should be polite. Looking at him, the boy asked why he wanted to meet a young man like him. The man sitting in the fog asked if he thought he could make a contract with one of the deadly sins. There was no need to be so afraid of him. The man with an eye patch said that he just wanted to help him. There was a dark vessel on the shelf. The boy asked, help with what? Clenching his fist, he said that he would not get involved in something he did not know. If he wanted to help, let him explain the reason first. Frowning slightly, Mädel said that he understood that their conversation might seem strange to him and apologized for that. Raising his fingers, he continued that there were secrets that he could not tell him now, and among them were some that he was not allowed to know. Crossing his arms, he explained, for example, why the 7 deadly sins appeared in this world and what traces they left behind. Theodore exclaimed in surprise, "Is he talking about the secret of the 7 deadly sins?" The man's fingers turned blue. He pierced the brunette's body with his palm, saying that if his ego allowed, he could use such a trick. The system reported an error. Then it notified that access was allowed. The hero's bones seemed to be translucent. The system notified that the 4th level seal had been removed from gluttony. Theodore's eyes were wide open. He saw that gluttony's functions were unlocked. The system asked to check the status window of this function. The system reported that gluttony's grimoire, rank C, the 4th seal of gluttony, was removed normally. The user can use the power of the original authors of the books that were absorbed, but cannot call the author again after using the rewrite function. The previous owners called this function rewrite, but if desired, the name can be changed. The guy lowered his head, thinking that when he fought Sufaperia, gluttony forcibly removed the seal imposed, but unlike last time, this time it did not cause any errors. How did he do it? Leaning on his knee, Mädel said that it seemed like the seal was removed once before. Thanks to this, he still had the strength to talk. Moving his palm, he explained that he had about 5 minutes. Let him listen to his old man's nonsense. Looking forward, the man said that, to be honest, he was in a very dangerous situation right now. The reason was the levitain he had absorbed. He introduced the black monster, saying that the power, the unknown power, everything he had gained from absorbing this grimoire, plus the power of the artifacts and treasures he had absorbed earlier, this power was too great for a 20-year-old guy. Frowning, Theodore asked what exactly the problem was having great power also a problem? Looking at him, Mädel said that the answer was simple. If you pour more into the vessel than it can hold, what would happen to the vessel? Theodore looked down in shock, realizing that it would crack. Waving his hand, the man said that after visiting the source of wisdom, this moment could be delayed for about 2 years. There would be no particular problems, but after 3 years, his body would simply begin to fall apart, and after 5 years, everything would come to an end. He raised a finger, interrupting the objection, and reminded that there was no time. Stretching out his hand, Mädel said that it was not worth spending his life in eternal battles and living like a predator. Let him increase the volume of his vessel and try to see the world, meet people, to leave behind memories. The guy standing opposite exclaimed that this was all too abstract. Was there some specific way? The man answered that no, he already knew the right answer. He imagined the guy holding books and said that during his times of torment and wandering, he continued to develop. Theodore seemed to fall backwards, hearing that he should not hesitate before a path filled with difficulties. Hiding in the fog, Mädel said that every mage must go through a thorny path. Standing in the white haze, Theodore heard him wish him luck in this, calling him a young hero. Looking ahead, the brunette thought about the other deadly sins and his goal, as well as those truths that he is not allowed to know. A white haze hid the room. The guy thought that there were only 5 years left. The elf turned around, noticing him. Standing opposite, Alina said that he was back. Looking at the guy excitedly, she asked how he liked the elf sanctuary. Without turning around, the brunette replied that his head was a mess from the information that had fallen on him. Alina smiled, saying that she did not know what he had gone through in the source of wisdom, but she thought it would do him good. Putting her hands behind her back, she said that her role was over. She had shown him the source of wisdom, and now she would take him back to the banquet. She had a personal request for him. Opening her mouth, the elf asked if he could take a little walk with her. The brunette smiled. Together they walked along the path by the pond. He said that he just wanted to take a little walk. Words were heard in the room with a golden dome that this was a complete failure. The man held onto his bandage stump. The man at the window said what Melter meant. The long-haired man bowed down and asked to be executed. Without turning around, the man replied, no, it was not his fault. He was able to perfectly follow his instructions. He was responsible for this failure, and the guy was not guilty of anything. The man in red held out a brown box. A request was heard to take it. The lid of the box was opened. The brown-haired man looked at the contents in surprise. Inside was a black and red processus. Words were heard that this was what would serve him instead of his left hand. Let him train for a year to get used to it. The man standing at the window said that a loyal servant should be rewarded accordingly. As a warrior, he fully understands how great a loss a hand can be. The bowed guy said that next time. He resolutely looked forward, promising that next time he would definitely kill these vile people from Melter. The very next day, as soon as the banquet was over, the ambassadors set off for the capital of Melter, Monaville. The blonde, looking at the protagonist, asked if they were ready and that this road would lead them to the right place. He replied that he understood everything and thanked them for coming out to see them off. The girl smiled and said that they were only for the sake of and wished them good luck. The protagonist smiled and said that it was time to go. A girl ran up to them from behind and called Mr. Theodore. She stopped, smiled, and asked him to be careful. The guy opened his mouth and said that he would be careful and asked Mrs. Helena to take care of herself. A portal began to open and he said that now it was definitely time for them to go, and although their meeting was short, parting was still painful. Everyone began to approach the portal, and the protagonist thought that perhaps one day they would meet again. In Manhwa, in the palace's reception room, Kurt said that it seemed like everyone was there. He folded his hands and asked the Lord of the Pearl Tower to tell him what their ambassadors could please him with. The old man bowed and said yes. Looking at the king, he said that thanks to the meeting with the natives of Elfheim, they not only tripled the amount of goods for export and import and relaxed the export restriction on artifacts by the same amount, but also conquered the timber warehouse in the great forest of Elfheim. In addition, they agreed to maintain trade relations between the countries. Kurt grinned, then he clapped his hands and said that this was wonderful and everything was just great. Looking at the two, he extended his hand and said that people thought highly of them, and they justified their religion. They brought great honor to the people of Melter. For the kingdom they are one of the greatest gifts from above. Theodore opened his mouth and said that his majesty was exaggerating. The king extended his hand and said that his results were indeed worthy of the rank of great. He ordered that he be temporarily given the rank of great, and once he reached the 6th circle, he would declare him a full-fledged great magician and asked if he had any objections. The protagonist bowed and said that he had no objections and thanked his majesty. Kurt looked at them and said that he would reward everyone who participated in the campaign, and also organize a banquet on the occasion of their return. The men looked at each other and one of them said that he was so young and already a magician. The second replied that it was incredible and asked what if he suddenly became the next lord of the tower. His majesty smiled. Theodore looked straight at him and thought that he did not know what exactly, but something made him change. The sun was shining in the hall, and the guy thought that the day when he would be granted the title of Lord of the Tower was just around the corner. Looking out the window, he said that great, of course, it's good, but he frowned and thought, not counting the titles of Tower Lord and Elder, Great Mage is the highest rank that a Tower Mage can receive. It gives the right to assemble his own research team or organization, and also allows him to receive partial funding for research activities from the kingdom. Looking at his hand, he thought that he had already reached the 6th circle. He looked at the mark on his hand, thinking that as soon as he informed his majesty, he would immediately become a great mage. The protagonist sighed and thought that the rank gives him power, and with great power comes great responsibility. Theodore folded his arms across his chest and thought that if he became a great mage, it would be difficult to cross the country's border at any time he needed. He did not know what to do. There was a sound of an opening door, and the man said that it turned out that he still had about 5 years. Vince came up to the stairs and said that he was impressed that he had already completed the 6th circle, and it could be said that he was walking 10 times faster than the others. Looking at the protagonist, he said that the secret to his progress was gluttony. Looking at his hand, the protagonist replied that it was true. He thought that it was true. His incredible progress should be credited to gluttony, but now because of it, his time here is limited, and is there really no other way? He said not to pretend to be asleep, because he knows that he is eavesdropping, and they have a lot to discuss, and he should stop wasting his time. Madozer grimaced and asked what he was talking about. Theodore turned his head and said not to play dumb, or they will go on a question and answer scheme. Remembering the old man, he asked who Mittelhersheim was. Gluttony said that it had come to this question after all, he could only describe what it looked like. Madozer smiled and said that if he hadn't broken the seal of the 4th level, he wouldn't have been able to tell anything at all. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked about the 7 deadly sins, to which Gluttony replied that they were in a completely different league than Pride, and he only knew about it because he had managed to meet face to face for a short time. Madozer said that, apart from Pride, the others were at least on the 5th level, and if he wanted to get more information, he needed to break the seal of the 6th circle. The protagonist turned around thinking that through one question the answer would not work to get such information about this could be guessed. He did not think Gluttony had any reason to keep Miedel silent about something. He frowned and thought that, apparently, restrictions were imposed on Gluttony intentionally. He extended his hand and said that he was changing the question and asked how to expand the boundaries of his cup. The protagonist looked at his hand in confusion when he was tired, that there were several ways. Madozer opened his mouth and said that he heard everything correctly, and the easiest way would be a sacrifice. Theodore opened his mouth and asked again, to which Gluttony replied that age and gender did not matter. To expand his soul, it would only take about 10,000 people. The guy replied that it should forget, and that he would not do such a thing, and asked what the next way was, to which Madozer, smiling, suggested that he simply accumulate experience points. It does not matter whether he gets it as a result of good or evil deeds. The only thing that matters is whether his actions affect the world. If so, then the boundaries of the cup will expand. Gluttony opened its mouth and said that if it wanted, it could solve someone's problems, or it could become a problem in someone's peaceful life. The ability to not dwell on actions, but simply perceive everything as a given, and there is something by the presence of which they, people, define a professional. The brunette frowned and asked what other ways there were. Looking at him, the creature answered that he could not even ask, but just continue in the same spirit, and he would succeed. The guy asked what it meant. It suggested that he hunt the primordials. He can simply find the primordials whose powers he has already absorbed. For example, the Song of Battle, the Laws of Spirits and others, and gluttony will help him expand his cup. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist said that he did not understand anything, because he thought that its boundaries had already reached the limit of expansion. The protagonist grimaced and said that he didn't see any point in it, because absorbing and hunting the primordials was like pouring water into a full cup. How could it help for long? He asked. The guy listened carefully, that in fact, what he got as a result of hunting the primordials would become something like material for his cup, but that was not all. He would get fragments of the souls of the primordials, he would stroke them, and the boundaries of his vat would be able to expand even more. Looking down, the brunette thought, would absorbing fragments of souls really help? Vince grinned and said that apparently they had decided on that, and it remained either to sprinkle experience through good or evil deeds, or to hunt the primordials. He climbed under his cloak and said that if he went the second way, he would give him what he needed. Yesterday he had just finished. Then he handed the protagonist a book. Looking at it, Theodore realized that it was a collection of ancient magic. The book contained information about ancient peoples and Balakian magic. The blonde turned around and said that he would need this book if it came to the originals, but he was not sure if he would like such a gift. The guy hugged the book to himself and said that he liked it, and asked how he could thank him. The man laughed and said that it was not worth it and that he finished the book only for him, and he was glad to help. Then he turned around and said that hunting for the originals was not an easy path. The brunette, turning around, said that he agreed, but he would try very hard, but the professor interrupted him, saying that this was not the point. He opened his mouth and said that he was now Melter's hero and everything was not the same as before. The main character looked at him in surprise. Vince put his hands in his pockets and said that not only the Magic Academy, but the entire kingdom would be against his departure. Coming closer, the blonde asked if he could persuade His Majesty. The room was illuminated by the sun. The protagonist thought that His Majesty would be happy to meet him if he could back up his request with convincing facts. A fork was brought to his mouth, after which it appeared in his mouth. While he was remaking the food, he wondered what the Lord of the Red Tower was doing here. Looking at this, the girl was indignant that he did not like being spoon-fed, to which the protagonist replied that it was not the case. The king, looking at them, said that it was not every day that you could see Veronica spoon-feeding someone and how someone refused her. Smiling, the brunette asked His Majesty why they had all gathered here. Kurt smiled and replied that he had called her so that he could be comfortable and feel at home. He smiled and said that anyway he had asked for an audience and asked if he had any request or wish. Theodore looked at him in surprise. His Majesty, holding a cup, said that he should not say that he had come for no reason, because he was good at reading people, and then he knew what they were thinking. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he would ask then. Looking at the king, he asked His Majesty to allow him to travel outside the kingdom. Kurt looked at him surprised and asked, right now. Then he smiled and said that he was not sure that he fully understood his intentions, and he thought it would be better if he earned such a privilege himself. Lowering his mug, he continued, saying that he was Melter's hero after all. If he earned a high rank, he would be provided with all possible benefits and rights. Seriously looking at His Majesty, he said that instead of traveling around the world, it would be better to stay and hone his skills inside the kingdom because it was much safer here. The guy obediently lowered his head and said that he understood His Majesty's doubts. He raised his head and asked to understand his desire to travel. The king frowned. Theodore extended his hand and said that he was also close to reaching the sixth circle, and all this was due to the fact that he gained valuable experience in foreign travel. He realized that his skills outside the kingdom developed much faster than at a desk in the library. Kurt rubbed his chin and said that he was still not sure, and his name was widely known even beyond the borders of the kingdom. The brunette pursed his lips and thought that he guessed that His Majesty would not approve of his request. To be honest, it was not safe to travel abroad without support. The king raised his hand up and asked Everton to bring it to him. He brought the item to the protagonist and asked him to accept it. Looking at the king, the guy asked what it was, to which he was told that this was an artifact for the self-defense of the Lord of the Blue Tower. He was not sure if it was so useful, but it was better than nothing. His Majesty smiled and said that when he left this room, he would immediately want to lock himself in the laboratory and not leave it for several months, and he thought that this was a great excuse to disappear. Smiling, he asked how he liked the idea. Squeezing the artifact in his hand, Theodore said that the idea was simply wonderful, and thought to himself, so this is what he meant. Holding the object in his hand, he thought that it was natural for magicians to disappear into their laboratories, doing their research. His Majesty wanted to hide the fact of his travel under the pretext of scientific research, while he needed to be extremely careful so as not to be considered a spy or some kind of mercenary. The king smiled and allowed him to go, saying that he still had a lot of work to do. Looking at the guy, he said that he did not know what kind of research he was going to do, but he hoped that the result would be worth it. The protagonist stood up, bowed and thanked His Majesty for his time, and thought to himself that even such a privilege as taking books from the royal library was not given to everyone, and he could not even imagine that His Majesty would give him not only access to the library and laboratory, but also allow him to go beyond the borders of the kingdom, and now it became clear to him why he was praised as one of the greatest rulers. The king closed his eyes, and the guy said that he would go now. He built on the girl and said that she was still strange, the ruler of the Scarlet Tower. Kurt folded his hands on his knees and said that he expected that she would cry and ask Theodore to take her with him. Besides, her performance had decreased. Veronica leaned back on the sofa and said that maybe she wanted to travel with him. His Majesty asked why she had kept silent then. Leaning on her knees, she said that if he went with him, he would cause a lot of trouble, and if so, he would quickly get tired and rush home in a flash. She smiled and said that when he returned next time, most likely she would hardly be able to call him a boy. It was sunny in the desert. Many riders were moving through the desert. The guy turned around and said that they were very lucky with the master magician. The protagonist, looking at the guy, asked again, and he explained that he managed to jump on them at the last moment, and besides, he got the VIP carriage. Tugging the reins, he said that for a long time they could not find a single magician for such a long trip, but then he came, and that if this is not luck. Theodore smiled and said that, perhaps, he is right. The guy replied, just think, Theodore the Younger, the brother of the hero of all Melter, deigned to join them. This is truly great luck. The protagonist, looking at his hand, thought that at first he doubted, but did not expect that the artifact would work. He squeezed the artifact between his fingers. It was created by an unknown master during unsuccessful experiments. This artifact allows the owner to slightly change his appearance to hide his identity. It activates itself, and in case of destruction of magic it self-destructs. It is impossible to find it using detection magic. However, it is impossible to hide its presence when magic is activated. The guy, looking at his hand, thought that now he is not the hero Theodore, but simply Theo the magician, who has reached the fourth true circle, who went to Kargas to meet with distant relatives. He closed his eyes thinking that he should come up with a better name, but the teacher said that the name should sound ridiculous. He hopes that he knows what he is talking about. Throwing his head back, he thought that besides, they are unlikely to see him so soon. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought, with the same Sylvia, with her awkward, but such a gentle and pleasant character, or with kind Veronica, who, however, sometimes gets carried away by playfulness. He climbed under his clothes thinking that he wanted to see them as soon as possible, but now was not the time to get upset. Then he opened the book. Leafing through it, he thought that he had put his blood, sweat, and tears into it. Turning the pages, he thought that he had been reading it for several days, but he remembered only half of it. On the other hand, reading books was his joy. Looking at the desert, he thought that you can vouch for the study of previously unknown knowledge, and when you absorb this knowledge, you need to make an effort to understand it, but at the same time you get rid of all thoughts, which really helps not to get upset. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Someone suggested arranging a night's lodging here. All the people began to prepare for the night. Someone ordered the mercenaries to stand guard while the tents were being set up, and the rest should set up the tents and make a fire, and then they would all eat together. Steam rose from the pan. Looking at the fire, the guy said that it was colder now than when the sun went down. Another guy answered that there were no trees or any other vegetation here. Naturally, it would be freezing. The guy, holding the boat in his hand, said that with such sharp temperature changes the body might not withstand it. During the day it was a real scorcher, but at sunset it became more or less bearable. Theodore, holding a plate, asked if it would be better to set off after sunset, because the horses quickly got tired during the day. The man laughed and said that it was a good idea. But the catch is that they are not the only ones who like to walk at night. For example, the same sandworms and ants, they look out right after dusk, when the sand gets cold. The protagonist brought the spoon to his mouth. He began to chew the soup and said that he did not think that vegetable soup and fried meat could be so tasty. The brunette suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and thought why his head was buzzing. This did not look like assassins. The man assumed that he did not like the food. The protagonist turned and thought, anyhow. He stood looking into the distance. A caravan appeared. They were bandits. Looking at the caravan, they were surprised because they were approaching. The man raised his hand and said, everyone prepare for defense. The archers should immediately stand behind the wooden fence, and someone should put out the fire. The protagonist turned his head to the side. Looking at the rider, he thought that there were no more than 10 aura users. One of them was a master. Apparently he was the leader. It seemed that his sword skills were the same as Rebecca's. The guy adjusted the turban on his head and thought that he didn't know who they were and what they were planning, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide his identity. Adjusting the fabric on his face, he thought that in such a situation he should pretend that he didn't have magic above the 5th circle. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and said, "Well then, let's get started." He waved the sponge and rings appeared around him. Monsters began to appear from the ground. They stood up to their full height. Theodore raised his hands up, and the monsters began to scatter in different directions. The Mollins, looking at this, were surprised at what was happening here. Turning to them, the brunette said that he had summoned them so they would not harm them. He spread his arms to the sides and ordered the monsters to protect them until the enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer disappeared. The monsters, looking at him, said that they would do everything as he ordered. The protagonist frowned and thought that, no matter how strange it was, he was not nervous, unlike the opponents he had fought until recently. Fire appeared on his hand, and he thought that these bandits were nothing more than rubble in his path. He raised his hand up and 4 fireballs rose into the air. Gritting his teeth, the brunette thought that he had deliberately reduced the number of balls to 2, and did not understand how it happened that there were 4. Theodore offered his hand, thinking that it might be because of the power of the Muspelheim ring. Gathering the ring of fire between his hands, he thought that it didn't really matter now. He just needed to calculate the power of the ring of fire and put it into the equation. He stretched out his hands and shouted, "Forward!" The rings of fire flew forward. The opponents looked at each other and began to speak in an incomprehensible language. The bandits on the camels rushed forward. The protagonist thought that they still knew how to use the aura. The camel ran fast. The fireballs hit the opponents. Steam came out of the brunette's finger, and he thought that they definitely couldn't have foreseen this. One of the bandits rushed at the protagonist with a shout. He swung his sword, and jumping off the camel, he was preparing to strike. He narrowed his eyes and told him to die. He landed next to Theodore. He pulled his hand back and shouted, "A song of battle, a rhapsody of power." Then he straightened his hand with a shout, "Mezzo forte." There was an explosion, which everyone turned to see. The bandit fell off the camel. The rest of them looked at him. One of them raised his finger and twirled it. Another man nodded to him. The riders began to surround the brunette. Looking at them, he thought that he ordered them to surround him with a gesture. Seba Mask Man said that it is worth noting that he is an extremely capable guy. The guy thought to himself that he was speaking the official language of the North. The man frowned and said that the games were over, and if he continued to resist, they would have to kill him. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist asked if they would let him live if he surrendered, to which he was told that yes, and they just wanted to take his things and get money for the ransom, but if he surrendered now, they would send him back home. The guy smiled and asked if he wanted him to believe the words of the bandit. The bandits laughed, and one of them said that he was probably still too young and did not value his life at all. The main character grinned and said that they did not look like bandits and asked if they were Austin's swords led by Janissary or just a squad of robbers. The man opened his mouth and said, "You," but the guy interrupted him, adjusting his collar, said that he should not make excuses, because an ordinary gang of bandits could not be so disciplined. They were too much like soldiers, and besides, where would they learn to wield swords so deftly, coordinating their actions with military gestures? He frowned and said that they were a squad led by Janissary, also called the Sultan's swords, so all this was happening at his behest. The man stared at him in surprise. Looking at the main character, he said that he was not a member of any squad he was talking about now, and his subordinates were also not listed in any corps. Taking out the katana from behind his back, he said that they were bandits who had given up their names and honor. They were ordinary robbers who robbed passing merchants. Swinging, he shouted that now Theodore would have to face death at the hands of one of them. Falling to his knees, the protagonist said that he was ready to face his fate and leave beautifully. Then he bent down and shouted, tearing the ground. The bandits who were shouting loudly were scattered in different directions. The bald man clenched his teeth. The brunette said with his 2 fingers that the storm would become a blade. After he shouted, "Door magic," a storm of blades, stones rained down. The bandits rushed into battle. The guy took aim for a bow. The arrow hit the enemy in the arm. The riders rushed towards the man. The camel's leg began to crumble right before his eyes. The rider began to fall. The man looked at the dust in the distance. Gord Flonel put his hand to his head and said, "Unbelievable." Looking at the monsters, he thought that he had seen many living armor, but he had never seen so many strong ones. He assumed that Mr. Theodore controlled them with the help of that artifact in the form of a bracelet. It would not be easy for him to get it, maybe he would sell it. Putting his hand on his belt, the man asked what he should do. The protagonist approached him and asked if something had happened. Flonel raised his hand, looked at the protagonist and asked if he was okay. It seemed like a strong storm had swept through here. The guy smiled tensely and said that it must be because of one bandit who uses a hidden artifact. The man, looking at him, said that he had no idea that they owned such dangerous artifacts, then asked where the bandits were now. Looking into the distance, the brunette replied that he had finished off several when the storm began. Flonel asked if he had done it himself, to which he was answered in the affirmative. Spreading his arms, the man said that even if they had been caught in the storm, but looked like strong enough guys, he was still able to deal with them. He never ceases to amaze, after which he thanked the guy because he, one might say, saved his life. The brunette replied that he was just lucky, and thought to himself that the truth is that until their very last breath, they still continued to fight in the name of the Sultan. Apparently, the drought in the Austin state is so terrible that it forced such warriors to go into robbery for their own sake and the continued existence of the kingdom. Looking at the sky, the protagonist exhaled. Looking at the stars, he thought that perhaps they were even similar to them. The sun illuminated the desert. The protagonist looked down after he was asked to do so. It was the border town of Kargaz, the trading capital, Sapporo. The man turned around and said that he never thought that as soon as they were near the border, they would immediately be attacked. He had heard that recently in the kingdom of Austin, many refugees had appeared who began to make a living by robbery. It seemed that the rumors were true. Sand rose from under the wheels. The guy asked again, refugees, to which he was told that apparently they could not cope with the drought. In order to drink an ordinary glass of water, you need to pay 10 times more than usual, and all the high nobility fled to other kingdoms, which greatly angered the people. For some time they will have to forget about returning. Theodore, adjusting the fabric, said that it would be nice to take more guards with them on the way back, and to himself he thought that it would be okay if the refugees refused to be bandits, but who would have thought that they were soldiers from the state military corps? At this point, it was too big of a problem to just make it public, and if anyone were to reveal the bandits' identities, the Kingdom of Austin would vehemently deny it, saying that their reputation had been tarnished, and then it could escalate into an international conflict. Dust was appearing from under the wheel. Opening the door, the brunette said that he would probably stop here. He was asked if he was leaving. The man smiled and said that if he just let him go, he would not be able to sleep at night. He should at least thank him in some way for helping him along the way. He held out two objects that were connected to each other. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist asked who it was. Raising a finger, the man said that in their guild, they issue two such trade tags that they were able to achieve such a high rank, one of them to confirm their identity, and the other was brightened up by the guy. Smiling, the man said that he just needed to show it, and then no matter where it was, he would be treated with the same respect as the head of the guild itself. Any range of services, from issuing any carriage one could wish for to taking an interest-free loan, the brunette asked under whose responsibility. The man, pointing to himself, smiled, saying that since he had issued them, then he was responsible. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he was really ready to do all this, to which the man replied that he was ready to answer for everything he wanted to do. He put his hand on his belt and asked what about the bracelet, could he? Theodore smiled and said, "Oh, you mean that." He rolled up one sleeve. There was an artifact, "Protect me, idiots." The blonde winked and said that he was ready to pay 100 zlotys for it, then asked if he could sell it. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he was very sorry, but it was not his, and since he was not its owner, he had no right to sell it. The blonde about the antelope, that he was very sorry and nothing could be done. This bracelet was created by Norden, the Lord of the Yellow Tower, and with it you can control an army of living armor, so it is clearly worth more than 100 zlotys. The man took off his hat and said that they would see each other again and asked the guy to take care of himself. The protagonist waved after him. Then he turned, lowering his hand and saying that it was time to go to the appointed place, and left. The sun's rays illuminated the castle. People were moving along the narrow streets. The protagonist looked to the side. Moving inside the crowd, he thought that Sapporo was quite nice and there were many foreigners. He turned around. The brunette found himself in an alley and wondered if this was the place Karnis had told him about. According to her words, such guilds are famous for selling important information, and they say that the most talented Mouse King is among them. Theodore opened his fortune teller wide and said, "Hawk's Eye." In stories about heroes and all sorts of romantic tales, to get to the informants it is enough to say the right word. In the right place a secret room will open for you. But in reality, it is not so easy to find the guild of informants, because if they did not hide from the maps, the trust in them would be appropriate. He walked straight and spoke about the set, 6 steps after the 3rd pillar and 3 more after the broken board. He turned around and thought that it was here. The brunette began to enter the arch. He opened the door and moved deeper into the room. A man turned to him. Then 2 more. The main character asked if this was one of the information guilds, Spoto the Mouse King. The girl, smiling, looked at him, saying that they had an uninvited guest here. The guy looked ahead and asked, "Is this the Mouse King Information Guild?" The brunette leaned her hand on her leg and replied, well, they have an uninvited guest here." The protagonist grabbed his collar and asked again, "An uninvited guest?" Jibra looked down and said that it was not her guys who brought him here, and he was one of the merchants who traded here. Then she put her finger to her lips and added that he did not look like a local, only the North dress and speak like that. He was clearly one of those foreigners who came here from Melter, right? The protagonist was dumbfounded and began to speak like her when the lady interrupted him and said that everything could be a clue. From the way he tied his shoelaces to the tan on his skin, sometimes even the dust on the hem of his clothes could tell a lot. After which she smiled and added that in addition, if he was not trained as a spy, then too many habits inadvertently give him away. The guy looked up and thought, the informant's eye is indeed sharp, and said, it turns out they are not called the Best Information Guild for nothing, all her words are true. The brunette seriously asked what kind of bastard told him about them, to which the young man, holding out his hand, answered, a merchant named Carnus. The red-eyed one frowned and asked if this rag was still alive. Since she went to Melter, there was no news from her. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked fearfully if they knew each other, to which the girl replied, they crossed paths with this mask a couple of times. She knows her business, but she is still a coward, so she has achieved little. Suddenly she extended her hand. Closing her eyes and laughing, she said that she was glad to meet him anyway, and added that the guy should call her Jibra, she is the head of the Sapoto branch. After shaking hands, the protagonist replied that his name was Tio, to which the girl replied, okay, and then asked what exactly brought him to them. Looking ahead from under his brows, the protagonist said that there was something he would like to purchase here in Kargas. The lady looked back at him and asked, more specifically. The young man stood in front of the brunette and said that he would like to know the location of all the original manuscripts of the books in Kargas and information about their owners. It would be nice if she also became his agent for the purpose of their further acquisition. It is enough that everything written in them is readable. If she can buy them at an adequate price, he is ready to pay extra on top of their cost to buy them from her. The red-eyed smirked and asked, manuscripts, she is talking about the originals of the books of magic, and then said that if he wants them to find all the available copies in Kargas, she is afraid that he will have to fork out a lot of money. The lady raised 3 fingers when the protagonist opened his mouth and asked, and how much? To which she replied, 30 gold in advance and for the time while they were looking. Looking at her fingers, she was confused. Suddenly she grabbed her head and apologized for taking up her time. But it seemed nothing would come of it, to which the brunette spread his arms in surprise and asked what, but why, if it was about money. The heroine turned her back, interrupting the guy, and said that it was not about that. Honestly, for them it was easy money, but he knew that he had chosen the wrong moment. The heroes were sitting at the table when Tio asked the moment, to which the lady replied that she had forgotten. He had come from the north, so it was not surprising that he did not know what was happening now in Kargas. The girl looked forward seriously and began to say that in a few days the largest auction would begin in Kargas. It only takes place a few weeks every year, but it is all kept in the strictest confidence. They say that such volumes of money are circulating there that exceed the kingdom's budget several times. The main character frowned and asked how this was connected with his assignment. The brunette put her finger to her lips and explained that as far as he knew, an auction was one of those places where a seller could sell his goods at the most tempting price, especially if it was a magic book. He only needed to wait a couple of months. She assured him that this would be enough for the market to calm down, so she was forced to refuse him. The young man was upset and thought, this is how it is at an auction house, where rich people from all over the world gather. He would have to go out of his way to outshine all the others wishing to purchase manuscripts. His eyes darkened as he continued his thought. However, of course, it is possible to find the owner himself and try to negotiate with him before the auction itself begins. But it is unlikely that there will be anyone who will dare to deal with a boy they see for the first time, rather than with the organizers of this auction house. As Jibra said, the moment is clearly not the most appropriate. The man clasped his hands and thought, but this does not mean that he gave up. There is another way. Sitting opposite the girl, the protagonist looked at her seriously and asked how she felt about them personally taking part in this auction, to which she answered that you can't just get into it. They don't accept just anyone. The amount of money that is brewed at this event is comparable to the treasury of an entire kingdom for a couple of years in advance. The guy touched the clothes and said, of course, you can't just get into it. Then he took out something when the interlocutor asked if this was the Flonal Guild, to which the guy replied that it was obvious that she knew it well. The brunette lowered her head and said, the guild master level mark. She can't imagine what he did to get it at such a time, to which he apologized and said that he couldn't divulge how he got it. Suddenly the girl stood up, put her finger up and said that the Flonal Guild merchant mark alone was enough, but first she wanted to clarify something. The red-eyed girl looked forward seriously and asked Tio if he was really going to the auction in Sapoto. The protagonist looked away and answered that everything was correct, and then thought that he didn't have much time. He couldn't hesitate, he just didn't have that much time to wait out the auction. His time was worth much more. The brunette smiled slyly. Then she winked and said, okay, now she would call him her employer. In the room with high ceilings, someone was saying that first, they needed to find out how his capital was. The protagonist sat opposite his partner and asked again, capital, to which she replied, or budget, let him call it whatever he wants. Of course, in addition to this, it is also important to hit the moment of sale, but in the end the most important thing is money. The brunette closed his eyes, grabbed his chin and said, budget, for starters, probably about 500 gold. The heroine rolled her eyes in surprise and shouted, 500 gold, if he had appeared earlier, for this money it would be possible to buy all the manuscripts in the country. Then she lowered her head and added, apparently, money is not a problem, after which she asked if there were any wishes, or it was enough for him that it was a manuscript. The protagonist looked at her and answered, if it was a manuscript, that was enough. It would be nice to exclude goods that had greatly increased in price. The more he got, the better. The lady took the guy by the hand, smiled and answered, so their quantity is more important than their quality? Well, everything is clear, Mr. Employer. Looking at the map, the girl said that the auctions would begin exactly 3 days after sunset. All these points on the map are auctions and they are held in separate halls. The brunette also looked at the table and asked, separate, she wants to say, there is not one auction, but several. The red-eyed, without taking her eyes off, answered, exactly. In addition, different types of items are sold in each hall, so it is worth finding out about the goods in advance. The lady continued to say that the Karga auction house rents premises in the north, south, west, and east. In the east, equipment and military equipment. In the west, clothing sales. In the south, various kinds of jewelry. In the north, goods are put up for auction that are not sold in other branches. The manuscripts that he needs so much could very well be there. Jibra opened her eyes wide and said that there were currently about 3 auction houses in the north, compared to others. The quality and price there are much lower, but the volume of goods put up for auction is much higher than other houses. The protagonist looked down seriously and asked, that is, no matter how much he wanted to, he would have to miss some auctions. The brunette, closing her eyes, opened her mouth wide and answered, if he did all this alone, then yes, but he can rely on them in this, having the sign of the Frontal Trading Guild, he can take 3 assistants with him. Then she looked ahead and added, given the knowledge of their guild, they will be much more useful than him alone. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said, if so, after which he thought, indeed, the members of the Information Guild must be familiar with the market much better than him. The girl leaned on the table and said that she thought his budget was more than enough for 3 members of their guild. Now the last and most important thing remained. When the guy asked again, the most important thing. The red-eyed girl put her hand out and said that the huge auction in the center, which covers all kinds of goods from all houses, this grand auction is the flower and pearl of the underground auction in Kargas. Unfortunately, he can't take anyone with him. He is the only one who has the mark of the trade guild, so only he has access to the central auction. He will be on his own, so he needs to prepare well. The guy smiled and said, the underground auction is talking, and that's interesting. The lady folded her arms across her chest, opened her mouth wide and said, of course, she doesn't know whether he is a newbie or some big shot, but okay, since they took on this, she will try her best. Suddenly, she looked forward seriously and asked, by the way, where is he going to wait for news? If he has already stopped somewhere, it would be good to know about it. The protagonist turned his head and said that in fact, he didn't even think about where he would stay tonight, wherever. After which he stalled. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, could she recommend him some places to visit? The heroine angrily put her fist up and asked what. Under the starry sky stood a fortress, when the lady added, yes, damn it, she will recommend some good places. The protagonist narrated that 3 days had passed since their conversation with Jibra. These 3 days he simply wandered around Sapporo. Looking around, he thought that there were simply no unique sights or features in Sapporo. However, the beauty of the commercial heart of the West was worth spending time on it. Then he thought and continued the thought, I wonder how long it will take them to get everything he asked for. Looking at the beautiful city, he thought that his impatience will not help him in any way. On the carpet lay a large bag. The guys were sitting on the beds when the protagonist asked this, to which the assistant replied that the manager asked him to give it to him. The young man stood up when Tio asked him if these were all the manuscripts, and then thought that he of course understood that she would be able to get them, but so quickly. After which he waved his hand and thanked the guy, and also conveyed thanks to Jibra, to which he replied, okay, see you soon. The protagonist narrated that the mere presence of an auction does not mean that all items will disappear from trading networks. There are merchants with other principles who prefer other methods. They can sell their goods at a lower price and outside the auction. Then he took the bag and said, well, it's time for evaluation. Sorting through the manuscripts, he read their titles, Gentle Breeze, The Concept of the Essence of Heat Magic, The Basics of Tempering Magic. Suddenly he looked to the side and thought that all this is for dummies. For the first time he meets books for low circles, well, the last one. After which he looked in surprise at one of the books and asked, what is this? The guy was holding a manuscript in his hands, which was called The Summoner from the Rift. This book contains knowledge about everything that exists beyond the material world and how to summon it. The author of the manuscript was St. Thomas. Unable to come to terms with the fading knowledge of summoning, he went to collect knowledge in the lands filled with sinister forces. Unfortunately, he was never able to learn high-level summoning magic and died. It was said that after absorbing it, his understanding of summoning magic would increase significantly. The brunette continued to hold the manuscript and said that it was a rare class, not bad. Suddenly he stopped and thought, but why exactly summoning magic? It is always looked down on as a relic of time. The protagonist continued the thought by saying that there was no need to even think about summoning mud giants or ice dragons. The strongest summoner in the country could only summon a mid-level beast, and then asked himself if it would do any good if he developed this skill. The brunette closed his eyes, exhaled heavily, and said, "Yeah, it's useless. Death is breathing down his neck. There are only a few days left, and he's being picky here. A manuscript is a manuscript. Food is food." Taking the books in his hands, the protagonist said that for today they had the basics of tempering magic and a summoner from the rift. The glutton opened his mouth wide and shouted, "It's been a long time since he tasted a manuscript." The protagonist smiled and said, "Gluttony, it's lunchtime." Then he successfully absorbed the basics of tempering magic. The comprehension of the contents was at the highest level. Then absorbed the original. However, the author's soul fragment is too weak, connection synchronization is unavailable, the contents were directly absorbed by the soul. The guy frowned and thought, since he had not come across ordinary class manuscripts before, he did not know that their absorption occurs in this way. Then he absorbed the summoner from the rift. The comprehension of the contents was at the highest level. His comprehension of summoning magic increased accordingly. Would have been the absorbed original. There was a check of the possibility of synchronization with the essence of St. Thomas. The possibility was confirmed and part of the author's skills were learned. Synchronization occurred. There were many things behind the glass door. The man was looking at the book that was lying on the table. The hero continued to stand leaning. Then he turned his head. The guy clenched his fist and said that this was not what he wanted. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Then he sadly grabbed his head. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. It was the last summoner in the world, St. Tomer. Looking at the hero, the protagonist narrated, according to the records, even in his time, the potential of summoning magic had long since reached its ceiling. St. Tomer passed away before reaching 50 years old. The cause of his death was overwork and poisoning during his travels to dangerous lands. The man looked forward in fear and asked what? Opening his mouth wide, he screamed loudly. He also came to make fun of him, a small rat. The protagonist was surprised and asked what? Laugh at him, after which he thought, he sees him. The brunette frowned angrily and shouted for him not to play the fool here. He was also here to say that summoning magic is nothing more than vulgarity. Grinning, the hero continued to scream. He does not know why, but he knows for sure. He is a mage of the 6th circle. As a mage, he is much better than him, the one who was stuck in the 5th circle until his death. Then he clenched his fist and asked, and he dares to ask him for knowledge. He is not an idiot, he just came to laugh. The protagonist stood in front of him as the mentor of St. Tomer, saying that he completely got it all wrong. The man sat down on the floor, lowered his head and said, "Funny, he does not care how he addresses him." Then he frowned and said, "So, Theodore Miller, why did a young man who reached the 6th circle at the age of 20 come to ask for knowledge from a misunderstanding like him?" Looking at the mentor, the young man said that he is not a misunderstanding, to which the mentor replied, "Stop comforting him, he does not want to hear such things from a brat like him." The brunette looked away and said, if he was watching his memories, he should have already known that he became the owner of the grimoire. The man looked at the protagonist arrogantly and asked, "And what?" Wants to brag about how great he is now. Standing in front of the protagonist, Theo began to tell him that he had once asked the grimoire why summoning magic was weaker than other magic, why summoning magic described in legends and myths was fiction. The boy then looked down and continued to say that the grimoire had given him the answer. The reason why summoning magic could not reveal its full potential was not because of the magic itself. It was simply impossible to summon higher beings, and in his time, summoning mid-ranking beings was a miracle, let alone keeping them here for a short period of time. The man closed his eyes and buried his face in his hands. Then he raised his head and laughed loudly when the protagonist called out to him. Laughing, St. Tomer said, "So that's it. That's why they did not respond to his calls. The problem was in the world, and fixing the magic circles was useless." He continued to shout loudly that he was not a fool, his studies were not a failure, his magic, his dreams were not pathetic. After which he reached for something, saying that he had wasted so many years. The brunette looked away and added, "On such useless things, you can't even laugh at it." The protagonist looked at the mentor in fear and asked if he was okay. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man called Theodore Miller. Suddenly he pointed his finger and asked, "He will succeed?" The guy asked again what. The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes and said, "He is asking if he will be able to do what he could not in life. He will succeed." The protagonist hesitated. St. Tomer got up from the floor and said, having heard about the barrier between dimensions, he began to think about how to destroy them, but being dead, he can no longer do anything. Then he pulled his fist towards the guy and added that therefore, he wants him to fulfill his dream for him. The man looked forward with hope and said that he was giving him all the knowledge he had collected over the years and trusting his dreams to him. The brunette said in surprise, "Mentor." Suddenly he smiled and said that he would give him a clue if what he said was true and the barrier blocking the summoning really existed, then there was nothing left but to destroy it or create a portal as a breach in it. Then he fixed his gaze and added that a portal to another dimension already existed inside him. If he used the summoning through it, he would be able to overcome millions of years and successfully summon a divine being. Theo closed his eyes and answered, if that was the case, then he should also take one of his contracted beings. He had a chicken brain, so he might not even remember his name, but he thought he would be useful. Suddenly someone grabbed the guy. The mentor stood in front of him and said that there was no point in saying goodbye to a person who was already dead. It was said that the brunette had successfully synchronized with the essence of Saint Tomer. A contract was handed to him. If he wanted to accept it, he had to use the contract bond to summon the creature. A new ability of the Ring of Fire was added. Birds were flying above the houses. The bald man laughed, called the handsome man and said that he was giving away a lot of cool goods. Then he called him with him. For just 1 gold he would get many high-class items. Suddenly, the heroes opened their mouths when someone shouted, "Get out of the way." Isaac was standing in front of them. The horses with the cart ran quickly when someone shouted, "The leader of the Orcus Guild." 2 carts were driving one after another. The flag of the Orcus Guild fluttered in the wind. The man looked ahead and thought, one of the 3 largest guilds of the Middle Eastern continent. It is said that the amount of gold at their disposal is comparable to the gold in the treasury of the royal family. The protagonist opened his mouth and said, "Wow, what a sight." Then he looked at the girl and said, "Rush through the city center in a motorcade of carriages. The official face of the guild seems to be rotten if he does something like that." The brunette looked ahead and answered that he should watch what he says. The guy turned his head in surprise and asked why she was so afraid of them. She was the head of the Information Guild. The red-eyed looked at Theo and answered that the Orcus Guild is not just some guild with a lot of gold. He will make unnecessary enemies for himself if he is caught saying such things. Standing behind the people, the young man asked what kind of nonsense and asked to tell him about them, to which the lady replied that such information was not part of their agreement. He does not think so. Jibra waved her hand when the guy looked at her seriously and grinned. The brunette giggled loudly and said that she was glad that he has a deep pocket. The guy frowned when the girl said, "Well, okay, now don't say anything. Just listen to what she tells him. Let's say the information is not accurate." The brunette gritted his teeth and thought, telepathy, so they are aura users. The heroes stood behind the people when the lady continued to say that the Orcus Guild was founded 27 years ago. Compared to other guilds, it is relatively young, they have no information about their past, and their presence in the market was insignificant. Turning her attention to the man, she added that they are already one of the 3 largest guilds in the Middle East. They were too lucky, and their growth cannot be explained by normal methods, so their guild decided to infiltrate their ranks and find out what is happening behind the scenes, but all the members of their guild who managed to infiltrate never returned alive. The girl closed her eyes and said that they were competent enough to escape even if the Tower Lord was their enemy, but no one ever returned, and after all these events, they decided to reject all requests regarding the Orcus Guild. The protagonist calmly asked, and they decided to just turn a blind eye to everything, to which she replied that somehow, indirectly, but they continue to receive information, that's what reached them. Then the heroine began to tell that anyone who says anything against the Orcus Guild or directly confronts them dies, and this is not the work of hired killers. They are given by their own environment, up to the people they consider their own. The Orcus Guild always gets what it wants. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said, "So that's how it is," and then thought, sudden illness or incidents, betrayal from the inner circle. His gaze moved forward as he continued his thought. It may look like the guild has nothing to do with it, but he felt like there was some connection. Imagining a monster in front of him, he added that magic that could control illness, cast curses, bring bad luck, and also blacken the hearts of anyone who went against it. Magic, a practice that was officially banned, black magic. Suddenly, the boy looked into the distance in fear. Then he looked at the fortress and thought, the Orcus Guild, they will remember. The heroes were standing in the middle of the street. In front of them stood a man who said, "Oh, she's back, the leader." Arkan smiled when the lady told her that she was just in time. The brunette extended her hand and asked, she hadn't introduced the 2 of them yet, after which she said, "This is Arkan. In simple terms, she's something like the face of the Sipot branch." The protagonist looked at her and said that he was glad to meet her. The blonde smiled sweetly and replied that she did too. Then she turned around and said, "Well, they'll go to their destination," when one of the heroes replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a big guy appeared in front of Arkan. He looked at the heroine seriously, apologized, and said that a special event was taking place in their house, after which he gritted his teeth and added, "Those who don't have an invitation are not allowed." The main character put his hand out and told his friend to stand still, that they actually have the right to participate in the auction, when the girl stopped him and added, "So let him hold the end." Then the blonde smiled sarcastically and said, "What a funny yet stupid guard." After which she gritted her teeth and asked if he was sure he was ready to take responsibility for his actions. The lady narrowed her eyes and added, "Apparently, this will be the last such event taking place here in the next couple of years." The guard opened his eyes in fear and said, "Even if they have the right, he's just doing his job." The blonde closed her eyes, grinned and asked if he really dared to open his mouth to guests with the Flonal Guild mark. The man made a face and asked, "Flonal Guild?" Then he bowed, opening his mouth wide, and shouted that he was asking for forgiveness. He did not recognize it right away. He rolled his eyes when the girl asked, and he answered questioningly, "Forgive me." Laughing, the heroine said, "She already said, he is really ready to bear full responsibility for his actions." The guy stopped and thought that he was fucked. He did not know that they had the Flonal Guild mark. Arkin patted him on the back. Then she turned around and said, "Well, this time, so be it. She will close her eyes," for which he thanked her. Bent over, the guard thought, unbelievable, because of their ridiculous appearance he did not immediately understand. Then he looked at the protagonist and continued his thought, but he really is such an important guest. Jibra approached the employer and asked him what he thought. Funny, he would agree. The protagonist winked and replied, "The rumors are true, she really is incredible." He thinks, now there is no doubt that he gave the money for a reason. The red-eyed girl looked at him, laughed and said that this is not all, he is surprised too early. The blonde pointed her hand at the entrance and said that the real show is yet to come. When the heroes entered the auction, one of the girls said, "He must have thought that this place would be shabby since it is an underground auction." Theo opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at the beautiful room. The buffet was huge. The brunette folded her arms across her chest, looked away and asked the employer what he thought. Incredible, really. Jibra and Theodore adjusted their clothes. The girl was going to tell about the rules of conduct of the Kargas auction. The hero tightened his tie. The system showed 6 points with rules. Looking ahead, he noted that the rules were very detailed, to which the interlocutor said that it was better than chaos. Turning to Theodore, she also said that the seller would be able to sell his goods several times more expensive than the original price, and buyers would have to fight tooth and nail for the lot. Still looking ahead, he noted that it was still difficult. He had read many books about auctions, but this would be a good lesson for him, noting that a beginner like him should not take on this. Then the girl looked at him with a smile, saying that he should not worry about it. He did not have to worry about this auction. Seeing how the hero wanted to ask what she was talking about, someone called the number 381, saying that this was another lot for this guest. Arkin smiled, hearing that the manuscript of the Power of Thunder Arrows was sold for 50 gold coins, and he was taking the 4th manuscript. Theodore looked at Jibra with displeasure, who asked if the money was wasted. While folding the book, he replied with a smile that she really knows her stuff, thinking that it didn't look like there were any rare manuscripts among all of them, but it wasn't that bad. Looking to the side, he also thought that if this continued, he would definitely take 20 books by the end of the auction. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw a man at the other end of the room, thinking that he felt someone's gaze. Jibra looked in the same direction, saying that the man had been looking at the hero for quite some time, and it seemed like he was uneasy about it. The bald man was sitting at the table. She said that according to the guild information, his name was Heinrich, and he was a scholar who said that he would read until his last breath. Heinrich raised an eyebrow when Jibra said that her guild gave him the name of a mad scientist. He won't pounce on every book, but if he's interested in it, he won't give up so easily. Looking at him, Theodore thought that this mad scientist would still cause trouble. Someone's voice said that they were moving on to the next lot. The man in the hat clenched his fist, saying that they had another manuscript and was about to say its title. But someone raised a sign. It was Heinrich holding it in his hands. The host noted that before he had said anything, number 107 had already made a 100% bid. Pointing at the scientist, he said that the starting price of the lot was 20 gold. But thanks to him, everyone would have to pay at least 42 gold for it. Jibra smiled, saying that nothing else should be expected from a book madman, but she was curious about what kind of manuscript it was. Theodore realized that it was Lady Arcana. The hero looked at her, telling her to do everything possible to get it. He gives carte blanche of 200 gold. Looking at him, Arkin was surprised by this figure, wanting to know why, but Theodore replied that he could not reveal the reason. Looking at the interlocutor, he said that he was counting on him this time too. The blonde, closing his eyes, agreed and said that, after all, it was his money. He raised the sign. It was announced that number 381 made another 100% bid, and the total cost of the lot reached 60 gold. Frowning, Theodore thought that he must get this manuscript, no matter how. Presenting the book, he noted that it was an introduction to elementology, Part 2. The hero introduced Myrtle, reasoning that it was a theory about summoning magic written by him. If the book fell into his hands, he would be able to talk to him again, and also ask about everything that was said then. Meanwhile, Heinrich showed 2 fingers, and the host said that he made another bid. The price of the lot is now 80 gold. With his mouth wide open, the host shouted that this manuscript was valued at 80 gold, and the question hung in the hall: who will be the new owner? Arkin turned to the hero, asking if he was sure to continue. Theodore nodded to him. Then the guy showed 3 fingers. The host noted that number 381 made another 100% bet. Clenching his fist, he also said that the countdown arrow was wound again, and all thanks to a bet of 100 gold. The countdown numbers sounded. Heinrich raised an eyebrow nervously when he heard that there were 7 seconds left. Looking at him, Theodore wondered if he was going to continue. After all, the price had exceeded 100 gold, and was he seriously going to spend so much money for this reading material? But the man raised the sign again. The host announced that number 107 was placing a bid of 50%, and the price of the lot was 110 gold. With his mouth wide open again, he also said that this was the record price for tonight, wondering who would become the owner of this manuscript. Everyone turned to Theodore and Arkin, hearing that everyone was anticipating what number 381 would decide. The blonde held up 5 fingers, and it was announced that this was another 100% bid. The host frowned and shouted that the price was now 130 gold, asking if any book in this world was worth that much, and he could confidently say that this was the first time in the last 10 years. Heinrich sat down on a chair, saying that nothing could be done. The host noted that number 107 had given in, thus declaring an end to this bargaining. One of the servants handed the book to Theodore, and it was heard that in the end, Introduction to Elementology Part 2, written by Miedel, was going to gentleman number 381 for 130 gold. The hero ran his hand over the cover, thinking that finally, system messages appeared that this book contained detailed information about the 4 types of elementals, and it also contained information about the relationship between elementals and magicians. Its author was a famous elementalist and the only one who successfully managed to summon elementals. Among the new messages, it was said that after absorbing, the level of elemental magic will increase significantly, and there is a small chance of making a contract with an elemental, but it is recommended to postpone the absorption, developing the skills of an elementalist. Theodore looked at Gibra, who asked what kind of book it was and whether it was worth 130 gold. Smiling, he replied that he understood her confusion. Theodore thought about Miedel being a living legend, and this could be felt even through the lines of his books. Imagining the face of the author, the hero decided that this was a chance to meet him again, so 130 gold was a small price for such an experience. Looking at Gibra, the hero heard a question: will he participate in the last auction on the final day? Crossing her arms, she said that there would be no manuscripts, and Theodore would be in full view of everyone for some high-ranking persons. Frowning, the hero thought that her words were true, and it would be better if he refused to participate. Clenching his fist, he replied that he wanted to participate. The girl looked at him in confusion, to which he said that there was no need to worry so much. He did not think that there was anything threatening him there, and he understood the risks that participation in this carried. Winking, he also said that he had a premonition that such a chance should not be missed. A large chandelier was visible on the high ceiling. Someone's blade was near the man's back. The man sitting on the throne said that he did not look like a local. Looking at the man in front of him, he also said that he did not know how he got into the auction. Frowning, Isaac noted that he was brave enough. Theodore looked into his eyes. The man also looked at him, asking if he had a dying wish. A bright light illuminated the hall of the great auction. The hero thought that it was very different from the usual auction houses, since only rare artifacts were put up for sale here, so for this event, a lot price of over 100 gold was the norm. It was famous not only in Kargas, since there were also experts from other countries. The servant handed something to one of the guests. The host said that this lot was going to guest number 64, and he was taking the heart of the lake for himself for 800 zlotys and offered to congratulate him, since this gem had finally found its owner. Theodore held his head in his hand, thinking that they had paid 800 zlotys for a simple piece of minerals, since you can buy a small area, and he thought about how wealthy that man was. The hero took a deep breath when he noted that he had already thought about how lucky he was. Gibra, sitting next to him, asked how he was and reminded him that she had said that it was better for them not to come. Looking at her, he asked, was that really what she was talking about? Seeing the silhouettes of other people around him, she suggested thinking about how those who literally have everything make those who have nothing feel uncomfortable. With their watches, clothes, words, and actions, they literally mock those who have nothing like that. Seeing the laughing silhouette, in his thoughts he replied that there was truth in her words. He was the same, outraged by his lack of talent and despised those who were born with it. At that moment, the man clenched his fist, shouting that the great auction had already passed halfway, having found 50% of the lots of their owners, and during a short intermission they had prepared something interesting. A servant came up next to him, and he said that a long time ago a kingdom disappeared overnight for unknown reasons, and this is a legacy whose name is forgotten. Sitting on the couch, Theodore heard that this was the same necklace and asked Gluttony, "What is it?" Looking at his hand, he heard that luck has not left him in recent days, to which he clarified, "Is it really about the necklace?" Looking at it, Gluttony said that this thing is very fascinating, so much so that he has records of it. This is the necklace of the Princess of the Fallen Kingdom, a special cursed item that keeps the malice of an entire nation. Theodore looked at his hand in surprise, asking again. In the hands of the servant was visible necklace. Gluttony said that it turns spirits and ghosts into phantoms and banshees, and if it falls into the hands of a skilled necromancer, then it will not be inferior to the national treasure. On it was visible red crystal. System messages appeared that this necklace, left by the last princess of the kingdom that fell from the evil mind after receiving it. A huge amount of magic will be received, and after absorbing it, it is possible to receive huge damage to the mind. The hero frowned, realizing that it was dangerous. He imagined the light coming from his hand, thinking that there were countless wandering ghosts in this world. However, most of them were invisible and unable to cause any harm, but the necklace contained the power to turn them all into banshee-type monsters. Staring at it, Theodore realized that if there was a chance that someone could break the seal on this necklace, it could cause great disasters. Looking at it, the man said that is said, this item was priced as a snack. They would start with a bid of 30 gold, and in other words, the maximum price for this lot was 300 gold. With a wink, he also added that given its ancient origin, its current condition might not be perfect, but it would be interesting as a gift. The robed man showed 2 fingers, and it was said that guest number 133 was raising the price of the lot by 100%, and the current price was 60 zlotys. One of the spectators looked at him, noting that Isaac was making the first bid, to which the one standing next to him said that starting with the doubling right away looked quite threatening. Theodore raised his hand to his face. Covering his mouth, he was excited that of all people it was Isaac. Looking at it, he also thought that it was a cursed object, but its power was sealed by someone. It was impossible to release, so if a simple rich person bought it as a souvenir, nothing would happen. Seeing his unperturbed face, he also thought that if it was about Isaac and those who might be engaged in dark magic, they could not just turn a blind eye to this. Looking at his hand, Theodore asked what Gluttony meant by luck when this necklace appeared and what he meant by that. Frowning, he asked if the hero had already forgotten how he absorbed all those phantoms in the dungeon. Theodore lowered his eyebrows. Looking down, Gluttony also said that he would create phantoms with the necklace and feed them to him. This was much easier to do and much more effective than simply absorbing manuscripts. It would help greatly expand his current capabilities. Frowning, the hero decided that in this case, he would be able to progress much more effectively than simply absorbing manuscripts. Looking again at the man on the throne, he knew that making a bet now would be like crossing Isaac's path. But Theodore still raised his hand. Jibra looked at him with fear, asking if he was in his right mind. He just looked at her silently. The confused host said that guest number 442 also made a 100% bid, and the current price had risen to 90 gold. Looking ahead, the hero decided that he couldn't let him go. Isaac frowned. Then he looked closely at Theodore, deciding that he was an insolent brat. His guard was standing next to him when he said that it was no longer funny. Then the guard grabbed his sword. He pointed the weapon at Theodore, asking what he had done here. Looking at the blade, the hero wondered what the question was about, noting that he was simply participating in the auction. Bringing the blade closer to his face, the guard said that it looked like he was not from around here. Standing opposite, the man also said that he did not know how the hero got to the auction, but it seemed that he was not afraid at all. Then Isaac frowned, asking him if he was in a hurry to die. Theodore looked at him silently. Rubbing his mustache, the man also said that even with the blade to his face, he did not even move, and it seemed that there was something more behind his actions, and added that he understood his hint. The guard pointed a finger at his master when he asked if Theodore really wanted to leave him without money, and asked how much he wanted, 400 or maybe 500 gold, to just say if he wanted to keep the necklace. Looking at the interlocutor, Theodore answered that he wanted this necklace. From these words, the man's face became more threatening. The guard put the blade to his back when Isaac said that, despite his presence, he would not call off the bet, to which the hero agreed, and Isaac noted that this was a very bold move. Tilting his head, Isaac said that the hero did not seem to be afraid of the Orcus representative at all, and wanted to give him one last piece of advice. A haze surrounded Isaac when he told the hero to forget about the necklace. Something dark headed towards Theodore. Gluttony noticed that it was a demonic eye, indignant that the man dared to interrupt his sleep, calling him a pathetic pest. Sticking out his tongue, he also said that if he dared to go against the owner of this body, then at least deign to use the evil eye of Balor. The dark clots passed by Theodore, after which the same ones headed towards Isaac. They hit him in the eyes. The man covered his face with his hands. The servant asked if he was okay. The eye looked red when he looked at the hero. Lowering one of his hands, the man asked what he did. He clenched his teeth tightly, covering his face with his hand. He said that if the hero so zealously wanted the necklace, then they had no other choice but to take part in a betting duel. Theodore's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing up and leaving, Isaac said that he had nothing more to say to him. He bowed his head and said that in 3 days he would personally deal with his impudent manners. Watching the man leave, the hero wanted to understand what was going on here. Theodore looked at the girl in confusion, who asked what was going on here. Smiling, he told her that a bidding duel had been unexpectedly appointed, adding that the man had said so. Jibra frowned, clarifying that they had already discussed that one should never get involved in a duel. The system showed the bid duel window. 2 fists touched. It was explained that this was not a basic rule, existing only at the underground auction of Kargas, and if the bid on the lot reached the maximum, and both participants still intended to continue to purchase it, then these participants must choose warriors for the duel, and the winner accordingly takes the lot for himself. Looking at him, the girl said that she knew that the hero was quite skilled, but she said that the auction participant could not take part in the duel himself, so why did he suddenly decide to accept the challenge, to which Theodore clarified that he should just find the right duelist. Frowning, she replied that it was not that simple, or rather, it was impossible. Participating on his behalf would mean crossing the path of the guild, and no madman would agree to that. The hero smiled broadly, replied that there was nothing to worry about, and he knew who would take part. Clenching her fist, the girl asked if that was true, to which Theodore replied that he had planned to introduce them earlier, but it was possible that they would meet even earlier. Looking closely at the interlocutor, she noted that the bodyguards of the Orcus representatives were black knights dressed in black steel armor, and there were also rumors that he was even able to defeat a full-fledged knight with one blow, and was he still sure that the person he chose could defeat a black knight? Smiling, Theodore replied that this was true, and she should not worry. Looking into her eyes, he added that if it was not an opponent of the Lord's level, then it did not matter whether it was a black knight, his man would definitely win. People were gathering at the stadium. A man sitting in the stands asked how many years had passed since the last betting duel, to which the interlocutor replied that the last one was about 5 years ago, and that time the Duke of Soldunsky challenged the head of the mercenaries and won the elixir. Seeing Isaac walking forward, he also noted that this was the first duel in a long time, and this time they had a representative of the Orcus Guild, noting that it would be a good show. A knight in black armor entered the arena. He had a huge sword on his back. One of the spectators gritted his teeth, asking if this was the famous Black Knight. A cloud of dust rose near him. The hero noted that he felt an incredible aura, not seeing a single weak point. Maybe he was making it up, but it looked like he was not alive at all. Isaac appeared next to him. The hero thought that they were already here. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards them. The hero and the man stood opposite each other. Theodore said that 3 days had passed, to which Isaac noted that he finally came, which amazes him again and again. Theodore looked him in the eye and said that the man didn't seem surprised. Frowning, Isaac replied that the hero was still as cheeky as ever. The host smiled and said that they could begin as soon as they were both ready, and asked Isaac if he would be represented by a black knight, to which he replied that he was. She then pointed to the hero and the girl, asking who would be representing him. A face emerged from the shadows as he replied that he was. The man had his hands in his pockets as Theodore said that it was up to him now. The wind ruffled his hair. It was Commander Randolph, a name he had come across a few days ago while studying the Sapoto registry all night. Imagining his fight with the monster, he noted that without knowing about its existence, there might not have been an opportunity to take part in the duel. But this also applies to Randolph's younger sister, Rebecca, whom he managed to meet, and considering all this, it seems that he has a close connection with their family. The blonde brought his hand to his ear, hearing that this was the opponent for the champion for today, although it was not immediately clear that he was strong. Randolph beckoned the enemy with his finger. Seeing the Black Knight in front of him, he asked if this was really a tin can, his opponent noting that he was strange. The host looked at him confusedly, asking if she could find out his name. The blonde winked at her, answering that his name was Randolph. A cloud of dust flew between them. The girl wanted to explain the rules to them, saying that the leading role in a betting duel is played by the 2 gentlemen who hired the participants in the duel. Even if the participants are no longer able to fight, the right to admit defeat belongs entirely to them. Putting one hand in his pocket, Randolph said that he liked the idea that once you enter the fight, you can no longer escape, and asked his opponent if he is ready to die. The Black Knight silently grabbed his weapon. Frowning, the blonde noted that this man does not even react to his thirst for blood. It is unknown what is here. Something is clearly wrong. Taking the rope in his hands, he decided that it does not matter. The next moment, he rushed towards him. He kicked the knight's sword. Then he jumped over him. He pulled the rope by his throat. The Black Knight was surrounded by a red aura. Randolph was thrown to the side. He clenched his teeth in surprise. He managed to land on his feet. Frowning, the blonde wondered what was wrong with him, since he couldn't even feel his breath. Turning to him, Randolph thought that it didn't seem like he was holding it back or suppressing it. There was simply no sign of him breathing, noting that his guess seemed to be correct. A smile appeared on Randolph's face, and turning to Theodore, he asked if they had fallen into a trap. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, wondering why he had used a hidden voice, and asked again what he meant. Looking closely at the enemy, Randolph said that this guy seemed strange to him from the beginning. He didn't react to his bloodlust, and he couldn't feel his breath at all. The Black Knight placed his sword on his shoulder. The blonde noted that he was undead. Theodore agreed, frowning, thinking about how Randolph had defeated the undead created from his ancestor's body with his own hands during the battle with the ancient Lick. He remembered how the blonde man had thrust the blade, reasoning that although he was not a high-ranking undead like the Death Knights, his powers were not that different from that, and there was no point in doubting Randolph's intuition. At that moment, the blonde man placed his hand on the hilt of the weapon, surprised that he had encountered such a thing, noting that it was stupid to come here without even thinking, but simply hearing that his sister was in trouble and at the same time without analyzing the situation. Holding the blade in front of him, he said that it made no difference because he was still indebted to the hero, so he proposed to agree that this was payment for his past shame. When Randolph pulled the blades down, Theodore thought that the enemy's aura was terrifying, and last year's was incomparable, and had he already reached the level of a master. The blonde quickly moved next to the knight. The spectators watching this said that something interesting was brewing. Frowning, Theodore thought that Randolph was better known as a lightning blade in this world. Seeing how he moved away from the enemy, he noted that it was all in his movements. Randolph appeared behind the Black Knight, so he quickly approached him. An eye glowed brightly from under the knight's mask. The swing of the knight's blade left a mark. Standing in a cloud of dust, Randolph noted that the enemy was stronger than him in terms of destructive power. The blonde gripped the handle of the blade tighter. Approaching him, he thought that they were not equal in terms of speed. The spectators opened their eyes in surprise, saying that this was impressive. Gibra lowered her head and noted that Theodore knew his business and asked where he found such an outstanding swordsman. Raising an eyebrow, the hero replied that it was a secret. The confused girl opened her mouth, hearing that he should just watch and learn. Seeing Randolph attack, he also thought that the man had undoubtedly become stronger over the past year, but he still lacked something to reach the level of a master. Seeing the Black Knight swing his blade again, he noted that the blonde had yet to awaken his aura skill. Thinking about the abilities of aura, he reasoned that it was a skill available only to swordsmen, the ability of which gave the user powers comparable to miracles, capable of surpassing magic. Recalling his previous battles, he also noted that some can cut space, others can manipulate gravity, others can hide their presence perfectly, and if you take 1,000, there will be 1,000 types of aura ability among them, and whether they have awakened this ability depends on whether they are true sword masters or not. Seeing how the two warriors approached each other, Theodore also thought that if Randolph had awakened it, the battle would not have been so equal. Red marks remain from the blonde's blades, although the fight is taking place under his dictation, but the opponent is undead and it is too early to relax. A piece of armor flew off the knight. Randolph rushed at him again. From the blow, cracks appeared on the enemy's armor, so the guy pierced him with his swords. Isaac frowned, thinking that if the enemy continued to tear off his armor like this, it would be revealed that he was undead and he would scatter like flames. Gritting his teeth, he decided that time was running out and the information about the Orcus using black magic should not leak out. Clenching his fist, he turned to the knight. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted to stop wasting time and finish the opponent at any cost. A dark aura surrounded the knight. He firmly grabbed the weapon. Then he bowed his head forward. The hero thought that such an aura was inherent in the undead. Theodore opened his mouth in surprise, surprised that he no longer tried to hide this fact. Dust rose under the feet of the Black Knight. He pulled the sword behind his back. Randolph smiled, noting that, as expected, the Tin Man was not in his right mind. Lightning surrounded his body as he used a triple lightning strike. The man lunged at the enemy, using the first one, after which he dodged the attack. Lightning struck the knight when he used the second blow. He threw his sword to the ground. Randolph looked at his opponent and asked if he was already exhausted. Once again holding the blades in front of him, the man said that he had one more blow in reserve. Frowning, he used the third blow. Cuts remained on the enemy's body from using total annihilation. The knight's body was visible behind the blonde. Isaac widened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what had just happened, because it was too fast and he could not see anything. Blood was flowing out of the knight's body. Behind the blonde's back, the enemy's body fell apart. He only wiped his nose with his finger. Holding his headdress, the girl looked at him, about to declare him the winner. Randolph winked when she said that he had won. Isaac clenched his teeth, not understanding how this happened. The two observers were surprised that there was not a drop of blood in the arena, not understanding what was happening here. The man clenched his teeth harder. Pointing to the corpse, he ordered to quickly gather everything together and immediately restore the warrior's body. The servants picked up the sword and the remains of the warrior. Winking, the host said that Charlotte's necklace, for which the duel was fought in the 7th underground auction, was going to Theodore, whose warrior won the duel. The hero stood next to the girl when she said that everyone should congratulate the winner, because he, of course, is the master according to the outcome of the duel. A servant approached them with a box when she said that according to the rules of the duel, the winning bet of 300 gold on Charlotte's necklace would go to Theodore. The hero looked at the necklace with a smile when it was announced that it was his property from now on. The hero reached out his hand to it. Isaac, who was standing behind him, told him to think carefully. Frowning, he also said that if he took the necklace, he would pay dearly for it one day and it would be too late to regret it. Smiling, Theodore replied that the man was absolutely right. He looked at Isaac, saying that if he had left the bet, he would not have suffered such damage from the duel, and thanked him for teaching him a lesson. Next time, if he left his bet, then maybe he would be able to do something. The interlocutor looked completely indignant. Frowning, he replied that they would see each other again, and he would make them pay in full. Randolph smiled, noting that this was quite a sight, and who would have thought that someone like Theodore's level would make someone like Isaac nervous. Looking ahead carefully, the hero wondered if this was the man's true face. Crossing his arms, the blonde asked what the hero planned to do next, since there would be higher ranks of Orcus or black magic. Would they be able to cope with them? Theodore replied that they had no choice but to notify the magic community. Recalling the Black Knight's swing, he also said that the strength of black magicians, who enhance their abilities through various methods, not shying away from even human sacrifices, required at least the mobilization of a national extermination squad to have a chance of winning. The blonde man standing next to him also heard that the hero would pass this on to the White Tower's information networks, and that the reconnaissance squad would begin monitoring the top ranks of Orcus over the next 2 weeks, to which he replied that, as expected, the hero was thoroughly prepared. Looking him in the eye, the hero replied that he had no right to make a mistake, but to be honest, everything that happened was a complete mess. Remembering how the other man had struck, he thought that everything had worked out only thanks to luck, and even the decision to participate in the duel was made due to Randolph being in the city. And the fact that the enemy would be undead could not be predicted, and come what may, the necklace could end up in Isaac's hands. The blonde man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that they had won after all, and he thought that the hero had managed to get into trouble after all, and suggested that they discuss it over a drink. Smiling, Theodore asked if he knew of a good bar somewhere. Looking at him, Randolph replied that it was so and asked if he would pay today. Gibra stood behind them, hearing that Theodore would pay for everything, because thanks to the blonde they saved 300 zlotys, so he could drink as much as he wanted, to which he said that Theodore knew his business. Raising her hand to her face, the girl was surprised that he actually won, wondering who, noting that such a strong fighter had passed by their information network. Slightly opening her mouth, the girl wondered who their employer was, who would know about someone like Randolph. But she opened her eyes in surprise when someone called her name. Turning around, Theodore asked if she would go with them. The blonde supported, asking to keep her company. Gibra smiled slightly. Walking towards the men, she said that such a thing cannot be refused. The city walls were visible. Someone said that it was necessary here. The men were carrying boxes into the cart. Gibra waved at Theodore, asking if he was leaving them already, noting that her eyes were still sober from the previous day. The hero smiled at her, asking if she had come to say goodbye. She crossed her arms and replied that it was some kind of gratitude, saying that such a mission had turned into such a grand event, contrary to her expectations, so she would feel bad just leaving him. The three of them stood next to each other. The hero asked if she had any useful information to share, to which she replied that he should consider it an extra service and be grateful. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl clarified his words about him not having a specific goal, to which the hero replied that it was originally like that and he wanted to stay here longer. Looking at him, the girl suggested heading east. The hero looked at her carefully and asked, to which he heard the answer that Orcus base was located in the southwest of the central continent. Introducing the Great Hall, she noted that their influence was strong in the south and west, but it weakened to the east, and if they could reach the coastal kingdom, they would be able to rest for a while. Crossing his arms, Theodore thanked her for the valuable information, asking if such additional services were not too big a loss for her. Smiling, Gibra answered no, and he was thinking in the wrong direction. Raising a finger, she said that he had surprised her a couple of times, but for the first time in a long time, she had fun. The two guys smiled at her, and the hero thanked her for her work. The street was filled with fog. The girl suggested that she would collect manuscripts from time to time, because as long as he paid well, she was ready to collect as many volumes as he wanted. Gibra silently looked at the departing carriage. Arkin peeked out from around the corner. Standing by the wall, he noted the good work of the leader. The girl lit a cigarette. The blonde held the flame on his fingers. Blowing out the smoke, she asked her interlocutor if he was interested in why she helped the hero. Smiling awkwardly, he asked what she was talking about. Holding the cigarette to her mouth, she told him not to pretend that he didn't understand. She wasn't stupid either and had information for a long time. Looking at Arkin, she noted that he was wondering about the fact that the Empire was paying a lot of money for information about Theodore, to which he noted that she had missed him, although he was right here. The blonde narrowed his eyes, hearing that it was true, that she would have made a solid profit if she had sold him. Coming out of the alley, Jibra said that although the Empire was full of savages, none of them would go back on their word, so she would definitely get the gold, to which he asked why he didn't do it. Looking behind her, she turned to Arkin. Frowning, she noted that even if they were rats, they were living in their own ditch, and a couple of gold coins were not worth a war with Melter, and didn't she know that he could not keep quiet when it came to gold? Putting his hand on his chest, the blonde tried to justify himself. Spreading his legs wide, Jibra said that there was no point in talking. Then she pushed herself behind his back, so she grabbed his head with her foot. The girl knocked Arkin to the ground. Looking sternly at him, she told him that their Mouse King would not tolerate those who could not keep quiet, and therefore his end would come here. The endless desert was visible ahead. Holding a piece of paper, the hero talked about fitting a triangle into a hexagon. Drawing a black line on the paper with a pencil, he got a pentagram. He put his thumb on it, saying that there was one detail left. Something dark burst out of the paper as Theodore said that he was the new owner of the contract and turned to the Horizon Keeper. Frowning, the hero said that from now on his name was Hugin. A dark creature burst out. The hero looked up, wondering who it was. A small bird appeared in front of him. Holding it in his hand, he did not understand what it was. Turning around, Randolph asked what the sound was, noting that it was like a drunkard throwing up. Looking at Hugin with displeasure, Theodore said that he was the one making them. Looking at her with confusion, the blonde asked what this thing was and why it looked like it had no convolutions. The hero closed his eyes and replied that it was a summoned creature that had just made a contract with him. Randolph simply chuckled. Randolph looked at Hugin with admiration, asking if it was a summoned creature, calling it very funny. He then raised his fist to his mouth, apologizing and saying that he thought that summoned creatures should look stylish. Theodore looked down and replied that he had thought the same before, and thought that he could partly understand St. Tomer's disappointment. Holding the bird in his hand, he apologized to the other man for dragging him into this, and the other man asked him what he was talking about. Looking at the blonde man, the hero said that because of him, he had crossed the Orcus. If not for all of this, he could have lived in that city in peace. Randolph smiled, asking if he really thought that he would regret helping, noting that he was pursuing his own interests. Looking at the endless desert, he also said that he was lucky to travel with our hero, which surprised him. Recalling the recent battle, Randolph also said that it had been a year since he had returned the swords, and during this time he had been improving his skills in some ways, but he did not feel much progress since that meeting, and in all this time his blood had never boiled in the heat of battle, and this was the first such fascinating battle in many years. Putting his hands behind his head, he also said that in the end, this was just a journey to temper his sword, and therefore there was no need to worry. The bird flew off Theodore's hand as he thanked the other man for his words, to which the other man replied that he really had nothing to worry about and asked where they were heading. Looking at his companion, he replied that they were heading west. He was told that Orcus' influence was weakening closer to the borders of the kingdom. There he would rest and recuperate. Imagining gluttony on his hand, he thought that he needed a break now. He still had about 20 manuscripts to absorb, and he also needed to experiment with the necklace and absorbing banshees. If they reached the kingdom on the coast at the edge of the continent, then he would have some time to rest in peace. Smiling, Randolph looked at the other man, asking if he was sure that he would be safe at the edge of the continent. Frowning, Theodore wanted to know what he meant by that. Then the blonde lowered his head, said that wherever he was, there would be incidents and accidents. Looking down, the hero agreed. The carriage moved through the desert. Our hero added that he should hope for it and believe. Hugin flew above the carriage. He spread his wings wide. Theodore held the book above his head. Knocking on the window, Randolph demanded to stop the carriage. The guy asked again why, but the hero only answered that he should do it quickly. Dust flew from under the wheels. The hero got out of the carriage, hearing the question of what was happening, and demands to explain. Theodore frowned when Randolph felt a tremor. Hands rose from under the ground. One of the dead appeared. He opened his mouth wide. The dead were heading towards their comrades, saying that the living must die. Randolph took the blades in his hands. The hero thought that something was wrong with the sudden attack of the undead in the middle of the desert. The dead were approaching the carriage. The blonde said that such a mass attack is typical for the undead, and the hero suggested increasing their ranks. Grabbing his hand, he ordered someone to appear. A piece of earth rose, after which a hand appeared. creatures appeared behind Theodore. Randolph smiled, noting that this was a completely different matter. Standing next to his comrade, he asked him to direct them, to which he replied that he could be relied on. Several lightning bolts appeared near his mouth. The guy rushed to attack. The dead opened their mouths wide. They entered into a fight with the summoned creatures. One of the golems struck. A symbol appeared on the hero's hand. Clenching his fist, he used memorization and opened all the slots. Flames rose into the sky when 6 fireballs were used. A powerful explosion sounded. Theodore stood shrouded in smoke. Looking down, he thought that this undead appeared in an unnatural way. A legion of undead was created by someone using black magic. The dark silhouette of a man in black looked at our hero. His pupil was red. Theodore thought that perhaps Orcus did it. Looking at the hero, Randolph said that he could not stop surprising him. Seeing him in the smoke, he also noted that he thought that he had become stronger, but Theodore's current level was nothing compared to the one he met back then. The wind lifted Theodore's cloak. The enemy appeared riding a monster. Smiling widely, he said that his comrades had let down their guard. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise, noting that the mage among the undead was a distraction. A monster appeared behind the enemy. He ordered the spirit awakened from the abyss to destroy Theodore. The monster opened its mouth wide as the man applied the weight of fate. Seeing the white monster pounce on the hero, Randolph realized that he had been careless and that he was too far away. The monster's mouth appeared in front of Theodore's face, and he noted that it was becoming dangerous. Smiling, he asked Gluttony if he expected this. The one on his hand answered that it was. Putting it forward, he used absorption. The white monster froze. Then he closed his mouth. Gluttony, looking at him, noted that he knew his place, which meant he was smarter than those headless ones flying at him. Having become larger, Gluttony absorbed him, saying that understanding this would not change anything for him. The system notified about the absorption of the vengeful entity. The forces increased slightly, and the remaining curse was cleansed by Gluttony. The man in black clenched his fist, not understanding what had just happened. A bright light appeared in Theodore's hand as he used blazing explosion. There was another explosion. The enemy was thrown to the side. Our hero watched his flight. Lying on the ground, the enemy asked who the hero was. Raising his head, he was surprised that Theodore was a 5th circle mage at such an age, noting that someone like that could not hide from the eyes of the world. Opening his mouth, the hero replied that he was apparently fatally mistaken. Looking at him, Theodore said that he would ask questions and he would give answers. Then the man smiled, telling him not to make him laugh because he was a dark mage. His whole life consists of death and pain. Narrowing his eyes, he asked the hero if he really thought that such pathetic torture would make him talk about anything. Then the hero frowned, repeating about pathetic torture, but suddenly he laughed, telling the dark mage not to regret what he said later. Eugen shuddered, hearing screams. The dark mage with his hand on his head asked for forgiveness, shouting that he would tell everything. Theodore kept his hand on his head, noting that even for a mage trained in pain and death, it did not seem like he could resist mind-invading magic. Without removing his hand, the hero told him to answer his questions, and wanted to know if Isaac had sent him, to which he replied that he had, and then the hero asked if he was here to stall for time for the other group, and also heard yes. Frowning, Theodore asked what their organization was called. Opening his mouth wide, the mage replied that he did not know. Remembering the white monster, the hero asked if he could repeat the black magic he had used. Looking away, the man replied that the Weight of Doom was a one-time spell. Randolph looked at the hero strangely when he said that this warlock was not needed, and he would clean up here himself. Keeping his hand on the enemy's head, he said that he himself had brought this to this. The black mage lost his head. The body fell to the ground. The blonde thought that after such torture it was finished with him, and noted that he did not know that Theodore was capable of such cruel methods. Smiling, looking at the hero, the blonde noted that this was very unexpected, and it also looked like the enemy was from the lower ranks. Looking at the headless body, the hero replied that such do not deserve human treatment, and asked if he had ever heard of the 8th commandment of the Red Tower. Theodore sighed, hearing that Randolph heard for the first time, and decided to tell him. Looking at the interlocutor, he noted that it says that a good warlock is a dead warlock. Smiling confusedly, Randolph said that he will know. A sandstorm was rising around them. The hero also said that despite the fact that they still did not know who they were, they still sent a huge group just to buy time. Orcus Sirius, their reinforcements will be impressive. Looking at his interlocutor, the blonde agreed, noting that although he had dealt with the enemy easily, they should not be underestimated, and if they were to appear on a daily basis, they simply would not be able to ignore them. Closing his eyes, Theodore replied that he was right and wanted to tell him what he was thinking. Looking at Randolph, he said that they were heading to Ramos. Raising an eyebrow, the blonde looked at his interlocutor, asking if he was talking about a port city, to which he heard the answer that it was one of them. Then he smiled, asking about the hero going to take a boat instead of exposing himself on land routes. Imagining a ship among the waves, the hero replied that in the midst of raging storms and all the sea monsters, even the undead of Orcus would have a hard time showing their strength. The two stood next to each other. Randolph asked how long it would take them to get to Ramos, to which the hero replied that if they continued without stopping, they should arrive tomorrow, and he realized that it was only a day. Looking ahead, the blonde said that then there was no point in wasting time, and they should hurry to the carriage. Then he raised his hands above his head. Smiling widely, he told Theodore to fasten his seatbelt well. The hero looked at him in confusion, hearing that they would continue on their way at full speed. The statue towered on the roof of a house. This was the port city of Ramos. Birds flew over the city. When Theodore thought about avoiding pursuit from the higher echelons of Orcus, they arrived at the port city. Seeing Randolph wave at him, he noted that after arriving, they split up and, based on the information from the Mouse King, began looking for ways to get to the kingdom of Soldan since it was not under the influence of Orcus's higher ranks. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the house. The hero asked about available ships, but was told that everything was already reserved. The girl sitting opposite said that even if he checked other shipping companies, he would find out that they had everything the same since most ships were heading south or north at this time of year. The blonde, crossing her legs, said that passenger ships to Soldan were very rare, and even if he booked now, the wait could take at least a month. Theodore then showed the guild emblem, asking if it would help. Closing her eyes, she noted that he was from Flonel's guild. A small smile appeared on her face as she again clarified that she could not provide a regular ship, but given the emblem, she could give something unique but affordable. Putting a finger to her mouth, she asked for a non-disclosure agreement, noting that Theodore would understand everything once he got on board. Frowning, the hero replied that he understood. Putting her hands on her leg, the girl also noted that an additional fee would be required, to which the hero clarified if this was a bribe, but she replied that this was completely different. Closing her eyes, the girl asked if Theodore had another companion. Looking at her, Theodore replied that besides him, there was another guy. Then the blonde showed 2 fingers, saying that they would need 20 gold, because each would cost 10 gold, and he would immediately understand why. Looking at her with displeasure, he kept trying to find out what kind of ship it was, to which the interlocutor replied that she could not reveal it now. Putting the tickets on the table, she warned that the sails would be raised today, and asked to be on board without delay. Frowning, Theodore asked to at least say when they would approximately arrive in the kingdom of Soldan, specifying whether they could arrive within 4 days if they were in a hurry. Smiling slightly, the blonde apologized, saying that she forgot to mention something. Opening her mouth wide, she said that this ship was moving along a slightly long route, so the journey could take a little more than a week, inquiring whether the hero really had some urgent matter. Looking at the girl carefully, he replied that everything was fine, thinking that it was critical for them to hide from the pursuit of Orcus echelons, and there was no need to arrive in Soldan soon. He remembered the undead that had attacked, reasoning that low-level undead like ghouls or zombies would not be able to withstand the sea and would most likely just die, so they would be safe. Looking at the tickets in his hand, he also noted that he was still curious about the secret of this unique ship, although he felt that something was wrong. Remembering his recent conversation with Randolph, he thought about reuniting with him and telling him everything, and considering that he was the head of a mercenary group active in the central continent, he might know something about this ship. The man took a sip, wondering if there was some secret behind this ship. Randolph looked at the hero questioningly, saying that he did not quite understand. Then Theodore raised an eyebrow in surprise. The blonde sitting opposite him noted that the interlocutor was right and that he had indeed been to the central continent before him, but his area of operation was not so extensive, and he had never been so far east where he could see the sea. Leaning a little closer, he noted that even if he had operated in the east, the likelihood that he would have such information was incredibly small, because, assuming that this was a cargo story, then information about this ship should not appear anywhere at all. Raising a hand to his face, Theodore agreed, saying that given how they kept their secrets, it was unlikely that they would be able to find out anything. Putting his cup on the table, he also said that, apparently, they would have to find out from personal experience. From the street, a sign was visible. Someone wished for them to come again. Comrades went down the stairs. Walking down the street, the hero saw the 3rd pier, noting that the 5th should be a little further. Theodore looked up in surprise. They saw a large ship in front of them, which Randolph noticed. Both put their hands in their pockets. The hero clarified that it was much larger than expected. The man in the red cloak asked if they were passengers. The girl extended her hand, asking if she could check their tickets. Theodore handed them to her. The brunette silently looked at the tickets. Standing opposite, she replied that everything was fine and asked to keep them at hand for 2 hours so that they could check them again. But in case of refusal, boarding would be denied. Looking away, Randolph was outraged by such an attitude, because no one accompanied them to such a huge ship, and considering such a price for a ticket, this was too much. Both noticed a man in a cloak nearby. They silently watched as they left. Continuing to look at them, Theodore thought that at first glance these guys are some kind of strange and there is clearly something here. A large chandelier is attached to the ceiling, Entering the hall, they were surprised by what the ship is like inside. In front of them was a large room. Randolph asked that if the entire ship is filled with all this luxury inside, won't it sink, noting that all this is like for a honeymoon. The hero smiled nervously, noticing that for some reason there is only one bed. The blonde jumped on it, saying that if his comrade freezes at night, he can hug him tightly. Theodore used eagle vision. Looking around the hall, he realized that there is nothing strange on this ship, surprised that they really do not have any ulterior motives. Sitting down near the bed, Theodore said that there are no special mechanisms, and everything is too ordinary, to which the interlocutor asked, "Doesn't ordinary mean good?" Looking at the blonde, Theodore replied that it was too common, and he thought it was a ship for carnal pleasures or some kind of gambling house. The hero looked at Randolph lying next to him, saying that otherwise he could not understand what the point of keeping such a ship a secret was, because it would be much more profitable to use such a ship as a passenger liner. Imagining the man in the cloak, he noted that the passengers he saw looked like nobles or at least wealthy people, so there must be something on the ship that could fit into their pockets, but even using clairvoyance magic, he still did not find anything. Smiling, the blonde suggested leaving it for later because this problem clearly did not need an immediate solution, and it was better to focus on what was in front of us to think about it later. Frowning, Theodore asked if he was being too frivolous, to which he replied that he was a mercenary and his body was his property. Putting his hands behind his head, he also said that he thought it was okay to rest when he had the chance, suggesting not to be paranoid and just rest. The hero just sighed. The rays of the sun were visible outside. He agreed, said that it was a good idea, and it seemed that the best decision for today would be to rest a little. Big waves were rising in the sea. The ship was jumping on them. A certain symbol was visible on the sail. The bright sun was illuminating the ship. Theodore was sleeping in bed when someone wanted to wake him up. Getting up, he asked Mitra what happened. The girl was holding Hyujin in her hand, said that it was a friend. Smiling discontentedly, he reminded that he asked not to bother him. Tears were visible in Hyujin's eyes. The hero thought that he would definitely feed him something tasty. Suddenly, Hyujin looked somewhere. He headed towards the window when the hero asked him, "What happened?" Randolph was wiping his head with a towel, saying that he always woke up from the cries of birds and wondered what was going on. Another ship was visible in the distance, and his comrades realized that it was a pirate ship. Frowning, the hero told Randolph to prepare for battle. Looking at Theodore, the blonde replied that he understood. The hero put on a shirt. Straightening his tie, he still thought that something was clearly wrong. His sixth sense was not responding. Putting on his jacket, he also thought that it should have detected evil intentions and banal bloodlust, given the appearance of a pirate ship, and it should not have happened so suddenly. Then he opened the door. Seeing people on the deck, Randolph asked what was going on, because there was a pirate ship in front of them. He noticed that no one was evacuating. Had they all gone crazy? Raising their heads, they noticed someone addressing them. Theodore frowned and asked if it was him. The man came down the stairs and said that he saw that he was nervous and asked if it was his first time on a ship. The man smiled when he heard that it was and noted that he noticed it, adding that everyone who was on a ship for the first time went crazy in this situation when a pirate ship appeared and no one cared. The hero frowned and asked what the secret was behind this pirate ship. Smiling, the man said that he would explain everything. Seeing the skull on the sails of the ship, he said that to put it simply, they were not some kind of passenger ship, but a cruise liner, and their final destination was Soldan, but the places where they would be making stops were quite unusual. Also smiling, he added that before they arrived at their destination, they planned to visit the pirate island. Extending his hand, Theodore clarified, were they really going to bring themselves to them on their own? The interlocutor pointed a finger at him, saying that if everything he had thought up were true, there would be no reason for this ship to sail all the way here. He introduced the silhouette of a man and said that, to be honest, 50 years ago it was really just a pirate haven. But suddenly there was a widespread demand for a pirate island, because it is an unregulated area where illegal transactions and contracts are allowed. So for those who have a thirst that is unquenchable by ordinary money, it is a very tempting place, and also because of this thirst, such a place has become a desirable tourist spot for the rich. Theodore clenched his fist when he heard that the island had changed into something else, and replied that it no longer looked like the island of pleasure. Then the man laughed with his mouth wide open, replying that the pirate island had become a place where you can fully enjoy freedom, and it is truly a place of pleasure. Looking at the other passengers, the hero thought that this is why there is such a lively atmosphere here. Seeing the skull on the sail, he also noted that if everything the man said was true, then this pirate ship was their guide to that island, and the passenger ship was carrying tourists, and so his sixth sense didn't react. Randolph and Theodore stood next to each other. The blonde said that they couldn't allow themselves to be associated with that rabble, asking if they should stage a coup here. The hero mentally replied that if everything they were told was true, then this ship and the pirates leading them were on the same side, and there was no point in hoping that someone from everything that was happening would take their side, and if a fight started here, the ship would undoubtedly go to the bottom. Then he looked ahead, saying that they needed to wait for now, and there was an expression that perfectly suited their situation, and the interlocutor became interested in which one. Looking at it, Theodore said that you can't catch a tiger without entering its lair. The land was visible in front of the ship. Looking at the people ahead, they heard that they had finally arrived. The interlocutor said that it was not fast. Theodore thought about what was happening, because the weather was clear, but the fog, filled with magical energy, covered the entire island. Turning around, Randolph noted that he had a feeling that they were again drawn into some dangerous place. The ship was approaching the land. This is a pirate archipelago. Smiling, Theodore agreed. The sailor stood at the wheel. The ship docked. The passengers were asked to disembark in an orderly manner in the same order they were when boarding. One of the sailors waved to the guy on the pier, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing among the others, Theodore thought that the pirates looked threatening. But compared to Randolph, they were nobody, but they were skilled in their own way. The comrades noticed someone ahead. Folding his arms, the man demanded an entrance fee of 10 gold from each. Theodore handed over the wallet, saying that there were 20 gold coins. A smile appeared on the man's face. Smiling widely, he greeted them, asking if this was their first time. Looking at him, the hero agreed, asking what in it. Then the man extended his hand, asking what they thought about a guide, because for just 1 gold coin he would find a wonderful guide. Flipping a coin, Theodore agreed. The man thanked them and said that he would bring someone now. Turning around, he told a certain Jack that if he did not show up in 10 seconds, he would give the guests to someone else. A man with a large bag on his back said that he was already on his way. Coming closer, he heard that the guests had just arrived, and as always 50% was his, for which he said thank you. Putting his hands on the shoulders of his comrades, he said that he would pay when everything was finished, and he would see the guests later. Smiling widely, he wished them a good journey. Theodore smiled back, noting the bad feeling coming from the man. Jack bowed in greeting and said he would take care of it. Smiling, he gave his name, saying he was their guide to the pirate archipelago and if there were certain places they wanted to see to let them know. The 3 of them walked up the stairs, Jack explaining that he grew up on the island and that finding someone who knew the area better than him was a miracle. Looking at the guests, the boy asked if they were new here. Theodore smiled and said that it was and asked if Jack could tell them a little about the place. Standing just above the stairs, the boy agreed, asking if they were ready to begin the tour and if there was any place they wanted to visit to just let them know. There was a creak underfoot. Pointing to the door, the blonde man said it was the financial center of the Pirate Society, home to no less than 17 gambling establishments. Standing at the entrance, he also said that this is not a casino. Unlike the archipelagic gambling houses, they have no limit on bets, and accordingly you can win exclusive and hard-to-get prizes. Smiling, Jack also said that if they want to cheat, they will be obliged to pay the bet tenfold. The hero raised an eyebrow, clarifying what if the player does not have such money. Jack looked away, going to say what will happen in this case. Several people in cloaks passed by. Imagining dark silhouettes, the guy said that the consequences will be terrible, thinking that the riot is limited by laws, but here, where there are no laws, atrocities cannot be stopped. Looking up, the guy also said that, judging by their faces, it does not seem like they are interested. Throwing up his hands, the blonde asked that maybe the guests want to meet the lovely ladies, because they are both quite pretty and they will only be glad to see them. Randolph smiled widely. Hearing this, the 2 girls smiled, greeting them. But Theodore put his hand on his comrade's shoulder when he said that this was already interesting, saying that if he took one more step, then sweet Rebecca would immediately find out about everything, to which the blonde offered to forget everything. Lowering his eyes, the hero said that he was not interested in this and asked for something else. Looking at him, Jack clarified what exactly he wanted. Frowning, Theodore asked who was the main manager of everything on the island. Jack pulled his knees up, hearing about the head of the island, and noticing this, the hero clarified whether this was a surprising question, because even small towns have mayors, asking again who was the main one here. Theodore put his hand in his inside pocket when Jack realized what he was talking about, noting that he had a couple more questions. Showing 2 gold coins, he said that if the answers satisfied him, he would not leave anyone offended. Raising a finger, he asked to promise that no one would know about this. He said that there were several self-proclaimed kings on the island, but only 4 had real power. presenting silhouettes of different colors. He said that there was Captain Virtus, Queen Dave, the father of the gambling world Todd, and last but not least, the shark of the black market underworld Luffy. Frowning, Jack also said that each of them was a pillar of the pirate world, and they divided spheres of influence and territory between them, so skirmishes between them were rare, they just did not interfere in each other's affairs. Smiling, Theodore noted that this was interesting. Standing in front of the guy, he asked if that was all, which clearly surprised him. Looking forward, Theodore also said that even if the organization he was talking about was in balance, then only now. Although all four are sitting quietly, some problems are simply bound to exist, and it would be very strange if this was not the case. Frowning, he also asked if there was someone standing above all four of them. Holding onto the strap of his bag, the blonde replied that he didn't exactly have any information. Then, turning around and leaving, Theodore said that there was nothing to be done about it and they would pretend that this conversation had never happened, but Jack asked them to wait. Leaning slightly, the guy said that maybe he didn't know much about the sea god, but he would tell them everything he knew. Turning around, the hero clarified about the sea god. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the houses. Randolph was sitting on the couch, talking about how, as the hero planned, they were able to infiltrate the pirate archipelago, and asked what their plan was. Lowering his head, Theodore replied that it seemed like this sea god would be a problem for them. Imagining the silhouette above the ship, he thought that, according to Jack, there was a temple somewhere built in honor of this god. But it was built only on rumors, although there was clearly an entity on the island that was worthy of being called such a god. Sighing, he said that the interlocutor must have felt that when they followed the pirate ship to get to the island, it was covered in an unknown fog, and it, in turn, serves as a barrier protecting the pirate archipelago. Remembering the ship, he also noted that the barrier works against uninvited guests, and in order to pass through it, they had to follow the pirate ship. Randolph put his feet on the table, saying that if it were not for him, their ship could have drifted endlessly aground. But the blonde removed his feet, hearing that if this sea god was the one who created this fog, they would not be able to overcome it. With his hands behind his head, Randolph agreed, saying that he had met a couple of Imperial sword families from a distance, but their presence was nothing compared to what was felt from this fog. Then the hero leaned back on the couch, saying that if they couldn't do anything about it, they would just focus on hiding from Orcus. Holding his head in his hand, Randolph also heard that if they changed their minds a little about everything, then this island was a real fortress, so no one would find them. Standing up from the couch, Randolph agreed, clarifying that the hero meant that they shouldn't go against them, and if nothing could be done about it, he added that he would go and rest until the next ship sailed. Frowning, Theodore thought about the fact that there were at least 10 minutes 15 days until sailing. He threw his head back, thinking that he didn't want to waste time. Looking down, the guy turned to Gluttony. Gluttony looked at him, asking if he called. Looking at his hand, the hero asked him what he said about the transmission last time. He heard the answer that Gluttony did not remember very well, noting that he did not remember the details of what he said at all. Remembering the light above Alford's hands, Theodore remembered that Gluttony said that in order to perform the transmission, it is necessary to strictly follow the process, and mindlessly, like in the case of Alford, will not work. It is something like a gradual assimilation of the soul. Smiling, Gluttony said that it is so. Looking at him, the hero asked to teach him the correct transmission, because this question directly concerns his function, so he hopes for some kind of detailed answer, not just yes or no. Smiling, he replied that he will tell you about it. Remembering the light in the blonde's hands, he said that the transmission is designed to effectively use the fourth rewriting function, and if he can summon and then absorb the soul of the author of the book, then the system will download it into the user's soul to use his skills. Afterwards, he imagined the barrier surrounding Alford, saying that like the transmission, the man's soul during the battle with Super B carries great risks, so there is a specific procedure required for the transmission. Looking at Gluttony, the guy clarified about the procedure. Gluttony looked at him with a smile, saying that the procedure is a quest. Imagining the man's face, he said that the user can directly contact the authors of the manuscript that he has already absorbed. But then he imagined a man leaning on a table, saying that by resolving their unfinished business or unachieved goals, the user can absorb a fragment of their souls. Looking down, Theodore clarified, can he start doing this right now? Looking at the hero, Gluttony replied that it is so. If he wants, he can now call Li Yun-sung or Saint Tomer and find out their desire, asking who he will choose. Sitting on the couch, Theodore thought that, considering that he had only recently received summoning magic from Saint Tomer, it would be better to improve his skills in the Song of Battle and hand-to-hand combat, which he had been practicing with Li Yun-sung all this time. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero said to summon the author of the Song of Battle, Li Yun-sung. Smiling, Gluttony agreed, saying that he would summon him now. The system reported that the transmission was activated, and the essence of Li Yun-sung responded to the call, turning on the temporary synchronization of consciousnesses. A certain person was visible among the fog. The man raised his hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Li Yun-sung smiled at him. Smiling, Theodore agreed with this, hearing from the man that he would never have thought that they would meet under such circumstances, but he was very glad to see him. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero asked if he knew why he was here. Taking the beard in his hand, Lee Yun-sung replied that he was quite aware of the current situation. Looking at the hero, he replied that he was here to fulfill his long-standing wish, and in exchange, he would give him what he wanted. Looking into the man's eyes, Theodore said that it was so. He also thought about the fact that the transmission that Gluttony wanted to perform entails the complete absorption of Lee Yun-sung's essence as such, wondering if he was ready to sacrifice his essence for the sake of desires. Pointing his hand to the side, the man said that if that was the case, then he trusted Theodore. Frowning, the guy asked if he was sure, because if they did this, then his essence would disappear. Standing in front of him, Lee Yun-sung clarified that this was not what he wanted, and why retreat when he had come so far. Running his fingers through his beard again, he noted that Lee Yun-sung was already a walking corpse, and if he could fulfill his long-standing desires in this way, then there was no point in objecting. Looking at his interlocutor, Theodore agreed, asking what he wanted. A slight smile appeared on the man's face. Holding his beard in his hands, he said that he wanted to return home, but Theodore decided to clarify. Then the man pointed his finger, saying that these were mountains hidden in the clouds, to his family, to his homeland. Frowning, the hero repeated his desire to return to his homeland, thinking that this was very sentimental, noting the uniqueness of the essence. Imagining the snow-capped mountains, he also thought that, according to Lee Yun-sung's memories, the mountains of white clouds are located far away on the eastern continent, and, crossing the vast ocean even halfway, at least one would need to cross the entire eastern continent, and it would also be necessary to plan a journey that would take at least a year. Putting his hand on his face, he also thought that if it were Alford or St. Tomer, it would be much easier, but there was no doubt that the journey would not be easy. Standing in the fog, the man said that unfortunately, it seemed that he simply could not give in to him in this, although he wanted to make things easier. Smiling, he clarified that then the transmission simply would not work, and if Theodore was making it difficult, then they could leave it as is. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Lee Yun-sung said that the dead should not burden the living. The hero looked down, thinking that although the man treated him as a savior, the reality was different, and if it were not for his martial arts and magic, he would have been dead long ago after one of the battles. Looking down, he also thought that the only one here burdened by unfulfilled dreams was him, and after all the kindness shown, he stood there and thought about how much of a burden he was on the hero. The man looked at Theodore, who said he would do it. Smiling, the guy clarified that he could not say when, but he would certainly take him to the mountains hidden in the white clouds. Lee Yun-sung looked at his interlocutor carefully. Closing his eyes, he thanked him. Standing in the fog, he asked to take care of all his unfulfilled dreams. And, already leaving, he wished him all the best. The fog enveloped the hero's legs. The guy went forward. Gluttony said that this was the end of the ritual with Lee Yun-sung. Looking at the hero, he also clarified whether it was worth going forward. Theodore looked at Gluttony and asked again. Remembering the face of St. Tomer, Gluttony said that there was still a quest from him. Looking at his hand, the hero replied that it turned out that Gluttony was able to sense the hidden desires of several entities at once, and told him to call him. Smiling at the guy, he replied that he understood everything. New system messages appeared about the request for the quest to summon the essence of St. Tomer and its confirmation. Smiling, the man said that he was quick. Sitting on the stairs, St. Tomer noted that he had just recently passed on his knowledge, and the hero was trying to learn more. Theodore looked at the interlocutor when he said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if Hyujin was useful to him. Opening his mouth wide, the hero replied that he had been very useful in the last sorties and told Hyujin to go out to meet his master. The bird appeared in the hands of Mitra, who did not understand where it was. Hyujin tried to escape from her hands. Watching this, Theodore heard that St. Tomer saw that he was doing well and replied that everything was going as usual. Seeing Hyujin's indignant face, he also noted that he was glad that things were going well for him too. Looking at the guy again, the man noted that he probably already guessed about his long-standing desires. Looking at his interlocutor, Theodore asked about summoning high-ranking creatures, and he agreed. Leaning against the wall, St. Tomer said that even if it happened once, at least for a very short time, he would die happy. Then he smiled, adding that he could not achieve this, but perhaps the hero will succeed. Looking at him, Theodore clarified, if he does this, will it really fulfill his dream? Sitting on the stairs, the blonde said that it does not particularly matter how it happens, although he is a little sad that he will not do it himself. But frowning again, he said that if Theodore does it with his help, then he will have nothing left to hold him in this world. Smiling at him, the hero said that he can definitely handle it. There were books scattered around. St. Tomer noted that it seemed like he had entered a very strange place. Remembering the fog, he also said that he had entered someone's domain, and considering that he was in the middle of the ocean, it was most likely either a kraken or a megalodon, the last option being a sea lizard. Looking to the side, Theodore clarified about the sea lizard and was told that it was a dialect name. Since it had no wings, people gave it different names. Introducing the blue monster, he said that it was also called a blue dragon or a sea dragon. Frowning, Theodore thought that now the whole puzzle came together. Remembering the island in the middle of the sea, he reasoned that a pirate archipelago could not exist in such conditions, and the one who controlled everything, the so-called sea god, held all the pirates back. He also imagined lightning, thinking that he once came across the name of a dragon while reading an old legend in the library. It is an evil entity that lures sailors to wreck ships with the essence of mermaids and calls tidal waves, playing like a child. He imagined a blue dragon, noting that its name is Aquilo. Randolph's mouth opened wide, surprised that the sea tyrant is a blue dragon. Sitting in the chair opposite, he asked the hero how he knew, to which Theodore replied that he came across mentions of it a couple of times in the library. Imagining lightning in the sea, he said that ancient people called the sea lizard and the kraken two plagues of the sea, but the sea tyrant named Aquilo is completely different. Recalling the blue dragon, he said that the strongest being of the material world and the legislator of nature, Aquilo is the strongest representative of the blue dragons, those that rule the seas since ancient times. In the entry about Aquilo himself, it speaks of his infamous ferocious nature. Looking at the hero, the blonde noted that if all this is true, then this is clearly not a creature that would be worth crossing the road. Looking at his interlocutor, Theodore replied that he thought so, saying that for now they should concentrate on not standing out. Sitting in the chair opposite, Randolph concluded that they can stay here for a while, to which the hero said that they have no other choice. Imagining the fog around the island, the hero noted that, according to St. Tomer, this is how Aquilo marks the territory of his domain and controls access to its borders. Frowning, he also thought that it was not that it was hard to get in, but in general to pass by its boundary, including going beyond them. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Looking at the table nearby, he thought that he felt someone's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, he was surprised that it might be his imagination. Later, he closed the book with a slam. Looking at the other books on the table, he said that he had read most of the books he bought in Melter. Afterwards, he put out his hand, telling Gluttony to eat them. The system messages appeared that a book in the middle of a clear sky was consumed, the sixth circle spell Thunderclap was learned, and thanks to this, the level of basic lightning magic was increased. Looking at the assistant in his hand, he thought that there was another problem with the capacity of his vessel. A certain item was visible in the inner pocket of his jacket, and he thought that perhaps he should not experiment while he was on this island. Holding the necklace in his hand, he thought that it was an artifact obtained after the betting duel with Isaac. He did not even remove the seal and did not use it, thought that perhaps it was worth understanding how to use it. But, putting it back in his pocket, he decided that there was no point in taking risks for nothing. The bright sun was shining through the windows. Theodore thought that he was already in the jaws of a tiger or a dragon. It did not matter, and if he also began something like summoning spirits, then a great concern could begin. Suddenly, he frowned deeply. Looking at the jug, he noted some ominous feeling that he had just experienced. Something began to emerge from the jug. The hero was surprised that they had been watching them from the beginning. The spirit was rising to the ceiling. The hero opened his mouth wide in surprise. Seeing the spirit approaching, Theodore said that it was a higher spirit named Naiad. The spirit with a red dot said that he was here under the protection of Aquilo. Sitting on the couch, he heard that the spirit had a message for him, and hearing the question from the hero, he replied that there was no need for an explanation because he was simply delivering a message. Having formed a body, the spirit turned out to be a girl. Looking at the hero, she said hello to him. Theodore spread his arms out to the sides, noting the overwhelming presence, as well as the soft, but also exciting voice. Kneeling down, he said that it was an honor to see the ruler of the ocean. Flying around him, Naiad welcomed him to her island. Without raising his head, Theodore said that it was an honor for him to meet her. Flying behind him, the spirit noted that, apparently, he was not very surprised. Approaching his ear, she also said that although his face looked very young, she was sure that he had been through a lot. Naiad continued moving when Theodore asked if he could ask a question, but she asked if it was really that hard to talk to her, to which Theodore replied that he was very scared. Looking at the hero, she said that he was quite honest, although she did not really like this trait. Flying up to his face, she told him to be more careful next time, as she could accidentally kill him. Theodore's eyes grew larger from fear. Touching his face, she also said that despite the horror in his eyes, his face was cute, and suggested getting down to business. Approaching his ear, Naiad said that in 3 days there would be a worship festival in her honor in the heart of the island, and she would like to see him and his comrade participate in it. Circling above him, she heard that he understood everything, and noted that he did not even think about it, although if he refused, she would have no choice but to cut his head off on the spot. Naiad flew behind him and said that she was expecting him in 3 days. Then she approached him, warning that if he did not show up, she would come for him. Only stains remained on the floor. Randolph entered the room, asking what kind of monstrous bloodlust it was. Frowning, he asked if it was really the sea tyrant. Standing with his back to his comrade, Theodore replied that the tyrant had used the body of the Supreme Spirit and conveyed a message to him. Folding his arms over his chest, the blonde asked what it was, to which he replied that they were invited to the festival in 3 days. Turning around, he also added that if they did not show up, their lives would be in great danger. Raising his finger to his forehead, Randolph said that as soon as they threw the dark mage off their tail, a dragon appeared, noting that each meeting with the hero promises him more and more events. Theodore awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, asking for forgiveness, but the blonde said that it was his choice, and he always dreamed of meeting a dragon at least once in his life. Winking, he also added that therefore there was no need to worry, because dragons are very fickle. Randolph looked at his comrade with a smile, noting that if thinking does not lead to anything, then it is better to just face the problem face to face. Then Theodore smiled confidently, said that Randolph could also say something. Then the confused blonde clarified, did he usually say nonsense? The hero moved his hand to the side, justifying himself by saying that this is not what he meant. Looking at his comrade, Theodore said that maybe he was too worried, but considering that this is a capricious dragon that can kill for the wrong word, his guesses are most likely meaningless. Frowning slightly, he noted that, as Randolph had said, they had no choice but to simply face the problem. His comrade smiled at him. Walking towards the exit, the hero suggested trying. A white house was visible through the arch. The hero reasoned that this was an annual festival of the pirate archipelago, and even the rulers of the islands did not dare to interfere with its celebration, and, apparently, the matter was that this was the will of Aquilo. 2 people in cloaks told the hero that they were waiting for him. Theodore looked at them carefully. Seeing these people in front of him, he noted that, just like everyone else, they were driven by fear of the dragon, and therefore followed his orders. Entering the arch, he also noted that they simply had no choice but to follow them. Theodore and the blonde man followed the people in cloaks. Looking ahead, he was surprised. Seeing a white dome in front of him, he noted that it was impressive. One of the attendants smiled, saying that the Sea God Festival was held once a year, where half of the goods from the entire pirate archipelago were offered, and of course, all of it was for the Sea God. Still looking forward, he added that the greater the offering, the greater the blessing. Theodore stood in front of him, asking what number the festival was this year. He frowned when he heard that, considering this year, it was already the 52nd time. There were 4 bridges leading to the center. He thought about how the god had been collecting half or more of the goods from the entire archipelago for 52 years. It occurred to him that there was a good reason why dragon slayers were known for constantly pushing their luck, because some dragons were greedy for wealth, and the 2 things that brought them pleasure were robbery and being offered, and Aquilo was one of them. As he walked towards the cloaked men, he also noted that they lovingly kept most of their treasures in their lair. The bright sun shone on the white hall, and he thought that Aquilo's lair was overflowing with riches from all these 52 years of offerings. Looking around, he saw people sitting on a bench. Then he looked up. One of the men folded his arms, saying that this year they had all offered these riches to honor the protector of the sea, and he prayed that this year the protector of the sea would watch over his travels. Standing aside, Theodore thought that people were more pious than he thought, and perhaps they did not care about the well-being of their followers and how they lived in general, noting their appalling self-love. Thinking, he raised an eyebrow, wondering where Randolph had gone, for he had not seen him since they had separated at the entrance to the building, and he hoped that nothing had happened. The blue spirit appeared next to him, saying that he was beginning to tire of this. Then the hero looked at him, saying that he must be Aquilo, to which he replied that he had sent his companion elsewhere for a while, for today he only needed Theodore. The hero stood in the center of the hall, hearing about following the spirit. Maybe he could entertain him during this festival, and also his heart was drawn to him for some reason. The light fell on his shoes. Walking through the fog, he did not understand what kind of smell it was, noting that from the very beginning, a strange stench came from the depths of the cave. Covering his face with his hand, he thought about the smell getting stronger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. A blue entity rushed through him. Theodore knelt down. Seeing the bright glow, he noted that if it were not for the umber, he would have died in a moment. Looking back, he did not understand what kind of attack it was. Surprised that it was a stream of ultra-high pressure water, the voice was surprised that he managed to survive. A girl appeared behind him, saying that she thought Theodore would not be able to dodge. The girl said that the hero is more interesting than she thought. Licking her finger, she suggested to begin. Then she snapped her fingers. Water appeared on the floor. Theodore frowned. 2 ice thrones appeared in the hall. He noted that she created matter from thin air. It is a power that subjugates nature itself, a privilege available only to dragons. Sitting on one of them, she offered him to sit down, noting that for a human it can be a little cold, still saying that it is better than standing. Sitting on the ice throne, Theodore thanked her. Looking at the interlocutor, she asked who he was running from. Looking at her, Theodore asked again. Then Aquilo brought her hand to her face, saying that 3 days after he set foot on her island, some fool passed her barrier. But no one was sent to sort it out, so she decided to find out what was there. Putting her head on her hand, she said that there were people who arrived on a ghost ship. Frowning, Theodore asked about the ghost ship. He recalled the ship surrounded by a green glow, thinking that the people living on the mainland thought of them as nothing more than a tale. The sailors in turn thought of them as an omen of misfortune, but in reality, they were nothing more than undead from sunken ships with a crew of ghosts. Imagining the book in his hands, he also thought about how it required a real sunken ship, which is very difficult to find. And the process itself is very vague, so he thinks that this ancient dark magic is hidden in the ancient libraries of the towers. Narrowing his eyes, he also thought about how the enemies used this to track him down, and were the necklaces really so necessary for the Orcus Guild? Leaning forward slightly, Theodore asked the other girl what she did. She placed an ice butterfly on her finger, clarifying the question. Smiling, she replied that she had killed them all. The hero lowered his eyes. Looking at the small spirit in front of her, Aquilo said that they had tried to negotiate with her first, so the negotiator had died first. Bringing an object to her mouth, she said that she had torn out his eyes and calmed him down by putting them in his ears. And then, when they were trying to swim away, she had caught them all and cut off their legs. Then, looking at Theodore, she said that they had wanted to surrender then, but no one had offered it, and in the end she had chopped them into neat pieces and used them as shark food. Coming closer to the interlocutor, the girl said that she had heard how these impudent guys were shouting his name, and so she was about to kill him. Frightened, Theodore opened his mouth wide, hearing a smell coming from him. He looked closely at Aquilo, asking what kind. She came close to his ear, saying that it was the fresh scent of a young maiden, an innocent high elf. He remembered Veronica's face when Aquilo mentioned a smell she couldn't stand, the smell of the Red Tribe. Her breath surrounded Theodore's head. Covering his face with his hands, he asked what it was, thinking that perhaps a sleeping pill or hallucinogen. Our hero fell to the floor when she said that she thought it was no stronger than alcohol, surprised that this was too much for a young guy. Frowning, Theodore asked what it was all for. Kneeling down, Aquilo answered that she didn't know, because she could just kill him, but she thought there was something more interesting. Her hand touched Theodore's face. Raising his head, she said that she really liked to take other people's toys from others. Smoke was coming out of the hero's mouth today. He was trying to understand what was going on. Smiling, Aquilo asked if he wasn't curious at all. Running her hand over his cheek, she asked how the girls who cared about him would feel if she stole a kiss from him. Sticking out her tongue, she wondered if they would be angry or hold a grudge. Still, she said that either outcome would be fine. Unable to move, the hero only wondered what was happening. Aquilo approached his face. He did not understand how it had come to this. With her tongue, she practically touched him, and he was thinking about how he could not move. Someone's fist appeared. Mitra struck Aquilo. The hero, opening her mouth wide, was surprised by her appearance. The girl spread her arms out to the side, screaming that she would not allow it, and told Theodore to stay behind. Raising her hand to her face, Aquilo was surprised by an elemental that showed emotions. Turning around, the hero looked at his hand, hearing the blonde wondering about the ancient elemental. He noticed that the paralysis was slowly falling off his body, wondering why. Frowning, he looked forward. Mitra was covering him with her hands, and he thought that perhaps this was the effect of the world tree sapling. A thought appeared in his head that this sapling had the ability to purify any poison in the material world. Seeing how Mitra frowned, he also thought that it was not surprising that detoxification began given his pact with the elemental that absorbed the world tree sapling. Holding his hand to his face, he thought that if he had summoned Mitra from the beginning, he would not have been paralyzed by ordinary chemicals, but now was not the time to think about it. Standing up, Theodore turned to Aquilo. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he did not know what the purpose of her actions were, but he did not want such a relationship with her. Pushing the girl away, the blonde asked if he didn't like her. Holding Mitra's head, she heard Theodore say that was not what he wanted to say and demanded to explain, and if there was any sense in his words, then she would forget what she had said earlier. Pointing her finger at his chest, she warned that if it was not so, she would chop off his head. Frowning slightly, Theodore said that she was beautiful, but then, smiling, he noted that he could not let down those who trusted him. With her mouth open, Aquilo looked at him. Then she raised her hand, agreeing. Smiling, she said that she would not force him after all this, and offered to forget everything, even about her pride. Raising her hands above her head, she thanked them for amusing her and she would leave them for today, wishing to enjoy the festival. Suddenly, some sound was heard. Frowning, Theodore wondered if there were more intruders besides Orcus. Aquilo suddenly appeared in front of him, telling him that they had another uninvited guest. Smiling, she noted that someone had shown up uninvited, offering to take a look at him. Meanwhile, a man was walking on the beach. One of them looked at the other, asking why they had to patrol on the day of the festival. The other decided to send it all to hell. Taking a bottle in his hands, he said that the others would brag about how cool it was. Frowning, the comrade said that it was obvious. The second noted that they were a little jealous. They both took a sip. Looking at the bottle, the guy said that he just wanted to drink with the girls, asking where his last bit of luck was. Turning, the other asked why he was drinking on duty. Dropping his hands, he replied that no one cared, since no one was even looking, and suggested that they relax a little. Looking at the sea ahead, he asked his friend if he saw anything strange, but he replied that he saw nothing. He had to get up when his friend said that he was sure there was something there and demanded to go check. Entering the water, he replied that there was nothing there and what could have appeared there. But something dark reached for his feet, and he asked what it was. Tentacles wrapped around his body. Seeing how the dark matter enveloped his friend, the man asked what was happening. He held out his hand, asking for help. The bald man rushed to his friend. Opening his mouth, he asked what was happening to him, begging for an answer. But suddenly he opened his eyes wide. No, something dark came out of his stomach. He did not understand what it was. His eyes turned red. Then he was lifted above the ground. A huge mouth appeared from below. It slammed shut, swallowing him. The monster rose from under the water. It had several pairs of eyes. Opening its mouth, it said that it smelled like a young dragon. New limbs began to appear behind its back. Now it had wings. Walking forward, it said that it smelled like a monkey, and so Superbia appeared. The sun shone on the walls of the White Hall. Someone was heard praying that the fools with deep pockets would continue to feed them, that his tricks would remain undiscovered. The man in the white cloak sat, praying that the bloody trail of goods would be washed away without a trace, and asked that his daughter continue to bring money without getting pregnant. Theodore glanced at Aquilo, who said that these people were ignorant to ask for such dirty wishes. Frowning, the girl said that it was annoying to listen to such things. Standing behind the altar, she announced that the meeting was over and that everyone should be silent and go home. One of the people present looked at her silently. Seeing people leave, Theodore thought about the dragon fear being a supernatural skill of the race, controlling the minds of the lower races. The hero also thought with his brows furrowed that it was very easy to instantly take control of so many people, wondering if it was even possible. Randolph entered the hall while Aquila was enjoying the silence and offered to meet the one who dared to enter without permission. Raising her hand, the blonde asked who dared to interrupt her on her own island. Randolph opened his mouth wide and shouted his name. The hero looked at Aquila with indignation, who said that she almost killed his comrade. Putting his hand on his chest, the blonde said that he was glad to meet her, thinking that this was the legendary sea dragon. Seeing her descend the stairs, he thought that although she looked like a beautiful woman, but behind it there was incredible power, an aura that was simply impossible to ignore, and they had no chance of winning against her. Coming closer to Theodore, Randolph asked what was going on and why he was next to this devilish dragon without any fear. Looking at his comrade, the hero replied that something had happened. He couldn't go into detail, but she wasn't a threat right now. Frowning, the blonde wanted to know how. Looking at him seriously, the hero replied that it wasn't that important right now and there were still uninvited guests on the island. Looking from behind, Aquilo said that they were coming. Superbia burst into the hall. A cloud of dust rose from the landing. Covering himself with his hands, Theodore noted the all-encompassing aura, which was equal to or perhaps even stronger than Aquilo's. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he recognized this aura. Sticking out his tongue, the monster said that he had finally found the one he was looking for. Standing in a cloud of dust, he addressed the young sea dragon. Light fell on the monster's body. Theodore wondered where the pride came from. Seeing Superbia spread his arms, he noted that it had also become even stronger, more dangerous, and was now incomparable to their last encounter. Gluttony appeared on his arm, saying that it was already the 5th stage, and there was no point in even thinking about a desperate battle with it. Seeing the blonde heading towards the enemy, he asked how much stronger the monster had become and was told that even if Veronica were here, their chances of winning were no more than 50/50 and maybe even a 40% chance considering their last battle. Her hair covered her face as the hero asked what the monster was so strong at the 5th stage and was told that it was. Seeing Superbia's skull, Gluttony said that for them, the 7 sins, removing the seals and returning to their original form is a natural process, and if Pride reaches the 6th phase, he will be able to destroy the ancient dragon alone. Seeing Superbia sticking out his tongue, the hero thought that even an ancient dragon who had reached the status of a semi-divine would not be able to overcome the 5th phase of sin, and wondered what the 7th phase was. Leaning over, the monster saw Gluttony. Turning to Theodore, Aquilo asked if they were acquainted. Frowning, the hero replied that they were, but that they had a rather complicated relationship. The monster opened its mouth wide when he asked if he was here for him, and replied that he was not, and that he was not interested in some monkey. Stretching out his neck, he said that he would ask the young dragon a question. Standing with his tongue sticking out, he noted that his goal was an ideal, and asked if Aquila would agree to become part of the ultimate ideal being. Throwing off her cloak, the girl replied that these days, even those who are not dogs continue to bark complete nonsense. Then she jumped up to the skull. Approaching, she struck. The skull on Superbia's head split, so the monster was thrown back. Having got to the street, he slid a few meters on the water. Standing up, Superbia said that he knew how to bark and would take that for an answer of no. Aquila, confused, pursed her lips, wondering if the enemy had really gone crazy. Surrounded by lightning, she flew into the air. Above the water, she rushed forward. The dragon was approaching the monster. A bright light was visible in his mouth. A powerful release of energy occurred. Standing behind the hero's barrier, Randolph said that this was a merciless battle. Looking ahead, he also noted that he still did not quite understand what was happening, but just being at such a short distance from their battle was, in fact, a ticket to the afterlife. Looking at Theodore, who was holding the barrier, he asked what their plan was, and he replied that he was not sure. Watching the battle between Superbia and Aquila, Theodore asked Gluttony if she could defeat him. He replied that pride was still in the 4th phase, then maybe, well, since he was already in the 5th, the chances were 0. Watching the dragon attack, Theodore asked if it was possible for a sea dragon to lose while in the sea, and heard that its combat power was not affected by the environment, wondering if he had forgotten their battle. Remembering Superbia's past body, Theodore noted that he was able to use 5th circle fire magic and instantly create shields that reflected magic arrows. Looking down, he reasoned that his attacks based on immortality were not something even a sea dragon could ignore. Turning away slightly, Theodore told his comrade that he should go fight this monster. Turning to Theodore, Randolph told him that this was not an enemy he could handle. Frowning, the blonde also noted that they were like shrimp in a fight between 2 whales. Looking away, Theodore replied that he had a rather sad history with this monster, but if the dragon loses, then Superbia will definitely take them as dessert, and it is better to help the dragon in the fight. Narrowing his eyes, he heard the question of whether he trusts Aquila, to which he replied that the dragon is still a dragon, and he knows exactly what honor and nobility are. The wind ruffled his hair as he thanked Randolph for everything. Remembering his battle with the Black Knight, he also said that although the blonde was just accompanying him all this time, but he returned more than he owed him. Remembering his fatal blow to the knight, he also added that for him, this is more than enough. Now the hero looked ahead, saying that this may be their last time, so he wants to say goodbye, and one way or another he will go. After which he jumped high. Randolph put his hand over his face, saying that he was standing there like a coward now. He frowned, telling himself that he must have completely lost his mind. The blonde grabbed the hilts of his swords, sending everything to hell. The monster emerged from the water. It opened its mouth, approaching the other monster. She opened her mouth and said that she had finally caught up. She rose higher, saying, "Water breath," after which a stream of water poured from her mouth. Slime fell on her head. After biting the black monster, she asked if he had turned into slime. Flying around, her monster said, the physical form of a royal slime. Opening his mouth, he said that she was very tempting, and now it was his turn. Rising above the sea dragon, he shouted, "Kraken tentacles." He wrapped the sea dragon's body with tentacles. She thought, slime and kraken, what kind of damn creature is this? Gasping, she thought that such a creature simply does not exist in ordinary nature. The kraken began to twist her body, and she thought that it dared to invade her domain without asking, and not only that, it also rants about all sorts of nonsense. The tentacles began to crack, and she thought that she would not forgive this. The tentacles broke away from the body, and the sea dragon shouted that this bug really could amuse her. The kraken opened his mouth and said that it was arrogant and offered to play the last game of her life. He opened his mouth and the sea dragon was there. His teeth closed around the body. There was a splash of water. The protagonist flew there. Flying there, he thought that the wave should absorb the shock wave, but these splashes. Looking at the circles on the water, he thought that they were 3 kilometers from the shoreline, and Aquila and Superbia had an underwater battle. Looking down, the brunette thought that he could not predict how the battle would go, but his intervention would not play any role, considering that he was nothing more than a bookworm. Gluttony on his hand made itself known, saying that, knowing all this, he was still going to intervene. The guy rose up, and the creature said that it was not too late to change his mind. Superbia, although emotional, was still one of the grimoires, and because of some banal stupidity, he would not kill him. Drops of rain were running down the protagonist's face, and he said that if he was right, running now would be a wise decision. Staring intently at the water, he said that even if he survived this encounter, there was no guarantee that he would meet him again. The creature opened its mouth and said that there was some truth in this. Approaching the monsters, Theodore said that once he became stronger, even the powers of the World Tree might not be enough to stop him, which meant that even Aliner's safety in Elfheim was in great question. If Superbia returned stronger, the world simply would not have enough strength to stop her. Drops of rain were falling on the protagonist. He said that therefore he had to stop her here and now. Gluttony opened his mouth and said that he would prioritize his survival, but there was truth in his words and he respected his decision. The protagonist clenched his fists and thought that he pretended to be rational, but he was not sure that the truth could defeat this terrible creature. He gritted his teeth and thought that he was much stronger than before, but his thoughts were stopped by a voice that called him. A head appeared from the water. The man asked if the young master was bored flying alone. He turned around and began to shout at Randolph, asking what he was doing here because he could have died. The man winked at him and shouted that he had made the decision to follow him, and it did not matter where he went, and how could he abandon the boy who grew up before his eyes. Looking at Randolph, the brunette thought that he knew for sure that this decision could destroy him. The man began to rescue him from the water. The protagonist raised 2 fingers up and said that he could maneuver like on the ground, but the feeling of the bounce would be different from the solid ground under his feet, but he would have to somehow get used to this little thing. Randolph raised 1 leg and said that this was better, no need to invent something with the aura. The water around his leg began to turn into ice. Looking down, the man was surprised that the sea had simply frozen. The ice next to him began to break. The monsters, holding each other, rose above the water saying how they had already had enough of each other. The protagonist flew up to them, saying that it was time. The blonde said that they were now going to save the sea dragon. The monsters yelled at each other. The black monster yelled tentacles of greed, and they began to envelop the body of the second monster. The sea dragon yelled that he still underestimated her, then it was worth showing him the true power of her powers. Rising up, the reptile yelled ice storm. Steam came out of her mouth and she said that no matter who he was, he would not be able to break through this storm. A fist approached the dragon's muzzle. The monster opened its mouth and grabbed the dragon by the head. Then lightning struck. The reptile's body began to fall, and the second monster rose into the air and flames burst from its mouth. It began to sink into the water, and Theodore thought that the dragon's icy breath did not work and it could not break through this storm. The sea dragon was lifted out of the water and he, asking what his true nature was and what he was at all. The claw held the dragon in the air. The creature stuck out its tongue saying that the young and impudent sea dragon did not need to know his identity. Opening his mouth wider, he said that now she must accept the honor and become one with him. Bringing her head to his teeth, he shouted, 6th level lightning magic, lightning strike. But at that moment, his head was cut off. The protagonist looked up at him, saying that even though he was told not to interfere, lightning came out of his hands, and he said that he had his own score to settle with that creature. The protagonist looked at the monster and said that she told him not to interfere. Then he frowned and added, but Aquilo, he has his own score to settle with that creature. The monster stuck out its tongue and said, Monkey, it's him again. The protagonist smiled, clenched his fist and replied, so it was he who ran away with his tail between his legs, and after a while, as if nothing had happened, he appears here, so it is he who should be speaking here, it is him again. The monster opened its mouth wide and said, impudent monkey, he lost that day, but not himself. If it weren't for that man in red, then now his body would be nothing more than a couple of his cells. The protagonist frowned and asked, if only, yes if only, somehow it was a pity, he did not think so, after all. There was nothing surprising in the fact that he could be strong only against the background of weak creatures, such as the existence of bastard chimeras. The giant got angry and shouted, "Oh him." Suddenly he put out his paws with blades. Then he opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue and said, "Do not even think that this time everything will be the same. He is nothing more than a bug in his path." The monster angrily clenched his teeth and added, "He will tear him to pieces, a monkey." Theo used magic. Suddenly their forces mixed in battle. The evil monster loudly asked what missed when someone called him. Behind the enemy there were people who were flying towards him when one of them said that he was here all this time. The blonde jumped, holding swords in his hands. He flew past the opponent and shouted at the bastard not to ignore the humans. Black opened his mouth and said, "Oh shit, another monkey." The enemy's body decomposed while the guy was between his parts and said, "Great, it's open, now." The protagonist folded his arms, frowned and said, "Memories, opening all cells." He then launched a triple flame flash, a triple fire shot and an explosion, after which he made a flame strike right at the monster's back. Theodore looked at the surface of the water. From there, the monster began to rise. Standing up to his full height, he said that it was a shame to drag out such a monkey like him. The protagonist frowned thinking about this form and assumed that he was a werewolf. Gluttony opened his mouth and said no, and that this race is called werewolves. Looking at the silhouette, he thought that he had heard of werewolves before. The creature added that in the wild they died out back in the time of Fenrir. It opened its mouth, and Gluttony continued that werewolves are the highest form of werewolves, which he managed to mention. One can say that their relationship is similar to the relationship of forest and high elves. Looking at the monster, the protagonist thought that although the powers of the high elves have some similarities with the powers of the forest, but their natural strength is comparable to a miracle. Frowning, he thought how strong the highest form must be with all these skills. Looking at the werewolf, the brunette asked Gluttony what skills the wolfhound has in his pocket, to which he answered that it is difficult to explain, not that they have special abilities, but if you explain it simply, then they are strong. The monster rushed to the protagonist. He swung and the boy put his hands in front of him, but then Randolph appeared in front of him, hitting the monster with his sword. They both sat there, grinning, looking into each other's eyes. Power began to form around the blonde. He clenched his teeth harder, and his eyes bulged, after which he straightened up, spreading power around. The werewolf said that it was not bad. The man squatted down trying to catch his breath. The werewolf said that he never thought that he would be able to block his 36-hit combination. Theodore looked on in surprise, wondering how so many attacks were made in that moment. The blonde stood up and turning to the young gentleman, said that he might need some magic. The protagonist asked where he was hurt. Randolph touched his torso and said that he only had a few scratches and 3 broken ribs. Frowning, he said that if the monster had hit him with a direct attack, he would not have stood a chance. The brunette came up to him from behind and grabbed him by the waist and started to heal him. He frowned and said that the only thing they could count on now was the Aquilo, which would heal and return to service. The blonde was breathing heavily, and the guy said that otherwise they had no chance of winning. The silhouette of the dragon was visible in the thickness of the water, and the main character said that their last hope was the devilish dragon, and it was depressing. The monster bared his teeth and said, "Stop whispering, they're monkeys." He stood up to his full height and said that he would finish them all off. Then he threw his head back and howled. Both allies realized that it had begun, and decided to hold off his attacks for as long as they could until that damn dragon returned to service. They both rushed at the monster. The werewolf gritted his teeth and swung. Both people flew back from his blow. The monster looked at them. Then he rushed after them, and found himself behind Randolph. He turned around, and the monster struck. The man fell into the water. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him and thought that with such speed he would not hit, and he needed to use the fastest magic in his arsenal. He put his hands in front of him and said, "Lightning strike." Lightning pierced the werewolf's body. He clenched his teeth, and the brunette thought it was crazy to dodge lightning with his peripheral vision. The monster headed towards Theodore. A strange sound was heard. The werewolf held the guy pressed against the wall by the throat, said that he held up well, but compared to him, he was still too useless. The guy listened carefully, that he was grateful for his resilience, so he would enjoy the fact that he would become a part of him. The monster raised his paw to strike and said that it was time for him to die. The girl opened her mouth and said, "Freeze." The werewolf turned into a huge block of ice. A head appeared from behind the rock, and the girl said that she thought she was going to die. And what was this chimera anyway? She had never heard of such creatures and had never seen anything like it. The brunette turned to her and said that she had finally come to her senses. He watched as the girl came out from behind the rock. She smiled and asked if he had already missed her and said that it was time for the second round. While the monster remained covered in a crust of ice, the girl told the brunette that he was stronger than she thought, noting that she would be able to hold him off for a while. She looked at him and said that what was more important was that he had already mentioned that he had met him and asked if it meant that he had come to fight in the hopes that she would help him. The leader wiped his cheek, answering that he could not say that she was wrong. The white-haired girl took out a wand. She wrapped her lips around it. When Theodore stood up, she began to tell him that today something happened that she did not expect, namely that she accepted help from a person for the first time. The guy looked at her, and Aquilo agreed to do everything according to his plan in such a situation. Throwing a sideways glance, she asked how he was going to kill this monster if even her spell at full power could not kill it. Randolph looked at the brunette and began to agree with her, noting that even if they were to fight, combining their efforts, he wanted to know how exactly they would defeat this monster. The protagonist looked at the two of them, answering that he had a plan in his head, but it would be difficult to explain it now. Looking at the frozen monster, he added that they apparently did not have much time. Theodore frowned, saying that they needed additional time, at least 10 minutes, or better yet 15. The girl and the man, with their mouths slightly open, listened to his words about how he needed it to hold him for that time, because Randolph alone would not be able to withstand even 5 minutes, but with the support of Aquilo it would be possible. The ice cracked. Breaking out of it, the monster began to curse loudly, indignantly asking the white-haired girl how she dared to interfere. She turned to him and asked about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and the blonde noted that his whole body was holding only from the thought that they would have to fight this monster. They both jumped over the chimera's head, saying that it was time to begin. Theodore looked at his palm, anemone rewrite and activation, after which the system noted the activation of the C rank rewrite. He clenched his hand into a fist when he was asked to choose a personality to rewrite from the two available. The guy frowned when he was offered to choose from the black sheep of the prestigious Li Yunxiang family and the great summon of the past Saint Tomer. His lips stretched into a grin, and the brunette noted that what they needed now was unity with him, with Saint Tomer. His silhouette appeared in the air and began downloading the essence into the user's body. Randolph jumped on the enemy. He blocked his blow once. Aquilo appeared behind the monster. She punched him in the back. Watching all this, the brown-haired noted that there was a mess around and asked why he summoned him. He drew his eyebrows together, saying that in a situation like this, it is an Eastern master, Yunxiang, would be much more useful than him, but the protagonist asked him not to say so, but just listen to his plan. The man crossed his arms over his chest, asking what plan was he talking about. Suddenly his eyes widened, and then he was asked for his opinion on the plan. Thomas smirked, calling him a damn genius rat. He stretched his hands up, mentally noting that all the necessary preparations had been completed by his junior, and this body had dozens of times more mana and sensitivity than his old one. The brown-haired man examined his hands, thinking about the otherworldly gate in his left hand. He waved his hands, loudly offering to begin and asking to do everything possible so that nothing would interfere with him, no matter what the cost. The man folded his palms in front of his face. Releasing an energy circle, he began to chant. Small lightning bolts began to come out of his hands, while he thought about the fact that the spell did not end with just the spoken words, but they were the result of enormous calculations expressed in the text. Thomas grinned darkly, mentally noting that he alone surpassed all established algorithms in constructing magic, and then wondered if he had already surpassed the very concept of calculations. The monster bared his teeth, calling him names. He jumped on the brown-haired man, asking what kind of jokes he had come up with when he was not even overdue to do even one action as needed. The girl kicked him in the body, asking where he was going, and then called the blonde. He swung his weapon. He clenched his teeth tightly, asking him to put in full force. Pointing the weapon at the flying enemy, he said that no one would help him now. Chimera outlines a red light. Randolph frowned, saying that he would not allow him to even come close to the young master. The monster leaned on his paws, calling all arrogant fools. He opened his mouth wide, ordering not to interfere with him. The man defended himself from the attack, thinking that he would not last 5 minutes for sure. He glanced back, mentally noting that they had very little time, and he did not understand what the blonde wanted to do. The blonde folded his hands into a fist, saying his proposal. He looked at the red stone on the string. When the red light began to enter from it, he mentally noted that it had chosen him as an offering. Thomas narrowed his eyes, realizing that now he only needed to summon the entity he needed and transfer as much magical energy as was required to open the others. His eyes widened. The brown-haired man smirked, saying that in all likelihood, nothing would work out for them. He held his hands in front of his face when he was asked what it meant and began to ask permission to draw an analogy with fishing, noting that it was obvious when the summoned creature was a fish, and then asked what the fishing line was then and heard the answer that the summoner. The man grinned, confirming and saying that to be more precise, his soul and his body and quality of the shreds are perfect, and the bait was successfully eaten. He narrowed his eyes, adding that now all that was left was to fish it out. Looking at the red cracks on the ground, Shatton said that they lacked just a little bit of strength, and if they pulled now, it would break, and when his soul, which served as a fishing line for them, would break. A grin appeared on his lips as he spoke, so it seemed that this was the end of his journey, and the system noted that St. Thomas had requested permission for the mission, after which a review began, upon the conclusion of which he was concluded, and the quest would end. The man continued to keep his hands folded, while the system noted that his mission would begin in 30 seconds. And the brunette asked him what he was doing, to which he replied that he was doing what he wanted and what he himself should do. The protagonist, in the darkness, opened his mouth, mentally noting that Thomas had decided to supplement the lack of durability and strength in the fishing line with his own soul, requesting the ruin of the quest. He looked with shocked eyes, thinking that just a moment before the summoning of the high-level creature that he had summoned. When the brown-haired man stretched out his hands forward, he began to stop this nonsense. After all, this is his dream, and he cannot completely abandon it and die. The brown-haired man grinned and called him just a child. He spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he could see the figure that was now fighting to protect him. Looking at the angry faces of the girl and the blonde, he asked to forget about him and take care of the living, not the dead. The man kept his palms, adding that, besides, his dream was just a step away from fulfillment, so it was not a pity to die. His fingertips glowed red. Thomas grinned, saying that this was the moment to act. His hands began to evaporate, and the initiation of the transmission of St. Thomas began. The brown-haired man, continuing to hold his hands in front of him, said that in the end, he did everything, from the circle of magic to the spells themselves, because he taught him all this. He waved his hand, noting that this was enough, and that in the end, the person who was able to bring this mania to success was called, it was him, and then asked to throw it all away. The man raised his hand, asking to appear. The red energy cut off in different directions when he called the name Fafnir. A red beam shot upward. From there, a dark monster appeared, the harbinger of the end of Fafnir. The sky began to turn white. The girl and the man looked at the winged silhouette in the sky. Looking at the evaporating light around, he mentally noted that as soon as the sky was destroyed, the icy ocean turned into melting ice, evaporating condensation and turned into salt crystals. Randolph smirked and asked what exactly the protagonist summoned. Looking at Fafnir in the sky, he asked a certain deity to have mercy on them. The white-haired girl folded her hands and turned to the great dragon deity. Looking at him with blue eyes, she also asked for mercy. The monster froze and bared his teeth, cursing loudly and noting that it was a boy who dared to summon Fafnir. His body was covered in salt. The chimera darted to the side, telling him not to dare think that he could defeat him with just this. Changing form, he rushed forward, saying that with his power he would not be able to summon such a creature for long, and as soon as the flame dragon disappeared, he would immediately finish it off. Looking with one red eye, he said that, besides, with this huge body he would not be able to catch it. The dragon opened its mouth, noting that the target was locked on. He fired a destructive beam. The beam cut through the salt deposits. The monster flew to the side. Continuing to fall, he muttered about this attack. A white flash appeared around him. Disappearing, the chimera screamed that this could not be and asked how he could be killed by such an insignificant creature. His core was exposed, and he began to say that this was impossible. When his core was almost gone, he screamed that the strongest creature is him. In an instant, he completely disappeared. Fafnir flew up, saying that everything was done. He disappeared in a bright light, saying that we need to return to the base. The protagonist's cheeks were trembling. He stood under the cold drops. Theodore moved his hand slightly and asked the elder if he had seen it. Looking at the echoes of light in the sky, he said that he had succeeded. He put his face under the drops, mentally noting that he would no longer hear his voice, but his soul would become a part of him and continue to live in him. The guy lowered his head, thinking that the thought of this calmed him down. He plunged into the water. The girl picked him up. With a slight smile on her face, she asked if she thought he had done something outrageous. Looking at the unconscious brunette, Aquilo said that such summoning magic was already beyond all her skills. She rushed with him to the surface. When they emerged, the white-haired one said that today was such an interesting day that, in all likelihood, the next 1,000 years would be boring. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The protagonist opened his eyes. Sitting up on the bed, he asked where he was, and Gluttony asked if he was awake yet. Theodore looked at the black lump on his hand and asked him what happened to Pride. The grimoire stuck out its tongue and replied that she was destroyed, after which the guy frowned and asked if he was sure. Gluttony smiled widely, answering that not a single cell survived, all were destroyed, and it would take her at least 10,000 years to simply reappear in this world. The guy sat on the bed, asking how she could reappear in this world if she was completely destroyed, to which he was told that they would try to explain as much as he was allowed. Showing him a white portal in a red area, the grimoire began to Gluttony that firstly, the grimoires in this world, among the 7 deadly sins, pride and heat, are just avatars, and these are not their true bodies, and gave the abyss to this lower dimension. They were reduced to the lowest possible functions and powers. The brunette looked at Gluttony, asking if it meant that the real entity was in another dimension, and he gave him a positive answer. The protagonist lowered his gloomy gaze and asked if it meant that it was possible to defeat them in this, another dimension. Introducing the entity from the portal, he began to loudly say that it was not, since the originals of the 7 sins were immortal entities that collected endless information and power from countless worlds. The protagonist frowned, listening to his words about how even if all the deities of this dimension were gathered together, then a skirmish with one of the Greeks there would simply become a massacre with a pile of corpses, and he asked him if it meant that it was beyond his strength. Grimoire stuck out its tongue at him, saying that it was, and that as a being from this world, he did well, so he should concentrate on his own problems, as before. Theodore chuckled, saying that this was a very stinging compliment, but that was the charm of Gluttony. A girl walked up to him, asking if he was awake yet. She held 2 mugs, asking him to call her by her first name and asked how long he would be nice. When the white-haired girl sat down on the bed and the guy called her by name, she noted that everything was much more familiar now. Aquilo smiled and asked if he was hungry. The guy started drinking from the mug, asking why he would be hungry. His stomach growled loudly when the girl asked if he knew that he had been sleeping for 3 days. She began to laugh, asking him not to be shy, noting that for them, humans, this was normal. The white-haired girl stood up, telling him that his friend was about to wake up and asked them to go to the kitchen later. Looking back, she said that she asked the servants to prepare something edible. The brunette was left alone in the room. He swung his legs off the bed, mentally noting that Randolph seemed safe and Aquilo was no longer hostile to him. He walked to the window, thinking that they had overcome this crisis. He looked ahead, noting that they had also defeated Pride, and he had been able to avenge those who had sacrificed the gray-haired one and protected Alina. The protagonist closed his eyes, mentally saying that he had avenged them. He hung his head in front of the window, asking everyone to rest in peace. Theodore perked up when a loud voice from the side asked if he had gotten up yet. A comrade was walking towards him, asking him to hurry up and come down because the dragoness was calling them for breakfast. The guy grinned. He waved his hand and said that he was on his way, and he asked himself if they should rest and feel the dragon's gratitude. Walking with him down the street, Randolph noted the fact that after pouring all this, he passed out for 3 whole days, which meant that even he had to lean on this monster. He looked askance at his friend, telling him that he was afraid that he would never wake up. The brunette smiled weakly, answering that among all the locals, only he, surprisingly, walked with a healthy gait. The man grinned, and the protagonist mentally noted that although at first glance he looked fine, he was seriously injured, and an ordinary person would have spent at least another 3 months in bed. Randolph closed his eyes and answered that his success was tied to getting to know him, because while he was lying around, it would be unfair to just forget the whole fight. Theodore looked at his friend and asked him again about his success. He frowned, asking him not to say what. The blonde looked back at him and said that he awakened the ability of his aura. Thinking back to his battle, the guy mentally noted that before this he had shown himself through the power of his aura and physical skills, but now he had finally stepped one foot into the realm of the supernatural. Stopping on the street, he began to congratulate him on the fact that he was now definitely a sword master, to which the man replied that it took him years of diligent training to fully comprehend it. He closed his eyes and laughed, adding that compared to the meaningless wanderings before, he should be grateful for this. The brunette looked at him and asked if he agreed that everything was not so bad for them. The man threw his hand on his shoulder and agreed, noting that it was all because they were together. With a smile on his face, he asked him to take care of him in the future, and he in turn would follow him no matter what. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, noting that even though he said so, he hesitated for a second when it was time to fight the almighty creature. Randolph immediately grimaced and asked if that was the case, adding that it didn't matter so much as long as the result was good. When they reached the snowy square, Theodore asked where they were, noting that it looked like a dragon's. Raising his head, the blonde confirmed, noting that she said that this was her villa, and that this island was outside the pirates' territory, an area they couldn't enter just by wishing. The guy also raised his head, mentally noting that if we were talking about dragons, they didn't seem to curl up and sleep in their cavernous lairs. His gaze darkened when a voice told him to come here. Frowning, the brunette turned around and mentally asked if that was a dragon. A man looked at him and said that it most likely came from there and suggested that he go check it out. A huge door appeared in front of them. The girl smiled widely, asking if they were lost and if they had been to her villa before. Descending the stairs, the protagonist muttered positively. The white-haired girl touched the back of the chair, telling them not to stand, but to come here because she had prepared something and would like to start and then continue the conversation. When they sat down at the table, she asked the man to serve refreshments for their guests. The old man snapped his fingers with intelligence. He placed a plate on the table. Looking at the abundance of dishes, the blonde exclaimed that it looked incredibly delicious. Aquilo took a glass with a red drink, saying that she was not sure if they would like it, but she hoped that they would like it. She looked at the red liquid. Together with the two guys, she took the glass. Randolph let go of the piece of meat. Tears flowed down his cheeks while he celebrated how a simple chicken can be the most intelligently beautiful. As he continued eating, he looked at the brunette who told him to eat more calmly. The protagonist put a piece of food in his mouth, thinking that his cooking skills were comparable to court goods, and it was not about good ingredients, but delicacies that only a top-class chef could make while using only simple ingredients. He looked at the girl. Theodore clutched a napkin in his hands, thinking that dragons were known for indulging their desires and wondered if skillful cooking was one of them. The white-haired girl covered her smile with a napkin, saying that it was quite delicious. She smiled widely and asked if they liked it. Randolph smirked when his darling began to say that liked was an understatement, and that something like this could only be tasted in the royal palace, and the swordsman added that although his tastes were not so skillful, the food was incredible. The white-haired girl chuckled, saying that she had fallen very much in offering to discuss her debt to them, starting to talk about how each dragon clan had its own values. Introducing dragons of different colors, she said that the red ones were emotions, the gold ones were riches, the green ones were life, and the silver ones were purity. Then she remembered the battle with the monsters, adding that they, the blue ones, valued objectivity. Aquilo pointed to herself, noting that they had saved her life, and even though she had also become part of the resolution of the crisis, she was deeply grateful, and no treasures or riches could compensate for even half the value of his life. She showed 2 fingers, saying that therefore the mosque would receive 1 thing from her and the protagonist 2, and in total she would reward them with 3 rewards for their mercy, and if necessary, she was ready to transfer this island to them. The blonde smiled and replied that he was not interested in the island, and he needed the sword. The girl looked at him blankly and asked again. Recalling his recent battle, the man began to say that during that battle his weapon was destroyed, so he would like her to give him 2 good swords, because that's all he needs. He smiled awkwardly when the white-haired asked him if she had managed to send everything. She pointed her finger and asked if he really wanted to ask for 2 swords when he had a dragon in his debt. Dreams poured out of the portal behind the stove maker, and she said that he could take them all, but she was infuriated by the fact that her life was valued at 2 pieces of metal. The satisfied blonde immediately headed for the swords, saying that he did not expect to get so much. Approaching the portal, he froze, hearing the words of the hostess that since he was climbing there anyway, he might as well restore his armor. Pieces began to fall on him while Aquilo said that he could take whatever he wanted, and that it was not a handout, but his reward. The fallen man gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that he had never felt so rich. The white-haired girl looked at the protagonist and said that it was his turn now, after which she asked him not to disappoint her. Theodore pointed at her and said that first he wanted her to disband the pirate archipelago. The girl propped her chin on her hand, answering that it was not in her jurisdiction, and noted that he was asking for a very unusual thing. Sitting at the table with him, she said that it was true that she had reconstructed the pirate archipelago into what it was now, but the pirates had lived here long before that, and as long as he did not ask her to kill them or destroy the islands, she would not ask him about the rights to our islands. The guy narrowed his eyes and replied that in that case he wanted her to remove the protection from the archipelago and asked if it was true that it was possible. The white-haired girl smiled, answering that it was not a problem, and if he wanted, she could do it right now. She looked at the interlocutor with a serious look, reminding him that he only had 1 wish left and asking him to think carefully before speaking, because it was the last one. The girl began to blow into a tube while the brunette was talking. Opening his mouth, he noted that he wanted her to give him something that belonged to her. Frowning, the protagonist added that it should be something that she considered her most valuable thing. A few moments ago, Aquilo smiled, saying that he had 1 wish left and he should think carefully. Theodore drew his eyebrows together, wondering what not to ask for. He pursed his lips as he thought about the manuscript, but then realized that it wasn't worth it unless her nest was full of manuscripts and she didn't seem like she liked reading very much. Remembering the old man in the turban, he thought that maybe he should ask her to destroy the Orcus Guild, and then mentally noted that the identity behind the organization was still unknown. But if he decided to destroy the guild, 1,000 innocent people would die, and then he began to think about the mountain of treasure. Looking around the high room, the guy thought that however, after he met the dragon, asking her for a mountain of gold seemed somehow unsatisfying. He opened his mouth, deciding to do so, and began to talk about his last wish. Frowning, the brunette said that he wanted what she valued most and what was dear to her. The white-haired girl curled her lips and folded her hands, asking if he was serious. She pointed her finger and started to say that it was possible, but first she needed to think about how to give it to him. The protagonist's face changed when she noted that she had come up with something and asked him to come to her. The girl got up from the table, and Theodore asked what she had in mind, to which she asked him not to be nervous. She put her hands on his shoulders and asked him to relax, warning that it would prick a little. The guy's eyes widened in confusion when she took his collar. Aquilo approached his neck. Then she bit him. Randolph immediately jumped up, but his comrade stopped him. The blonde clenched his hand into a fist and began to nervously ask the lie if she had attacked him now. The brunette, throwing a multitasking glance at him, muttered that it was not exactly an attack. Feeling the veins on his body, he thought that a cool sensation was coming from the bite site, and he did not know how to explain what was happening. The white-haired girl touched her lip, saying that everything went well and there would be no rejection, noting that it was much more capacious than she expected. The protagonist touched his neck and asked what she had pumped into it, to which she replied that, of course, a little of her blood. A blue dragon drawing appeared on his neck. The girl crossed her arms under her chest and began to say that it was the most valuable thing she had. She looked at him seriously, adding that she valued herself most of all. Theodore put his hand on his shoulder when Aquilo asked if it was true that he could use summoning magic. Looking at him, she began to say that if he needed her help, then right there, without thinking, he could summon her with blood, and this would certainly help him out one day, all thanks to his sincerity in his desires and her prudence. The white-haired girl smiled, asking if he was happy with his last wish. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he had no choice. The girl approached him and laughed, saying that if she started to argue, he still would not listen, especially since there were several shelves, but he would find out about them himself. The brunette pulled his collar, thinking about them. Looking at the drawing, he clenched his fists. The system noted an increase of 14 Aquilo's blood seal, and that as the number of dragons dwindled, the dragon began experiments to create blood kinship through their blood, and this seal was the result of one of them. The seal's rank was treasure, the attribute handling level was increased, Aquilo's blessing was placed on it, and the ability to summon it was obtained. But the conditions for using the skill were not met, but after meeting 3 conditions, he would be able to use it. The protagonist frowned, wondering if he could really use the dragon's tongue. Imagining the dragon, he mentally noted that Aquillo's blessing and compatibility with water were the expected effects. The dragon's tongue was already a completely new level, and the power available only to dragons of the material world was the dragon's tongue, and only the ability to study it made the value of the seal immeasurable. The girl placed her hand on the railing, preventing her from proceeding with the first wish. She waved her hand. Looking into the distance, Aquillo ordered to disappear. Lightning lit up in her hand. After putting them out, she said that was all. The white-haired girl stood at the railing, saying that now there was no trace of her left on this island, and she planned to move her house as well, to which the guy replied that the pirate archipelago would be completely destroyed. The girl turned around and noted that this place had bothered her for centuries, and the thought of leaving it was very refreshing. She threw the brunette a bag, saying that it was change, because she still owed a little. Aquillo climbed onto the railing, saying that it was quite fun, and she hoped to meet in the future. She turned around and said goodbye. Then the white-haired girl jumped down. She disappeared into a bright light. Looking down, the protagonist asked if she had planned this from the very beginning. A comrade approached him and asked if dragons really had no affection, since she left the island in such a way, and asked what she gave him as change. Theodore began to open the bag. There Randolph's faces darkened, and he asked how much it cost. After a while on the ship, they went to the kingdom of Soldan as planned. Standing on board the ship, the guy noted that the blessing of Aquillo allowed them to sail at the highest speed, why the effect of this was immediately noticeable, and the archipelago fell. Remembering the map, the brunette noted that the leaders of the pirate archipelago panicked as soon as they realized that the protection of their deity disappeared, and immediately their ambitions to capture the island burst out, and their previous peaceful coexistence was a lie, because the pirate archipelago quickly sank in a sea of blood and death. Then he recalled the sea battles, noting that some of the remaining pirates returned to their original profession, piracy, some returned, and some settled on land. Then they were sent to the gallows. That island in the sea that was famous for its treasure and a paradise for criminals fell to a miserable fate, and thus a year passed. In the great white palace, a voice asked if the mansion had been sold. The man in the turban looked at another, asking who had bought such an absurdly expensive mansion. The man held a sword in his hands, saying that there was a man there who was under the protection of an extraordinarily skilled bodyguard, and perhaps he was the son of some noble sultan undercover. He looked ahead, saying that he had heard that he seldom left his mansion, except for the occasional expedition to obtain original manuscripts of magical books. Standing in front of his master, he noted that the head of a family from an eastern kingdom and his family desired an audience, to which he gave the go-ahead. People entered the room. A man stood before his highness and said, "I have come," answering his call to provide sanctuary for him and his family. The blonde touched his chin, thinking that this was a problem, and he did not know that they were really interested in the palace. Looking at the man with his arms folded, he thought about the trap that in his current weak position, this guest from the east was a great power that fell into his hands. Parquet began to bite his nails, realizing that he had to conquer him in the midst of a crisis, and then offered to see the mansion. The brunette smirked, saying that he really should see everything with his own eyes before he made a decision. He smiled, saying that he was looking forward to the place they were about to visit. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.